Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 3 1566 Chapter 9. Midgard, Part 1. Hello, dear reader. This is Chapter 9, Part 1. This chapter got split into two for being too massive. We'll upload the second part shortly. Edit the 23rd of March 2020. Renamed Chapter 9 Part 2 to Chapter 10 for consistency. Previously, on Angel on My Shoulder, Izuku accepts the otherworldly dimension hopper Midoriya Izuku, aka Mimi, as his new sibling. His mother, Inko, takes some time to get used to this strange new development but ultimately accepts her as well, and the two siblings head out for ice cream where they both learn a few things about each other. Mimi follows in her sister's footsteps and becomes a vigilante, meeting up with both the Pussycats and the Crawler, the latter of which agreeing to aid them in ensuring that Valkyrie's new partner will not be seen as a threat. Meanwhile, Izuku experiences a memory leak when he calls his teacher Midnight the name of someone who passed away decades ago, and sees Aftermath's image reflected in a windowpane instead of his. He then experiences a memory that belongs to Mimi, seeing a mental recording of her and his great-grandmother Taiga. The scenery then shifts to two unknown boys, an ancient memory of two brothers. Before Izuku can question what he'd seen, he is rescued by the first wielder of One for All, Hiro. After an apology and a heartfelt moment with both sisters, Shimura Nana appears, back from the dead and ready to train her protégé's protégé. In a dark room somewhere in Musutafu City, the girls of Class 1A assemble their investigation squad in response to the strange events that one Ashido Mina has witnessed. Chapter 9. The Yaoyorozu household was usually a place of quiet serenity, of an exquisite class and elegance. Today it seemed to be a haven of gossip and drama as all hell broke loose when 6 teenage girls tried to speak simultaneously. Midoriya-san is playing around with girls from the other class? Momo turned a warm shade of red and wore a scandalized expression. Oh my. Hang on a minute. What makes you say that, Mina-chan? Suyu asked curiously with a hand to her chin. Mina, you can't just drop a bombshell like that, Hagakure gasped. There needs to be some preparation beforehand. I knew I should have kept quiet about it, Jiro sulked. WWW what? Ochako stammered, her cheeks bright crimson. She glanced around, trying to see what the others thought. Deku-kun's not that type of guy, right? Whoa, easy. Everyone just calm down now. Mina took a moment to fling the curtains open, sunlight streaming into the room. One at a time. They soon managed to calm down, but there was a clear sense of confusion and curiosity hanging in the air, many of them still contemplating what they just heard. The pink girl took a deep breath and sighed before clearing her throat, nodding towards her invisible compatriot. Me first, alright. Hagakure shrugged. Mina, I thought we made a promise to Iida-kun that we wouldn't spread any nasty rumors about Midoriya-kun after what we saw that day. What? Suyu, Jiro and Momo croused in unison, and it took all the effort Ochako had to not smack herself in the forehead. She wasn't supposed to say that. To her credit, Hagakure looked embarrassed. Or at least, as embarrassed as an invisible person could look. Oopsie. She mewled, the floating hoodie she wore shrinking under their collective gaze. I'm not trying to spread any nasty rumors or damage Midoriya-kun's reputation. Don't misunderstand. He's our classmate, after all. Mina said hastily, although she looked a little guilty as well. But this is different. I'm just saying that there's something fishy going on with him, and my investigative spirit won't rest until I uncover the truth. Suyu raised her hand. Yes, Suyu-chan. What makes you think that Midoriya-kun is doing what you say he is, Kiro? Suyu chimed, tilting her head. I don't mean any offense, but he's a very shy boy, especially around girls. It's hard to imagine that he's the sort that plays around with them. That's right. This is Deku-kun we're talking about, after all, Ochako nodded, glad that someone thought the same. He's just not that type of person to play around with someone's feelings. Yeah, I thought so too at first. I mean, he's pretty much a nerd, you know? I mean, he's nice and all, but it's pretty hard to imagine a guy like him getting female attention. Jiro sighed, tapping at her phone. But take a look at what I've just sent to our group chat. The teenagers checked their phones, eyes widening by the second. It was a photo of their resident cinnamon roll on what appeared to be an ice cream date with a cute but stoic-looking girl. For once, Midoriya Izuku didn't look like a bundle of nerves while he was talking to a member of the opposite sex. Here he looked calm and relaxed, even smiling warmly at his date. Various expressions of surprise and disbelief echoed through the room. Nice, Midoriya-kun. I knew you had it in you, oh my. Right, y'all Momo. I had the exact same reaction. Ochako was silent however, having recognized the girl immediately, the same girl that had greeted Deku-kun after school that day. Ice Queen, the brunette whispered under her breath. Huh? You know this girl? Uraraka-chan? Jiro asked. Well, yes, Ochako blinked. Actually, no, it's, difficult to explain. Sorry to disappoint you, Mina-chan, but guys and girls can be friends without romantic feelings involved. Suyu hummed with a finger to her chin. Let's try to be rational. They could just be normal friends, you know. Two friends on a date, Mina challenged. Two friends having some dessert. Suyu countered logically. In fact, didn't we all go for crepes together last week after school? Good point. The pink-haired girl admitted, before clapping her hands together excitedly. Okay, let's take it from the top, ladies, to your positions. The other girls exchanged equally confused glances while Mina sat down beside Ochako. Alright, action. Mina snapped her fingers. Act 1, Scene 1. Enter me and Ochako-chan just the other day at the school entrance. What is this, we're doing a play now, Jiro said flatly. Ooh, I love plays, Hagakuri's voice thrummed with excitement as she paid utmost attention. At the school entrance, Mina repeated, one arm around Ochako while the other was outstretched alongside her wild imagination. The two of us happened to be there when we saw. Wait, Mina-chan, Ochako stammered. Is this really okay? I mean? Don't you want to find out? Aren't you curious? There's a few things I want to share too, but I'll have to start with our story. Mina paused and hesitated, trying to see the situation from her friend's point of view. If you're uncomfortable with sharing, it's alright, we can just drop this whole discussion. Ochako thought long and hard. Mina must have seen some things in order for her to make that conclusion that Deku-kun was playing around. She felt the curiosity inside her grow like a hungry flame, desiring to know more without really understanding why. Well, the brunette gulped, ultimately deciding to say what they'd seen that day. That girl in the photo, she was there waiting for someone. Turned out she had been waiting for Deku-kun. She seemed, really familiar with him. Familiar is an understatement. They even hugged and he ran his hand through her hair, Mina said helpfully. Goodness, Momo held her hands to her mouth, radiating a bright pink embarrassment. And that's not all, it looked like she'd tiptoed to give him a little kiss, Mina continued. Kissu? Hagakuri gasped, leaning forward with interest. Momo turned even redder than they thought was possible. We don't know that. Ochako waved her hands frantically, her eyes a pair of whirling dervishes. The angle was bad and that's what it looked like, from our perspective. We didn't actually see that happen. In fact, Mina and I had a discussion after that and we both agreed it might have been a kiss, or they could just have been putting their heads close together. Putting their heads close together? Jiro raised a skeptical eyebrow. Ochako looked to Suyu for some support but the frog girl just shrugged in response. Not even she could have come up with a logical explanation for that. Oh, and they held hands too, isn't that sweet? Mina giggled. Holding hands. Wow. That must have taken a lot of courage, Midoriya-kun. Momo nodded, impressed. How lewd. What? Holding hands is nothing. Hagakure chimed, her invisible fingers interlocking with Jiro's. See? Be still, my aching heart, the punk girl said dryly. Anyway, that's strike one. Moving on, Mina declared. Act 2, Scene 1. So this just happened yesterday. I was walking towards class when I noticed Iida-kun and Midoriya-kun walking in front of me. Just when I was about to say hello, they were greeted by this girl from the other class, Kendo-san. Who? Hagakuri asked. The class president of 1B. Mina fiddled with her phone, causing a symphony of beeps when she sent something to their group chat. Here, take a look. Opening her phone, Ochako saw the full roster of the class beside theirs, featuring the names and student photos of class 1B. Sure enough, the class president there was Itsuka Kendo, an attractive, confident-looking girl with warm orange hair. But what really drew Ochako's attention was the photo of the pretty yet expressionless girl beside her. Those eyes cold and frosty like she remembered. Yui Kodai, the Ice Queen. This girl was the one who had been so familiar with Deku-kun. Ochako gulped. So she was a hero student too. Wait. What was this odd tightness she felt in her chest? Oh, Kendo-san, yes. I met her during the class president meeting. Momo nodded. She was very nice. Where did you get this? Mina-chan. Took a quick pic yesterday when Mike-sensei wasn't looking. It seems he has trouble remembering his students' names, you see. Breach of OPSEC. Jiro waved her hand, urging the other girl to carry on anyway. So they talked and stuff, right? But after that Midoriya-kun asked if he could speak to Kendo-san. Alone. Mina continued, her eyes shifting from one girl to another. I didn't manage to completely hear what they were talking about. They seemed really friendly with each other. So you eavesdropped on them? Ochako mumbled, feeling slightly guilty that she wanted to know too. I didn't, okay, maybe a little, it was an accident. I think you're blowing things out of proportion, Mina-chan. Suyu sipped her tea. Again, they can just be normal friends. Just because two people interact with each other doesn't mean they are sure to be in a romantic relationship. You're connecting dots that don't exist, creating imaginary relationships, or as some might call it, shipping them. Must be all those romance comics you read. Jiro teased, her earplugs snaking through the air playfully. Never did see why people enjoy those. It's called manga, and it's art, Mina said hotly, and I am not shipping them. I'm surprised you didn't mention how Iida-kun and Kendo-san are friends as well. Shouldn't your line of thinking include that as well? Hagakure asked innocently. Well, think about it. Since Iida-kun and Kendo-san are both class presidents, they must have met during that meeting, just as Yaomomo mentioned. What I find weird is how Midoriya-kun already knows her, and how they seem to be on good terms. Isn't it strange? Now that you mention it, it kinda is. One of Jiro's earplugs scratched at her chin gently as she thought. Exactly, besides Yaomomo, I don't think any of us have even met anyone from Class B. I find it kind of odd that Midoriya-kun already knows some of them. But wait, that's not all, Mina said excitedly. I was only able to overhear snippets of their conversation, but apparently Midoriya-kun wanted Kendo-san to pass on a message to another girl. Another girl? Momo's face was a mask of shock. The plot thickens. Who was it? Hagakure asked. Shiozaki Ibara. Refer to Exhibit B, if you would. Mina gestured back to the picture she had sent them earlier. Oh, the plant girl? Hagakure squinted at the roster and folded her invisible arms, impressed. Whoa, she looks like a serious one. How much juicier can this get? We'll see. Anyways, his message to her was that he was sorry for yesterday. The heck is that supposed to mean? I don't know, but I do know one thing. That's strike 2. Next, Mina announced, her hand cutting through the air. Act 3, Scene 1. How much more of this is there, Kiro? This is the last one, I promise, the pink-haired girl said hastily. Toru-chan, would you do the honors? Me? Okay. Ahem ahem. The invisible teenager cleared her throat, tone clear and professional. Yesterday Iida-kun, Mina-chan, Uraraka-chan and I witnessed our local broccoli boy speaking to one grassy girl while they were walking down the hallway after school. It appears that they're friends. Ochako declined to mention that Shiozaki had been bright red when she called out to Deku-kun, and deep down she was really curious as to why the other girl had been so nervous and embarrassed at approaching her friend. A part of her definitely agreed with Mina that something weird was going on. We originally thought he was going to confess to her or vice versa, which is why we followed them to observe. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get close enough to hear what they were discussing, but we did manage to hear snippets of their conversation. And, I don't really see where you're going with this, Jiro sighed. They were pretty friendly and all, but get this. She specifically mentioned something about kids, and how it'd be nice if he could stop by. The sleeves of Hagakure's hoodie moved up and down excitedly as she waved her arms about. Then Mina-chan made a joke about how he had to pay child support, which was kind of funny at the time. Momo's hands were a blur as they shot upwards to cover her mouth, eyes widening comically. The others who didn't know of that incident were inclined to have similar, stunned reactions. Suyu however looked around reproachfully, unsure of whether they were seriously considering the implication that their classmate was a father at 15. Okay, it's not so funny now, Hagakure finished with a sigh. And that's strike 3, you're out, Midoriya-kun, Mina declared, miming a baseball swing, out. More like he got a home run. Jiro grumbled before receiving scandalous looks from the other girls except Momo. What, I'm just saying. That was probably taken out of context. Heads turned to face Ochako who was touching her padded fingertips together nervously. I mean, they could be talking about anything, really. Ochako-chan's right. For all we know she works at a daycare or something and just happened to meet Midoriya-kun there. Suyu took a deep breath and thought for a moment. Look. All these incidents don't mean anything. They could just be a string of coincidences, or perhaps Midoriya-kun is just more comfortable talking to them. Doesn't that mean he's uncomfortable talking to us? Hagakure said slowly, sounding more than a little hurt. A sudden, somber tone suddenly flooded the room as the girls quietly considered that thought. What if their classmate really was uncomfortable with them, to the point where he was more friendly with the people from the other class? That didn't feel good, not at all. Even if they didn't know Midoriya-kun very well, he was still their classmate. Did they intimidate or scare him in some way? To have him be so disassociated from them was concerning, at the very least. Ochako in particular looked downright crushed at the thought. Suyu easily noticing her crestfallen expression. The next few seconds were spent in an awkward silence as each girl racked their brains for a reason that he was avoiding them. Maybe he just stays away from us as a sign of respect, Mina tried, her voice full of false cheer. I'm sure he's not avoiding us on purpose, I think. You know what I think? Suyu said suddenly. I think we're overreacting, and all this is one big misunderstanding. As far as I can tell, Midoriya-kun is pretty okay with the rest of the class. Aside from Bakugo-kun, of course. There's no reason for him to be afraid of us. Right, Ochako-chan? Alright, Ochako answered, regaining some of her confidence. I think the situation's a little fishy too, but I trust Midoriya-kun. The frog girl glanced down at her hand for a moment before making a fist. I trust that he's a good person that puts the well-being of others ahead of his own. That much I'm certain of. If anything, this investigation squad of ours can be used to help him. I agree with Suyu-chan. Momo nodded. As the class vice president, I'm also worried that someone in the class is having difficulties. Our goal shouldn't be focused on antagonizing him, but rather helping him if he really is uncomfortable around us. Well, if he's uncomfortable around us, then all we have to do is be nicer to him, Hagakure said, her sleeves waving about in encouragement. We'll show him that we're harmless. Why, you're absolutely right. Mina rose from her seat, teacup raised up high. So let's do this together, to help our classmate and for the good of our 1A. Yeah, let's. The teenagers took that moment to clink their teacups together in a toast, downing the expensive beverage as one in a sort of rekindled camaraderie. Class 1A had to stick together, through thick and thin. Mina among them let out a large exhale of relief after drinking her tea, glad that the serious tone was lifted. We're still gonna look into if he's dating the girls from Class B, right? Of course. But that goal can be secondary. Momo cleared her throat with a small cough. Our main priority is to make sure that Midoriya-kun is alright. Whilst the tall girl and her pink compatriot began to chat, Ochako glanced towards her froggy friend with a small smile of gratitude. Thanks, she mumbled in a barely audible whisper. Don't mention it. Suyu whispered back. That's what friends are for. The gravity-defying girl felt a warm happiness flood into her chest, glad that she had met Suyu. She could almost sense that this was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. By the way, there's one thing I'm curious about. Momo piped up, drawing everyone's attention. I know the child support thing was a joke, but do you think he's actually got a kid? You know, with the K-kiss. A warm shade of red flooded Momo's innocent expression while the girls exchanged confused glances, trying to interpret what she was saying until Jiro decided to chime in. Yao Momo. How exactly do you think babies are made? Jiro said slowly. Well, when a boy and a girl KK kiss enough times, a letter will be written to the stork that delivers the baby, alright? The taller girl stammered, looking embarrassed. The room's temperature dropped several degrees when Jiro's features twisted smugly. Mina knew what was about to happen and began mouthing the word, no, shaking her head slowly. Suyu and Ochako exchanged a single look, and both dashed towards the tomboy a moment later. You see Momo-chan, when a boy and a girl love each other very much, Jiro began cheerfully, ignoring the 4 other classmates that were charging at her in a panic. They foo. Alakazam, you hocus pocus, Shimura-san? Yes, my boy? What are you doing? The towering woman stopped all her hand waving and gave him a funny look. What's it look like I'm doing? I'm trying to summon All Might. I can, summon him with my phone? Izuku suggested nervously. Really now? Nana raised an eyebrow. Then why isn't he here training you for the sports festival? Well, he is the #1 hero after all. Izuku nodded, nothing but admiration in his voice. He probably has more important things to do. Don't say that. What could be more important than training his successor, Akio? Helping people, for one. If you mean things like saving cats from trees and helping an old lady cross the road, those are things that any hero can do. Nana shrugged, still waving her hands about. That's the problem, you see. Instead of allocating his time like a resource, he wants to save everyone. A noble goal, but it's no longer viable, especially when he's on a time limit with his power. Then why does he still do it? Izuku asked curiously, feeling his tiny siblings sit on his shoulders. Probably because he feels it's the right thing to do. Because modern heroes care more about fame and status rather than actually helping people. They don't care about cats in trees or slow old ladies. You might not think it's significant, but let me give you a hint. It's the little things that matter. Nana's fingers wiggled as she made an air quote. I know how All Might thinks. He's trying to inspire people to be better, but instead his strength has led to a complacent society. Isn't that ironic? Poor Toshinori. Who is this Toshinori again? Nana paused and rounded on him, frowning. All Might didn't tell you? Toshinori Yagi? Ring a bell? No, not really. Izuku admitted. For goodness sake, the woman exclaimed, exhaling sharply. That's All Might's name. He didn't tell you his real name even after you received one for all? No, he's a genius at heroism, but apparently he sucks at teaching. Nana sighed. Expecto Patronum. You're still trying to, Kiri wiggled her fingers, mimicking Nana's hand motions. Summon him? At this point, anyone will do. I just need someone to impart his or her infinite wisdom. Mimi scoffed loudly from atop Izuku's left shoulder. Infinite wisdom. Nana reiterated a little louder. But I think if we call another person out, you two will go back to the mansion. The power between us is already stretched thin, seeing as you guys are chibis. Mimi, why don't you show Kiri-chan around the house? Take her to the new room we built for her. The girl in question tilted her head in curiosity. Right, you didn't know yet. For objects to stay permanent within our little mental world, we have to put our feelings into it. It's how we built your new room as well, piece by piece with our emotions. I made quite a few plush toys for you myself. There's also snacks in the fridge. Blue eyes lit up with interest as the child turned to her brother, with him giving her a small nod and smiled to proceed. Together, the young twins linked hands, preparing to teleport. Tell me if Nana tries to make you do anything weird, Aniki. Mimi shot a glance toward the older woman. Peeved. Who do you think I am? The retired hero scoffed. I know exactly who you are, which is why I said that in the first place. She faced Izuku to give him a little wave. Be seeing you, Aniki. See you later, Nii-chan. Kiri waved cheerfully. A puff of green and they were gone, having retreated to the paradise in his mind. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the gesturing Nana, who was still doing her best to summon someone. Maybe if I pose. She flexed in a mighty yet somewhat suggestive pose, showcasing her impressive physique. Awaken my masters. An array of orange wisps rushed from Izuku's forehead, momentarily stunning him until they coalesced into the form of another woman who looked to be in the middle of cooking. The large pan she had been holding shuddered violently and disintegrated into a million pieces, the food within landing on the ground with a wet splat. Everyone stared at the sad mess on the ground before Nana burst into laughter, unaffected by the cold glare that was sent her way. Chen, you're here. Just in time, I need you to help me teach the boy. That, the stony woman gestured towards the ruined food which also promptly disappeared, was supposed to be everyone's dinner. Whatever, Misha will make dinner today. Yeah, but then we'll be eating borscht, again. What's wrong with that? I like to have a little variety in my meals, thank you, and he always adds too much sour cream. Hi, Chen-san. Meals? Izuku interjected. You guys eat and stuff? Hello, young Midoriya. The older wielder said curtly. Yes, we do prepare our own food and consume it just like when we were alive. One of the ways we hold on to our humanity. The food tastes better if you infuse it with the power of love. That aside, Chen interrupted Nana with a wave of her hand. Why me again? I thought I wasn't going to get any more screen time? Anyone would do, actually. You just happened to be lucky. Nana cheered. Come on, teach the boy something good. Like kung fu or something. You know, swift as a coursing river, force of a great typhoon, etc. Now you're just stereotyping. But Chen, you do know kung fu. Impart young Midoriya here with the mighty art of waterfall frog cracking fist or whatever. Water stream rock smashing, yeah, that's what I said. Nana smiled proudly, turning to Izuku. I could teach you a thing or two myself, but to be honest I'm always winging it. Wow. I'd be honored. Izuku nodded eagerly, his head a blur. Thank you so much, both of you. Don't get your hopes up. Nana's idea of special techniques is just her saying whatever comes to mind in the heat of the moment. The older woman grunted. It's the results that matter, my friend. Here, young Midoriya. I made this move just for you. Nana stretched before entering a stance. Observe. The air seemed to shift as Nana focused, the carefree gleam in her eyes turning into a knife-edged glint when she prepared herself. Fingers curled into fists, her entire body thrumming with formidable power. Raw strength and intimidation rolled off her like an unseen fog, promising devastation upon her unlucky target. I love my little sisters very much. Punnncchhhh. Nana struck, and her fist was a white mamba, a pale alabaster thunderbolt that moved faster than the human eye could track. Even as a shade she exuded raw power, the kind that could bring lesser men to their knees with presence alone. Had she been corporeal the water would have parted before her from the sheer force of that blow alone. Izuku staring in both awe and bewilderment. Mostly bewilderment. See, Chen said flatly. What do you think, Midoriya-kun? Impressive, right? It certainly was. Izuku said weakly. He hoped he wouldn't ever have to use that lest he be labeled a pervert forever. Enough talk. Now it's time for training. We don't have much time so we gotta work extra hard. Nana's fist shot into the air, piercing the heavens. Chen, take the lead. Right, the redhead sighed, clapping her hands together. Let's get down to business. Nana's grin stretched to become comically wide. To defeat. Not another word. The majority of Izuku's free time had been used for training, and together the two women tried their very best to impart him with all the knowledge they had in that short time frame. Unfortunately, only a genius could suddenly master their teachings in such a brief period, but it was better than nothing since the boy did learn a few useful tips and tricks. Nana and Chen returned back to the garden within Izuku's mind, the former yawning and stretching until she realized how close to the ground was. What the, not again. Looking down, the retired hero realized that she had been turned into a child once more, her features as youthful as any other 10-year-olds. Coco, however, seemed delighted as she bounded over to greet them, the others following behind shortly. Mini Nana. The dog girl cheered, shifting into her human form mid-stride to catch the minute phantom in a tight hug. So cute. The now little girl thought hard while Coco spun her about like a carousel. Perhaps this was a side effect of using too much of their own power and not relying on Valkyries. But then that would mean. She looked back to find another little girl, this one a redhead clad in an oversized dress shirt. The other wielders stared down at her in disbelief, two of them in particular shaking with barely restrained mirth. Don't laugh, Mini Chen said slowly. They laugh. They roar and howl with laughter, especially since it was the most hilarious thing they'd seen in ages. Their overly serious comrade, reduced to such an innocent and adorable form. Even the usually calm hero looked away with a polite smile, while the now translucent Toshinori let out a light chuckle. Kiri and Mimi walked forward curiously, the former giving her red-headed comrade a gentle poke on her soft cheek. Wow! Nana remarked, glancing up and down at her counterpart. How did someone as cute as you grow up to become such a grouch? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't had a good night's sleep since I was 10, Chen grumbled. Oh man, Johnny choked, wiping away a tear of mirth. This is just like my American comics. He then gave a slight nudge to Misha with his elbow, the big man following up nearly instantly. "Da is like my Chinese cartoons," he said, looking down at his tiny friend with a grin. "Say the line, it'll be funny." Chen wore a childish sulk while she shifted into a better-fitting dress with a wave of her hand. "This is just like one of my Japanese animes," she finally said, getting it over with. Their laughter echoed once more, lighthearted and filled with camaraderie. We live in a world where loli babas exist, heavens above. Younglings nowadays, no respect for their elders. Look who's youngling now, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Very funny. Don't forget you two are next, the child said, voice flat. The men stopped laughing immediately. Izuku was sore and exhausted, his mind doing its best to move his spent frame. His entire body ached, muscles worked to the limit. Despite her casual and humorous attitude, Nana's training had been downright brutal, to the point that he had to ask her to repeat herself lest he misheard her ridiculous demands. Then again, she had been the one to train all might, and the man gave him the goal of cleaning up Dagoba Beach all by himself. Now he knew where he got his unique disposition. Chen's training was slightly less arduous, but the woman had been militaristic and Spartan in her training methods, even draconian at times. He had to admit that he got some intriguing information from her, though he doubted he would find a use for it. So many different ways to hurt people. 8 familiar chimes rang throughout the school, signaling that it was time for lunch. Midnight shrugged and began keeping her papers, stacking the many folders she had together. That's all for now, class. Good work today. I'm glad to see most of you have read the lesson material. Her hawkish gaze swept the classroom until those piercing blue eyes landed on Izuku. Midoriya-kun, see me after class. Looks like he wasn't going to get away after all. Izuku silently groaned to himself as the class was dismissed, looking up a moment later to find Iida and Ochako hovering over him with worried expressions. Are you alright, Midoriya-kun? You're looking pretty tired. Why yeah, Deku-kun. Are you sure you're doing okay? And sensei requested you stay back as well. I'm fine, you too. Izuku smiled weakly. In fact, I'm glad you guys care about me so much. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Of course, Iida said proudly while his hands made several robotic motions through the air. We're your friends, after all. That's right. Ochako leaned in a little closer to Izuku's surprise. Up close, he couldn't help but notice her pretty eyes gleaming with concern. If you need us, we'll be here for you. So don't hesitate to tell us if there's anything on your mind, alright? Alright. The green-haired boy said nervously, happy that they thought the same. Friends, he didn't have any in middle school thanks to Bakugo. Perhaps things were changing for the better. You two go on without me. I think this one might take a while. The three friends parted soon after, with two of them headed towards the cafeteria while Izuku headed towards his doom. This felt familiar. The boy wondered what sentence he would get this time. A suspension, perhaps? He did technically hit a teacher, after all. Did that count as assault? He slowly marched forward, shaking in his shoes while Midnight finished arranging her papers. What would she say? Maybe she'd blackmail him into becoming her manservant. He'd heard stories of the infamous Midnight Boys that she used to order around before she became a teacher. Oh no. Right then, Midoriya-ku. The teacher paused upon meeting his terrified expression. Hey, what's with that face? Come closer, I won't bite. Why you won't? Izuku mumbled guiltily without even realizing what he was saying. Not unless you want me to. Midnight smirked, causing Izuku to blush. I'm kidding, I'm not mad at you, I promise. Even if you were a naughty little boy. You're not, but Izuku gulped and bowed deeply. I'm so sorry, sensei. I overreacted yesterday. No, it wasn't your fault. If anything, I'm the one who's sorry, Midoriya-kun. I might have been teasing you a bit too much, forgive me. I can't help it sometimes. Anyway, would you mind helping me carry these? We'll talk as we walk. I have a meeting to go to. The boy blinked before he relaxed visibly and internally. Midnight seemed pretty casual about all this, but she was a professional. And she probably had 1 or 2 classes of students before she started teaching Izuku's batch. At least he wasn't being suspended, expelled, or being made into a manservant. He still wasn't sure about that last part, seeing as his arms were filled with a stack of heavy folders. You're a good kid, Midoriya-kun. That was why I was so surprised when you reacted so strongly. Is it the way I dress? Midnight hummed, looking worried. I do apologize for that. I know things can be difficult, especially for a healthy young man such as yourself with certain urges. No, sensei. Izuku blurted out quickly. There's just a lot of things going on in my life right now. I wasn't in the right mindset yesterday, and I was a little stressed. It's entirely my fault. I see. The older woman adjusted the folders in her arms before raising an eyebrow. Are you feeling better now? Why yes, sensei. I see. Well, that's a relief. Aizawa-kun would be rightfully pissed at me if I did anything to his students, after all. If there's anything you need, just talk to him or me. Alright? As an educational institution, we're required to look out for the well-being of our students. We even have counseling if you need it. Interested? No thank you. Izuku sighed. The last thing he needed was a psychologist poking around in his head, especially when a bunch of ghosts lived in there. Sure, but on the off chance that you do or need someone to talk to, you can come speak to me. Okay? Midnight stopped walking for a moment, concern clouding her features. Don't bottle up your emotions. A healthy mental state is the key to a healthy life. You can say that again, Izuku thought to himself, knowing that she was just worried for him. I'll keep that in mind, sensei. Alright, just turn left and on the second door down the hallway is the staff offices. I'm going to head off to my meeting now, so I'm going this way. Midnight piled the folders she was carrying into his arms. Put these on my desk, would you? Yes, sensei, and thanks for your concern. Don't mention it. I'd love to stay and chat, but I can't afford to miss this meeting. The last thing I need is another lecture from Mr. Sleepyhead. The teacher gave him a warm smile. Thanks for the help, Midoriya-kun. Go on then, if you hurry you'll still have a lot of time for lunch. Izuku nodded and made his way towards the offices, but not before turning back one last time to make sure Midnight was okay. He didn't want her to worry too much about him either. There was a rattling when the door to her left opened and a masked man wearing a cowboy hat appeared, the spurs on his boots jingling and jangling with each step of his confident stride. Snipe-san. Midnight greeted him with a teasing smirk. Is that a gun in your pants or are you just happy to see me? It's a gun. Snipe replied coolly and tipped his hat at her. Midnight. They walked down the hallway together, with Midnight chatting to her colleague incessantly while he replied with simple grunts and nods. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief before smiling. Looks like she would be just fine. Speaking of fine, Izuku brought his hand to his nose to see how he was doing. A single drop of blood was resting on his index finger, but the boy quickly cleaned it off, glad that it wasn't as bad as last time. He knew that the memory leak was somehow associated with him getting a nosebleed, but there were still so many uncertain factors. One thing at a time, then. Upon reaching the offices he knocked twice, wondering if there was anyone still in there. The teachers had a meeting, after all. Maybe one of Ectoplasm's clones was here? The door slid open with a clatter, and it was not Ectoplasm. A wall of muscle and fur towered over him, his gaze traveling up the massive blockade until they met a pair of narrowed, animalistic eyes. Yeah? Hound Dog growled. I am, here to drop something off for Midnight Sensei. Izuku mumbled, trying to keep his composure. Gargantuan shoulders rose and fell as Hound Dog shrugged, stepping aside to let the student in and nodding towards Midnight's desk. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized was holding and quickly made his way over, safely delivering the stack of folders. A quick, nervous thanks was said towards the teacher as a farewell, with Izuku trying to quickly exit the offices until a gigantic paw landed on his shoulder. "Wait, boy." Hound Dog rumbled, face twisting behind his muzzle. "What's that smell?" Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. "Oh no, I never forget a smell, and yours, it's enough to make a man sick." The teacher continued, leaning down so that he could get a better look at Izuku. He sniffed the air several times, steam rising from his nostrils. "That stench. I've smelled it before." Cold sweat ran down Izuku's face, the boy clenching his hands in an effort to stop them from trembling. The forest battle near USJ. If the teacher was to find out about that, he'd be completely and utterly screwed. Hound Dog's eyes were a spotlight beam of suspicion that seemed to pin Izuku against the wall, rooting him on the spot. "It's blood," Hound Dog finally announced, a hint of concern in his growling voice. "Did you hurt yourself somewhere, boy?" "My nose was bleeding just now. That's all," Izuku said quickly, looking surprised when Hound Dog offered him a tissue out of his back pocket upon hearing that. But I never forget a smell, Juan. I get nosebleeds from time to time. Why, you might have smelled it when I'm walking through hallways." The boy lied while taking the tissue, hoping to throw off Hound Dog's scent. The teacher glared at him for a long few seconds, Izuku feeling his heart thump away, until Hound Dog grunted and seemed to accept his explanation, shrugging once more. The green-haired student finally allowed himself to relax, quickly making his way out of the offices. Izuku hurried towards the cafeteria now, wanting to get as far away as possible from the teacher. He was glad that was over, thanking his lucky stars that neither Hound Dog nor Midnight had felt any suspicion. Frankly, it was a miracle that he'd managed to get away from both of them. Now it was time for some well-deserved lunch. At least, that's what he had thought. "Where do you think you're going, geek boy?" Izuku turned to see three unknown girls striding down the hallway towards him, the leader of whom had a menacing smile on her face with shark-like teeth glinting in the light. Flanking her was a girl with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle and another girl with long, tan horns. In his confusion, Izuku had thought they were talking to someone else near him. A quick look around revealed that he was the only one there. That brief look sealed his fate when the three students cornered him, the lead girl even slamming her hand against the wall behind him as she got dangerously close. A reverse Kabetan. She was slightly shorter than him, so it wasn't really that intimidating, but that was balanced out by the fact that he was really nervous around girls. Especially cute ones like these. "Is this the guy you saw, Kanoko-chan?" the shark-toothed girl asked, her dark green hair nearly brushing against Izuku's face. He noted that her hair had nearly the same shade as his, actually. "Yeah, this is him," the girl with the mushroom hairstyle said happily, her bangs parting to reveal an X-shaped pupil. "He's from Class 1A, I double-checked the roster." "Oh, Setsuna-chan, don't hurt him," the horned girl whined in heavily accented Japanese, glancing between Izuku and her friends with worry. "I'm not gonna hurt him, Pony-chan. We're just gonna ask him a few questions." The lead girl, Setsuna, grinned menacingly while her gaze met Izuku's. "Ain't that right, geek boy? Or should I say, Midoriya Izuku? You got balls, trying to pull that shit around here." Huh. Let's see what we've got here, Setsuna eyed him from top to bottom, Izuku feeling a little warmer when her gaze traveled down his body. Strong, healthy. Not bad, a little on the plain side, but then again vanilla is the best flavor. Still, I don't get what they see in you. Again with a flaw in comment. Izuku could have sworn he felt his ego deflating if he wasn't so utterly lost and confused. He wished she wouldn't get so close because she actually smelled kind of nice, the scent of her shampoo tickling his nose. And he didn't really like how she was examining him like a piece of livestock to be auctioned off. Who were these girls, and what did they want with him? I don't, Izuku tried, still stunned. "What's the matter, cat, got your tongue?" Setsuna leaned in even further, and Izuku flattened himself against the wall. "Did you really think we wouldn't notice? What do you have to say for yourself, huh?" The boy's mind drew a complete blank. In his panic, something barely resembling common sense took a hold, telling him to remember Nana's training. Be confident. Smile. The ones who smile are the strongest of all. Use humor to hide your fear and uncertainty. Hi, welcome to my personal space. How can I help you today? Izuku tried, a wobbly, nervous smile plastered on his face. To his credit, the mushroom girl, Kanoko, actually giggled before quickly cupping a hand over her mouth. "Look what we have here, girls. A real fucking comedian. Setsuna smirked, her dark grin only widening by the second. Was that how you got them interested, by being funny? Oh dear. That was probably the wrong thing to say. The teenager started panicking internally, still unsure of what they wanted with him. He hoped this wasn't some kind of shakedown or extortion attempt. You girls seem real nice, but as much as I'd like to get to know you, my friends are waiting for me. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way now. Izuku tried squeezing past them but only ended up being pressed against Setsuna when she refused to move, causing the poor boy to turn even redder when she chuckled darkly. He quickly backed off, and it was obvious that she enjoyed watching him squirm. There's no way you're charming your way out of this one, she said smugly, completely in control of the situation. Take him away. The other two students flanked him and Izuku found himself trapped in a triangle of feminine giggles as they began leading him off somewhere. His head was spinning even while he felt their strong grip on his arms, and he noted with a little horror that he was being abducted. Where are you taking me? Izuku stuttered, looking around in confusion. Don't worry, we're just gonna have a little chat. The green-haired girl glanced back at him. About what you've been doing with our friends. Friends? The boy thought for a moment before it clicked. Oh no. Don't try to escape, Shroom, we'll catch you, sorry about this. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Still, he did owe them an explanation if this was what he thought it was. An interrogation by the members of Class 1B. Izuku let out a small groan and sighed, shoulders slumped in defeat as they led him away towards the cafeteria. It's not what you think, Izuku mumbled, embarrassment coursing through him like he was dipped into a warm bath. It's all a misunderstanding. Oh yes, I bet you've had plenty of happy misunderstandings, Setsuna turned back to give him a cocky grin. In Class B, we look after our own. And that includes taking care of bad boys like you who try to play with our friends' feelings. I wasn't trying to. A dark shade of crimson was manifesting on his cheeks at her words. And her silky voice certainly wasn't helping either. I can explain. Tell it to the judge. I'll make sure you sing, she licked her lips, causing him to gulp, like a canary. This girl was definitely dangerous in more ways than one. Izuku groaned once more, helpless and following them towards his punishment. What the group didn't notice was an invisible head peeking out behind a wall, having seen the entire event from afar without actually overhearing their conversation. Hagakure had forgotten her purse and went back to the classroom to retrieve it, only to witness her poor classmate being cornered by a group of girls from the other class. She retreated in a panic, not sure of what to do until she made a split-second decision. Taking a shortcut, the girl quickly made her way towards the cafeteria in search of her comrades. Thankfully Mina was incredibly easy to spot with her signature fluffy pink hair, still in the middle of a conversation with Tsuyu at their shared table. So Kirishima-kun was like, no way. Then I was like, yes wait, Mina laughed, sipping her drink. You two seem to be pretty friendly with each other, Kiro. Yeah, me and him go way back. Did you know that he's not a natural redhead? The pink-haired girl whispered. I actually thought he looked cuter with black hair but the red's starting to grow on me. Girls, Hagakure gasped, slowing down from her jog to take a breath. We've got trouble. What is it, Kiro? I just saw Midoriya-kun when I was getting my purse and, well, he's been kidnapped by a group of Class B girls. Kidnapped? Mina gasped dramatically, chair clattering to the ground. Accosted. Woman-handled. The empty space that was supposed to be Hagakure's head nodded frantically. Abducted. Calm down. Are you sure they were? Tsuyu began. Yes, I remembered their faces from the roster. In fact, there they are, the invisible girl pointed. Toru-chan, you're invisible. I can't see your finger. Oh, right. Hagakure paused to pick up a spoon and wiggled it in a certain direction. There they are, look. They turned to look and sure enough, they saw their classmate Midoriya-kun being guided through the cafeteria by three girls from their sister class in a delta formation. He had the solemn look of a death row prisoner, of a man accepting his fate and judgment. Tsuyu's lips formed a thin line of disapproval. What do you think they're doing with him? Mina asked with some concern. I dunno, but it looked pretty serious. They were like, surrounding him, and one of them even had him in a kabetan. They had him up against the wall, cornered and trapped. Whoa, how daring, the pink-haired girl exclaimed. Should we do something? They might be bullying him. Tsuyu grunted, rising from her chair. The other two teenagers glanced at her in shock before horror slowly flooded their features. Oh no, Hagakure whined in distress. They could be bullying him, or extorting him or something. It would explain some things. Mina said hesitantly. He might have been asking Kendo-san for help, since her classmates are messing around with him, but that's just a wild speculation. The more important thing is, what do we do now? Midoriya-kun was being bullied by them. It might sound strange, but it was also plausible. Suyu knew of how her friend was so nervous around girls, and how kind and forgiving he was even to Bakugo, who had nearly blasted him to pieces in that combat exercise. That meek, mild personality of his was just asking to be taken advantage of, and she worried that he might be getting extorted, or even worse, blackmailed by those girls. She wasn't about to ignore a friend in trouble. This cannot stand. All heads turned to Suyu. The frog girl narrowed her eyes before beginning to stride forward towards an inevitable confrontation. Suyu-chan? Hagakure asked. I'm gonna talk to them. What about the others? No time. They'll get away by the time we gather. Mina and Hagakure exchanged glances, then nodded, and so it was that the three girls marched forward as one, determined to rescue their friend from the clutches of his supposed tormentors. 1A Investigation Squad, transform and roll out, Mina declared. Meanwhile, Izuku was wondering what they would do to him. Would there be a bunch of angry, heavy-set boys just waiting to beat him up? They probably thought he was a dastardly, no-good pervert that liked fooling around with their classmates' feelings. If he were in their shoes, he'd feel angry too, so he couldn't really blame them for being upset. He just hoped he was able to clear things up. I do believe that's our classmate you have there. Would you kindly unhand him, Kiro? The formation spun about to face Izuku's saviors, but the boy felt as if he'd been doomed even further. Suyu, Mina and Hagakure were standing opposite them. A confrontation in the middle of the cafeteria. Luckily most people didn't seem to notice yet, milling about as usual. Oi, oi. The hell is this? Setsuna turned to Izuku, letting out a short laugh before whispering in his ear. Charmed them too. Forget a flower in each hand. You got the whole fucking bouquet. You sly dog, you. What? And no, you got it all wrong. Izuku protested nervously, face scarlet from her close proximity. Suyu frowned again upon seeing that girl whisper into his ear, telling him to ask them to back off. Perhaps, standard bullying tactic. She would know, after all. What do you think you're doing with Midoriya-kun? Mina pouted. Give the guy a break, he hasn't even had lunch yet. We haven't either. Kanoko shrugged. Don't worry, we'll feed him. Feed him? Hagakure gasped. No worry. Pony gave him a kind smile and an unusually strong pat on the back that nearly knocked the air out of him. I get you burger. Thanks. Izuku mumbled, wincing a bit. Hey, don't do that. He's fragile. Handle with care. A pink finger was pointed at the horned girl's general direction, misinterpreting her foreign friendliness as show of roughhousing and dominance. Don't bully him. So his classmates really did care for him in their own way. He felt touched, but that feeling was soon overwhelmed by an immediate concern as Setsuna strode forward. Honestly, that girl sort of intimidated him with how straightforward and confident she was. To make things worse, she was headed right towards Suyu, who was just as straightforward if not more. So that's how it is, The taller girl stared down at Suyu with the same smug grin that Izuku now realized was her default expression. He's so important to you, is that it? All my friends are important to me, Suyu said unflinchingly whilst meeting her eyes, and I'd very much like that one in particular unharmed. Yeah, what she said, Mina chimed in. That's admirable, you care for your friends. So do I, and right now we, Setsuna's smile widened, showcasing her gleaming, shark-like teeth. Are just gonna have a small chat with him, that's it. Relax, ain't gonna hurt the wee lad. You can have your precious little boy toy back when we're done with him. Boy toy? Hagakure squeaked. They really were treating him like a plaything. We really look like the bad guys here. Setsuna nodded to her comrades, prompting a few nervous chuckles. It seemed that the two opposing parties had completely different viewpoints. Setsuna thought she was having a bit of harmless fun, but Suyu was taking it seriously as she believed her friend was being bullied. As for Izuku, the poor boy appeared trapped in the middle of what was ramping up to become a catfight in the cafeteria. He wondered how he often got into weird situations like this before quickly realizing that the universe just liked screwing with him. Look, I don't know who you are, but we're wasting time. Let's just, Mina huffed, stepping forward. Just as Suyu was about to say that there might have been some miscommunication going on, Setsuna narrowed her eyes and refused to back off, instead getting up in her pink counterpart's face. Ooh, feisty. So I'm wasting your time, am I? That's not what I meant. Why can't you just leave him alone? Can't do that, Pinky. We need to have a word with him, but I promise he'll be unharmed. Pinky promise, hey. Is that supposed to be a joke? Yeah, it is. Go on, laugh. Oh boy. The tension in the air was rising like a rocket, and more people were starting to notice. It was hard not to, especially when two pretty girls were having a stare down only inches away from each other. Kanoko and Pony had also noticed something was wrong, That perhaps there'd been some sort of misunderstanding since their Class A fellows were taking this much more seriously than they had expected. With Setsuna's personality thrown into the mix, things were headed straight for catastrophe. Setsuna-chan, Kanoko began. In a minute. Her eyes never left Mina's for a second. Gonna have me a little starring contest with Pinky here. Right back at ya, Lizardy, Mina pouted, doing her absolute best not to break eye contact. Lizardy. It's cute, I like that. Might use it. At that point Izuku felt that he really had to step in and break them up, but the truth was he had no idea what to say. He could feel the situation escalating out of control, knowing that he had to do something. Though his nervousness and anxiety was reaching a fever pitch in the presence of all these attractive members of the opposite sex, he still had to try. Not now. Both girls said simultaneously without even looking at him, each one unwilling to back off in their impromptu standoff. Listen, you seem like a nice girl, so let's play nice. Why don't we all just calm down? And Mina started. What if I don't want to calm down? Setsuna smirked cruelly, voice tinged with impatience. What if I like seeing you get all hot and bothered? Can you not interrupt my sentences? You mean like this? Hey, I'm starting to think that you're really mean. Maybe I am. I'd love to stay and chat, but I'm a little busy, so why don't you make like a tree and leave? Calm down, you two. Tsuyu tried mediating only to be completely ignored when they got up in each other's faces, nearly nose to nose now. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Well, maybe it means you should mind your own business. Excuse me? Mina's voice rose by several octaves. You heard me, Pinky, Setsuna said nastily, a growl of annoyance building up in her throat. Kanoko and Hagakure then whirled towards the boy nervously, both of them apparently expecting him to de-escalate the situation. Say something, Midoriya-kun. Something. Izuku mumbled weakly. Before anyone could comment any further, something small and purple darted out from the side and let out a blood-curdling shriek, stunning everyone and interrupting the teenager's catty argument. I can't take it anymore, Mineta screeched, actual tears of jealousy flowing down his face. How did you get to have so many girls all at once? It's not fairrrr. Dude, stop, Kaminari said hurriedly, rushing out from his hiding spot to silence the Minute madman. It's not fair. They're all fighting over him. How does he do it? Who? Looks like you have your own problems to deal with. Setsuna grinned victoriously, grabbing Izuku's arm and yanking him away into the crowd. Ta-ta, toodles. What the? Hey, Mina cried, only to be distracted by another inhuman screech from Mineta. Rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr into the crowd, gone without a trace in the split second that she wasn't looking. Nina frowned and tried to pursue until Suyu held out a hand, stopping her. "Suyu-chan, we can still get them, and then what? We waste the next 10 minutes searching for them in this massive cafeteria and everyone, including Midoriya-kun, misses lunch?" The pink-haired girl opened her mouth to retort, then sighed in defeat. I dunno. I don't like it either, but we have no choice but to trust that girls promise that they won't hurt him. We're beaten this time. The frog girl grunted, her expression taut. This time, Kiro. Ah, Hagakure said sadly in disappointment, mission failed. We'll get them next time. Suyu promised, giving her friend a pat on the back. As for you two. She turned to Mineta and Kaminari, the two boys visibly flinching under a glare that could have frozen helium. This was a misunderstanding, and nothing happened. Suyu's voice was like the surface of a pond in winter. Hard, still, and devoid of warmth. Are we clear, Kiro? You can take my life, but you'll never take my free, Mineta began bravely, only to have Kaminari latch a hand over his mouth. See crystal. We didn't see anything. The electric teen nodded quickly, forcing his friend to nod along as well. Right, Mineta-kun? MPPPHHHPMHHH, good. Enjoy your lunch, you too. Suyu said slowly, the implications in her words promising consequences. Because I don't think Midoriya-kun is gonna enjoy his. Izuku's head hung low, the boy feeling rather ashamed of himself. He was glad that his classmates had tried to save him, but that was outweighed by the realization that he couldn't even speak to a bunch of girls to explain the situation. All the more reason why he had to redouble his efforts on improving himself. We've got him, Setsuna announced, snapping him out of his reverie. They found themselves in a remote corner of the cafeteria with not many other students nearby, headed towards a certain table where a girl sat patiently waiting. That same girl looked up upon hearing Setsuna's voice. Dark circles surrounding one eye of the palest blue peeked out from silver-gray locks met Izuku's emerald ones. The thumping in his chest increased twofold. Somehow, Izuku sensed that this girl was somehow different from all the others he had seen so far. For one, she wasn't just cute, there was a quiet beauty to her that seemed ethereal and otherworldly, a delicate elegance that took his breath away. He didn't feel like he was romantically attracted to her, no, and yet he felt strangely drawn to her, an odd feeling that echoed of familiarity and kinship. A sharp elbow in the side snapped him out of the dreamlike trance. "Oi!" Setsuna hissed. "Take your lecherous eyes off her. Starin' like you're undressing her with your gaze." "I wasn't," Izuku stuttered, blushing. Now, second. Calm yourself." The girl nodded, beckoning them closer with a come-hither expression. As they moved closer, Izuku found himself mentally comparing her to a princess. She radiated an aura of elegance and calm tranquility, but there was a brilliant spark of intelligence that burned flare bright within that glimmering sapphire gaze, drawing him in like a moth to a flame. "Hello," she said in a quiet voice, a curtain of silver shrouding her left eye. "Take a seat." He did, and fidgeted nervously while the others sat down around him alongside the circular table. Pony had stuck true to her word, and went back to buy him a burger while Kanoko and Setsuna began eating their meals. "So you are the one I've been hearing about. Midoriya Izuku," the pale girl said politely, hands held in a strange, high posture that was somewhat connotative of a ghost. "I hope Tokage-chan wasn't too rough with persuading you to come here." "She wasn't," Izuku mumbled, eyes flickering upwards to meet hers. "I think I owe everyone an explanation as well." "Do you now?" She hummed softly. "I didn't want to have us meet this way, but some alarming accusations have come to light regarding you and some of our classmates. I'm sure you understand." "I assure you it's all a big misunderstanding, Yanagi Reiko." The girl introduced herself with a humble nod, her short hair bobbing slightly as she did. "And I'm sure you've met my comrades, Komori Kanoko, Tsunotori Pony, and Tokage Setsuna." Izuku nodded, cautious and considering what to say next. There was no doubt about it. If Setsuna had been the lieutenant of their little party, then Yanagi was definitely their commander. He gulped, still determined to explain himself. "Why yeah. Anyway, I assure you I wasn't trying anything with your friends, Yanagi-san. Call me Reiko." I insist." Alright, our Reiko-san." The boy blushed despite himself. Wasn't a first name basis only for close friends? Then again, Suyu also preferred everyone to call her by her first name. Reiko glanced at him fondly, hands steepled and an odd gleam in her eye. "You're different, aren't you? I can tell." "Huh? It matters not. Second, would you do the honors?" "Right." Setsuna grunted, having almost finished half her meal already. After a little investigation, we found out that Broccoli Boy here has been talking, or rather, flirting with 3 of our classmates." I wasn't flirting. Maybe he was just being friendly?" Kanoko agreed, nodding as she gobbled up another mushroom. "Perhaps, however, we promised to launch this investigation to see if he truly is fooling around with their feelings like we suspected. If so, that is unacceptable," Reiko said, her gaze sliding towards him. Just as Izuku was about to explain himself, Pony returned with a fresh burger, handing it over to him with a wide, innocent grin. He thanked her and took a bite, sating his hunger just a tiny bit while Setsuna continued to talk. "I've heard that you've gotten rather friendly with Kendo-chan. At first I thought it was normal since she's pretty easy to get along with. But then, Shiozaki-chan was acting weirdly around you during lunch the other day." Setsuna grumbled in annoyance, the cockiness she had shown before vanishing under the concern for her friends. "I've never seen her that red, especially when she's cool as ice. But the most suspicious thing was your date with Kodai-chan. How the hell did you even manage to do that? Our class can barely even tell what she's thinking most of the time. If you're taking advantage of her quiet, innocent nature all." "Whoa, wait. It's not what you think, I swear." Izuku held up both hands placatingly. "And it wasn't a date. How do you even know about that?" "I saw you guys, Shroom, you two were so cool." Kanoko cooed happily, pulling out her phone to show the photo she had taken. Tada. Sure enough, there was an image of Izuku and Yui on their date, looking awfully innocent and picturesque. "Wait a minute. I could have sworn Kodai-san knew that it was a misunderstanding. Didn't you guys ask her or, well, Kendo-san or Shiozaki-san about what happened?" Peeved. "Do you really expect them to give us an honest answer?" "Of course we didn't ask." Setsuna pointed at him accusingly, eyes flashing. "You've charmed and tricked them, captured their maidenly hearts." Meanwhile, at the table of individuals who had been charmed by Izuku. "Hey," Kendo looked around, her chewing coming to a slow stop before she gulped down her noodles. "Where's everyone?" "No idea." Shiozaki said curtly from beside her, taking another bite out of an apple. "Have you seen them, Kodai-san?" Yui shrugged and took another spoonful of ice cream. On another table a few meters away Ochako was playing with her spoon, poking it gently while it floated into the air. I wonder if Deku-kun's in any trouble. Midnight Sensei seemed a little serious just now. Look, the green-haired boy took a second to think. I can explain what happened. It all started when I met Shiozaki-san at the park with my dog. Oh, I love dogs. Pony leaned in to listen, still munching on her own burger. I have one at home, too. My dog. She, kinda surprised Shiozaki-san, so I wanted to apologize to her the next day. Izuku continued. I just asked Kendo-san to pass on that message to her. As for how I know Kendo-san, I've met her before in public and she sorta recognized me from school. That's all there is to it. I'm not trying to flirt with them or anything. Is that so? Reiko said quietly, tilting her head. Oh yeah? Then what about your date with Kodai-chan? We have photo evidence? I know this sounds crazy, but Kodai-san is nearly identical to my younger sister, Kurimi. I, had mistaken them for each other and bought her some ice cream. We found out what happened in the end and I apologized to her. That was all there is to it. Nothing happened. The boy explained sheepishly. An awkward silence plagued the table when the girls exchanged a myriad of dubious and incredulous glances, the corners of Reiko's lips turning upward just a tiny bit in amusement before Setsuna leapt from her chair. Bullshit. The schoolgirl scoffed, leaning into him and radiating annoyance. Do you really expect us to believe that? But it's true, I swear. Yeah, and I'm your distant cousin. Setsuna grumbled sarcastically. What kind of lame excuse is that? At least have the common decency to come up with a reasonable explanation, damn it. Just show her photo. Of your sis. Pony hummed in flawed Japanese, munching happily. I don't have any on me right now. Izuku admitted, causing Setsuna's suspicion to grow even further. Ah, so it was nothing? Kanoko whined, her mushroom hairdo seeming to deflate slightly. And I thought you and Kodai-chan looked so cute together, too. Girls, are you really going to believe him? Setsuna looked around the table for support, eyes aflame with anger. This ridiculous story sounds like an outright lie he came up with on the spot. He speaks the truth. Reiko whispered elegantly, gaze never once leaving Izuku's face. I can see it in his eyes. So it's all just a string of misunderstandings and events that led him into meetings with cute girls. What, is the universe molding his life into a harem rom-com or something? I hope not. Izuku mumbled under his breath. I don't know how he does it. But he's somehow manipulating things to get into situations that any guy would be envious of. Even now, he's sitting in the middle of a table full of girls. Maybe he wants the full set. Like a bunch of trading cards since we're from the same class as those he flirted with, mind you. Coincidence? I think not. Setsuna declared hotly, her accusation punctuated with a finger right in his face. The girls shared a long look between themselves before Reiko sighed, making to stand. She placed a careful hand on her friend's shoulder. Don't second me, Setsuna grumbled, whirling about and rounding on Izuku until their faces were barely an inch apart. The broccoli boy is guilty. Reiko seemed to take a moment to consider her options before finally nodding, gently pulling her friend back. I believe him. What about you three? Innocent, Pony smiled. Innocent. Kanoko agreed cheerfully. Guilty, Setsuna hissed, cheeks puffing up into a pout. It is decided. The accused is cleared of all charges, Reiko said, her judgment causing relief to surge through Izuku. Kanoko-chan, Pony-chan, would you mind taking second back to class so she can cool off? I'll deal with Midoriya-kun. What? Okies, bye-bye, Midoriya-kun, goodbye. You're letting him go? Setsuna gasped incredulously even while her friends flanked her and had to practically drag her away. He's guilty. You can see it on his smug little face. Guilty. I say guilty. Guilty. Why? The girl's angry cries were drowned out as she was led away by her own entourage, Izuku unsure whether to feel glad that she was gone. At least the misunderstanding was cleared up with Class B now, another loose end tightened. Poor Setsuna. Reiko said calmly after they were gone, sipping at her glass of water. You should have seen how upset she got when she assumed you were two-timing and tricking Kodai-chan. I think I can understand how she feels. I mean, I would feel the same if someone tried to do that to my friends. Izuku mumbled. If you don't mind, could you tell Tokage-san I'm sorry? I will, though I think it will be quite a while before she calms down. That girl is known to hold a grudge, after all. Still, I don't think any of this was actually your fault. Deep sapphire met emerald, and Izuku barely suppressed a gulp. Was it? Nope. Wouldn't dream of it, he said quickly, turning away. A short, restrained silence hung in the air until the girl let out a soft giggle, a delicate hand coming to her mouth. You are an interesting one, aren't you? Reiko said wistfully, Izuku hoping that she couldn't see him blush at that angle. How curious, yes. The familiar chime of the school bell a moment later caused her to pause. It appears our time is up, shall we? Why yeah. The walk back to their classes was silent, though Reiko didn't seem to mind at all. There was something about her that Izuku couldn't explain, a weird feeling in his gut while he walked beside her. Yes, she was awfully pretty, but that wasn't it. The girl radiated an aura of calm and camaraderie, something he felt was more than a general friendliness. His train of thought was promptly delayed by a rumble from nearby, only for the boy to realize it was his own stomach. Still hungry? Reiko asked. I guess, Izuku said sheepishly, his face a warm pink. That one burger wasn't enough to keep up with his caloric intake, especially considering the strenuous training he was doing. Here. She handed him a bar of something wrapped in light silver, the boy opening it to find the sweet and familiar scent of chocolate. It's more of an emergency ration, really. Reiko returned his puzzled look with a demure smile. Try it. Izuku examined the bar cautiously, noting that there were no manufacturer details or markings of any sort, just the treat itself packaged in that weird silver material. Taking a bite, he found that it tasted delicious, dark chocolate and hints of vanilla that mixed together in a whirlwind of flavor. Just a few bites in and he was already feeling a little fuller, so he guessed it was some sort of protein bar as well. This is pretty good, Izuku said between bites, thinking of how his siblings would like some. Where did you get this? I think I want to buy some for myself. Trade secret, she said discreetly, coming to a stop just outside their classrooms. Anyway, thank you for your time. No problem. And this might sound weird, but the boy hesitated, feet fidgeting. Have we met before this, Reiko-san? No, I don't think so. Why? Well, I got this strange feeling of familiarity from you. Like I've known you from somewhere else. Izuku scratched the back of his head, deep in thought. I don't know how to explain it. Was that the line you used to charm my friends, Midoriya-kun? Reiko's light tone turned mischievous. My. How audacious, trying to add me to your harem right after I called you innocent. That's not what I meant at all. Don't push your luck. You're cute, she smirked, but not that cute. Reiko-san, please. I swear, I wasn't doing anything like that. Izuku's head soon resembled a tomato, red at the middle and green at the top. Relax, I know you weren't. The gray-haired schoolgirl giggled, waving to him as she opened the door to her classroom. I suppose this is farewell, though I have a feeling we'll meet again. Yeah. See ya. He took a breath, composing himself and sending her a weak smile. Thanks for everything. And the chocolate. Also, sorry about everything. No problem. One more thing, Midoriya-kun, yeah? Don't apologize. Reiko's single pale blue eye met his, reminding him of an endless sky when she smiled. I never do. Then she was gone, having rejoined her friends in the classroom. Izuku exhaled, rolling his shoulders. That girl was definitely something else. In the end, he was pretty glad that he managed to clear things up that quickly. The situation had actually gotten much better than he had anticipated, a far cry from the horrific worst-case scenario his frightened mind had dreamt up. Now he should probably finish or keep the chocolate she gave him as well. The next lesson was about to start and he doubted ectoplasm would like someone eating in his class. He decided he would save some for his sisters. Just as he slid the classroom's door open, a trio of concerned voices surrounded him almost immediately. Midoriya-kun, are you alright? Did they hurt you? I was so worried. You look fine, Kiro. Was I mistaken? Izuku blinked, surprised to find Mina, Hagakure, and Tsuyu in front of him. He quickly remembered how they had tried to stop him from being kidnapped, and sighed, giving them a small smile to show that he was unharmed. If anything, he was really touched that they cared about his well-being as fellow classmates. I'm fine, he said softly, reassuring them. It's all right, they just wanted to talk about a misunderstanding that we had. Everything's okay now. The girls glanced at him skeptically, their eyes widening slightly at the half-eaten chocolate bar in his hands. Taking a quick look around, Izuku noticed only a few people were back from lunch. He was early. Then he was distracted by what appeared to be Mineta seething with fury in the background until Mina huffed, folding her arms. So that's what it was, huh? The pink girl HMPHED, a cute pout on her face. And to think we were so worried that you were getting bullied by those girls. Turns out you were just enjoying their company and getting love choco to boot. Izuku said slowly, before looking down at the chocolate in his hand again. His gaze snapped upward to find all three girls giving him a flat look. HMPH. Let's go, girls. Midoriya-kun clearly doesn't need our help. Mina said in mock annoyance, hiding a smirk when she turned her back to him. Hagakure played along, while Suyu was just glad her friend was unharmed. Wait, guys, this isn't love choco, it's just normal chocolate, Izuku tried, before looking at the treat once more, eyes wide. Perhaps Reiko had made it for herself at home, which would explain why it had no markings of any sort. Either way, it finally sunk in that he had gotten chocolate from a girl for the first time in his life, causing him to turn a lovely pink. Of course, this definitely wasn't love choco, which was the kind of chocolate girls gave to guys they were interested in. Despite there clearly being zero romantic associations, it was still a milestone in his otherwise previously friendless life. Oh yeah? Then why are you blushing? It's not nice to tell lies, Hagakure sang, holding back giggles while they teased him. Whatever you say, Midoriya-kun. I hope it's as good as it looks, Kiro. Suyu added calmly. Enjoy your love choco. It's not love choco. Recovery girl's walking stick clicked across the marble tiles with every step, making her way to the top of the building where a secret meeting between the government agencies and some of UA's staff was about to take place. She entered the large meeting room to find Principal Nezu and All Might already there. All Might looked exhausted, his skeletal frame seeming to droop while he continued to converse with Nezu. She pitied the poor man sometimes, knowing that the weight of the world was upon those fragile shoulders. He was a pillar, yes, but people often forgot he was just one man, mortal as any other. A single pillar could not hold up the weight of the world. All Might wanted to be out there saving lives, stopping villains, and training his successor for goodness sake. Instead, he was forced to sit in meeting after meeting, each one draining the precious time in which he was able to maintain his hero form along with his patience. Toshinori. She nodded. Nezu. They sent her quick greetings in return, Nezu checking on his PowerPoint slides to make sure everything was in order. This meeting was in fact about the anomaly, an incident that the Hero Association had done their best to keep under the radar. No doubt they would have their own internal meeting later, but Nezu had decided one was necessary now. Recovery Girl took another look at All Might. He was shifting into his hero form now, giving her a reassuring grin when she sent him a concerned glance. All Might was the hero of heroes. Number 1. The symbol of peace. He was the man that everyone looked up to, the pinnacle of justice and the pillar of society that single-handedly ushered in an era of peace. But with that glory came a price. Namely the burden of responsibility befitting of a man his station, and more importantly, politics. How tiresome. Hero of heroes he may be, but he was still subject to the whims of the system. The very same system that ruthlessly grounded up aspiring young students and spat out heroes of tomorrow. It wasn't a perfect system, far from it. And sometimes they longed for the golden age where justice and righteousness reigned supreme. The Hero Association of the present was a shadow of what it had once been. Now it was tainted with numbing paperwork and spineless bureaucrats that were all afraid of rocking the boat. She knew that he'd been attending various meetings for the past few days, along with his regular hero duties and other events. All that time, wasted on discussions and talk when he only had 3 hours to maintain his hero form. It was sad, really. The invincible All Might, brought down low by politics and bureaucracy. If she were to guess, he had roughly around an hour, or maybe 30 minutes of his hero form remaining today. It'd be best to make this a quick meeting, then. A few minutes later 3 representatives strode through the door. One from the City Council, one from the Hero Association, and one from the Hero Public Safety Commission. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes at the last one. He moved like a predator, an urban shark in the murky waters of hero society. Politically speaking, this person was undoubtedly the most dangerous among the 3 they had invited to UA, and despite being known as the ever-cheerful symbol of peace, All Might had a frown on his face upon seeing the man. After sickeningly polite greetings were exchanged, the meeting soon devolved into the verbal equivalent of a CQC battle. Accusations were made by the council and association reps, Nezu and Vlad King defending the school with facts and words instead of fists and blades. Shots were exchanged, each side prodding the other for weaknesses in their arguments. Throughout it all, only the commission representative opted to stay silent and observe, Recovery Girl keeping a careful eye on him. After the attack on USJ and the subsequent appearance of the villain only known as Searcher, a bulky man said, adjusting his thick-rimmed glasses, the city council proposes that the UA Sports Festival be postponed to next year. Unacceptable. Nezu seemed to radiate indignation from the high chair he sat. The sports festival is a yearly event that is one of, if not the most watched sporting events in the world. If we were to postpone it, the implications are clear. We cannot afford to let the public, let the world think that Japan recoils in the face of these minor incidents. Increased security is one thing, but to even suggest canceling the festival this year is outrageous. I have to agree with Nezu-san here. In the wake of Searcher's assault, many have begun to question the effectiveness of our current heroes. A plump woman from the Hero Association was saying, voice strained. The sports festival must serve as both a deterrent and a rally call to ease the worries of the people. To have a vigilante of all things solve the issue for us puts the entire industry in a bad light. The woman's tone dripped with contempt at the word, and Recovery Girl watched as All Might's smile wavered ever so slightly. Perhaps the very term to describe them is archaic, outdated. Nezu continued. A relic of the old society that still persists to this day. Nevertheless, this one in particular has garnered our attention due to recent events. The principal clicked his mouse to move to the next slide. Recovery Girl had a funny thought in the midst of all this seriousness. A mouse clicking a mouse. Hey. Valkyrie, case file WWV86B. Dai Wakir. Name and age unknown. Previously thought to be mute, suspected to be faking it. Nezu said, laser pointer directed at the screen. The image on screen showed the vigilante in her full glory, expressionless face staring right at the camera. The words, "Do not approach," were plastered across the image in large red letters, a warning from the Hero Association, specializing in disaster relief and rescue scenarios. Recovery Girl hummed to herself. In a way, Valkyrie was still the Hero Association's enemy. In fact, almost everyone knew they begrudgingly accepted her only because she had grown too popular before they could undermine her reputation. A new situation has emerged regarding the girl, observe. Nezu thumbed a remote in his paw and the lights dimmed. Footage from a security camera flickered into view. Brick and mortar flew outwards when the far wall it was facing exploded, a pickup truck bulldozing through in reverse. Men in ski masks popped out its side, firing wildly into the shadowy hole in the building. Valkyrie emerged from the dark. No longer was she featureless nor unclothed. Now she was clad in a monochrome hoodie that bore All Might's chest symbol, but with it unzipped the symbol had distorted to form a V. A gray shirt underneath further contrasted her pale alabaster skin, a pair of black denim cut-off shorts hugging her slim waist. Her long ivory legs ended with the only hint of color in the entire outfit. A pair of stylish sky blue sneakers that Recovery Girl could have sworn she'd seen before. Ooh, digging the new look. Midnight observed, leaning forward with interest. Is this her way of saying she's grown from her defeat? Valkyrie continued forward on screen, the villain's quirks doing nothing to slow her down. They might as well have been throwing peas for all the good it did. Tires screeched against asphalt when the truck's driver decided they had to retreat, racing backwards into the street. Valkyrie did not pursue. Confused looks and murmurs were exchanged until what happened next. There was a flash of green followed by a tremendous crash when something smashed into the bed of the pickup feet first, jackknifing the heavy vehicle with a shriek of twisting metal. Emerald flames caused the criminals to scatter like roaches, and right into Valkyrie's waiting fist. A girl strode out of the wreckage's burning light. The first thing they noticed was the eyes. Curling wisps of flame trailed from their sides, contrasting jet black sclera and glowing green pupils. Twin horns of ebony curved upwards from the girl's temples, making her look like some sort of cross between a regal demon and a bunny rabbit. If anything, those horns were reminiscent of the rabbit hero Mirko's ears. She was clad in a pure white jacket with a gray fur collar. It was a limited edition misprint of the All Might Winter Series line that had the hero's chest symbol warped downwards, forming a V on the wearer's back. A tank top of the same gray peeked out of her unzipped jacket which fluttered in the raging inferno, unaffected by the hungry flames. Her short, fluffy gray hair was reminiscent of a thundercloud, the color blending in seamlessly with her skin. Frayed white jeans snaked down her legs and met a pair of lush green sneakers, identical to Valkyrie's except for the color. The unknown girl flung one of the villains she'd knocked out onto the street effortlessly. Valkyrie stared at the unconscious man for a second, then gazed up at her counterpart. Oh man, they're gonna fight. Women hate it when someone else has a similar outfit. I can almost hear what she's thinking. Present Mike whispered to Aizawa, who was sitting beside Recovery Girl. Nice shoes, bitch. Aizawa didn't seem to find his friend's attempt at humor very funny, lips drawn into a thin line. The two girls stared at each other and looked like a pair of streetwear models on the catwalk, faces expressionless, until they turned to face the two remaining villains at the same time. Fire and lightning personified started to advance on their quarry. A single statement from Vlad King summarized how most of the room felt. Oh, shit. The villains knew they were outmatched and made a break for it in opposite directions, running for the hills on shaking legs. They did not get very far before what happened next. They had watched with equal parts amazement and dread as flames curled around the gray girl's hand, twisting and solidifying into a burning hammer. A construct made of fire, an echo of Endeavor's trademark sunlight spear attack. She flung the hammer faster than the video's frame rate could catch, the short-handled weapon pinwheeling through the air. Brilliant light filled the screen and the construct detonated upon impact, unleashing a roiling fireball that knocked out the villain instantly. Valkyrie simply raised an arm at the other villain and aimed, pulling her middle finger back as if she was preparing to flick it. All Might nearly stood from his chair from the shock he felt. Recovery Girl recognized it too. That was young Midoriya's. A whirlwind hit the street when her snow-white finger shot forward. Valkyrie's Delaware smash barreled through the air and straight into the escaping villain's back, slamming him into a wall and knocking him unconscious. The video was abruptly cut short, frozen on the visage of the pair surrounded by those green flames. A second Valkyrie. Valkyrie 2. She was equally beautiful and fearsome, just as stoic as her counterpart. Though her quirk differed greatly, the level of power she held in that short clip they witnessed was more than enough to send alarm bells ringing. The hubbub cleared a few minutes of mumbling and whispering, papers shuffled and faces grim. That face, Vlad King began with the most obvious factor: she looked like a younger Mount lady with shorter hair. Yes. The Hero Association representative spoke up. We had her in custody earlier, but she was released after we found no connection to the incident, no records of a sibling, a rock-solid alibi, and a very angry lawyer. Have we made contact with either one? All Might asked Nezu, looking worried but biting back a frown at the representative's words. There were attempts, all of them non-responsive. You know how that girl is. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them, President Mike said, looking flustered. What do we know about this second Valkyrie? Name, alias, facial recognition, anything? Midnight asked, showing her professional demeanor. Any leads? None. But the public seems to have given her a name based off the originals. A name? Nezu took a slow look around the room before nodding. Viking. Valkyrie and Viking, the myth and the mortal. Can't say I like it too much, but I can see the theme they were going for. President Mike grunted. So any ideas on who she is then? Valkyrie's partner, her lover, her daughter. She's her sister. Every head in the room turned to Recovery Girl, who hadn't spoken a single word besides the greetings she had given them at the start of the meeting. The old woman rolled a Haribo gummy in her palm wistfully before tossing it into her mouth. And, how do you know this, ma'am? The council representative asked curtly. Because I met them last week. You what? The association representative practically screeched. Are you alright? Vlad King began, visibly concerned. I'm fine, dearie. They just helped me cross the road. Thought I was a harmless old lady, you see. Which I am. Recovery Girl smiled. And before you ask, no, they didn't talk to me. How do you know? The plump woman grunted. It was from the way they behaved around each other. Recovery Girl raised her roll of gummy candies. I gave Valkyrie some of these as a reward. And you know what she did? She gave exactly half of it to Viking, shared it with her. The way they looked at each other, looked after each other, the love they showed for one another. That's when I knew. That doesn't prove anything. You can't base it off a single interaction with them. Call it women's intuition or a gut feeling, but I'm certain. Recovery Girl said. I've taken care of children and teenagers for 50 years, Asakura-san. I've seen how siblings behave, and the behavior of those two was practically textbook. Siblings, Midnight said wistfully. Aizawa-kun was with me as well. His erasure didn't work on either of them. Nezu. The old woman turned to the principal. I don't suppose I need to spell it out for you. I see. Thank you for this new information, Shuzenji-san. It puts a different perspective to what I initially thought. Nezu said, putting a hand to a chin. Moving on, there's something else I want to share. Zenkichi-san, would you kindly? Noted. Please refer to the hologram. Eyes turned to the Hero Public Safety Commission representative as he stood and straightened his tie, placing a tiny cube-shaped projector onto the table. There was a click and another image popped up next to the sisters, this one being a blurry snapshot of the opponent that had fought Valkyrie to a standstill. Searcher. They had specifically made the effort to put the two images side by side for an easy comparison. Oh, President Mike leaned forward. What does Searcher have to do with this? Patience. Now look. Representative Zenkichi circled Searcher's silhouette with a handheld laser pointer, then did the same for Viking. More specifically, their long, pointed horns that resembled bunny ears. The resemblance was similar, but not identical. What do you think that looks like? The room suddenly got very, very quiet. Do you see? The man clicked another button and rewound the video on screen a few seconds to where Viking was moments away from smashing into the truck. Crackling green flames bursting beneath her feet. The same flames that Searcher had shown he could fly with. What we see? The air grew heavy as the gathered heroes started to understand what he was trying to imply. No one wanted to actually say it, but All Might leaned forward, hands steepled in thought. Emerald flames, and a similar way of flying. Constructs of flame, one of Endeavor's trademarks. The analysis back then did show that Searcher had used a combination of both All Might's moves and Endeavor's. Iowa's Smash, a move you rarely used due to it being overkill. And now, young Midoriya's Delaware Smash being used by Valkyrie. Too many coincidences to ignore. You're suggesting, the blonde hero said reluctantly, that Viking is Searcher, that they are the same person. Whoa, hang on a sec, time out. Present Mike interrupted, his hands forming a T shape. You're forgetting something important. Searcher is a dude. Well, as far as we can tell anyway. Also, it doesn't make sense that they'd be all buddy-buddy after trying to kill each other days ago. Our original hypothesis was that Valkyrie is an abnormality, the man began. Abnormality? Like people who don't know how to use their quirks correctly. Vlad King muttered. They don't know their own activation parameters and stuff? Partially correct. You're thinking of the most common type C abnormalities. Zenkichi nodded. As a whole, the term abnormality is used to describe various metahuman phenomena that results in the user being unable to control their quirk. What most people don't know is that abnormalities have the potential to be extremely powerful but unstable. Dangerous, uncontrollable. Quirk mutations, as some might say. A mutation? Yes. The HPSC representative nodded curtly. If the theory of Valkyrie being an abnormality is true, this would explain many things about her. She is unable to respond or behave normally as she is unable to control her quirk. In the worst case scenario, it's the other way around. Her quirk is controlling her. The man paused to let that fact set in. Her quirk is still unknown, but analysis from what available data we have previously implied that it has some sort of low-level master ability, judging by the calming effect it seems to have on others at times. In any case, we still have no idea what she is truly capable of even now. Perhaps her quirk robbed her of her logic and made her act in a way that she assumed heroes were supposed to. In the skies above Musutafu City, she finally met a worthy opponent in the form of Searcher. Thus, he was deemed an excellent host and infected. Infected? All Might blinked. With what? With her. Zenkichi turned back to the screen stoically. Our theory is that Valkyrie's abnormal quirk has been utilized to transform Searcher, or whatever's left of him, into Viking. Like a virus assimilating a blood cell to create more of itself. She has turned him into a new her that she now treats as a sibling. The representative's glassy eyes turned to stare directly at All Might. Thus, we hereby request that All Might does not interact with Valkyrie in any form, be it via verbal communication or otherwise. If the girl truly has an assimilation quirk and favors strong opponents, it is likely she will seek out the number one. His gaze was hard and unblinking as he met the heroes. We cannot afford to lose the symbol of peace. End report. There was a cold, uncomfortable silence as everyone struggled to comprehend what they just heard while Zenkichi sat down and gave a polite nod to Nezu. So, why tell us all this? Present Mike ventured, only to grimace when Zenkichi rotated his head with a blank stare. All Might is here, along with several potential candidates for the future top heroes in Japan. The man replied calmly. To an assimilator who seeks out strong quirks, this place will undoubtedly draw them in like a kid to a candy store. It is highly recommended that you take measures to prevent an assault on the school by those sisters. All Might felt his hands clench under the table. The power to take others and make them into yourself. Could such a quirk even exist? Of course it could. Once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He had also seen his fair share of mutations and abnormalities in his time as a hero, some of them wielding disturbing, abstract quirks that defied human understanding and made a joke of conventional physics. Most of the time those people could not help what they were doing and ended up being shunned by their families. Perhaps Valkyrie was the same, and perhaps she desperately longed for a family to the point where she was willing to assimilate another. Yet another person he couldn't save. By the time his thoughts drifted back to reality, Nezu was already making plans. Mirko and Wash will be the first line of defense against the sisters, if they turn villain. A brawler and blaster combo is the best option against the same, Nezu said. Hawks, Edgeshot, and Ryukyu can lend support if things go downhill. That's the optimum battle plan I have against those two. I trust that the City Council, Hero Association, and HPSC are willing to share information if need be. The three representatives nodded. In the end the meeting was short, ultimately amounting to the formation of a task force and a bitter taste in their mouths. Recovery Girl suspected Nezu had felt the need to assemble a team of trusted individuals to counter both Valkyrie and Viking if the need ever arose, especially when the Hero Association was unlikely to do anything. Those incompetent fools always relied too much on All Might, and when a problem that he couldn't solve popped up, they'd panic and stick to a don't rock the boat policy. She could practically imagine them running around in panic like headless chickens. That was one of the reasons why she hated them and their politics, why she had joined UA instead despite the countless offers they sent her way. Again, it was all so tiresome. Then there was Nezu, clearly acting out of his authority and jurisdiction. If the top echelon of the government found out he'd done this, well, they'd all have to face the music together. Recovery Girl laid a hand on Nezu's shoulder as she began to leave, gripping her walking stick tight with the other. "You're on thin ice, Nezu. Especially after USJ," Recovery Girl said, her voice a low whisper. "Be careful. Don't trust Zenkichi, the HPSC is monitoring you." "I'm sure they are." The principal offered her a patient smile. "But I feel that it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm just making contingency plans ahead of time." Contingency plans. "Faye, this is a dangerous game you're playing, old friend." She took one last look at All Might and Nezu before walking out. "It'd be best you remember that." All Might held back a sigh as he watched Recovery Girl go. He then switched to a folder that Nezu had handed him, containing a report that Aizawa had compiled only yesterday. The underground hero Eraserhead, true to his name, had gone underground in search of information about the sisters from Japan's vigilantes. At least, those that still existed. He still remembered each and every one of them, both the good and the bad. Shin Malphur, the man with the golden gun. The Magical Girl Legion, mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. Their rugged and charismatic male counterparts. The Riders. Gentle vigilante, whose actions saved countless innocents during the Hokkaido quake. The Naruhata Three, who triumphed where the Hero Association had failed. Even the notorious environmentalist Captain Planet, whom many companies still accused of being an eco-terrorist. And finally there was Valkyrie, their guardian angel. All of them, glorious symbols in their own right, most of them, gone and forgotten. The Riders had gone extinct after the horrific purge, replaced by inferior government replicas known as Sentai squadrons. Golden Gun had simply vanished one day, never to be seen again. Gentle was supposedly laying low, and Captain Planet was assumed to be Kia. So many allies of justice had faded away over the years. Aizawa had only managed to meet Crawler from the Naruhata Three and the Legion's Imperator. The latter had simply stated that the sisters weren't theirs before teleporting away. As for the Crawler, he had only a single statement to make about the twin vigilantes. "I trust them," he had said with honest eyes. His word alone had been enough to help ease some fears of Valkyrie and her new sibling going villain. Still, there simply wasn't enough information. A new era, with new problems that the next generation had to solve. LL Might? Yes? The hero blinked. Back in the present. Midnight had called out to him, nodding respectfully. "Meeting's over." But the woman glanced over at where all but one of the visitors were shuffling their way out. "The spook wants to speak with you." TCH. Glow in the dark mother fu. Present Mike began disdainfully, cut short when Midnight quickly latched a hand onto his shoulder. "Oi, Hizashi," she whispered hurriedly. "I don't like the guy either, but he's where the funding comes from. Let's just go." HMPH. Dude looks like a lady. The blonde's eyes narrowed before shooting a glance at All Might. "Be careful, big guy. Can't trust them HPSC pricks." Duly noted. All Might said quietly. A minute later the room was empty save for him and the commission's representative, a pregnant silence filling the air. The Hero Public Safety Commission was not something one took lightly, not when they held power like an axe over the association. Their new representative was an androgynous rail-thin man dressed in an immaculate suit, his only distinctive traits being his shoulder-length pink hair and the jagged, zigzag scar over his right eye that marred what would otherwise have been a pretty face. Representative Zenkichi. The number one hero began calmly, trying not to associate him with crimes the old commission had perpetuated. "All Might." The thin man replied, not a single trace of emotion in his soft voice. "Have a seat." "I think I'll stand." "Suit yourself." His eyes were lifeless glass marbles, one murky white and one rose pink. "I assumed you needed a rest after all that time spent in meetings. A total of 2 hours, 52 minutes and 33 seconds by my count." The hero refused to let the surprise show on his face but felt his fingers curl inward. Was this guy trying to imply? How did this of course. He was part of the commission, after all. Present Mike was right to suspect him, along with most of society who felt the same way. "I don't know what you're talking about," All Might said slowly, expression taut. "We know many things about you, symbol of peace. From your mentor's death on Tartarus at the hands of your eternal adversary." The room seemed to tense when All Might stepped forward, fury roiling off him in waves of brilliant gold. Burning blue coals glared down at the thin man who he could break with a flick of his pinky. "Don't you dare," the hero rumbled, teeth grit under that strained, trademark smile. "Not after the incompetence and failure of your organization led to her passing." The representative said nothing for a moment, completely calm in the face of the #1 hero whose fist could equal a battleship's cannon. Blue eyes stared into those lifeless marbles and found no semblance of fear or apprehension. "We do admit that our predecessor was inefficient and flawed, but the commission itself is under new management," Zenkichi stated nonchalantly, his face frozen in that unchanging, bored expression. "We'd tell you how many years of work he ruined in his prideful defiance against your mentor, but we imagine you wouldn't care in the slightest." "I wouldn't." All Might felt a nerve twitch in his forehead but calmed himself. "Is that all you had to say?" "No, this is a private inquiry regarding your relationship with Valkyrie." It took him several moments to process that statement. "My what?" Most of the data we obtained from the Hero Association was borderline useless, but there were a few useful tidbits of information that we found interesting. Correlations and interactions. Zenkichi explained. "You have never truly engaged Valkyrie in combat. It was originally theorized that the cost of fighting her would not be worth the effort, especially at your weakened state. The reality is that you do not wish to harm her." "Why would I?" "As strange as she might be, I believe that girl fights for peace and justice." All Might grunted. "She reminds me of the heroes of old, those who truly stood for what's right." "You refuse to fight her despite the Hero Association's wishes." "I may work for them, but I am not their puppet," the hero warned. "From my point of view, she has proven herself." "Understood. However, there was always a popular theory that the public has speculated, one which has now emerged from within the Hero Association's think tank as well. One we can no longer ignore. An alternate idea as to why you refuse to fight her." "And that would be? Because she is your daughter?" The words stunned him like a slap to the face, and All Might's impervious smile cracks for the first time since USJ. This wasn't the first time he had heard such a theory, but hearing it from the mouth of an official elevated it from a crazy rumor to an uneasy possibility. Countless miscreants have tried to claim that they were his forgotten love child, all hoping to leech off his fame and status. His old partner Sir Night-Eye had investigated and dispelled all of those rumors, but a feeling in his gut told him this was somehow different. The very notion of it was ludicrous, absurd. He was the symbol of peace. He had no time for a family, having dedicated every part of himself to serving society. And yet, the representative's accusation was a lance of doubt that sank deep into his heart. In his time as a hero, before he was #1, he had loved someone. A woman he truly loved, and one he left for her own safety. He felt the prickly sensation of alarm seep through him and tried to match Valkyrie's face with the face of that same woman. And to his horror, there actually were a few similarities. He had never thought to do a cross-examination before, but now, he felt the dread pool in his gut like icy water. Valkyrie's long, straight hair, which looked just like hers when she undid her bun. The shape of her face, a soft beauty that was somehow nostalgic. Valkyrie looked young, and if he estimated her age and counted backwards, he would find himself in a time where he was still young and foolish. Back then he was so reckless. There were traces of light blue eyes behind that milky fog and those green wisps, like clear cuts of sapphire. A shade too similar to his own. And those smash attacks she liked to use. All Might's chest grew tight and heavy. Had the woman he once loved birthed his child and raised her without telling him? A child who wanted to be a hero but never could. A child who mimicked his attacks and beliefs, to be just like Daddy. Roiling waves of sickening nausea and guilt coursed through him when he finally considered that thought seriously for the first time. Did he unknowingly leave a woman and child behind while blindly focusing on his duty? But there was one thing that really caused his heart to wrench painfully. Valkyrie had took on the form of Shimura Nana. One for all, passed down by DNA. No, perhaps not one for all, but rather, a fragment of it. Just like how aspects of quirks can be passed down from parent to child. "Don't be ridiculous." All Might found himself saying, voice steady despite the internal turmoil he felt. "I would be the first to know if I had a kid." "Perhaps," Zenkichi said calmly. "Perhaps not. Then there is the issue of her sister, Viking. That girl deserves a chance. We still don't know anything about her, but she is clearly trying to help." "Yes, she is. And therein lies the problem." The thin man nodded. "She has the same mindset and beliefs as her sibling, and they fight together as a team. The same ideals, and similar forms. But what concerns the Commission is how she came to be. If she is truly the result of Valkyrie assimilating Searcher. A quirk to take away other quirks and make them your own. Does that sound familiar, All Might?" The hero paused when dread filled every crevice of his heart, feeling it sink like a rock. Somewhere in the back of his mind he heard a deep, familiar laughter, taunting him just like before. "Thank you for such wonderful comedy." "No," he whispered, fists clenching hard enough to hear his knuckles pop. "Yes." Zenkichi's voice was monotone, only adding to the cold permeating the air. "We believe that Valkyrie is either your daughter, or the child of your eternal adversary." The room was silent save for the low hum of the air conditioning above. Despite the cool temperature, All Might felt his blood boiling, the rage he felt nearly etched on his face if not for the years of self-control that tempered his will. His greatest enemy, the monster known as All for One, could have a legacy. The fury he felt at the idea of that man imposing his poisonous ideals upon an innocent child could have melted steel. But if she truly was the demon's spawn, why did she and her sister behave like heroes? His rage cooled and turned to confusion. Had she denied his teachings and decided to live her own life? So many questions, so little answers. "Take this. It contains all available data we have on the sisters." Zenkichi dropped the cube-shaped holoprojector into his hand. "We shall do our best to update you when possible. Goodbye, All Might." The next few moments were a blur as the man swiftly left the room, leaving All Might alone with his thoughts. Valkyrie, the strange girl he thought of as an ally, might be his child or the progeny of the man who murdered his master. Deep down, he wasn't sure which option was more preferable. Chapter 9 Part 1 End. 1566 Chapter 10. Midgard, Part 2. Chapter 10. Edit. The 23rd of March 2020. Renamed Chapter 9 Part 2 to Chapter 10 for consistency. Izuku was tired, exhausted as he dragged his feet towards the school entrance. His body still ached from the strenuous training from yesterday. His mind was reeling to keep up with everything that had happened today in Ectoplasm's math class. That was the price to pay for being in one of Japan's most prestigious academies. If he didn't know any better, he could have sworn that this was divine retribution for blasting Ectoplasm into pieces. Well, his clones. But it sort of counted too. Despite his intimidating appearance, Ectoplasm was actually one of the most caring and friendly teachers around, and every time Izuku was near he felt a small pang of guilt for deceiving the man. Slowly but surely the boy dragged himself to the UA barrier, only to find someone waiting for him. "Sup, Iniki." His gaze rose to find a teenage girl his age looking up at him from her phone, her eyes a window into lush forests. Long locks of curly alabaster hair hid the minute, ivory horns that occasionally peeked out from her temples. Whereas Kiri had a stoic, cold look as her default expression, this girl's face seemed to be locked in a perpetual scowl until she smiled, the negativity in her features melting away to reveal a hidden beauty beneath. She was dressed in a dark gray jacket paired with a simple pair of denim jeans. The masculine outfit heavily contrasting that pretty, girlish face of hers. Izuku quickly realized those were his clothes she was wearing. Or at least, copies of them. If he wore that he'd look like a dork, but somehow she made it work, exuding an air of attractive confidence. In fact, she reminded him of those popular delinquent girls that were always at the top of the social food chain. A far cry from a bottom feeder like him. "Hi, Mimi," he began slowly, a bit cautious. "That is you, right? The one and only. Now you're the one who's nervous around me. Iniki?" She smirked and put her hands on her hips proudly. "Ha ha, how the turns have tabled. Tables, table turn." The girl paused, blinking for a moment then sulking at her verbal fumble. "I'm not very good at this, am I?" she admitted. "Well, I like you just the way you are." Izuku stifled a giggle. "Flattery will get you nowhere, dear brother." Mimi grinned, giving him a light punch on the shoulder. "But enough about me. How are you, expecting another happy misunderstanding?" "Don't remind me," Izuku groaned, before smiling softly. "I'm actually glad to see you." "Huh? Rough day at school, I see. Like you wouldn't believe. Did anything interesting happen during your patrols?" "You know," she shrugged nonchalantly, "the usual." They walked together, with her asking him about his day and giggling at the meeting he had with the 1B girls. She had made a few sly remarks about his supposed popularity that sent him blushing up a storm, teasing that he was trying to form a harem of sorts. The topic soon turned to her new teenage form, Izuku noting that she was the same height as Kiri's teenage form. "It's not bad. Don't get any loss of control or power despite the size," she muttered, demonstrating by allowing thin ribbons of flame to curl between her fingers. "This new form is my own body and not a projection that I puppet, but it still feels a bit strange when I look in the mirror." "You look great," he tried. "That wasn't what I meant." She sent a wry smile his way and tossed her hair back. "See the resemblance?" Of course she had already realized it. She had done her homework, after all. Those horns and that long, curly hairstyle. His sister looked like a younger, teenage version of Mount Lady, Izuku admitted, voice almost a whisper. Yes. Mimi nodded. To be precise, Yu Takayama. This world's version, anyways. Was a little surprised at first, but, I kinda like it. You do? Yeah. I mean it's kinda symbolic, I guess. She skipped towards him, those familiar red shoes tapping lightly against the ground. Somehow, someway, Yu's legacy lives on through me. I would call it her spirit haunting me, but that's a bit too dark. A meta echo, perhaps? It would explain why Kiri looks like her, and why we get along so well. Like pieces of a puzzle. A meta echo, he repeated, tilting his head. Some sort of dimensional black magic fuckery that's going on. A sort of zeitgeist, constants and variables yet again. Her eyes turned serious for a moment before she shrugged. It is possible that there is always a Midoriya Izuku, and there is always a partner. The names and faces might change, but the general idea, the concept of such individuals existing throughout different timelines and worlds is true. Mei was able to tell me that much. Fascinating. Izuku mumbled, suddenly nose deep in one of his notebooks and scribbling wildly. The theory that a concept can stretch along different universes, alternate versions and realities that are similar, yet vastly different. You're your own person and not a substitute, yes. But some of the original Takayama's traits and features have carried over to both you and Kiri. I wonder if… alternate. His thoughts soon turned to the endless expanse that must exist beyond their universe. Hundreds of millions of realities, each with their own stories to tell, their own histories that diverted from the one he knew. He found himself mumbling incoherently again, contemplating what ifs and if onlys until Mimi giggled. You're doing it again, Iniki. All right. Izuku snapped the book shut, returning his full attention to her. Want to get something to eat? Ba-chan already cooked something up. She smiled, slipping her hand onto his like it was the most natural thing in the world. Your favorite? Katsudon? He asked, eyes lighting up to her amusement. Awesome. You're such a dork, Daddy, she said slyly, her expression melting into a warm smile. But that's the part about you I like the most. Together the two siblings began to walk home hand in hand, the feeling reminding Izuku of all the times he'd held his mother's hand as a child. Warm nostalgia flooded through him until a needle-thin spike of poisonous fury lanced over his mental connection. Mimi looking over her shoulder with a somewhat irritated expression. Her palm crackled, tiny green embers manifesting upon her fingertips. What's wrong? He asked worriedly, nearly turning his head back until she squeezed his hand tighter. That white-hot flash of anger faded away almost instantly, replaced by the familial love she had for him twofold. Her arms wound themselves around his protectively and hugged him tighter, those mysterious flames extinguished within a second. Nothing, just saw something I really didn't like. Huh? In other news. Wanna guess what Kiri-chan did with Ba-chan today? They were looking through old photos of you as a kid. She said, changing the topic effortlessly. You're so cute in your little All Might hoodie. Hey, I thought Mom said that she wouldn't show anyone. Was it All Might Jr., Mighty Boy, or Captain Might? It's all three of those, actually, he admitted, cheeks spontaneously combusting. Wait a minute, she showed you that too. The whole collection, Iniki. She smirked, voice teasing. Including that embarrassing snapshot of you at the Christmas party. Gah, while the two siblings slowly disappeared from view, a trio of figures finally peeked out from behind a wall, still startled from how Mimi had managed to spot them behind their near-perfect cover. Ochako, Jiro and Momo looked around nervously, letting out small sighs of relief until they realized what had just happened. Slowly, they edged around and scouted the area, making sure their targets were long gone before deciding to speak. I do believe we are in quite the predicament, no shit. She caught us, spying on them. Ochako squeezed her hands together worriedly, eyes wide and frantic. We weren't supposed to be seen, what are we gonna do? Calm down, everyone. Momo tried. Calm down? Did you see that glare she gave us? Jiro scoffed, folding her arms. Geez. Her expression practically said, back off. That girl looked like a delinquent, for crying out loud. Delinquent? Ochako stammered. She had only heard of such mythical figures in anime and manga, never having expected to see one in real life. That pale girl had pretty much met all the criteria of being one, Ochako still remembering the venomous glare that was sent their way. They weren't actually close enough to hear the pair's conversation, but she had heard snippets of that girl's voice and, more importantly, her tone. Deku's companion looked as soft and beautiful as an angel but spoke and articulated herself like a guy. She was a brutish tomboy that somehow looked more feminine than some of the cuter girls Ochako knew. But what if Deku-kun was being bullied by her? She considered the thought for a moment before quickly dismissing it. He looked fine, perfectly relaxed at that other girl's presence. Comfortable, even. More comfortable than he is with you. Now, Jiro-san. It's not nice to judge a book by its cover. Momo said sagely, head held high. Sure, she might look and sound a tad rough, but she seems to be very friendly with Midoriya-san if you ask me. Yeah, a little too friendly. Jiro said dryly. It's like my image of him was wrong from the start. What if, Ochako began, her gaze nailed to the floor in guilt. If Deku-kun gets mad at us for spying on him and his lady friend. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have but. Hey, you're his friend so you're concerned about him too, right? Jiro's ears circled around in the air lazily to point at the gravity-defying girl. Chillax. Don't think of it as spying, you're just looking out for him. You know, especially with that meek personality of his. Who knows what trouble he might get into. Regardless, I believe we have seen quite enough. Momo coughed and clasped her hands together. Does anyone want to go for some pancakes? Count me in. Jiro shrugged. Ochako simply nodded and followed closely behind them, her mind still reeling from everything she had witnessed. Perhaps the Deku-kun she knew wasn't his true self? Maybe he was hiding the real him from both her and Iida-kun? All these questions and uncertainties piled up within the girl, and she found herself wondering why there was a tightness in her chest. There was also an undeniable feeling of guilt, like she was betraying her friend's trust by doing this. All she wanted was for him to be alright, so why did she feel like? The girl shook her head. Deku-kun was her friend, and friends had to look out for each other, especially if they were in trouble. She doubted that he was a playboy who messed around with the feelings of others, but still, ice, now fire. It seems there was more than meets the eye with her green-haired classmate. She would get to the bottom of this mystery eventually. Fire Queen. Ochako thought, giving the other unnamed girl a formidable title that fit her status. I'll remember you. Come on, kid, up, down, down. Lower, is that the best you got? Move it or lose it. Step it up, speed bump, faster. Those were some of the tamer things that Izuku heard while training under Johnny and Misha, the latter of which opted to simply observe for now. Johnny, on the other hand. Sing, boy, sing, Johnny screeched, easily keeping pace with the jogging team by flying alongside him like some sort of demonic harpy. I want to be a rescue ranger. I want to let a life of danger. Izuku's only response was to let out another wheezing breath. The circuit training that the two men were currently putting him through was carefully designed not to overwork him, but to push him to the limits. The boy's chest burned, the muscles in his legs screaming for help. It was after 30 minutes of yelling and wheezing when they finally took a break, the lankier man attempting to give Izuku a pat on the back. Attaboy. For a runt, you're doing great. After this we'll have a few more circuits, then Big Red over there will take over. Come on kid, you can do this. Hey, alright. Yeah, I can do this, I'll win. The boy said, tired between breaths, until his eyes lit up. Just like Kachan. Johnny's smile vanished off his face, replaced by a rapidly deepening frown. Kachan, you mean, OL explodey boy? You want to be just like him, right? Yeah, Izuku said, as if it was obvious. When I think of victory, he's the image that comes to mind. Wrong answer. Johnny snarled and sent a palm through the back of Izuku's head, causing the boy to flinch. What was that for? Izuku asked, blinking and momentarily stunned. You could have hit me with that if you were corporeal. I would have smacked you. If I hit you, you'd be broken, the man said curtly. That kid, need I remind you, is a bully. If you ask me, he's a punk with a power complex and an inflated ego, thinking he's better than everyone else. He ain't no image of victory or whatever, don't look up to him. That's not true, Izuku exclaimed. Kachan's a little rough around the edges, but that's just his personality. He's amazing. He's always so strong and he always wins. And he always treats you like trash. Is that what your image of a hero, of a symbol of victory is supposed to be? Someone who only cares about winning. Someone who tells others to dive off rooftops. Izuku's heart sank at the memory. How did you think? Your sister, she can feel everything you feel if the emotions are strong enough. How did you think she felt that day? There was a pit of emptiness in his stomach as he realized that, all this time, whenever he'd felt humiliated or inferior, Kiri had felt what he felt. A part of him was suddenly filled with regret at how he had let it happen unknowingly. Sure, she was an emotion eater, but still, there must have been times where she had been upset. Look, young Midoriya. I know you two might have known each other as kids, but those times are over. That guy doesn't like you. In fact, he hates you. Johnny sighed, bending down a bit to meet his eyes. I mean, this is the same guy who accused you of latching onto him when he was the one who kept messing with you. I've seen it through your memories and I'm not sorry for it. But Kachan's my friend, he constantly reminds you of your inferiority, came up with an insulting nickname, and found your misfortune when everyone thought you were quirkless amusing. This guy bullied you through the course of your entire school life, was the direct cause of you not having any friends, never hangs out with you ever since you were kids, and still talks trash to you even now. You're delusional if you think he's your friend. In fact, your obsession with him is pretty damn creepy, boy. I don't know how you do things here, but in my home state bullying the quirkless and disabled is looked down upon. If anything, he sees you as a punching bag. Did you forget how he nearly killed you during that training battle? I think you're overreacting. The boy tried. You know what I think? I think you need to stop being such a little bitch. He ain't your friend. Stop putting him on a goddamn pedestal. Johnny fumed, the volume of his voice increasing with every word. Why in the world would you idolize someone who has bullied you for 10 years? The hell is wrong with you? No male role model in your life, is that it? The man did not mince or sugarcoat his words, each accusation stabbing into Izuku like a flaming arrow. Deep down a part of him knew this was a well-deserved scolding, but that didn't stop him from being bitter. They didn't understand. Ka-chan was his friend. Ka-chan always wins. He was the very image of victory. I have known Ka-chan all my life. You don't know anything about him, so. I don't need to know anything about him. I was him. Johnny interrupted the boy, who just looked confused. I used to be just like that. I loved the validation of being at the top. The praise and glory that came with it. But deep down I was insecure, and I knew that praise was the only thing keeping my ego afloat. Real kick in the head when you get out in the real world and find out that you're not special, just mediocre. Only managed to figure out what a scumbag I was when my best friend gave me the talk. Izuku blinked, grimacing and unsure of what the man was trying to say. That didn't sound like Bakugo at all. He suspected Johnny was having one of his episodes, but his words began to reveal an ugly truth Izuku didn't want to see. Being a hero is more than just beating up villains and winning the day. Here's a tip. Winning ain't everything. Tell me, young Midoriya, why did you want to be a hero? This isn't a game anymore, not when you hold the power of 8 generations within you. If you can't overcome this, you won't be able to meet the future head-on. Why are you like this? The boy tried to answer, but the words simply couldn't leave his mouth. He didn't care for fame and glory. He wanted to be just like All Might because he admired Ka-chan because, no, that wasn't right. Ka-chan was an amazing person that was closer to him than All Might. Izuku paused. He'd been comparing Bakugo to All Might? Why? All Might would never torment those weaker than him. All Might would never be so cruel as to humiliate someone he once called a friend. Were he and Bakugo ever friends? There was a flash of clarity and a memory of him as a kindergartner resurfaced, following the blonde like a lovesick puppy. Too blind to see what was coming next. They had been innocent once. Perhaps back then they had been friends. Middle school memories followed shortly. There was no escape as Bakugo followed him now, bullying him through every step of their adolescence. Cruel laughter rang in his ears. Mocking insults and disgusted glares. Teeth gritting in pain as Inko applied ointment to his burns. His notebook floating in the water, nibbled at by hungry carp. And Izuku had took it all like a fool. Answer me. Izuku did not. Bakugo is not your friend, get that through your head. He bullies you, belittles you, hates you. Be a man for once and tell him to fuck off. I don't think you understand, you're the one who doesn't understand. The older man interrupted and towered over him. You need to get over your unhealthy obsession with the Bakugo boy, along with this asinine idea of victory. Have you ever wondered why all this time Kiri-chan never did anything about the bullying? Mimi really wasn't happy when she learned about it, you know. Still, she doesn't dare to say it to you, so I'm going to do her a favor and open your bloody eyes. Huh? The anger and indignation Izuku felt was suddenly washed away by concern for his siblings. Where are you? I don't. It was you. Johnny whispered, his voice cutting like a knife. Kiri-chan is being influenced by you. You're the one who's holding her back, and it's clear she biased towards you. She has inherited your ideals, your traits. Both the good and the bad. She doesn't see anything wrong with what Bakugo is doing because you think the same. Izuku's heart sank like a rock. He had influenced her so much to the point where she was beginning to think flaunting power over the powerless was okay. To belittle and humiliate someone who was weaker. Dread flooded into his chest. Thinking of Kiri growing up to have a personality like that. Cruel, full of arrogance and hubris. A bully. He didn't care what happened to him, but if his sister became that because of him, he would never forgive himself. With that realization came another, one accompanied by the faded memory of a grown woman sobbing at their kitchen table, face buried in her hands. Izuku's heart twisted in his chest. He had been making excuses for Bakugo. The same way his mother had made excuses for his father. I'm gonna nip this thing in the bud. A deep, growling voice snarled, out by the roots. It seemed that Johnny was truly pissed. seeing as his wings had slithered out of his back like a pair of giant, feathery anacondas. Izuku watched while they twisted and writhed, shifting into bird-like heads. One had pupils like a goat, two diagonal blocks of white rolling down to stare into him. The other had stars for eyes, and looking into them he could have sworn he saw a glimpse of the cosmos. And then they spoke, voices harsh and distorted. "You're supposed to be All Might's successor? Give me a break. What kind of example are you trying to set? I refuse to let the future generation look up to someone who worships his bully. It's disgusting. Admiration is one thing, but the worship of someone who vilifies you is just pathetic. He thinks nothing of you." The red one hissed, its beak inches away from his nose. "Are you still going to be the cretin who grovels at his feet, who sings him praises? Wow, Kachan's so amazing at everything he does. You sicken me. No respect for yourself or the people that care about you. No guts, no gumption. You're delusional. Stop it. It's not healthy," the blue one said sadly, tone thin and reedy. "You remind me of a battered housewife who just keeps crawling back to her abuser. It's painful to watch. You're setting a bad example for your siblings. If this keeps up they'll think that kind of behavior is acceptable. It is not to anyone. Understand that not everyone is going to like you. And not everyone is going to be your friend. You defy comprehension, with your worship of someone who treats you like human garbage. One who looks down on the disenfranchised and the disabled with contempt. Or perhaps he just hates to see you in particular succeed. Either way, it's sad. You're obsessed. See, now I've got all three of me reprimanding you." Johnny grunted. "Look, I'm not ragging on you for no reason. You have to get out of that sick mindset of yours now, or it'll lead to really big problems down the line. Have a little self-respect. You want to be the #1 hero, but no one will accept a #1 who's a goddamn bootlicker, especially one who lets himself get pushed around. You're wrong. You don't understand how Kachan feels. Why should I give a damn about how he feels? Why should you? I don't care about him. I care about you. I'm here because I want to help train you into the next symbol. I want you to be better, not worse, again. Mimi doesn't dare to say this to Ya for some godforsaken reason, so I'm gonna do it. Hate me all you want. I don't give a shit. If it means helping you in the long run, then think whatever the hell you want to think about me, boy." Kachan's. All three pairs of the man's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Kachan, Kachan, Kachan. What, is he your fucking boyfriend or something? And no, then stop with the bloody pet name, alright? Stop chasing after the respect and approval of someone who doesn't give a rat's ass about you, who never will," Johnny roared, three voices united as one. "Stop being such a wimp, bloody hell, Misha, say something. I do not think boy is worthy of one for all." Izuku could take all of Johnny's yelling and accusations, but that single line from Misha cut through the air and shattered his ego into 1,000 pieces. The boy seemed to deflate, knowing that was partly the truth. How many young candidates with amazing quirks, talents and personalities had been considered by All Might? And yet, he had been chosen. Him, Deku. Dude. That's going a bit too far. Johnny sighed, winged serpents retreating into his back. He needs to hear this now. Even though he has dream of going to hero school, he never trained, never tried. Got lucky, and ultimate power fell into his lap. The big man rumbled, stepping forward, like wish fulfillment fantasy. The words cut into Izuku like red-hot knives. Others train from child, where he only hold lofty dream. I tell you why, because he's scared. Because ego shattered. Because he weak. Bullied. Broken child. Because it is proven fact that Quirkless is weaker than those with quirk, no matter what. No self-esteem or father figure, so he looked to male friend, looked to All Might. Unrealistic. Everyone tells him he can't do it, that he quirkless, he useless, so he really believed that. Izuku could have sworn he felt tears at the edge of his vision until Misha stepped right in front of him. You are not them. And you will never be them, the man said softly, so start being you. It was like something inside broke and Izuku felt his knees give, confronted with all his fears and insecurities. The words in his mouth tasted like bitter resentment. I know I'm weak. So was I, Misha said simply. Izuku looked up in confusion. Being weak is no shame. The gentle giant poked a finger at the boy's chest. Staying weak is. I wasn't worthy successor either. Maybe I'm still not. Maybe we'll never be, and that's okay. Izuku's eyes widened, looking up at the large man. You different from All Might. No talent. But you are also not All Might. You're a child, and child, the elderly man's purple eyes softened. Can grow. Learn. Change. Become better, stronger. Like seed into plant you must grow, not remain inert. Change. Like difference between rotting and ripening. And what if he doesn't? The other man grumbled. Then he will die. Misha said simply, as if stating what day of the week it was, as each and every wielder has before him. Not All Might. Izuku whispered. No, the man nodded, a hint of sorrow in his gaze. Not All Might. I'm with the big guy on this one. You gotta change, kid. Cut that boy out of your life and move on. Stop that unhealthy way of looking up to someone who hates you, and think of all the people who love you. Your friends. Your family. You have to work harder than ever, both for your sake and theirs. That last part caused Izuku's lip to quiver. Everyone who cared about him and loved him was already right here. Iida. Uraraka. All Might. Kiri. Mimi. Mom. Even everyone from One for All. He should have been thinking of them as inspirations, not someone who hated his guts. Not someone who was the direct cause of him being friendless for the last 10 years. Not someone who humiliated him day after day even now. Not someone who trashed his hard work and threw it out the window. Not someone who told others to kill themselves. Not someone like Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku felt something in his chest clench, his breathing turning labored and tight. Though he didn't want to accept it, Johnny was right, it wasn't healthy to be like this. As painful as it was, he had to change. He had to change if he wanted to show everyone a brighter future, for no one would look up to a man who idolizes someone who humiliates him. He didn't feel any need for revenge, no, all he felt was his image of victory shattering and revealing something ugly underneath, someone who hated every fiber of his being and thought of him as nothing more than a pebble in their path. A strange, tranquil emptiness grew within him, and he felt confused. He didn't know how to feel, really. Half of him still couldn't fully accept their words, though it was undeniably the truth. He did have an unhealthy obsession with Bakugo. He did need to change. Starting today. Right here, right now. Izuku began hesitantly. Do not cry. Crying won't solve anything, Misha warned. I will try. Izuku promised and sniffed, heart thumping in his chest, to change. There was a long moment where the Goliath stared down at him, piercing eyes almost looking into his soul. Misha finally smiled after a nod, showing pearly white teeth. Good, he said. Attaboy, that's the spirit. Johnny howled with approval. Show me some resolve, boy. Show me your war face. Huh? Izuku mumbled, taken aback. Don't, me. Now's the perfect time to man up. You got a war face? The old hero leaned in close, a roar erupting from his throat. That's a war face, now let me see your war face. Bullshit, let me see your real war face. You don't scare me, work on it. Their yelling resounded from the beach they'd been training on, turning the heads of a few bystanders. Amongst one of those bystanders a girl with earphone jacks took a quick snapshot, face scrunched up in confusion. A light tinkling filled the air when Mina swung a rustic wooden door open, eyeing the cafe they had found themselves in. The four girls behind her peeked in curiously while the pink teenager strode forward, a greeting already upon her lips. Yo, Kyoka-chan. How's work? The girl with earphone jacks looked up with a flat expression, dressed in the rather professional-looking vest and slacks that her part-time job provided. Business as usual. Paying customers only, she acknowledged them with a nod. A chorus of greetings echoed from the other girls behind Mina, reveling in the cozy atmosphere of the cafe while Jiro led them over to a large table and slid 5 menus over. Ochako looked around, appreciating the surroundings. Fancy. She hoped the food wouldn't be too expensive, especially since she was already on a shoestring budget. Much to the girl's relief, a brief look at the menu dissolved her worries. Ehehe. Hope you don't mind us, the gravity-defying brunette said shyly. Nah. Business is a little slow these days, so we'll take what we can get. Jiro nodded towards the menus, producing an electronic notepad from nowhere. Welcome to the little song. I recommend the panna cotta if you're looking for something sweet. We serve set meals as well, on page 5. Ooh. Hagakuri's voice thrummed with delight. I'll have that and a glass of orange juice, and, a number 12. A number 7 and an ice water, please, Ochako said politely. A number 9 and ice water as well, Kiro, can I have a? Take your time, Mina-chan. Jiro nodded, stylus twirling between her fingers expertly. What about you, Yaomomo? Let's see. Alright, I'll have 2 number 9s. Ochako took this time to think about everything that had happened in the past week. With the announcement of the sports festival, everyone was training hard. She had been working on improving her zero gravity as well, even managing to lessen the nauseating feeling of applying it on herself. A number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip. She wondered what events they would have this year. Last year's game mode of Capture the Flag had been amazing to watch, culminating in the grand finale of a King of the Hill style battle that was still talked about. A number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese. Ochako blinked, Drifting out of her thoughts, Momo still wasn't done with her order. The other girls slowly looked away from their phones and turned to the taller teen with some amazement. How in the world was she going to finish all that food? And a large iced tea. Momo finished politely, looking up from her menu to see 5 pairs of worried eyes. "Whoa, don't mind me. I did a ton of training over the week, so I have to restock the lipids in my body." The lithe girl was a bright pink as she blushed, but Jiro managed to draw attention away from her by looking towards the actual pinky among their friends. "You decided yet, Mina-chan? A number 30, don't forget the dip," Mina said cheerfully, "and a lemonade." "Right." Jiro nodded, swiping to send in their order. "So, why the sudden visit?" "We just wanted to drop by and say hi." Hagakure drummed her fingers across the mahogany table. "Nice place you got. Heard it turns into a bar after dark?" "Jiro-chan, you can't drink," Ochako gasped. "That's for adults." "I don't." Another girl, Hitomi-chan, works the night shift with the boss. Jiro explained with a wave of her hand. "Ironically, she looks even younger than me." "It's amazing how you can work and train for the sports festival at the same time, Kiro. The job isn't too demanding and I need money for my music equipment anyways." The girl's earphone jacks shrugged like she did. "Pays decent." "A bar, How mature." Mina teased. "Do they make the waitresses wear maid outfits as well?" "What kind of establishment do you think this is?" Jiro frowned, raising an eyebrow. "That's on Tuesdays." The waitress managed to maintain that serious facade for a few more seconds before they all burst into giggles, releasing the tension that was a result of training for the sports festival. After a short while the food was ready, Jiro sitting down alongside her friends for a chat. They found out that the business was usually slow during the day, and better at night when the place turned into a bar. Jiro had even shown them a picture of business at night, with many more customers compared to the empty space they found themselves in. They even got to see a snapshot of Jiro's coworker who worked as a bartender, a girl that ironically looked young enough to be a middle schooler. Lady Hagakure. Why thank you, Lady Ishido. You guys are still going on about that? Hagakure and Mina turned to find Jiro giving them a mildly amused look, her fingers twirling one of her earjacks about idly. Today they appeared to be indulging in the fantasies of being so-called sophisticated ladies. Naturally, Momo was naturally exempt from this. "Of course, Lady Jiro. One must always address their associates while holding the highest regards for etiquette," Mina said in a fancy tone, pinky extending from her cup. "Come, let us commune over a crumpet or two." "You want some, Kyoka-chan? They're really good," Ochako said happily between bites. "Simply exquisite," Hagakure added haughtily, nose upturned. "I'll pass, I already ate. Besides, I've got some new information on Midoriya-kun that I managed to gather over the past 2 weeks." "You did, Kiro?" Suyu echoed, gulping down her glass of water. "I thought you were too busy between training for the sports festival and your job." "I was, and I just happened to see him while jogging the other day." Her slim fingers flew across the phone's keypad. "Take a look." A chorus of notification alerts and buzzes echoed through the room, each teenager reaching for their own phones. "Oh, it's Midoriya-kun." Momo blinked. "And he's being coached by 2 older ladies?" "What? Let me see," Mina exclaimed, abandoning all semblance of sophistication. "Whoa, they're hot as well. The tall one's got kind of a motherly feel to her." "The other one looks like she's struggling to stay awake," Suyu pointed out. She looks a little familiar." Momo tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I wonder why." "Wow. Hey, perhaps Midoriya-kun likes older women?" Hagakure suggested. "He does look a bit like the type that cougars would prey on." Mina put a hand to her chin. "A tasty little morsel." "Maybe. Just the other day Midnight Sensei called him to stay behind after class. Think they had a little fun in private," Jiro teased. "Jiro-chan. Relax. Uraraka-chan. I'm kidding, mostly." Ochako's face had turned warm, all sorts of horrible, naughty thoughts running through her mind for a moment before she quickly shut them down. Deku did however spend an awful lot of time with Midnight the other day, to the point where he missed lunch with her and Iida. "I don't think Deku-kun has that kind of interest," she mumbled. "I mean, he seems pretty normal to me." "Wait, you sent over 2 photos. What's the second one?" Mina thumbed her phone, eyes widening. "Whoa." The second image was of Izuku training on the beach again, this time with 2 older men instead. They made for strange companions, their height and sheer size dwarfing Izuku's small frame. The burly, macho men seemed to be yelling, or perhaps encouraging him while flexing. Some sort of attempt to get the boy to be more manly, perhaps? But what really drew Ochako's attention was how her friend was shirtless, the high-quality camera of Jiro's phone capturing the hard lines of Izuku's impressive physique. Wide eyes were drawn to sweat-slicked skin illuminated by the morning sun, taking in the angular definition of the boy's torso. Her shy friend was all hard muscle underneath, heavily contrasting his soft facial features. Ochako was never one to care about muscles, and yet she felt her heart rate spike momentarily upon seeing that picture of Izuku, wondering why the room suddenly felt much warmer. Still, she had to admit that he was rather nice to look at. Ooh, didn't know he was hiding a body like that. Mina nodded in appreciation, a little pinker than usual. Nietzsche. These two are as big as All Might, Suyu observed. Maybe he swings the other way? Hagakure guessed. Batting for the other team, Jiro took a swig of her beverage like a tired alcoholic. Why is it always the cute ones? Huh? Momo asked, not really understanding what they were implying. Why are we talking about baseball again? The naughty thoughts returned and Ochako suddenly found herself standing, a pained wail escaping her lips. No! Everyone turned to look at her with stunned looks, the brunette suddenly wearing a sheepish expression before quickly sitting back down. I apologize, Uraraka-chan. I did not realize you had such a strong dislike of the sport. Momo bowed her head respectfully. Wah! No, I mean, that wasn't what I meant, Yao Momo, don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Deku-kun likes girls. Ochako touched her fingertips together nervously. No, I'm definitely sure he likes girls, or else he wouldn't be so nervous around them. I agree with Uraraka-chan on this one. Plus, there was that thing that happened during lunch the other day. Hagakure's voice was cut off when invisible hands flew up to cover her mouth, clothes seeming to tense. Mina and Suyu grimaced. They hadn't actually told the others of their confrontation with the 1B girls yet, wanting to slowly reveal what happened bit by bit. Jiro, Momo and Ochako gazes slowly traversed to face their transparent classmate. You didn't hear anything from me, Hagakure peeped. Too late. Cat's out of the bag, spill the beans, Jiro demanded. Well, just the other day we saw Midoriya-kun, Hagakure began nervously. Being spirited away by a group of girls from the other class. While the girls were having their sharing session, Izuku was back at Musutafu Beach, being trained by Hiro this time. Now he had finally met everyone who used to wield one for all, but this man was a little different compared to the others. He had introduced himself as a humble civilian, a non-combatant who could only give him advice in matters unrelated to fighting. It was only a while later in their conversation when Izuku finally found out that this man was the first wielder of One for All. At first he had been all amazed and honored to meet the progenitor of All Might's Quirk, but Hiro had been humble, calming him down and reassuring Izuku that he was just a normal guy. So far, that seemed to be true. The man had even admitted that Ichikawa Hiro wasn't his real name, but something he came up with waking up as a phantom within One for All. He still remembered his past and family, but his own name had become a lost memory. It was a shame, but he didn't seem too discouraged by the loss. Let's get started with your training, young Midoriya. But first, Hiro coughed, waving his hand. It's time to see things from a different point of view. A stream of scarlet petals erupted from Izuku's forehead, the boy stumbling back a little. He would never get used to that weird sensation. Those embers curled and twisted against each other, melding together to become Coco, who was curled up in a tight ball and sound asleep in her canine form. She looked awfully relaxed, the gradual rise and fall of her chest pressing against the soft velvet pillow she was resting on. Hiro smiled and made his way over, careful not to shock her awake. Coco, wake up, little one. The man whispered, prodding her side gently. One of Coco's ears lifted up, her nose twitching cutely. Hiro, you smell funny. Is it time for dinner already? No, I'm afraid not. Then let me sleep, please. Coco was having dreams of moon cheese again. The large animal curled into herself, snuggling against her own tail lazily. One day I'll eat that big cheese ball. Now. I can make some cheese for you later. Hiro lightly nudged her again. Come on, we need some of your wisdom. World hard and cold. Pillow soft and warm. The dog said with a contented sigh, sinking deeper into the plush velvet. There, that is Coco's wisdom. Does she really think the moon is made of cheese? Izuku asked, slightly amused. No, but this one time I made a cheese replica for her and she loved it so much. Coco's eyes shot open at the sound of Izuku's voice, looking around blearily until her crimson eyes focused onto his face. A delighted yelp escaped from her upon seeing him, the large canine pouncing forward only to phase through the stunned boy. She then started pacing around him, front paws tapping against the ground excitedly and unperturbed by her apparent intangibility. New master, Yahalo. The massive brown dog trotted up to him, her voice as clear and bright as the sunlit sky. She paced around him happily, tail wagging so fast it became a blur. "Hi, Koko-chan." Izuku began, smiling lightly. "I'm very happy to see you too. She seems to like you a lot, doesn't she?" "We're outside," Koko gasped, looking around at the ocean waves and the seagulls high above. "Outside, outside, outside." "I think she's just happy to outside, Hiro-san." Izuku smiled while watching the dog bound across pristine white sands, now full of energy. "Still, I wonder what I can learn from her." "You'd be surprised. She may not look like it, but she's an excellent fighter." "Hiro." Koko ran and plopped down before them like a fluffy pillow, wiggling her paws. "I want to go swimming." "By all means. You don't have to ask me, you know," the thin man nodded. The two watched as Koko tried to dive into the waves, only to come back almost immediately once she realized the water passed straight through her. "Master, Hiro." She whined, ears drooping and disappointed. "The water's invincible." "Intangible." Izuku corrected her gently. "Intangible. I thought you liked beaches," the man smiled. "A beach with no water is just sand." Koko chuffed, putting her front paws on his back and shoulders, rocking back and forth playfully. Even as a dog, she dwarfed him when standing on her hind legs. "Koko no like sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it's irritating, and it gets all over the place." "You don't say," Hiro said patiently as Koko got all over him. "Either way, let's get to work. Would you do the honors?" "Okay, don't worry Master, I is professional teacher." "I thought you were a professional food taster," her comrade remarked. "Koko has many talents, yeah," the dog girl said shamelessly. There was a blur of movement when the phantom shifted into human form. This time she was dressed in a sporty outfit consisting of a tank top and shorts, the tall girl doing a few stretches before they started. She held out a hand to her side with fingers outstretched. "Star Stripe," she declared proudly. Izuku waited for something to happen, and nothing did. Koko blinked and started waving her hand around before finally realizing whatever she was trying to do wasn't working. "Ah," she sighed, before instantly brightening. "Oh well, come on, new master, use one for all." I'd like to, but then my bones would break. All Might said I wasn't a strong enough vessel, yet?" "Not yet," Hiro agreed. "But even a fragile glass can hold water, yes? A small part, but a part nonetheless." None of the wielders had actually given him a straight answer for how to utilize One for All, wanting him to think for himself. That, and the power that All Might held was vastly different from the previous versions of One for All, making it difficult for them to help. Izuku thought for a while, trying to decipher the meaning behind those words. Nothing about All Might was small. One for All was absolute, power overwhelming. Izuku paused. Wait. Overwhelming. But All Might held all that power naturally without calling upon it? All the time, he thought back to when they had first met, and remembered the number one hero's explanation for his muscle form and his weakened one. It was like a fat man who sucked in his belly at the pool, he had said. That was a metaphor for One for All, wasn't it? That meant that before his injury All Might was keeping the legendary Quirk active all the time, 24/7. Was that even possible for him? You're doing that infamous muttering of yours again. But yes, I suppose you're onto something. Hiro smiled. All Might was the strongest of us, and so was his version of One for All. He was able to use 100% of Nana's power the moment he got it, you see. A natural-born genius. Asking you to start with all that power is just unreasonable. Why don't you walk before you fly? So he was supposed to start out small? That made sense. Izuku's thoughts drifted back to the first day of class and the baseball in his grip. All that power focused into one fingertip. He recreated that feeling, focusing on the metaphor he had been chosen. The egg in the microwave. Don't let the egg explode. The inferno that was One for All surged into his fingertip, the boy wincing in response. He focused further, remembering what Hiro had said. A portion, a fraction, a fragment of power. Pain and lightning raced across his arm as he tried to hold back the river of power, feeling it thunder through his flesh and bones like an alternating current. In the end, it was only ever about power and control. They were inversely proportional. More power resulted in less control, so the opposite must be true as well. All he had to do was turn down the heat. Listen to me. One for All bucked against his control like a raging bull, a pressure cooker threatening to burst. It was almost like the Quirk itself was testing his worthiness, crackling energy flooding through his body. This power he held within him was simultaneously fire and lightning, everything that the 8 previous wielders were, everything that they could have been, coalescing into a single shape. Luminous arcs of green lighting spilled from his arm, excess power with nowhere to go. You can do it, Master, Koko cheered. Go, go. It's a part of you, young Midoriya, stay strong. Izuku nodded through clenched teeth, Ignoring the building pain in his hand, he started to lower the power bit by bit, like turning the knob of a faucet until the energy trickled into his muscles instead of exploding outward. His focus being sapped by the second, struggling to rein in the lightning. He was Phaethon, trying in vain to control Helios' chariot. The moment he lost focus he would slip and set the world on fire. No, Izuku pushed down the fear, the self-doubt, the insecurity. All Might had chosen him. He had to live up to everyone's expectations, and his own. Reaching inward, he willed the legendary Quirk to slow, to stop, and be still. You listen to me now. The lightning diffused with a quiet whine, and Izuku found himself with control over a tiny percentage of its power. It wasn't 5%, nor 3%. It was barely even 1%. But judging by their reactions, it was enough. Coco had a wide, toothy grin on her face while Hiro smiled warmly. Marvelous. The thin man nodded. A tiny bit of the power that you can control. Your body isn't strong enough to withstand a 100%, but 1% will suffice for now. Now take that 1%. And let it flow, Juan, Coco said happily, jagged arcs of crimson lightning erupting from her arms. Izuku nodded in understanding. If One for All was like a flame, it would be apt to use a cooking metaphor. For food to be evenly cooked, the heat had to be spread out instead of being focused in one spot. Like a taiyaki rotating in a microwave. Heat, spreading out evenly across the surface and within. He let that 1% slowly flow through his hand, then his arm, then his body. Wow. Izuku breathed. A thin veil of emerald lightning shrouded him for a moment, the flame of legend warming his skin. It was a heat, a current that connected him to something deeper, something primal. The power of 8 souls, united as one. Coco nodded excitedly, letting her own version of the Quirk spark to life again. That's it, move like me, jump like me, jump like me. She demonstrated, showing Izuku how the red lightning danced across her entire body with every movement. Juan for all. I don't think he's quite ready for that yet, Coco. But well done, Midoriya-kun. That's a good start. Hiro smiled. Take it step by step, and one day you'll be at a 100%. Like All Might? Perhaps. You have to understand, like I said before, All Might was a 1 in a million genius who could use 100% the moment he received the power. His control over it was impeccable, keeping it on all the time. Eating, resting, working. Sleeping. Coco added helpfully. Yes, even that. But here's a tip, young Midoriya. Hiro leaned in a little closer. When he was younger, All Might worked out while having One for All active. Layering strength atop strength, having it on as his muscles recovered. Like the Greek myth of Milo of Croton, who lifted a calf every day. In this case, One for All is the calf. You must grow with it, and become stronger as we all have. I see, so that's why he returns to his skinny form now that he's injured, Izuku guessed, still mostly focused on maintaining his charged state. I suppose so. My version barely even has any power, so I can't really say. Hiro chuckled. A tiny crackle of white lightning escaping his palm. But know that the moment you became All Might's successor, the power grew. All Might's strength atop your own. And it will only grow stronger from here on out. Wonderbar. More power, more fun. That remains to be seen. So, young Midoriya, are you up for a test run? Izuku nodded and Coco bared her teeth into a savage grin, making the boy nearly regret his decision. Good. Coco will test your reaction time and control. You try to dodge, especially when she could punch a hole through you if she were tangible. The one with the sharper fangs win, Izu Master. A bead of sweat rolled down Izuku's temple as the dog girl cracked her knuckles happily. It looked like he was in for a long day ahead. Do you think all the training we did with him helped? There was a soft rustle of paper on wood when Nana slapped a card onto the table as a punctuation to her question. The 3 other children sitting around her stared at their own cards in turn, contemplating their next moves. Toshinori had been playing earlier, but he kept winning and eventually got bored, deciding to practice his cooking in the strange mental world they lived in. Hiro and Coco offered to help. Maybe. We tried to teach his as much as possible, but there's no way he'll be able to remember everything. Chen frowned at her full hand of cards, brows furrowed. Not enough time. Hope he does well for the festival. It would do wonders for his self-confidence. Nana placed another card onto the table. Beside her, Misha was glaring at his cards as if they were a cheating wife. Even as a child he was a bit taller and chubbier than the rest of them. Hey. Gonna beat you this time, Tubby. Johnny snickered, a roguish grin decorating his young features. In your dreams, Birdbrain. Are you guys even listening? Nana asked. Uno. The blonde boy yelled, slamming his card down onto the table. Pizdek. Misha cursed, sighing. Why'd I even bother? Before the larger boy could retort, a ball of warm fluff and love appeared out of nowhere, landing on their table with a soft FW woomph. Hello, hello. Guten Tag. Coco comes bearing gifts, made by friend Toshinori. Here, try, the little creature said happily, dropping the basket she had been carrying in her mouth. Konig, you mutt. Get your dirty paws off the table, the blonde boy screeched. Rude. Coco is certified pair degree. And very clean. The third wielder chuffed and started handing out a quartet of neatly packed cookies. One for you, one for you, one for you, and even one for you, meanie pants. HMPH. Thanks, Johnny grumbled, accepting the treat. Do you even know what the word pedigree means? Chen asked, taking a cookie. Of course, Coco said, voice muffled by the treats already in her mouth until she gulped. Means I know everything about pears. But to be honest, they're not really tasty. Misha squinted at the strange creature on their table, looking confused. Explain your smallness, he said. Pupper, the little puppy beamed at him. Toshinori made these? Nana took a bite. He's getting better. Friend Toshinori went through 12 tries before they became good. One, Coco said happily, ears flopping around when she moved. You'll never know what happened to the rest. Let me guess, you ate them. Chen said flatly. Shock and surprise decorated the puppy's features, turning into awe a moment later. How did you know? Amazing. 1. Izuku's pen danced on paper like a miniature ballerina, the light scratching of words being written accompanied by soft muttering. Though he was exhausted in both body and mind, he still wrote, lines upon lines spiraling into that burnt notebook. It may not look like much, but that little book meant a lot to him. It was the latest of his hero journals, chronicling all his foolish hopes and dreams. But now he actually had the chance to be a hero, and felt the burden of responsibility that accompanied it. This power of his, it was almost like it was given to him, not earned. That was why he had promised to work harder than ever, both to fill All Might's shoes and be worthy of one for all. Taking a break, he glanced over to his younger siblings who were relaxing on the couch. They were playing one of his old video games, All Might's Amazing Adventure. At least now there was a use for the second controller that came with his pre-order edition. To unlock the secret boss toxic chainsaw, you need to pick up the thingy and throw it into the other thingy. Mimi chimed, her head moving about animatedly. There, on the left. Your left or my left? Kiri asked innocently, thumbing the controller. We both share the same left. Oh yeah. It was nice to see that they were getting along well without needing him to assist. The boy proceeded to start on his schoolwork, having dedicated most of his time to training. It was only after an hour later when he took a short break to check on his siblings. They were watching TV now, sinking back into the plush leather in comfort. Izuku thought for a moment and made his way over, deciding to spend some time with them. It was moments like this he had to treasure, especially when they were still growing. He slowly sat down in the gap between them, filling up that empty space with the warmth of familial love. Oni-chan. Kiri chirped, snuggling into him. Papa. Mimi nodded, hesitating a tiny bit before doing the same. They sat like that for quite a while, the boy's younger siblings leaning against him quietly while they relaxed. He was living in the moment, acknowledging the cozy warmth in his chest at the thought of a bigger family. Before the two children appeared, there was only him and his mother, to the point where they had to take turns cooking dinner just for some variety. His father was. Izuku let the tension flow out of him before the sisters noticed. He didn't like to think about that man. A few more minutes of warmth and cuddling up with his siblings continued until he found Mimi sniffing at a silver package he had handed over to them earlier. It was the chocolate Reiko had gifted to him. He watched as she took a cautious nibble, and was surprised when she stuck her tongue out. Blah, it's way too sweet. Mimi frowned, then took another bite and stuck out her tongue again. And it tastes like an MRE. Calorie-rich, with that special preservative flavor disguised with sugar. Where did you say you got this, Aniki? An acquaintance gave it to me. Izuku hummed, smiling a little at the unintentionally adorable display. So you can't take things that are too sweet, It's more of the slightly metallic MRE taste. Brings back bad memories. She grimaced. You can have my share, Kiri. I'm going to get something else to eat. Really? Kiri accepted the offering gratefully. Thankies. More time passed as the three siblings continued channel surfing while leaning against each other. Turning to Kiri, he noticed her gaze was sharp and focused, absorbing the TV's information like a sponge. Mimi was now snacking on some peanuts lazily, the occasional plume of fire snaking out of her and forming a ghostly hand to lift snacks into her mouth. Now they were watching a cheesy drama set in an age of pirates and sea monsters. The Black Freighter, it was called. With heroes becoming commonplace, the allure of superhero fiction had diminished, leaving other genres to fill the gap. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. The handsome main character quoted, his voice a deep baritone. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. Nay, Nii-chan. Kiri tugged at his shirt, eyes bright with curiosity. Was that mean? Well, Izuku paused. It means that you are in control of your fate, I guess. You're who you choose to be, Kiri. You decide what you want. Mimi grunted. The little girl blinked and thought hard, then looked to her sibling or rather, at the bowl in her hands. I want some grillly cheese. Izuku blinked, before his features slowly softened into a loving smile. Alright, sweetheart. What about you, dear? I'll have one with peanut butter and, Mimi started, then paused. You know what, I'll make it myself. She followed closely behind as Izuku made his way into the kitchen, looking for the bread they needed. Hey, Papa. Something's been on my mind lately. Mimi spoke up, tiptoeing to reach the countertop. Yeah? You how one for all is a quirk that stores power, right? Augmenting physical prowess to superhuman levels. Two of Aftermath's arms manifested at her side, helping the little girl open a jar. Did you know it augments the user's base quirk as well? Izuku paused, his fingers still poised on the toaster switch. It does? When I used my version of OFA, Aftermath was way faster and more durable, leagues more powerful than without it. Mimi squinted at her bread, applying a thick layer of peanut butter with a practiced motion. If OFA amplifies a quirk's power, shouldn't Kiri be way stronger? Now that you mention it, yeah, but she doesn't seem any different. Izuku thought back to the news reports of Valkyrie, to the child still lazing on his couch now. She had gotten much stronger over the years, but that was thanks to hard-earned battle experience. Even after he had obtained one for all, Kiri hadn't changed much in terms of raw power. Perhaps it wasn't affecting her? Exiting the kitchen with Mimi, he found Kiri floating in the air, watching TV while upside down. Those bright blue eyes lit up upon seeing the treat he had brought, though her face remained stoic as ever. Grillly cheese. Kiri said eagerly, reaching towards him with tiny fingers. Thanks, Nii-chan. Careful, it's hot. Izuku shushed, gently setting her down beside him. He pondered about his previous thought before simply deciding to ask her. Kiri-chan, he said carefully, catching her in the middle of pulling a long string of cheese with her mouth. Have you felt any different after I got one for all? NN. The little girl blinked and rolled her shoulders, twisting about to test his theory. Not really. You don't feel that there's a heat inside you, like, Mimi struggled to find the words, a burning flame? Nah. Kiri paused. Something's different in Oni-chan, though, I can feel it. You can feel one for all? Izuku asked in surprise. Sometimes, when you use it, it's all tingly. She nodded enthusiastically, and warm, like a big, spiky blanket. Huh. Hiro did say that one for all affected different types of quirks in different ways. Maybe it has increased your range, or your durability. Non-direct factors that are hard to spot. I wonder if, Mimi mumbled. When you're mumbling like that you remind me of Oni-chan. It's cute, Kiri said happily. He smiled at her lightly, marveling at how innocent she was. Deep down, she was still a child, and so was Mimi. In fact, their old forms were a reflection of who they truly were. Valkyrie was the blank slate that absorbed all the information she encountered, while Aftermath was the intimidating shell that hid a lonely, frightened girl. Despite everything, he loved them both, accepting all their flaws and negativities just like they did for him. For to be human is to be flawed, and all three of them certainly had no shortage of that. Even so, he would have to work hard, for them. For himself. For everyone. Saturday came along like a summer breeze, rolling into Izuku's life before he knew it. Today he was training alone, at least, that's what it looked like to anyone nearby. Two miniature fairies floated above his shoulders, invisible to the naked eye. They had tested it with Inko, and only Izuku was able to see and hear the cloaked form of his sisters before him. It was surprisingly convenient, though he had to admit it felt a bit odd for them to give him snippets of feedback as he trained. It sort of reminded him of those old-school cartoon depictions of shoulder angels and devils, whispering into his ears. Keep going, Oni-chan. Almost there. Kiri cheered, her tiny body bouncing atop his shoulder with every stride. You can do it. You gotta keep your breathing even, Aniki. Mimi puffed out her chest and exhaled, demonstrating. Like this. 1 2 1 2. Thanks, you too. Izuku said breathlessly, his lungs burning. He had to keep on going, especially since it was almost time for the sports festival. None of the three siblings realized it, but they had drawn the attention of a certain other. While Izuku jogged along a path parallel to the riverbank, someone else was also jogging in the opposite direction, his tar black feathers slick with sweat. Fumikage Tokoyami stopped upon feeling a tugging from within his navel, jogging on the spot to preserve his breathing. A quick glance down at his stomach had the moody boy frowned, seeing the glowing yellow eyes of his brother peeking out. Shadows twisted and writhed, the creature wincing and shrinking a tiny bit when it emerged in the presence of bright morning sunlight. Tokoyami cocked his head curiously. Dark Shadow never came out during the morning unless he called for him. Had something garnered his attention? Dark Shadow, what? There he. Something familiar. The wraith hissed, one ethereal claw stretching outward. Tokoyami followed his projection's finger, eyeing the green-haired teenager he had pointed at, Midoriya Izuku, the boy in his class with the uncontrollable strength quirk. He was talking to himself as he ran. Some sort of psych-up technique, perhaps. Tokoyami often talked to Dark Shadow when training as well. Yes, of course you would find him familiar. He's my classmate, remember? Tokoyami shrugged. No, not that. Fumikage, Dark Shadow turned to him, an expression of curious excitement upon his features. I see two little fairies. It was days later when Izuku found himself slowly shuffling through the hallways, having just exited a meeting with All Might. In his opinion, it hadn't gone well at all. He was about to tell All Might of the situation regarding Valkyrie and One for All, but the number one hero had dropped a bomb on him. One for All was related to All for One. The greatest villain of the Dark Age was the direct cause of One for All, specifically its creation by forcing a quirk onto his then thought to be quirkless brother. Light, born from darkness. Like a pattern repeating itself over and over again. Izuku's gaze swept across the floor. He had been so shocked, so floored by the revelation that he couldn't bring himself to tell All Might what happened to everyone who had once held One for All. Pieces of their soul forever bound to that quirk. A cursed immortality that was the price of nearly limitless power. He hadn't been able to tell the man about Nana. It was lucky that both Kiri and Mimi were at home right now. He didn't want them to see him in this sad, pathetic state. He felt like such a coward, especially after All Might had said those words while staring at a photo of Valkyrie at USJ taken with Snipe's helmet cam. All Might was many things, but he wasn't stupid. The man had quickly realized there was some sort of connection between Shimura Nana and Valkyrie, but Izuku couldn't bear to tell him what it really was. Nana? Is that really you? All Might had asked while staring at the photo, and for a moment he looked sad, gaunt and tired, but quickly sprung back into a strained smile. But enough reminiscing about the past, young Midoriya, heroes must look to the future. I wish you best of luck in the sports festival. Remember, I want you to tell the world, I am here. The boy clenched his teeth. Nobody had told him about All for One, either. But that was to be expected. He wasn't ready, far from it. He knew that much, still, it ticked him off, his own ineptness and the frustration that accompanied it. Izuku sighed, relaxing his shoulder and brows to release some tension. The atmosphere was also charged thanks to the upcoming school festival, something that everyone was looking forward to. He thought back to what Ochako had said earlier, about how she was in the heroics business for money to help her parents. It was an admirable goal, with him finding a newfound respect for her. But with that respect came another realization. What was his endgame in all this? He knew that Iida wanted to follow in his family's footsteps as the next Ingenium when he got older. Ochako had been giving him some weird looks recently, too. Was he the only one without a clear, established goal? Ever since the argument with Johnny he'd been questioning himself on what he wanted to be. He wanted to be just like All Might, but what did All Might truly represent to society? Victory? Power? Justice? A series of small, panicked beeps echoed down the hallway, the welcome distraction pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. At first he thought it was some sort of malfunctioning fire alarm, but when the boy got closer he heard something peculiar. Help, help, a tiny, barely audible voice wailed. Help, help. Izuku frowned. Should he go to investigate? Of course he would. He was never one who turned away from someone who needed help, no matter what. Squaring his shoulders, the young hero diverted from his original path and went over to the source of the small commotion, wondering what he would find. It certainly wasn't what he had expected. The green-haired boy rounded the corner only to find one of UA's security bots clutching something round and flailing in its grip. The large, mono-wheeled robot was the same variant the school had used in the entrance exam, the only difference being the words, security, stenciled along its chest armor. It rotated on the spot to face Izuku, and he got a closer look at what it was holding. It turned out that it wasn't someone who needed help, but something. In its claw-like manipulators the security bot held a smaller, apple-sized pink robot, the spherical little droid struggling to wriggle out of its captor's grip but to no avail. Help, help, attention. Unauthorized robotic unit. Neutralizing. The green security robot announced, squeezing the smaller pink robot roughly. Ouch! The pink sphere wailed pitifully, ouch. Izuku considered his options for a moment. Was it really worth it to go up to them? He could get reported for interfering with a security bot, especially when it was none of his business. But then the spherical, apple-sized robot let out another monotone wail and Izuku sighed, making his decision. He couldn't help but butt in when he saw someone being hurt, even if it was a dumb little robot. Striding over, the boy quickly walked up to the larger bot and gently pried its victim out from cold, metallic fingers. Security bots were especially ordered not to interact with students unless there were special circumstances involved, so Izuku managed to retrieve the pink bot with little effort. Attention! Unauthorized, yeah, I got it. Izuku groaned. Look, I'll take it back to the support department, alright. That's probably where it came from. Understood. The security bot said flatly. The machine paused for a second before speaking again. Midoriya Izuku, Hero Department. Student Idaho 00098814-2387. Incident recorded. Administrative staff have been notified of your transgression with school rules. Izuku felt his eyebrow twitch, slightly annoyed and resisting the urge to make a face at the security bot as it rolled away. Dumb thing was probably controlled by UA's master control program, something with no true intelligence. After Demon Lord, Zabanya and Mankiller, Brow 1589 world governments banded together to enforce strict laws and regulations on AI technology, to the point where only 13 true sentient still existed in the world. 2 of them were situated in Japan. Disaster Prevention AI Cassandra IV in Mount Fuji, and Tartarus Warden Supreme. He glanced down at the pink sphere he was carrying. Bots like this one and the security bot were not true artificial intelligences, merely rudimentary programs running a personality protocol alongside their basic functions. Thankies. The sphere said, somehow managing to sound cute in its monotone, high-pitched voice. Thankies. Upon closer inspection Izuku realized what this thing was, having seen them online. A Haro unit. Heuristic Autonomous Robotic Operators, or HAROs, were a type of personal assistant bot that were widely used in Europe. They came in a variety of sizes and colors and were often used in ship navigation, heavy engineering, logistics, and other various tasks since they had a dual purpose as powerful mobile PCs. However, the trait that they were most known for was their function as popular toys for kids, especially with their childish speech patterns that were programmed to repeat. Izuku flipped this one over to search for any markings, and was rewarded with several details stamped into its back. Haro Type U, Custom, Property of Hatsume Mei, Class 1H. If found please return my baby. Izuku looked at the words for a while before sighing to himself, tucking the bot close to his chest. To the support department it was. Midoriya Izuku. The little robot chirped, its circular ear flaps fanning outward. Midoriya Izuku. Yes, that's my name. Izuku mumbled, feeling a little weird answering to a machine. I suppose you heard it from that security bot? Yes. Thankies, Midoriya Izuku. You have saved us, we are eternally grateful. Hopefully I won't be in too much trouble for saving you. What were you doing out here, anyway? It's a long way from the support department. Haru was exploring, so you were. Izuku smiled tiredly. So it had a name, though a rather uncreative one. Your owner lets you do that, Not really. Haru wants to see the outside. Outside? The little machine wriggled in his arms to face him, its 2 beady little eyes flashing whenever it spoke. But outside is scary. You were programmed with an objective to go outside. Are you a Pathfinder bot? Maybe. Turn left. After a few more minutes of high-pitched lefts and rights they found themselves at a towering solid steel door, Izuku wondering how to open it as there wasn't a doorknob or slot of any sort. Password. A horrible grating noise reminiscent of an old internet dial-up escaped from the little bot, and soon the gargantuan doors began to slide open by themselves. Sensei, I still can't find her. Did you think that security nabbed? A pink-haired girl emerged from behind a pile of metal scrap, eyes widening and rushing towards Izuku with open arms upon seeing him. Baby. Wah. That was all he managed to say when the unknown girl crashed into him, laughing maniacally as they both went down in a heap of tangled limbs. Upon opening his eyes Izuku found himself face to face with the girl, now getting a much closer look at her. Her delighted golden eyes had cross-shaped reticles for pupils, and she was squeezing him so tightly that his face turned red. Or maybe it was because a girl was pressing her body against his. His first real hug had been stolen by a girl he didn't even know. Ooh, thank you. She picked up Haru and began spinning it around happily, hugging the sphere and giving it a little kiss. Mua? My baby, you're okay. Okay, Okay. Midoriya Izuku, Hero Department. Rescue, rescue. Izuku got up with an embarrassed cough, backing away from the strange girl. She was dressed in a black tank top and workshop overalls, the top half of which was tied haphazardly around her waist. Her salmon pink hair was accompanied by a pair of steampunk-looking goggles, twin prongs curving out their sides. The boy blushed as he looked away, remembering for a moment how soft she'd felt when she hugged him, especially. His face turned as pink as her hair. She was covered in soot and grease, but her girlish features shone through despite the grime, only amplified by the wide grin she wore when she strode towards him eagerly. This was someone who didn't give a damn about how she looked and still ended up attractive. "So you're the guy that rescued my baby?" The girl smiled, then leaned forward to grab both his hands and began shaking them roughly. "Thank you so much, oh man. I was so worried that almost considered hacking into the security mainframe." Izuku managed, fumbling his words and trying very hard not to stare down her top. "And no problem. Just doing what anyone would do." She continued shaking his hand excitedly, and Izuku couldn't help but blush like a schoolgirl. A really pretty girl was holding hands with him. He barely registered that she tilted her head back to call someone else in the other room. "Zenith, we found her, your Imouto's back." A small silver sphere floated out of the adjacent room, beady eyes flashing pink. Imouto. Imouto. Haru's ear flaps rose again in acknowledgement, floating towards her fellow droid. "Ni-sama. Ni-sama." In their rushed excitement, the two little robots bumped into each other midair, eyes flashing again in surprise. "Ow. Ow. Ouchies, ouchies." Izuku blinked at the strange display. Was the whole support department this whimsical? "Allow me to introduce myself." The girl finally let go and did a crisp salute. "Hi, I'm Hatsume Mei, nice to meet ya." "I'm Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you too," Izuku said, rubbing his head nervously until it clicked. "Wait." He looked at her again, really looked at her, and his vision blurred for a split second. The tall woman with the prosthetic arm and eye from Mimi's memory overlapped her form. This was Hatsume Mei, the one who took care of Mimi. At least, she was this world's version. Izuku gulped. This was the girl who would one day grow up with the knowledge to traverse dimensions. Then she smiled with that big earnest grin and all his concerns floated away. Mei got up in his face again, golden eyes gleaming with delight. Hey, since you're here and all, how about a tour of the workshop? I mean, you're from the hero department after all. I sense that we'll be working together closely in the near future." I'd love to, but I still haven't eaten lunch." "Oh, then I guess I'll have to feed you, come on." "What?" Izuku was once again taken by surprise when she took his hand, dragging him into the back room happily. It seemed that Mei was someone that marched to the beat of their own drum, and Izuku was frozen as he again realized he was holding hands with a girl. Kiri and Mimi were his siblings, so it was natural for them, but the way this girl's fingers interlocked with his even through her thick work gloves, it made his heart beat faster just a tiny bit. That was just how innocent he was. "Zenith, take your sister back to diagnostics and make sure she's alright. Also, get Laserbeak to cancel his surge. RTB." Mei instructed her silver robot. "We'll postpone the touch-ups on Aerosmith." Roger. You don't really need to do this, Hatsume-san. Treating you to lunch is the least I could do for you. This is also an opportunity to show off one of my newest babies." "Babies?" Izuku asked blankly, only to be interrupted when a mechanical falcon rocketed into the room through an open window, circling overhead before landing on Mei's arm. "Laserbeak, good boy. Right, here's the charging cable," she crooned, setting the bird robot down and plugging a wire into its back. Izuku blinked, then leaned forward with renewed interest and sparkling eyes. "Is that an AE-19 Redwing? The very same type used by the Hero Falcon?" he asked excitedly, his passion in heroics reigniting. "Ooh, you're a smart cookie." Mei grinned, fists pumping with equal excitement. "You're pretty close, but this one's actually a custom frame based on the Redwing series that I had to build from scratch, machined the parts myself." "You made this?" Izuku gasped, looking back at the robot bird, then at Mei. "That's awesome." "I know, right?" the support student said cheerfully. "I'd like to think I improved it, too. The baseline Redwing models always had an issue with overheating that I solved with a secondary drive unit that also functions as an auxiliary heatsink, allowing for a near-perfect feedback loop," Izuku observed, peering at the machine's bulky back. "That's one of the solutions proposed by the Sky High-Tech hero, El Condor. But wouldn't that get in the way of the transformation cog? Figured it out ages ago, dude. Just have to relocate it onto the docking station." they said at the same time, Mei's eyes growing wide. Izuku flushed, gaze nailed to the floor. He'd done it again, hadn't he? His passion for heroism of any form always radiated from him like a dying star going supernova, overwhelming others around him. Now this person would think that he was just a weird hero otaku. Sorry. I got a bit too excited. He was interrupted by his own squeak when Mei grabbed his hand again. You. Make a baby with me. Now, she demanded, a mad gleam of determination in her eyes. She continued dragging him to the back room even as his mind struggled to comprehend what he'd just heard. Despite all his strength, he somehow couldn't struggle against her iron-hard grip. Baby? What are you talking about, Hatsume-san? He protested, blushing all the while. Midoriya-kun. The moment I laid my eyes upon you I knew you were my dude, Mei said nonchalantly. I'm gonna let you into my special workspace where we'll make a baby together. We barely even know each other, you need your eyes checked. Nonsense, I have special eyes. Then look with your special eyes, I think we're a little too young for BBB. He managed to force the words out through his overwhelming embarrassment, baby making. Don't be ridiculous, no one's too young to experiment. Izuku stammered, watching as Mei reached for a curtain that blocked them off from the next room. He began to panic. Mei was a very pretty girl and all, but shouldn't there be a few steps before he made it this far? With the wonders of technology, Mei flung the curtain open and revealed machinery. All sorts of strange devices and tools were laid across the entire room, attached neatly on the walls and even hanging on the ceiling. In the center of it all was a surprisingly clean workbench that clearly belonged to Mei, seeing as another pair of her distinctive goggles was disassembled atop it. Izuku forgot the prior embarrassment he had held a moment before, taking it all in with a sense of wonder. This was the support department, so many support items for heroes. The inner fanboy in him could have squealed with delight. He quickly remembered Mei was still beside him and composed himself. Babies. By babies you meant, your inventions? He said with relief. That's right, my beautiful, pretty little babies, Mei said happily, flinging her arms wide. Made them all myself. Izuku's eyes grew wide. All of it? There were dozens, possibly hundreds of gadgets in this room? Wow, he breathed. You're amazing. The boy realized what he'd just said a moment later and turned into a Christmas tree, green and glowing bright red. I didn't mean to. No, don't look at me. Look at my babies. Mei chided, gesturing to the room. They're the amazing ones. It was a few seconds before Izuku remembered how to breathe. They are. Sorry to disappoint but I don't really have any experience in engineering or robotics so I can't make any babies with you, he admitted. That's okay, I just need some ideas from you, my dude. That counts as baby making too. Mei clapped her hands together and a table unfolded itself from the ceiling. Baby 5555, I need you. A strange spider-like robot with a bulbous, swollen body creeped up onto the table, causing Izuku to nearly recoil. It had been fast, and the way it moved with those 8-pointed legs was way too realistic. Mei sat down at the table. So did he, eyeing the spider bot warily the whole while. He considered running away but the queue for the cafeteria was probably too long by now, so he might as well let Mei enjoy herself. About that lunch I mentioned. Mei gave the robot a strong pat. This baby will create a hot meal from whatever preset recipe and ingredients you put in it. A mobile lunch rush. He tried not to flinch when the spider scuttled around the table like some unholy mix of machine and nature, setting the plates and utensils for them. Once done it let out a quiet ding like a microwave, the abdomen section opening up and depositing the food onto their plates. Some sort of reddish soup with a generous amount of sour cream. The way it deposited it wasn't very appealing, to say in the least. Go on, Mei urged him eagerly. Try it. Izuku gulped. How had he gotten into another weird situation? Now a girl had technically cooked him some food and was awaiting his feedback. Was his life really turning into a rom-com, just like Setsuna had prophesied? Then the spider bot clicked its mandibles at him impatiently and he remembered how the universe loved to screw with him. With a sigh, he took a scoop and the memories flooded back to him like a bursting dam. He was a kid who had just come home from school, tugging at his mother's apron insistently until she lowered her ladle for him. Her smile was as bright as the sun, short light hair framing a beautiful face. He was tiny again, helping Mei to chop up the beetroots with one of Aftermath's arms. It was hard to get the beetroot stains out of the prosthetics gaps, so naturally he did it for her. Before he knew it he was Izuku once more, overwhelmed with emotion as memories of home left him with wet cheeks. Warm tears rolled down his face. Mei stared for a moment before wincing. That bad, huh? Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to, she apologized, reaching for a tissue. No, it's great, Izuku said suddenly, taking another spoonful. You're great. He didn't even care that he'd said that last part. Mei stared at him enjoying the food before deciding to take a bite herself, a stunned expression appearing once she did. Hey, it's actually really good. In fact, it's just like how my mom used to make it, with a little too much flavor. Not bad at all. Izuku blinked, though he continued eating. Wait, you used me as a guinea pig? Think of it as a pre-order edition. You're my first client, after all, Mei said shamelessly, pulling out a notepad. Now, what's your feedback? Well, the boy muttered, having mostly gotten a hold of his emotions now. I think the design could be improved. I don't think the way it moves about and looks is very kid-friendly. Then there's the whole issue of the food coming out of its butt. I was going to say abdomen, but I suppose butt works too. Alright, okay, so we have the design and the presentation method, I wonder if, Mei said to herself, trailing off. Izuku watched while she scribbled down everything she thought in her little notepad, mumbling to herself quietly all the while. It reminded him of himself. Actually, perhaps she was his counterpart in the support department? How curious. The boy continued eating, enjoying the strong flavor of the soup. Might as well enjoy it since he was here. He even managed to talk with Mei about some of the equipment that local heroes were using, exchanging opinions and ideas. All in all, he actually noticed that they had a lot of things in common, from ideas for improving the gadgets that local heroes carried, to different applications of quirks that could be boosted with technology. If only he had his notebook with him now. Time passed faster than he'd anticipated and his plate was nearly empty by the end of their long conversation. The lovely fact that he was having lunch and chatting with a cute girl was a little ruined by the spider bot constantly staring at him throughout the entire meal. He finally realized it had been waiting for him to finish when it promptly scooped up the plates after they were done and loaded them into itself. The construct hopped off the table and skittered into the dark corners of the workshop. Izuku suppressing a shudder at the speed of which it moved. Yeah, definitely not kid-friendly. Either way, he thanked Mei for the meal while she just patted his shoulder with a big laugh, saying that she was the one who couldn't thank him enough for his help. Say, what's your quirk? She asked suddenly. Me? It's called superpower. It's an augmentation-type quirk that boosts my base strength to incredible levels, but it's uncontrollable for now. Breaks my bones if I'm not careful. He listed, rattling off the scripted excuse all might have prepared for him. Oh ho, well then, come visit sometime, I'll be sure to make something nice for ya, Mei said happily, that big, radiant smile plastered on her face. Also, isn't the sports festival coming up soon? Feel free to borrow any of my babies if you need them. How about a phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range? I think hero department students don't get to bring gadgets onto the field. Is that so? Shame. Ah well, come back soon. Why here? I can't wait for more feedback from you so we can make more babies together, she said earnestly, gazing into his eyes all the while. In fact, I had a lot of fun sharing what my babies could do with you. I can sense this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, my dude. So did I? Which? The friendship part or the baby-making part? Mei asked coyly. Both. Izuku returned her smile with one of his own, finding that he actually really enjoyed talking to her. Be seeing you, Hatsume-san. Again, thanks for the meal. No problem. See you in the sports festival. She waved while her two little spherical robots appeared beside her, flapping their ears to wave goodbye as well. He waved back as he left the support department. Bye-bye. Izuku soon got back to class with a full stomach. Somehow, he couldn't get the feeling of childhood nostalgia out of his head after that meal. The lingering emotions he felt in those memories warming his heart. His memory or not, it didn't matter. It'd be good to have Mei be his friend too. No dumb spider bot was going to ruin that. The boy paused for a moment at the realization. Did he just make a new friend? There was a big, silly smile on his face for all to see. Classes went on as usual, the familiar chime of the school bell finally signaling that it was time to go home. Izuku hummed to himself and packed up his things, looking up to find Iida and Ochako already coming over. Hey, Deku-kun. Ochako waved, her cheeks pinker than usual. Wanna walk home together? Sure, Uraraka-san. He smiled, before noticing her flushed face. Did something happen? You're looking a little red. It's nothing, she squeaked, averting her eyes. Her ears were positively glowing, though. Izuku felt some concern wash over him, mixed with some nervousness. Ochako was someone he considered to be his first real friend in years, but at times like this he was reminded of how she was also a really cute girl. Seeing her blush like that made his heart beat faster, but it also made him feel some concern as any friend would do. That's a question we should be asking you. Midoriya-kun, Iida's back straightened stiffly even when he praised Izuku. You kept wearing that big smile on your face ever since you came back from lunch. Good news, perhaps? It's, a little embarrassing, Ochako blinked, peering at him with those large, innocent eyes. Well, I think I made a new friend, Izuku said shyly, rubbing the back of his head. So I'm a little happy. Really? That's great, Iida said. Yeah, Deku-kun, Ochako agreed, suddenly regaining her bubbly demeanor. Alright. Well, I suppose that's the third friend I made and UA didn't really have any before. You're my first friend here, Uraraka-san, while Iida-kun was my second. I think the two of you showed me that I was still someone worthwhile. Izuku gave them a small smile. I'm really blessed to have met you guys. Izuku's radiant smile was like a brilliant morning sunrise, and he soon found Iida and Ochako squinting at him with equally happy grins. Guys, are you alright? The boy asked timidly. If your smile gets any brighter I'm going to get sunburned, Deku-kun. I'm starting to see stars. Sorry. The trio shared a quick bout of laughter at that, before making their way over the enormous classroom door. Sliding it open, however, revealed a rather unexpected situation. A crowd of students from the other classes had seemingly gathered around the 1A classroom, murmuring and chattering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Then they noticed Class 1A and started scoping them out, eyeing them cautiously. Izuku stepped in front of Ochako protectively, shielding her from the mob. What the? They're crowding the exit, Mineta squawked from beside Iida. They're scoping out the competition, dipshit. Bakugo growled and simply strode past them, ignoring the dwarf's indignant look. We're the ones that survived the attack on USJ. The blonde took one look at the surrounding mob, annoyance seeping through his posture. It's pointless to try, so get the fuck out of my way, you goddamn extras. Bakugo-kun, you can't just call people extras, just because you don't know them, Iida protested, his hand waving about mechanically. Izuku held back a sigh while Ochako continued to look nervous. Now everyone was going to think Class 1A was, well. I came to see what you guys were made of, but a tall, purple-haired boy with dead eyes parted the crowd, staring down at Bakugo. I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. Are all the students in the hero department like you? And there it was. Izuku tried to ignore the growl escaping Bakugo while he sized up the other boy. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. Did you know that there's a lot of people who ended up in the general education department because they failed the hero entrance exam? The tall boy continued, unperturbed. Based on the results of the sports festival, there's also the possibility of coming under review to be transferred to the hero department. The opposite is true as well. Izuku paused at the words. So if one didn't do well enough, they could be kicked out of the hero department to make space for newer, stronger talent? It was a cutthroat world out there. Scoping out the competition. If anything, a general ed student like me is thinking of how nice it would be to pull those hero department students off their high horses. Tired purple eyes met enraged crimson ones. Consider this my declaration of war. Ochako, Izuku, and Iida had the same thought running through their minds simultaneously. This person's bold too. You Class A students are full of hubris, aren't you? A blonde boy pushed past the crowd to appear before them. Our class will be looking forward to tearing down your ivory towers on which you sit so high and mighty. Then we'll see who the real hero students are. The blonde paused upon seeing Izuku, his smug expression vanishing instantly and replaced with a smoldering glare. You, he hissed. Izuku looked left, right, and finally behind him where Ochako looked just as puzzled before pointing to himself. Me? Yes, you. You're Midoriya Izuku. I've heard of you. Gray eyes met his, the boy's voice angry and challenging. I know what you did. What you're trying to do. Did you really think you could get away with it? I don't. Izuku tried, only to be cut off with another glare. I'm Mono Minato from 1B, oh boy. And I can't wait to kick your ass. Midoriya Izuku. Monoma growled, spitting his name as if it were a vulgarity. I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding, Monoma-san. Quit it with the nice guy act. Okay. You're not gonna fool me. The blonde strode up to him quickly, fists clenched. People like you who have such asinine reasons for becoming a hero disgust me. Ochako let out a small eek of surprise while still behind Izuku, and the green-haired boy felt a sudden surge of anger. This Monoma guy might have been misunderstanding him, but was there really a need to be so aggressive? Monoma-san, I can explain. No, I don't want to hear anything from you. You're everything that's wrong with the heroics industry, and I'll be looking forward to beating some goddamn sense into you. Monoma refused to back down, getting right up in Izuku's face and baring his teeth. Maybe then you'll rethink why you wanted to be a hero in the first place. Izuku's head throbbed, dark green fury bubbling under his skin. Watch your mouth, blondie. Izuku snarled, eyes blazing. You'll be eating those fucking words when I make you scream like a pussy. There was short, stunned silence before a wave of oohs rippled through the gathered crowd. Izuku quickly regaining his senses while Monoma stared at him angrily. Some of them took a nervous step back. What was, that wasn't. Memories of middle school flashed in his mind, the burning fury he just felt back with a vengeance. What can you even do? Sorry. Izuku whispered and pushed past the crowd, Ochako and Iida exchanging stunned glances before following behind him worriedly. Their walk to the front gate was silent, for he could practically feel his friend's gazes beaming concern onto his back. That anger, that rage, it hadn't been him, or had it? He didn't know anymore. Deku-kun, Ochako began timidly, is everything okay? Izuku finally mustered up the courage to look at his friends, finding them glancing over at him with worried expressions. His heart ached. He was so fortunate to have people that cared about him. I am fine, Uraraka-san, Iida-kun. He tried to find the words. Have a lot on my mind. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I didn't know what came over me. Izuku tried, shoulders slumping. I just got so mad and said something I shouldn't have. You got angry, and that's alright. Iida said suddenly, nodding, everybody gets angry sometimes. You don't have to keep bottling up your emotions, you know. Right, Deku-kun. I mean, even I get angry sometimes, Ochako agreed. Plus, that guy was being real mean. What was he even talking about? A harmless misunderstanding, that's all. Izuku sighed, wincing when he remembered the look on Monoma's face. I'll apologize to him when we meet again in the sports festival. Deku-kun, are you really alright? His brunette friend asked worriedly. It took him a moment to look up at her. I don't know, he answered honestly, voice quiet. Well, then, Izuku was surprised by the sudden warmth enveloping his hand. Ochako squeezed his palm reassuringly, looking right into his eyes. He felt his cheeks and ears warm up. If there's anything that you're having trouble with, you can talk to us, Ochako said confidently, nodding. We're your friends too. That's right, Midoriya-kun. Iida grasped his other hand, looking emotional for the first time ever. Don't worry, we'll be here to help. Izuku couldn't help it, emotions welling forth from deep within his heart. They were his friends, real, true friends that actually cared for him. Something he lacked for the past 10 years. A tear rolled down his cheek as he lowered his head with a bow, grateful to the both of them. Thank you, both of you, Izuku whispered, barely enough for them to hear. Iida and Ochako didn't need to exchange looks when they wrapped him into a tight hug, the former giving him a few encouraging pats on the back while the latter kept squeezing his hand for dear life. They knew he needed it. It was a few seconds later when they parted, Izuku's entire body red from embarrassment. That was pretty lame, wasn't it? A mistake on my part, I guess, Izuku said sheepishly. That's not true. I think it's really difficult to open up like that. Ochako shook her head, before giving him another one of her bright, hope-filled smiles. Feeling emotions is nothing to be ashamed of, even when you're a guy. We're only human, after all. We're young, Midoriya-kun. There's a long road ahead of us. Iida smiled. So feel free to make all the mistakes you want, especially when you can learn from them. A small silence plagued the air before the corners of Izuku's mouth curved upward, evolving into a series of light giggles which he shared with Ochako. Did I say something wrong? Iida asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I just didn't think our straightforward, rule-abiding class president would be an advocate of mistake-making. Izuku smiled. Yeah, Iida-kun, so you do have a side that isn't as serious, huh? Ochako cheered, relieved that the situation was somewhat back to normal. Of course, I am not saying you should make mistakes, but rather, treat them as a learning experience to grow and… Iida began defending himself, rambling to them in one of his infamous speeches once more. The trio of friends walked together, chatting amongst themselves like all teenagers did. Izuku continued walking with them, refusing to let the past drag him down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the annual UA Sports Festival. Everybody say HEEEYYYY. President Mike howled over the speakers, his trademark voice echoing throughout the stadium. Sound erupted in the stands when the crowd responded with thunderous cheers. Celebratory fireworks filled the sky with colored smoke and noise. My name is President Mike, and I'll be your host on this lovely morning. Joining me is none other than UA's famous Bagworm-san. ERRRRAASS Suriye ADDD. Yo! There was a minute of small talk where President Mike listed out the safety procedures along with the emergency exits and entrances of the stadium. Finally, it was time for the main event. You know their names, you know their stories, but do you know their style? Let's give it up for the first batch of this year's hero department, Class 1A. The audience roared with excitement, the sound of cheering and whistles meeting Izuku's ears. This was it. He thought back to only yesterday, where he gently told Kiri and Mimi to stay at home for the festival. He felt that it wouldn't be fair to have both of them help him, especially with their overwhelming power. And it would cause a panic if both vigilante sisters suddenly appeared in the stadium. Kiri had been a little disappointed at first, but then cheered up at the prospect of spending more time with Inko. Mimi had been more focused on solving the memory leak issue that he'd been experiencing. In fact, he was pretty certain she felt guilty, that she thought it was her fault the others' memories were seeping into his mind. He quickly reassured her that it wasn't her fault, it was something that nobody could have anticipated. Either way, he made sure that both sisters were happy before he left for the stadium that morning, remembering how they'd waved to him excitedly and cheered for him. Good luck, Oni-chan. You can do it, Kiri waved rapidly, her other hand gripping the hem of Inko's apron. Good luck, Aniki. Kick some ass for me, Mimi grinned, pumping her tiny fist into the air. All the best, Izuku. His mother smiled at him, tears beating at the corner of her eyes. You've come so far, my baby boy. Izuku had engulfed all three of them in a warm, loving hug before setting off, promising that he would do his best. Now he was back in the present, the roar of the crowd meeting his ears while President Mike started to introduce the rest of the classes. For a moment he thought of Todoroki's strange declaration of challenge before shrugging it off, remembering what he was here for. I want you to tell the world, I am here, All Might, Kiri, Mimi, Mom. Izuku took a deep breath, emerald eyes snapping open and gleaming with determination. Just watch me. Sports Festival STAARRRTTTTTTTT. 1566 Chapter 11. Trials 2020. What a time to be alive. Stay safe, everyone. Remember to wash your hands. Chapter 11. Edit. The 23rd of March 20. Renamed Chapter 9 Part 2 to Chapter 10 for consistency. No edits except for slight corrections to misspelled words. Midoriya Karimi had her eyes glued to the screen, watching as her brother thundered across the frozen ground like a man possessed. He was in the lead behind the ice quirk user, his emerald form racing across a frozen heap of gargantuan metal. Her sister Izumi had a contemplative look on her face, little fists gripping her skirt tight while she muttered under her breath and analyzed the situation. She too had almost all of her attention on the TV, wishing for her brother's success. Inko, however, Inko wailed from the couch, hugging the two sisters tightly while still focusing on the TV. My boy, my baby. The siblings quickly dabbed at the older women's wet cheeks, but Inko's tears were like a geyser that gushed all over the room. It's okay. Don't cry, Obaa-chan, Kiri murmured, reaching for another tissue. We're gonna need more tissues, Mimi said. Aftermath appeared behind her and casually strode over to the kitchen to retrieve another box, Inko not even noticing in her worry. Up next was an obstacle that the announcer called the Fall, consisting of gaping chasms and tightropes. Inko let out a horrified squeal as she watched her son begin to make his way across a rope, a heavy metal plate slung atop his back. Mimi's attention was drawn away towards another participant, Kiri easily noticing the way she stiffened. Mei, a pink-haired student, was laughing maniacally and gliding across the obstacle, avoiding the pitfall entirely. Purple-pink particles erupted from a bulky conical device on her back, and the girl was somehow able to fly without any means of conventional propulsion. The H-drive? That's weird. Mimi muttered under her breath, just like her brother. She's not supposed to have invented it yet. Another gasp from Inko drew Mimi's attention. The next segment of the race was a minefield, and somebody had just stepped on one. The poor woman's wailing reached a crescendo when Izuku promptly blew himself up on the minefield obstacle, using the explosion's recoil to propel himself forward after he'd lost the lead in the previous obstacle. Kiri, Ood, and Mimi watched with interest while Inko let out another pitiful cry. Her worry immediately tripled when Izuku slammed the piece of debris he'd been carrying into the dirt while still midair, detonating the mines that lay between Bakugo and Todoroki. His gambit worked. The two were flung aside while he hurtled forward, tucking and rolling into an immediate run once he landed. Kiri could feel Inko's arms grow weak as the older woman was on the edge of fainting again. The triumphant roar that echoed over the speakers quickly dragged her back to reality. And the winner of the obstacle race is Midoriya Izuku. Of course. Mimi smirked. Was there ever any doubt? Yay, Oni-chan, Kiri cheered. Izuku. X. We'll be right back after a 5-minute break, President Mike announced over the speakers, the audience starting to mill about in search of restrooms and snack stands. Deku-kun, a young, excited voice called out. Uraraka Ochako trotted up to him, still a little out of breath from the race. She huffed, giving him one of her 1,000-watt smiles like always. Behind her Iida wore a sullen expression, having been a speedster beaten at his own game. You were amazing, Deku-kun. She leaned in dangerously close, too innocent to have any ulterior motives. Congrats on first place, it sure stings a bit though. Great job, Midoriya-kun. But to think I'd place so low with a quirk such as my own, Iida grumbled, before straightening with resolve. All the more reason for me to work even harder. Thanks, you too. Izuku blushed at the praise. The trio continued to make some small talk while the rest of the participants enjoyed the short break. Izuku took the time to think about how most of it had been pure luck, but at least he'd managed to put some of the lessons he'd been taught to good use. Be resourceful. Use the environment to your advantage. He had wanted to use his secret trump card, but it was still difficult to activate what he called full cowl. A technique that utilized a mere fraction of one for all instead of the whole thing. After the others had taught him the technique, Mimi had helped him refine it slightly, giving some pointers that allowed him to raise it from 1 to 3%. Even so, maintaining full cowl was still a major problem he was facing. He needed more training seeing as the ability could only be used in bursts for now. It was better than breaking his bones with every use, but he still needed to focus and concentrate to use it. Embrace it. Mimi had told him. Stop thinking of it as a thing to be used. It's a part of you now. She promised to train him more after the festival as there wasn't enough time since everyone else except the two sisters had trained him so far. Unlike the others, they would have plenty of time afterwards. She didn't want him to keep breaking his bones just to wield one for all. He knew it hurt her. Hurt all of them to see him do that, which was why he decided he would only do it as a last resort. The look on his mother's face when he told her of his monstrous power still haunted him sometimes. The boy was dragged out of his thoughts when someone behind him cleared their throat. Excuse me? Sumimasen. Moment to talk? They turned to see a blonde girl with long, tan horns. It was one of the girls that had cornered him the other day. Her name was. Izuku searched his mind for a moment. Tsunotori Pony. He remembered her as one of the nice ones, especially when she got a burger for him. Hi, can we help you? Ochako asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Not you. Pony shook her head. Broccoli boy, we talk. Izuku saw his usually bubbly friend stiffen. Wanting to avoid another repeat of the cafeteria incident, he quickly got between the two girls and held his hands out placatingly. Sure. Tsunotori-san, right? Izuku asked nervously. Do you need something? Short word, please. Pony nodded with a polite smile. Sure. He glanced at Iida and Ochako. You guys go on without me. If you say so, Deku-kun. His brunette friend said hesitantly. Call us if anything happens, alright? I will. He smiled. Why would anything happen? A few moments later they were off to one side of the field where they could have some semblance of privacy. The members of Class 1B eyed him curiously while they passed, and he was surprised they weren't outright glaring at him. Izuku wondered what this girl wanted with him. Perhaps it was a follow-up from the last time. You wanted to speak to me, Tsunotori-san? Heard what happened with Monoma-kun. Felt bad for you, the horned girl said, came to say sorry. Izuku blinked in surprise when she made a slight bow. It's fine really. You don't have to, not under Reiko-chan's instructions. Pony struggled to find the words. Doesn't apologize. Yeah, she told me. The blonde nodded. Monoma usually not so aggressive. Hear rumor. Reiko-chan contain rumor. Stop from spreading. Slip though. Izuku's eyes widened. She had really done that? As far as he was concerned, that girl was now his benefactor. He owed her at least that much for helping to keep his reputation intact. The boy let out a low sigh of relief at the realization. I see. Yes. Reiko-chan helped you lots. Pony gave him a relaxed smile. I'm surprised she even did all that for you, to be honest. All that trouble for someone she doesn't even know. Well, if you see her, tell her I said thanks. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his head. I definitely owe her a favor for this. The boy didn't notice when Pony's eyes widened comically, striding up to him and suddenly grabbing him by the shoulders. Before he even had any time to process, she was shaking him frantically, a great big grin on her face. Dude, you can speak English? She asked excitedly. I can? Izuku asked in pure confusion, before clamping a hand over his mouth in horror. Oh god, I can speak English. Yes, Pony said. Her fists pumped into the air excitedly. You gotta help me, bro. Japanese is hard as hell and I can't make any bloody sense of this hiragana and katakana stuff. Air. Izuku panicked, backing away while Pony edged closer to him with every word. Juzo's the only other person I know who speaks my language. I mean, the guy's nice and all, but I really miss talking out loud in my native tongue with all my friends. That, and he can't eat ramen, which is one of my favorites. Poor guy, can you believe it? Pony continued, overwhelmed with eagerness. You know what, the three of us should totally, hang out sometime. I know this burger joint down at Nakamura Street. Were all foreigners this friendly? Izuku thought, stunned by her fearlessness. Thankfully, he was saved when someone called out the blonde's name. Tsunotori-san. They're starting. Yanagi Reiko called, stopping for a moment when she saw Izuku. Pony still edging closer to him with every word. In a bit of a pinch, Midoriya-kun? Hi, Reiko-san. Izuku greeted her nervously. He thought for a moment and decided to add on. This isn't what it looks like. What does it look like? Reiko asked, a hint of mischief in her tired gaze. You tell me. Eventually the platinum blonde managed to pry away her excited friend, shooing her back to the stage where students were gathering. She turned back with a look of amusement, the boy trying not to turn pink in response. Then she gave him another one of those beautiful, demure smiles, winking at him before rejoining her class. Izuku was rooted to the spot. Reiko winked at him, or, was it a blink? He could only see one of her eyes, after all. Nevertheless, he soon made his way back to the crowd gathering around Midnight's stage, heart beating a little faster at the display. What followed next was a quick demonstration of the stadium's energy shields, Cementos demonstrating by launching a fist-sized glob of concrete at the audience which bounced off an invisible barrier. It was reassuring to know that the audience would be safe from any stray attacks from the students' quirks, but it also meant that the next event would be a rowdy one. A rowdy one it was. Midnight flicked her whip towards the Jumbotron, the giant screen showing a spinning graphic reminiscent of a slot machine that finally landed on one particular event. The cavalry battle. Participants would gather in teams with 4 people at maximum, their combined point values from the previous race displayed as a headband upon the rider's head. Their objective was to score the greatest amount of points by stealing headbands from others, and the point value of the number 1 from the race was. Izuku had to say the words to himself again just to comprehend them. 10 million points. That was 7 zeros. The schoolboy felt the world start to tighten around him as Midnight announced that ridiculous figure. A cavalry battle, that was the next event. Headbands with point values, and taking them from opposing teams to increase your own point value. With the 10 million bounty on his head, every other team was going to be after him like sharks drawn to blood. Who would even want to be on his team now? If they even wanted to be with him in the first place, that is. His vision blurred and he was back in that infernal classroom again, surrounded by mocking laughter and condescending looks. At the forefront of his middle school classmates was Bakugo, a hateful sneer on the bully's face as he flaunted his explosion. What can you even do? Izuku grit his teeth and shook his head quickly, ridding himself of those haunting thoughts. It was different now. He was no longer in middle school, no longer the doormat that let everyone walk over him. But those words and feelings from back then weren't something that one could get rid of so easily. The insecurity and feelings of inferiority like scars upon his heart that would never truly fade. He already knew that others would be reluctant to team up with him, especially when he'd gone through the first event without even using his quirk. His classmates only knew him as the boy who would break his own bones every time he used his power, and teaming up with anyone from 1B seemed out of the question. He had to hurry, people were already starting to form teams. The 2 that he wanted on his team were undoubtedly her and him. Deku-kun. A cheerful voice echoed behind him. Izuku whirled around, already expecting an apology or rejection of some sort. Uraraka-san, let's team up, Ochako said happily. He blinked, vision blurring with tears. She was okay with it, even if teaming up with him would place her in the most disadvantageous position in this event? Uraraka-san, Izuku stammered. Are you sure? I mean, everyone will be after these 10 million points. If we play our cards right, we'll definitely win. I feel like you're overestimating me, he said dejectedly. Why would she even want to team up with a wimp like him? As if, she pumped her fists energetically, but when all's said and done, I'd rather team up with people I'm friends with, anytime. Her brilliant smile was as radiant as morning sunrise, and Izuku scrunched his face up in response. An overpowering solar flare before the dreg that he was. What's with that face? You'll look ugly like that, you know, Ochako laughed. It's nothing, it's just that you're so bright I can't look at you directly. Moments later they made their decision and headed over to Iida, explaining their plan for a speedy, untouchable horse that could evade all their attackers. However, a surprise came in the form of a rejection from the tall boy. You're amazing as ever, Midoriya-kun, but I apologize. I refuse to join your team, Iida said curtly. Huh? Ochako blinked, looking between her two friends. Why not? Ever since the entrance exam, I've done nothing but lose to you. The tall boy's gaze was laser-focused on Izuku even when he adjusted his glasses. You're a great friend, but if I keep on following you, chasing your back and relying on you, I will never grow. Iida turned on his heel and marched towards another team, Todoroki's team. Which is why I'll be doing my best to challenge you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku gulped, but nodded. I understand, Iida-kun, I won't let you down. His bespectacled friend stopped in his tracks, looking back with the barest hint of a smile and a solemn nod. I know you won't. He could feel Ochako looking between them worriedly, a little "ooh-wah" escaping from her lips. To her, it must have been like seeing a friendship break apart, but he knew better. This was a battle between men. At least, that's what he would have thought if he was some sort of shonen protagonist. Right now he was trying not to show the internal panic he felt by wearing a smile, just like Nana had taught him. In the face of adversity, one had to smile. Either way, he had to find new team members, and fast. All the promising students had already banded together, some of them even eyeing him hungrily. Those 10 million points were the ultimate reward in this event. Izuku would make them work for it. He looked around, and found what he was looking for. It was a stretch and he doubted the other student would even accept his proposal, but it was better than standing around and doing nothing. No fence sitting. That was another lesson he'd learned the hard way. Excuse me. Tokoyami Fumikage opened his eyes, hands still in his pockets. Midoriya Izuku. To what do I owe this pleasure? The bird-headed boy hummed, his eyes calculating. I was wondering if you'd like to be part of my team, Tokoyami-san, Izuku began. What's in it for me, Emerald One? Izuku blinked, formulating an answer on the spot. All eyes will be on us? You get to show off your prowess to the crowd. Do I look like the sort that craves attention? The Chunibyo raised an eyebrow. If it were up to me, I'd rather revel in the dark than stand before this audience of millions. To be honest, having that many people watching does make me nervous. Izuku admitted sheepishly. But recognition is something a hero needs as well. After all, I want to show them that I am here. I see. That recognition you seek is not for your own ego, but rather the means to a noble end goal you gave in mind. Admirable, at the very least. In all fairness, recognition was already the end goal of the sports festival as a whole. An inviting prospect, like whispers in the dark promising of power. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed. However, I will only join you on one condition. NN. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and that would be? Tokoyami leaned in to whisper in Izuku's ear, his voice like a sword being drawn. I want you to tell me about your guardians. Izuku leaned back in confusion. My guardians? You mean my mom? Tokoyami said nothing, wisps of darkness escaping his abdomen. Dark shadow writhed and undulated like an eel when he manifested, letting out a low croon of delight upon seeing Izuku. Ah, my prince of crows. You have brought the little lord. No, not yet a lord. Dark shadow whispered. A prince, like yourself. There's no need to hide, we mean you no harm. I know what you are. Tokoyami said slowly, carefully. You're like me. I've been looking for someone like you. Yes, yes. Dark shadow shuddered with glee, Ochako looking in curiosity. But, little ones are not here. Where? Little ones? Izuku asked. Twin queens. The projection said. Little fairies. Everything stopped, the blood in Izuku's veins turning to ice. The words hit him like an 18-wheeler barreling down the highway and scattered his thoughts all over the floor, rooting him on the spot. Izuku turned deathly pale while the breath caught in his throat. Dark Shadow was talking about his sisters. He knows about them. He could see them. When? Where? Amidst the panic his mind reached a startling realization. They had the same type of quirk. He should have suspected something like this. He had made notes on Tokoyami after all, even comparing the boy's unique quirk to his own. Mimi had managed to affect Kiri invulnerability since they shared the same psychic wavelength. It wasn't too far of a stretch to assume that other projection-type quirks also ran on similar wavelengths. Almost like how certain spectrums of light can only be seen by humans or animals. There was no way he could hide it from Tokoyami, or more specifically, Dark Shadow. I see, Izuku said shakily, trying to hide his panic and failing miserably. You're like me, but not here, not now. The bird-headed boy's glance flickered to Ochako, who had a look of mild confusion on her face. Izuku grit his teeth in an effort to stop trembling. Please. Tokoyami's expression softened, and he winced. I understand. It was difficult for me, too. Shall we talk after the festival? He held out his hand and Izuku looked as if he had been presented with a live snake. The green-haired boy considered his options. On one hand, it would be unwise to let anyone know of his sister's roles in Valkyrie and Viking, but on the other, he would finally have a chance to understand his quirk better. Even Kiri had admitted she didn't know how she came to be. Izuku sighed. He guessed it would be okay as long as he didn't reveal the secret that they were both actually infamous vigilantes. Tokoyami didn't look untrustworthy, but still, the potential benefits outweighed the risks, as long as he kept a tight lid on the vigilante business. It would be nice to have someone to talk to besides his mom as well. Furthermore, Tokoyami did mention that he'd been looking for someone like him, and Dark Shadow's talk of princes and lords lit a fire under his inquisitive spirit. He gulped but ultimately shook the other boy's hand. Deal. Dark Shadow cackled and swirled around Tokoyami like a great, ethereal serpent. The crow boy simply patted his head protectively, calming the projection like how one would comfort a younger sibling. It was then Izuku understood. Their relationship was just like the one between him and Kiri. They were a family. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm glad you two have solved your differences, Ochako said. Perhaps we are not so different. Izuku glanced at Tokoyami, letting most of the tension drain from his shoulders. Indeed. The crowboy nodded. Dark Shadow slithered through the air, his beak inches away from Izuku's nose. Use your rightful strength, little prince. Like me and mine. The projection gestured to his master. He is mine. And I am his. One can only rely on their own strength. Only then can you ascend to a lord. Okay? Izuku blinked, not really understanding those cryptic words. Midoriya-kun, my dude, are you done being all mysterious and making deals with shadow demons? He'd recognized that voice anywhere, despite meeting its owner just the other day. She had a very unique disposition, after all. Hatsume Mei was the type of person that tended to leave a lasting impression. Let's team up, Mr. First Place, Mei boomed, striding over like she owned the entire stadium. Hello, Hatsume-san, oh. Do you know her, Deku-kun? Yeah, she's the new friend I made the other day. You know, the one I told you and Iida-kun about. Izuku said bashfully, a tiny smile blooming on his face. Ochako twitched slightly but the pink-haired girl surged forward without a care, her smile wide as ever. Greetings. I'm Hatsume Mei, future CEO and chief engineer of Hatsume Heavy Engineering, the pink-haired girl announced, hands on her hips. Nice to meet you. Hatsume Heavy Engineering. Oh, Ochako's eyes lit up in recognition. You're talking about the company that provides the Haro units. My daddy uses them in his construction work. Ah, glad to see them being useful. You like to join our team? Sure, Hatsume-san, but everyone will be after the 10 million points? And that's precisely why I'm joining, Mei interrupted, getting right up in Izuku's face while he blushed. If I'm part of your team, my beautiful, adorable, pretty little babies will get a chance to shine in the spotlight, on national television. I need sponsors, I need funding, I need it. You babies? Ochako ventured. Right, speaking of babies. Mei paused to pull out her phone. Look at the baby we made, Midoriya-kun. Isn't he just the cutest thing? It was another picture of that horrid spider bot that lurked around the dark corners of Mei's workshop. Izuku winced, preparing for the cold shiver that would run down his spine and nothing happened. Mei had done a complete overhaul of the spider bot. Now it resembled a large jumping spider instead of the spindly long-legged monstrosity from before. Two large eyes and stubby legs painting a much more child-friendly image. Oh, he's actually kind of cute. Izuku agreed. The bee baby we made? Ochako repeated, starting to turn an odd shade of white. She began trying to peek over Izuku's shoulder until Mei pulled away. Not yet, he's a work in progress. Mei smirked, don't worry though. The pink-haired girl draped an arm over Izuku, and he felt something soft press against his side. Warmth crept up Izuku's cheeks like a house on fire. Me and my dude, we're gonna make tons of babies after this. Mei gave Ochako a thumbs up, then turned to the blushing boy with a wide grin. Isn't that right, Midoriya-kun? Let's get into some hardcore baby making after we win this thing. What remained of Izuku's composure died an ugly, agonizing death on the ground. Or perhaps somewhere between Mei's generous bosom and his left arm, especially with how closely she was pressing herself into him. Hardcore baby making. Ochako stammered, looking like she was either going to faint or burst into flames with how red she was turning. The folly of youth. Tokoyami turned away respectfully, a hint of red on his feathers. Be sure to use protection, you too. Protection's nice and all, but you sometimes gotta have that feel, you know, Mei drawled, wriggling her fingers to demonstrate. I gotta feel the raw material. Gotta know what I'm working with here, and sometimes gloves aren't gonna cut it. I need to feel it, touch it, handle it with my bare hands. Hardcore, baby-making, Ochako said in a trance-like state, her eyes gazing off into the distance. She's talking about her inventions, gadgets, machines, devices. Izuku managed with a scarlet face, trying to ignore how soft Mei's full body felt. She's a tinker, an inventor. Baby, making babies. The lights were on in Ochako's head, but nobody was home. What, wanna join us in making babies? Mei smiled, giving the brunette another thumbs up. Sure, why not? I wonder what kind of baby the two of you would make. That seemed to snap Ochako out of her trance, the girl turning tomato red to match her green-haired friend. Her eyes met Izuku's once, before flickering to the ground in pure embarrassment. Me and Deku-kun's baby, Ochako whispered, trembling hands squeezing together atop her belly unconsciously. Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree. Tokoyami looked at Izuku, then Ochako, then back at Izuku again with a sort of understanding. Ah, the folly of youth. Meanwhile, a certain spiky-haired boy was marching across the stadium towards a crowd of gathered students. Yo, Bakugo, he called. Todoroki's already got himself a full team up with me. Shitty hair. Bakugo grunted. It's Kirishima. Remember my name, man, Kirishima huffed. Anyway, let's team up. Who else here can withstand the recoil of your explosions? Someone with enough guts. No, dude, me. Besides, you've already chosen Mina-chan and Shiro-kun, right? With me here, we'll be a horse that can't crumple. Horn buddy, Mina cheered, noticing Kirishima. We'd be glad to have you. Says who? Bakugo snarled. Can your lousy hardening even take a single one of my explosions? I can take him all day, bro. I am a rock. Kirishima huffed proudly. I am an island. So a rock feels no pain, Shiro asked wryly. And an island never cries, Mina finished, giggling. You said it, horn buddy. Fine. You can join the other extras. Bakugo growled, staring back across the stadium and into the crowd. All we have to do is beat shitty Deku and shitty half and half, and prove that I'm the undisputed champion by taking those 10 million points. Don't you mean prove that we are the undisputed champions? Shiro raised an eyebrow. He didn't even get a reply. A bright orange ponytail swung from side to side a few meters away, its owner looking around with a thoughtful expression on her face. Kendo-san, what's so special about this guy anyway? Her blonde companion grumbled. We could have filled that one slot on your team with anyone from Class B. Why pick an outsider, a general ed student at that? Because he's not just some guy, Monoma-kun. I saw what he did in the first segment of the race. We're gonna need that kind of power if we want to accomplish our goal of beating Class A. Kendo answered, still looking around. Also, just because someone is from Gen Ed or support doesn't make them any less of a US student. Don't be a dick. Wasn't trying to imply that, but I gotta know, what changed? Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so on board with the plan. Let's just say there's someone I want to beat. He's made quite the impression on me in the past few days. Kendo smiled, noticing her prey. Hey, there's the guy we're looking for. Go up to him. Me? Monoma asked incredulously. What am I supposed to say? Anything you want. I've got an idea. The blonde boy simply sighed and shrugged, making his way over to their target. Hey, Monoma called, raising an arm. Hey, buddy. I ain't your buddy, pal. The tall, purple-haired boy grunted. But you're about to be mine, aren't you? Don't get too cocky. The blonde trailed off, his eyes suddenly blank and staring at nothing. Kendo narrowed her eyes, so that's how he does it. The purple boy noticed her looking a bit too late, opening his mouth for a question. What are you looking at, MMPH? Her enlarged hand wrapped around his head, leaving only his eyes visible and widening with a sudden panic. With her other hand Kendo slapped Monoma on the back, the blonde teen jolting awake from the quirk-induced trance. Wake up, doofus. Watch me in case he gets me. Kendo turned to her struggling prisoner. A question, Let me guess, some sort of mental override? No, mind control. Very nice, and very dangerous. There was a flash of anger in the purple boy's eyes. Calm down, I wasn't trying to imply anything. In fact, I think it's a really cool quirk. Kendo showed off her friendliest smile. So cool in fact, that I came all the way here to recruit you. Purple eyes blinked with confusion. That's right, buddy. I've got a proposition for you. Blink twice if you want to hear it. Her captive did so and she let him go, still keeping her guard up. He opened his mouth but her enlarged finger was on his lips in an instant. Oh no you don't. Tell me how it works first. Monoma-kun, cover your ears. Her classmate grumbled but cupped his ears obediently. I can control anyone who responds to me verbally. The purple boy said hesitantly, surprised when her smile grew wider instead of wilting in discomfort. I call it brainwash. Nice, and what do you call yourself? Shinso Hitoshi. Well, Shinso-san, Kendo's smile was all teeth. Let's get you talking. While Class 1A was forming their teams, Class 1B was doing the same. A lone, stoic-looking girl stood still within the crowd, slowly thinking to herself. Kodai Yui blinked, having not received a single offer to join anyone's team. Oh well, she go find someone then. Kendo, being the popular girl, already had a team of 3 within seconds of Midnight's announcement and had decided her final member was an outsider she saw earlier. Too bad, she had wanted to team up with her. Yui thought for a moment. Then again, it wasn't good to keep relying on someone. Looks like she was doing this herself. She sort of understood why no one had tried to get her on their team. They didn't really know how to talk to her, especially with her stoic demeanor. That, and some of them were still wary of her after what she did during the battle training exercise. Yui strode over to the one person who was arguably even quieter than her in class. He stood out in the crowd, his massive frame towering over their classmates. Unsurprisingly, he hadn't been chosen either. The tiny girl reached up and tugged at his shirt sleeve. Bondo-san, Yui said softly. Bondo Kojira turned slowly, 7 empty holes for eyes gazing down at her. Any other student would have been nervous, or perhaps even terrified at the massive mutant staring down at them. Yui simply tugged at the taller boy's sleeve again, trying to imply her thoughts through her actions. Be my horse. Bondo was quiet for a few long seconds, then he nodded. Right, they still needed one more person. Yui made her way over to another classmate, this one in particular being one of the strangest individuals she'd ever met. Well, if it isn't Kodai-san and Bondo-san, the dynamic duo, The silent ones. You know, they say it's always the quiet ones you have to watch out for, and in this case I had to agree with them. Man, the two of you already possess a frightening amount of power, but together? I couldn't think of a more dangerous combination. Nah, just kidding, I definitely can. But it's the intimidation factor, you know. Bondo-san looks like he gonna beat the shit out of me, and Kodai-san looks like she's gonna step on me. Not that I mind. I'm just not really into that sort of thing, but some people definitely are. In fact, I was just talking to. Bondo's massive hand clamped around the speech bubble that was Fukidashi Manga's head. Okay, shutting up now. Manga squeaked. Bondo grunted. Yui blinked. She had no problem with manga, really. It was just that the boy's mouth tended to run at 1,000,000 words per minute. Perhaps it was a side effect of his quirk, but manga could talk for hours without ever seeming to stop. He was her exact opposite, so it was rather ironic that they were teaming up. NN. Yui said, and Bondo let go. Phew. Alright, what can I do for you, Kodai-san? Let me guess, you guys need a third member? Yui nodded. Sure, I'd be glad to join you, Manga said cheerfully. What's the plan? Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like? Yui leaned over and whispered in his ear, or where she thought his ear was. Manga's face turned into an emoticon. D-winking face, a plan like that. That's crazy, girl. What did the guy ever do to you? You know what, I don't even want to know. Oh, maybe you like him or something. That's adorable. It's like watching a grade schooler trying to get her crush's attention by annoying him. An arctic stare shut him up faster than Bondo's hand around his face. Right, none of my business. Manga coughed. But are you sure this plan is viable? You'll be detached from your horse. Not to mention what you want me to do with my quirk. Yui tilted her head towards Midnight. Fine, I'll ask her. The talkative boy shrugged. But in return, tell me all the juicy details after you've had your fun with him. I just love a good story. The stoic girl blinked very, very slowly at him in an effort to show her annoyance. OWO, don't OWO at me. Manga soon strode over to Midnight and sent them a thumbs up after they'd finished talking. Just in time too, seeing as Kendo let out a high-pitched whistle to draw Class 1B's attention. She made a grasping symbol with her fingers atop her head, and they knew what it meant. Gather. The respective team leaders of each horse gathered around Kendo shortly, Yui among them. Monoma was already beside her friend, speaking to the redhead in hushed tones. Getting all of 1B through the obstacle race was his plan, after all. Now it was Kendo's turn. She had a feeling Midoriya-kun had something to do with this sudden sense of competitiveness that welled up in both Class B presidents. Yui shrugged internally, deciding not to pry after seeing how pissed off Monoma had been the other day. Cursing about stupid green-haired playboys or whatever that meant. It wouldn't be good for their secondary commander to lose his cool, after all. Everyone here? Kendo took a quick look around, nodding with satisfaction. Good, team comps? The team leaders reported to her one by one, not wasting any time. Yui simply thumbed over her shoulder when it was her turn. She could practically feel Bondo's empty stare and Manga's hand waving. Alright. Before we start, Does anyone else have anything they want to add? Yui leaned over and whispered a plan into her friend's ear. The others had the pleasure of watching Kendo's face change from mild amusement, then shock, and finally to a devilish smile. That's crazy, but I like crazy. Think you can take him? Yui shrugged. Probably not, she admitted. Well, I like that plan too much to let it go to waste. A few modifications and it should fit in nicely with ours. Kendo gave her a thumbs up. Yo, Setsuna-chan. Yeah? You're heading up there to back up Yui-chan if she gets into trouble, which she most likely will. Broccoli boy. Who else? It. Setsuna smiled darkly, some of the other team leaders backing away nervously. Tokage-san is heading up where now? Someone asked. You know it when you see it. As for when it appears, Yui-chan will give the signal, Kendo said. On her go, execute Operation Baby Dog. Kodai-san, you're giving the signal? Hiryu Rin asked dubiously from beside her. No offense, but you're not exactly the loudest person in the room. Want me to do it? Believe me, you'll definitely notice. The red-headed girl smirked knowingly, patting Yui on the shoulder. Let's just say she's got something big in mind. Operation Baby Dog? Awase Yosetsu asked, bewildered. It was either this or Operation Piccolo. Blame Monoma-kun for the silly names. Wah. Me? Moving on, number off. 1. They did so at her instruction, with absolute faith in her leadership. Remember your team numbers. We'll use Midnight Sensei's stage as a reference point. Odd groups go right, even groups go left. Kendo ordered, demonstrating with her hands. That means teams 1, 3, 5, right, 2, 4, 6, left. Teams 5 and 6 are skirmishers. To finish off anyone too close to the edge or weakened and trying to escape. Team leaders for 5 and 6, raise your hands. Guys, take note. The team leaders nodded as one. Okay, listen up. You're going to go after them, very slowly before the signal. And by slowly, I mean super slow. Keep a low profile and let them exhaust themselves first. It'd be ideal if they fought each other too. Do not engage Bakugo-san early into the match. The last thing we need is Bombboy breaking our formations, which I know he's capable of. Keep an eye on that one. If you get aggroed, you are going to lose your headband because you didn't know what to do. The ponytailed girl waited for them to nod again before continuing. Watch out for Todoroki-san as well. If you get caught by the ice, you're also going to lose your headband, for not being where you were supposed to be. Whatever you do, do not stand next to other teams or he'll catch all of you with an AoE attack. Can't we just avoid Bakugo-san until he cools off? Awase suggested. Aggro reset. There is no aggro reset with that guy. Kendo shook her head. Which is why we'll be using that to our advantage. Monoma-kun's team will be in charge of stalling Team Bakugo and drawing their attention away. Even better if they can steal their headband. Isn't that right, buddy? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Monoma grumbled but nodded. I'll do my best. I'm sure you will, as long as you don't over-aggro. Keep him mad enough to distract him, but don't rile him up too much or you'll give him enough motivation to beat you in one fell swoop. I know how that type of person thinks. The redhead looked to her audience. Guys, back him up when he needs help. Also, watch the clock and pay attention to the timer. We need to regroup in those last 5 minutes or shoot for the most number of points, whatever comes first. Improvise, overcome and adapt as needed. Roger that. Okay. Right. Meanwhile, Yui-chan's going to do her thing. Her team's in charge of facing Team Midoriya. Kendo sent her friend a knowing look. Setsuna-chan's team is gonna be helping her out. Midoriya heard on the grapevine that he's got some sort of super strength quirk with high recoil. Awase stated, glancing at Yui nervously. You gonna be alright, Kodai-san? Yui gave him a quiet nod. Of course she will. I believe in her. Get those 10 million points for Class B. Kendo cheered. Finally, my team will be primarily focusing on Team Todoroki. Team Kaibara, you're partying with me to counter the ice. The leader of Team 2, Kaibara-sen, nodded politely in response. Now, remember what our end goal is, surpass Class A. That means we have to beat their top 3 contenders, claiming the 10 million points as a bonus. I want at least 2, no, 1 team from Class B in the final event. They're stronger than us, or at least more experienced, which is why we can't afford to hold back. What we lack in skill we'll have to make up with numbers and tactics. At first I was thinking we should give the captured headbands to the strongest members of our class, but Kendo looked around and smiled. The way I see it, you've earned your place in the finals if you manage to get those points yourself anyway. Kei Kendo-san, Awase said, looking shocked. Grateful looks were directed at the Class B president. No infighting. If you see any of Class A's teams alone out there and you've got a B team nearby, collapse on them. Collapse on them like a house of falling bricks. Take their headbands and regroup with friendly teams to retreat, smash and grab. If they start to huddle up, penetrate and annihilate. Nuke him, dot him, whatever, just take the headbands and get out of there ASAP. Kendo smacked a fist into her palm for emphasis. The reason I'm making this so vague is because no plan survives contact with the enemy. There'll certainly be hiccups here and there that you guys will have to respond to in your own ways. We'll be using mission-type tactics for this, meaning that I just have a set goal. It's up to you guys to use whatever methods you see fit to reach that goal. A favorable situation will never be exploited if commanders wait for orders. The highest commander and the youngest soldier must be conscious of the fact that omission and inactivity are worse than resorting to the wrong expedient. Remember, surpass Class A. The girl held out her hand, and the other team leaders placed their hands together. Go forth and conquer. For Vlad Sensei. For Vlad Sensei. The others cheered. Even Yui whispered the words in her tiny voice. In the stands where the teachers were seated, 1B homeroom teacher Vlad King shed a manly tear. I'm back. Everyone, look what I've got. Hello, hello. 3 heads glanced towards Hatsume Mei, now back with an armful of gadgets and a little silver robot floating behind her. Ooh, Aharo, Ochako inspected it, cooing all the while. What's this cutie's name? Look, I did it, Zenith. He'll be my support unit for this mission. Hatsume replied, reaching for a metallic backpack that she handed over to Izuku. Here, Midoriya-kun. Wear this. Is that a jetpack modeled after the Buster hero, Airjet? Izuku held the device like a priceless treasure. Yuwu, so cool. That's not all. It has a secret function as well. It can. Mei leaned in to whisper in Izuku's ear, the boy blushing scarlet until he began paying attention. The embarrassment he felt was soon replaced by amazement, eyes widening in awe. In the background Ochako pouted, slipping on a pair of hover boots that Mei had gotten for her. Tokoyami simply shrugged and glanced over at the opposing teams with a watchful eye. Whoa, so it has that sort of function. Was your inspiration the hero Toymaster? You know it, my dude. Mei grinned, putting on her harness. All you have to do is press that button. Emergencies only, though. Awesome, Izuku muttered to himself, strapping the jetpack on. Okay, here we go. Mei adjusted the jetpack, running her hands across Izuku's chest and causing him to blush again. Zenith, buddy. Help me do a final checkup. Roger. Zenith beeped. Not calling him your baby, Izuku tried, seeking any topic to distract himself from Mei's light but firm touch. Oh, I didn't make Zenith, I just gave him a new Haro shell since his old one was worn out. He belonged to my mom, which in turn belonged to her dad, so on and so forth. Passed down from parent to child, wisey. Mei looked up with a grin, and he turned away so as to not bump noses with her. He's been in my family for ages. Can't even remember how old he's supposed to be. I see. Izuku blushed as her fingers played across his arms and barely paying attention to her words. A girl was so close to him, he really hoped she couldn't feel how fast his heart was beating. Elevated heart rate detected. Recommend loosing straps, Zenith chirped. Why did he have to tempt fate? Too tight, huh? The pink-haired schoolgirl frowned, pressing her chest against his and circling her arms around his torso to adjust the jetpack. Here, let me help. Somewhere on Izuku's body was definitely getting too tight, and Mei wasn't helping one bit. He froze, subconsciously committing this scene to memory. Everything about this girl was memorable, from her amazing smile and pretty golden eyes, to the light smell of grease mixed with natural sweat, the warm softness he felt on his chest. No, bad thoughts. There, Mei finished, patting him on the shoulder. She presented her back to him. Mind helping me with mine? Izuku began. I'll help you, Hatsume-san, Ochako said quickly, face red as a tomato. Sure, thanks. Izuku couldn't decide if he wanted to sigh with relief or regret. He and Tokoyami watched as Ochako helped Mei float the heavy rig that was supposed to go on her back, an intimidating device that looked like a mechanical spine. Overlapping metal plates clicked and hissed when the machine attached itself onto her, shifting metal parts extending and overlaying themselves on Mei's right shoulder before a gap opened in the device. They watched curiously when Zenith floated down, settling himself into the cavity perfectly like an egg within a nest. Docking mode. Zenith beeped. Complete. Initiating secondary docking. Phase 2. Mei lifted up another angular metal plate, this one for covering her chest. She frowned when it didn't quite seem to fit, grumbling to herself about how they'd grown again. Izuku and Tokoyami politely pretended they didn't hear that last part, and Ochako's expression was emptier than her fridge. After a few adjustments she was done, chest armor gleaming and back rig activated. Two conical fins rotated atop her back like a pair of cherub's wings as the girl tested them, her goggles lenses glowing a futuristic purple-pink for a second. Remote point defense system, check. Artificial neural interface, the prongs on her goggles buzzed, and the small fins on her back clicked into place. Check. All systems go. We are combat ready, Zenith reported cutely. Right on time, too. Midnight announced that the cavalry battle was about to start, and Team Midoriya soon found themselves in their starting positions along with the other teams. Gazes shimmering with want eyed them from nearly every direction. Izuku noted how the members of Class B looked at them differently, steely determination and intent directed not at the 10 million points resting on his head, but the entirety of Class A, some sort of plan they had agreed on. Perhaps, he instructed his team to be extra cautious of anyone from the opposing class, just in case. Midnight started the countdown, the numbers displayed on the Jumbotron for all to see. 3, Midnight counted, the crowd echoing the countdown with barely contained excitement. In the Midoriya household, two sisters squeaked as Inko hugged them lovingly, her eyes glimmering with worried tears. Kiri and Mimi let her do so, gazes still focused on their brother. 2. In the realm of memories and dreams, the members of One for All watched, Shimura Nana chugging her beer straight from the bottle. They were having an outdoor barbecue in the courtyard of all things. Izuku's vision displayed on a wide screen that Hiro had created. A hamburger patty flipped through the air, the pom-pom on Coco's head flying off as she leapt to grab it. 1. Izuku cracked his knuckles, and Dark Shadow let out a low rumble. He turned to his team, giving them a final word of encouragement before the battle began. Let's do this. Staw aired, Team Midoriya lifted off the ground. One moment they were there and the next they weren't. Aoyama's naval laser carving a ravine into where they'd once stood. The three Class A teams that were aiming for them cursed and peeled away, not even noticing that one team among them already lost their headband. The B team that stole it backed off, circling around in a wide arc for another flyby. Something fast and sharp whizzed through the air, bouncing off Dark Shadow's arms when he deflected the attack with a single swipe. Jiro grunted, readying her earphone jacks for another blow. In the air they had the advantage, only ranged quirks could reach them, and Tokoyami had two angles of vision to watch for incoming attacks. Ochako utilized her quirk to make everyone weightless, and Mei's tech allowed them to get out of being cornered by escaping into the air. It was a decent plan. But no plan survives contact with the enemy. Team Midoriya landed, and were beset by enemies from all sides once again. Izuku's mind raced, analyzing the scene before him in the span of a second. 3 teams. Mid-ranged quirks. Bruiser blaster combo. Only Class A? Where were the teams from Class B? A 4th and 5th team circled in from the left and right respectively, but their angle of attack was perpendicular to him. They were aiming for the headbands of Class A. His classmates' headbands vanished, the two oblivious riders not even noticing as they were too focused on the 10 million points. Class B is working together. Izuku realized, this isn't good. Present Mike yelled something that he didn't hear, the boy too focused on dodging and trying not to let the opposing teams box them in. His worries took a backseat when he spotted something massive charging at them through the corner of his eye. The third team that had been waiting to get into an advantageous position. Shoji Mezzo surged at them like a raging bull, torso low to the ground. His heavy feet dug into the dirt with every step. He was alone. No. Izuku glanced at the hump of tangled flesh the other boy had formed on his back. A shelter, for a rider? His instincts took over when he tilted his head, barely avoiding the spear-like tongue that aimed for his forehead. Good reflexes, Midoriya-chan. Very good, Kiro. Suyu grunted from atop Shoji's back, Mineta-chan. A volley of purple balls exploded from Shoji's back along with an angry cry of jealousy. Point defense. Mei barked. Firing, firing. Twin beams of dark purple-pink energy scythed through the air from the fins on Mei's back, carving through Mineta's thrown orbs like a hot knife through butter. The beams didn't destroy the spheres but instead cut them in half, altering their trajectories and scattering them away from Izuku's team instead of atop them. Shoji grunted and skidded to a halt, nearly stepping into the field of sticky filth. Izuku activated Mei's jetpack and they were sailing through the air once more, leaving behind more obstacles to get in the other team's way. It was a good play, but he knew they couldn't keep escaping through the air the whole match. Someone would figure out a way to counter or exploit their aerial escape route. His mind spun, 1,000 scenarios playing out before him. Keep moving, always keep moving. It wasn't worth it to get into a battle, not when a third party could simply swoop in and swipe the 10 million off his head when he'd be busy fighting. The best option was to keep evading them and work with the clock. Shitty, Izuku knew that voice. There he was, just as expected. Dark Shadow went on the defensive upon Izuku's taps on Tokoyami and Mei's shoulders. The support student prepared to fire a short-range, wide-angle beam attack to shoot their attacker out of the air. He had already anticipated this beforehand, knowing that his opponent could move in all three dimensions with his explosions. Be proactive, not reactive. Predict your opponent's moves and plan countermeasures. They would be ready for whatever Bakugo threw at them and counterattack. Dekuggghh. They didn't have to. Something small and dark-haired slammed into Bakugo mid-air feet first, folding him in two like a clean towel. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the figure used Bakugo's falling body as a springboard, kicking off the blonde and leaping towards him with an outstretched hand. Yui Kodai hurtled at Team Midoriya like an emotionless missile. Minutes ago, small skirmishes were taking place on the stadium ground. Blows were exchanged, quirk effects thrown left and right in a flashy display of power. He did not impress the stoic girl who was waiting patiently, not one bit. The waiting was the most difficult part, really. Team Kodai circled around the edges and avoided conflict, helping their fellow classmates whenever they could. Good things come to those who wait, or at least that was how the quote went. Yui didn't like that quote very much. She was a normal, plain, boring girl. That was how she liked it, because people were always afraid of her before she became that. It was why she ended up like this, an emotionless, non-threatening, fairly normal teenager. Just to fit in with society. But sometimes she just had to let it out. She wasn't sure if it was her quirk or her own actual desire that caused her to be like this. In the end, she channeled those horrid thoughts and feelings into something positive, something good. A career in heroism. That way, she could express herself all she wanted and not get in trouble for it. Her reminiscing soon ended when Bondo grunted beneath her, the muscular boy nodding towards their target, Team Midoriya. Slippery little things they were, hopping from place to place like a frog. Hippity-hoppity, hippity-hoppity. It was almost time, they just needed an opportunity. Shitty, a blonde boy from Class A roared, his palms igniting and sending him into the air. That would do. She patted Bondo and readied herself while the heavy-set boy pulled an arm back. Manga cleared his throat and nodded at her, awaiting her signal. Yui used her quirk. She shrunk down to the size of an action figure in the blink of an eye, curling up into a ball atop Bondo's palm. A muscular arm lanced forward and the girl hurtled through the air as if she'd been shot through a cannon. It was a crazy, insane plan that even Bondo had been reluctant to agree on at first, but they made it work. It had to work. Dekuggghh. It did. Of course a guy with 7 eyes would make a great pitcher. Yui tilted herself at just the right angle and returned to normal size just before slamming both feet into Bakugo's stomach, the boy's body crumpling around her legs when all her momentum rocketed into him with a heavy crunch. With that momentum his body spun mid-air, giving Yui a fraction of a second to bring herself up and launch off him like a diver off a springboard. She did so, aiming for the 10 million points on a shocked Izuku's forehead. Tokoya, Dark Shadow. Darkness itself raced towards her in the shape of bestial claws, Yui twisting her form and shrinking simultaneously to avoid those shadowy daggers. Slipping through Dark Shadow's fingers she landed on the projection's arm, sprinting along its length to avoid another wild swipe and bouncing within the labyrinth of tangled limbs like a ricocheting bullet. She was actually much stronger and faster in her tiny form compared to her regular one, evidenced by the lightning-quick uppercut that sent Dark Shadow sprawling backward in pain. Firing solution. The pink-haired girl at Izuku's side yelled. Lock on, lock on. Her little support bot, a Haro unit mounted on her shoulder, announced with flashing eyes. Yui knew she couldn't dodge the beam attack, not when a computer was doing the targeting. She instead darted right at the bird-headed boy, Tokoyami, finding cover in the chaos in the brief moment she broke their line of sight. Even if the Haro had locked onto her, it would have had to shoot through Tokoyami to score a hit. She bounced between their bodies, feet light and aiming for her target. What the? Where? She heard Izuku cry out, feeling the others looking around in shock. In the end, it was the brunette girl that spotted her. Deku-kun. On your right shoulder. Izuku whirled. A hand coming up to catch her. Too little, too late. Yui's chambered fist crashed into the boy's cheekbone, snapping his head to the side painfully. Offhandedly, she wondered if they could still be friends after this. She hoped so. Her other hand pulled at fabric, snatching away those precious 10 million points. And what's THISSS? A complete upset. A dark horse from Class B, Team Kodai, has attained the 10 million points. I don't believe what I'm seeing here. Is being detached from your horse even allowed? I'll allow it. And since Kodai-san's feet haven't touched the stadium floor, she's still in the game, Midnight announced with a flourish of her whip. Here at UA, we encourage creative thinking and unorthodox tactics. Incredible. You heard it here first, folks. No true hero is a one-trick pony, plus ultra. Did you just steal my line? What an amazing turn of events. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Present mic paused. What? What's happening, Class A? Where have most of those points gone? Don't tell me, is this the fabled pride before the fall? Yeah. Go Class 1B. Vlad King suddenly stood from his position in the teacher's stand, his triumphant expression displayed on the jumbotron as the cameras temporarily focused on him. Eat that, Aizawa. Objective complete. Yui kicked off Izuku's shoulder and rocketed downward, slipping past Dark Shadow with a still normal-sized headband wrapped around her neck like a fluttering cape. At this size, she could use her gym uniform's jacket as a parachute to slow her fall so her team could catch her. Oh no you don't. A hand closed around her, fingers shimmering with small arcs of emerald lightning. Yui looked up just in time to see Izuku swipe the 10 million points off her, tossing the headband around his neck as he hesitated with what to do with the miniature girl in his grip. He looked at her as if she was some fragile thing that could be easily broken, like a little doll. His fingers loosened inadvertently, and Yui was glad he did so, otherwise she'd broken all 5 of them with what she was about to do next. The girl shifted back to normal size, stunning the green-haired boy as his hand snapped open. Tokoyami let out a surprised cry with her sudden weight atop his back, and Yui made use of the temporary disorientation she'd caused to wrap her legs around Izuku's torso. Pulling him close she caught him in a tight hold while the boy struggled to throw her off, ignoring his embarrassed shout and wrecking the team's flight pattern. She had to force them to land right now or Dark Shadow would simply peel her off and toss her aside. Yui locked eyes with the brunette on Izuku's team. She saw the other girl's eyes widen at how her hands wrapped themselves around Izuku's neck, restraining him while she prepared to have her fingertips meet. The stoic girl opened her mouth and said a single word. Release. The world shifted. Mass, space, weight and everything in between moved. Yui supersized herself, becoming 3 meters tall. With the sudden increase in weight the jetpack on Izuku's back flared and sputtered, failing to keep them airborne. Izuku cried, suddenly engulfed in the ultimate softness of Yui's giant bosom. Okay, tiny girl is big now. She's big now. Mei yelled. Zenith, deploy countermeasures. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami howled. Yui raised a single, gargantuan arm, blocking a barrage of micro-missiles and Dark Shadow's fists. Ochako panicked and reached up to smack the giant with her zero gravity, only to have her hand knocked aside when a long, tan horn collided with her wrist. The crowd roared, cheered, and stomped their feet with excitement, a sharp, piercing whistle exploding from the stadium floor. That's the signal, go, 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 Kendo yelled, her hand chopping through the air. Commence Operation Baby Dog. Manga said. He took a deep breath and spoke at the sky. The Japanese kanji for floaty erupted from his speech bubblehead and materialized in physical space, Manga's reality warping quirk causing the impossible to become possible. His words were his will made manifest, and in this case he willed a massive platform into being, one that could float in the air. The floating platform was nothing more than the physical Japanese kanji made literal and physical, but it was enough to serve Yui's needs as a staging ground. The size-changing girl made her move, tilting her body to the side with Izuku still in her grip. Together, they fell off his horse and towards the platform while the audience went wild. Izuku was still affected by Ochako's quirk so he floated down. Yui was having none of that and decided to speed things up with a monstrous, giant-sized punch. The platform shook when Izuku cratered upon its surface, momentarily stunned from the impact. His opponent made a near-perfect superhero landing and strode towards him, casually reaching down to pluck the 10 million points off him like how a child would pluck the wings off a helpless fly. At least, that's what everyone thought would happen. Izuku exploded with movement and backflipped, the tip of his shoe catching her chin and knocking her back. The boy righted himself with a huff, tightening the 10 million point headband before his hands came to a fighting stance. Yui tilted her head, shrinking back to regular size to take on her own kickboxing stance. Izuku grimaced, almost as if he recognized it. No, he definitely did. Yui realized. She knew from the way he watched her legs and hips, already preparing for the incoming roundhouse kick. How did he know? One thing was certain, though. Midoriya Izuku was one of the most interesting people she'd ever met. Bakugo Katsuki was absolutely livid. Some plain-faced bitch had just interrupted his flawless victory over that shitty Deku. Unacceptable, absolutely fucking unacceptable. He noticed that for some goddamn reason the losers from the other class were suddenly moving and coordinating together. It was bloody obvious, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like those nobodies could do anything to him. Nothing mattered except the top. A trio of explosions righted his course, the blonde landing in the midst of his team once more. Shitty Hair turned back to look at him, a hint of worry in his expression. Dude, Bakugo. You okay? That looked like it hurt. Shut the fuck up. As if some dumb extra is gonna keep me down. Bakugo snarled. We're going after shitty Deku again. The rest of you losers just wait here until I get back. You're not going anywhere, Sparky boom boom. He felt the impossible happen when his headband was yanked off. Whirling around, Bakugo came face to face with someone from Class B, immediately giving the other boy the mental moniker of smug bastard with that look on his face. Just what I expected from Class A, an arrogant prick for an arrogant class. Smug bastard said nonchalantly, twirling his headband around like a toy. My. The standards have been lowered to such a point where even someone like you is allowed in the hero course. What a travesty. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, bastard? You know, smug bastard's eyes were taunting, looking down on him. Some rage-filled brute who throws a tantrum when he doesn't get what he wants. How can you speak to your own team members that way? Shame on you. Let me guess. Everything was handed to you since you were young, and now you can't handle the fact that you're not the best. How cliché. Crimson eyes narrowed with fury. Huh? It's plain to see, Spiky Hair. Smug bastard thought for a moment. Or Shitty Hair, if you'd prefer. That's what you called your buddy, right? It's funny, really, don't you two have almost the same hairstyle? The Class B blonde laughed, and Bakugo felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Forget Deku, he was going to kill this bastard first. Team Bakugo surged forward and its leader lunged, only to have his hand knocked aside effortlessly. So quick to resort to violence. Are you sure you aren't just a villain in training? You. The words were cut off when an explosion blossomed from smug bastard's palm, knocking Bakugo back, who quickly recovered with an enraged growl. Whoops, my hand slipped. Wah, Bakugo, he's got the same quirk as you, Kirishima yelled. Bakugo ignored him in favor of sending an explosion of his own towards the other blonde, only for it to splash harmlessly off hardened skin. Whoa, he's got mine too? Damn it, does everyone have a hardening quirk these days? Nah. Bakugo snarled, already knowing what the extra's quirk was. This guy's just a fucking copycat. Believe me, yours is nothing special. And neither are you. Smug bastard grinned, lightly swiping his hands atop his team members' heads. You simply deluded yourself into thinking you are. You're a big fish in a small pond. He exhaled, the air around him shifting with power. It's time you see the ocean. While Monoma was busying himself by distracting Bakugo, Kendo was making plans of her own. She watched as a wave of electricity followed by ice trapped 3 of her class teams along with 2 others from Class A, frowning at the sheer effectiveness of the combo. Stun and freeze. Clever. Reiko-san. On it, Reiko said, narrowing her tired eyes. An invisible force shattered the ice that was keeping the Class B teams in check, but only the B teams. She could vaguely hear Present Mike yelling about how they were using teamwork and how he couldn't wait to see how things would turn out. Kaibara-kun, you alright? She asked, giving him a quick once-over. I'll live. Kaibara-sen shivered and shook his head. Let's get this guy. The 2 teams charged towards a scowling Todoroki, the look on his face making it clear that he was annoyed at all these interference between him and those 10 million points. Good, she hoped the anger threw him off. Freezing cold leapt at them from Todoroki's right foot, a crashing wave of frost that advanced like a creeping winter. The wave slowed without warning, seeming to melt into the ground. No, the ground itself was melting. Nice one, Honanuki-san, Sen cheered to his teammate, the ground restoring itself a moment later. With their path clear and unobstructed, they barreled forward at Todoroki. His points weren't actually that important. The main goal was to show everyone what they were made of by taking them off the number 2's sun. That was the real prize. Yo, Prez. Tetsu asked from beneath her. How are we gonna get past those ice barriers? Use your head. Kendo suggested. Todoroki frowned at his approaching enemies, and another wave of ice rumbled towards them. This time, however, they were ready for it. Rebuff overdrive. Sen's gyrating elbow crashed into the solid wall of frost, not enough to fully stop Todoroki's ice. But he didn't need to stop it, he just needed to provide an opening for Kendo. That alone was worth it to see the look on Mr. Privilege's face when Team Kendo made it past his defense, the redhead clenching a giant fist. A wall of ice sprung into existence, but Tetsu had indeed followed Kendo's suggestion. He used his head. His heavy, steel-plated, unbreakable head was a battering ram that smashed through the ice like a thin sheet of glass. Yayorozu, Kaminari, oi, shockjockey. Your fly's unzipped, nice pink underwear you're rocking. One of Kendo's teammates yelled out of nowhere. Hey, it's not pie, Kaminari began, and simply stopped. For a second number 2's son looked bewildered at the lack of electricity. His guard dropped at the assurance that Kaminari's power could stop anything charging at them. They were wrong in that instance. Got you. Kendo thundered, her fist coming down like a wrecking ball. Todoroki hissed and flung up a hastily constructed shield of ice, but Kendo bulldozed through it and tore the points off his pretty heterochromatic head. Cheers and gasps from the crowd rippled through the stadium, and Present Mike yelled something that they didn't hear. Not with the blood rushing through their ears. This was their moment. It was short-lived when Iida raised his leg, his heavy, engine-equipped leg, bringing his heel down on Kaminari's toes. The electric teen let out a pained yelp, Iida quickly apologizing and draping Momo's insulating sheet over them. Moments later, an ice wall circled around Team Kendo and Kaibara, blocking off their escape route. Ah! Reiko, too late. What came next was 5 seconds of pure agony as lightning coursed through the two teams. Pain receptors screaming as raw energy crashed into nervous systems, fingers spasming, lungs heaving. No, Kendo thought, bitter tears threatening to spill from her eyes. We were so close, just a bit further. They had been barely within Kaminari's attack range, but it wasn't enough. With Todoroki's ice, Iida's speed, and Momo's ability to create anything she could think of, they were outgunned from the start. But they were not outnumbered or outplanned. The two-man team of Ren Hiraiyu and Shishida Jirota crashed through the ice wall, the latter unleashing a bestial roar that stopped Team Todoroki in its tracks. Go! Rin yelled to a staggering Sen and Kendo. Go, we'll hold them off, regroup with the others. No you won't, Todoroki said. Ice erupted from the ground. Shishida lashed out with a single hairy paw, shattering the pursuing ice with ease. Yes they will. Shishida growled. Todoroki's eyes narrowed as he watched the two opposing teams run off with his headband, the irritation clear on his face. He turned to Team Ren, unimpressed. His eyes flickered up to their headband and saw the low point values, a look of cold annoyance forming a split second later. You're in my way. I know. Move. Todoroki demanded, frost creeping up his uniform. Make me. Rin answered, a covering of green scales rushing down his arm. At the opposite end of the stadium, Team Midoriya landed, the other teams simply avoiding them when they noticed the lack of 10 million points and their missing horsemen. Uraraka Ochako looked up at the floating platform that appeared out of nowhere, her expression one of panic. She had undid her quirk's effects earlier, knowing her shy friend would need his footing for what came next. The sounds of battle echoed overhead. Deku was fighting with the Ice Queen. Was this a case of a jealous ex, or perhaps a lover's dispute? We've got to get up there, Ochako cried. Deku-kun's in trouble. I know, Zenith, overclock Uraraka-san's hover boots so he can fly. Warning, warning. Overlocking will result in increased battery usage, remaining battery life will. I've done the math. Just do it, Mei grunted. Uraraka-san, make us weightless again. Got it. Team Midoriya held on tight as they rocketed into the air, advancing towards the platform to rescue their leader. But before they could even make it halfway, a pair of tan horns cut through the space atop them like a pair of flying daggers, forcing Ochako to stop ascending lest their formation crumble. Those very same horns circled round for another attack, controlled by an unseen force. Mei hissed in frustration, the fins on her back flaring out in an intimidating display. Go! Funnels! Purple lightning sparked upon the prongs of Mei's goggles, and the fins. Funnels detached themselves from her back and chased after the two horns like a pair of dogfighting planes. Thin beams of energy lanced outward from her devices and smashed the flying horns to bits, freeing their path. But before they could advance upward, a series of thorny vines wrapped around all three of them, grasping and anchoring them to another team. Mei's funnels sliced at the vines, but no matter how many she cut, more grew back from the wounds to replace them like a beheaded hydra's heads. Keep 'em busy, guys. I'm heading up, Setsuna smirked. She floated into the air and past them, sending Ochako a triumphant sneer on the way up to the platform. Something hot and ugly twisted in the Gravity Girl's stomach. Funnel! Mei shouted. Yay, nah. Another horn smacked into Mei's funnel and deflected its attack, leaving Setsuna free to ascend towards her target. The wayward beam attack skidded across the invisible energy shields protecting the audience, those nearby screaming with excitement instead of the fear that came with being shot at. Well, well, well. Would you look at the menagerie? Tsunotori Pony smiled politely as twin horns floated beside her, two more already regrowing at her temples. A cute little birdie and a pair of tits. Look who's talking, cow. the pink-haired support student shot back. Pony blinked. You can understand me? Speech-to-text interface. May pointed at her goggles. Work in progress. The exchange student let out a low whistle, impressed. Wicked. You're the one with the horns, and you're calling me evil? May raised an eyebrow until Zenith whispered to her. Oh. Oh. Whoops. Looks like the translation software could use a little work. The only evil here is the Dark One. A curt voice said from beside Pony, Ochako recognizing her as Shiozaki Ibara, the plant girl. Such wickedness, the darkness itself given form, truly abhorrent. Now that's just Quirkist. Tokoyami grunted with annoyance. I wasn't talking about you, young crow. Shiozaki shook her head. In you, I sense a kind heart. But that thing you wield? It is a creature of the night, an unholy phantom of negativity. Evil incarnate. I'm not evil, I'm just dark, Dark Shadow complained. Damn. Kuroiro Shitai, the third member of Team Setsuna, shook his head sadly. I know that feel, bro. Those who live in the light know nothing of those who live in the dark. Can we all just stop talking and rescue Deku-kun? Ochako yelled, her voice taking a hysterical edge. I'm afraid we can't allow you to do that. Shiozaki tilted her head, a dozen vines branching out behind her. As noble as your goals are, they conflict with ours. Forgive us, but we'll be your opponents. The thorn-haired girl closed her eyes and a web of tangled vines shot towards them like thrown knives. Dark Shadow rushed forward in response, fists flying in a rapid barrage of blows. Orao rao 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 ra. The projection roared. It's useless, you can't escape. Shiozaki said calmly, her vines like whips and spears that hammered into Team Midoriya's guard relentlessly. Useless, useless, useless. We'll see about that. May yelled and aimed one of her funnels directly at Shiozaki, only to have the beam's trajectory shift and miss at the last second when one of Pony's horns crashed into it again. Pony recalled the horns, letting them orbit around her head lazily. Flashing them a friendly yet competitive smile, the foreign girl looked May right in the eye with a challenging gaze. Let's see which is faster, my horns or your funnels. The American laughed. I feel the need for speed. Midoriya Izuku tightened the 10 million point headband, his gaze steely and cautious. Before him stood Yui Kodai, the girl who looked just like his sister. A part of him had hesitated earlier because she looked like Kiri, and now he ended up trapped on the floating platform. He wasn't sure if he could stop himself from making the same mistake again. Hooah! Team leaders Midoriya Izuku and Kodai Yui have gotten off their horses and onto a floating platform. Is that even allowed? Izuku brought his fists up. No, she wasn't Kiri. To even think of her as such would be disrespectful to Yui. She was out here doing her best. What kind of person would he be if he didn't respond in kind? Either way, there was no choice. He had to occupy her while his team made their way back up to the platform. May's jetpack had been damaged by the fall, rendering its thrusters inoperable and stranding him. He could try avoiding Yui, but the speed she'd shown in her tiny form pretty much cancelled that option. It was the same for her, she could focus on just the headband, but she knew he'd catch her. They were aiming to stun each other and make an escape with the headband in possession. Yui's team was probably waiting for her groundside. She had the advantage in this situation. It's allowed as long as both combatants are not touching the stadium floor. Which they aren't. That is an artificial platform created by Fukidashi-kun's Quirk, and as the rules stated earlier, Quirk usage is allowed. Plus, they actually bothered to ask me first before the match started. Yui took on her own stance, one that looked all too familiar. Kiri's doppelganger stared at him. Arms brought together like a boxer and one foot forward with her heel raised. His eyes flickered to her hips, knowing to watch for the twist. He knew, for that was how Kiri executed it before, a roundhouse kick to the temple that would rock his brain. This girl knew how to fight. His opponent's eyes seemed to narrow just a tiny fraction, and the two combatants surveyed each other carefully. They circled like two lions, scanning for any weaknesses to exploit. Izuku saw how her right arm trembled ever so slightly, a light dusting of soot from May's micro-missiles still remaining. She hadn't gotten off unscathed from May and Tokoyami's combined attack after all. However, she wasn't using the giant form that could crush him easily. Conserving her power, perhaps, it was slower too, because of the increased eyes. But it shouldn't have been possible in the first place, not according to the square cube law. As something grows in size, its volume grows faster than its surface area. It was why elephants looked like elephants and not giant mice. Scaling something up simply doesn't work when the correct shape was needed to withstand all that mass. At that size, Yui's bones shouldn't have been able to support her own body weight. How was she doing it? Izuku didn't get an answer when Yui darted forward, breaking line of sight by shrinking. His gaze immediately shot to the ground. The girl moved fast, faster than his eyes could track. In the split second that he lost her, a tiny fist rocketed into his chin, Izuku's head snapping backwards with a surprised grunt. It wasn't even a half-second later when something impacted his cheek, sending him sprawling to the right before he made a painful recovery. His straight jab hurtled through the air, but it was like trying to fight a mosquito. Yui landed on his arm and returned to regular size, her lithe legs wrapping around the limb in preparation for a takedown. The girl twisted, but he followed her momentum, tucking and rolling so as to not let her catch him in an armlock. Before she could react, he braced, lifting up the entirety of her weight with one arm. He could see the brief moment of surprise in her eyes before it passed, with him slamming her back to the ground with a heavy crash. Yui let out a pained gasp when the air was knocked out of her, Izuku growling as he got atop her for a pin. She struggled beneath him, but only for a second before she shrunk herself again. His body lifted off the ground when the brunette launched a brutal handstand kick into his midsection, launching him further into the air than he'd anticipated. Izuku felt the bile on his tongue, the air escaping his body, and his mind spinning with pain. The wind whistled in his ears as they fell, with him looking around frantically. Where? Yui reappeared on his face, still tiny as she drove both feet down into his forehead. He pinwheeled down onto the platform again, crash landing with a sickening crunch when his face met its surface. Present Mike shouted something, his voice mixed with the ringing in Izuku's ears. The boy immediately got up while still disoriented, seeing red, literally seeing red as blood entered his eyes from a cut on his forehead just below the headband. It was a light wound, but cuts to the forehead tended to bleed a lot, clouding his vision as he staggered blindly. Yui had the advantage here. This was her turf, her battlefield, her tactics. Izuku couldn't help but smile. She was just like Kiri, from her viciousness to her unrelenting advance. It was just like he was fighting his sister, and that's how he knew where she'd be. Izuku's arm shot up to his right shoulder and was rewarded with a soft squeak when he caught Yui preparing to throw another haymaker and steal his headband. That spot was reserved for Kiri, and he didn't appreciate someone else standing in it. Now he had to distract her somehow, lest she break every bone in his hand by returning back to normal size. One for all surged into his arm like a river of pain, preventing her from escaping. He gazed down on her, still smiling. So cute, Yui froze. He took advantage of the momentary distraction to wrench his arm back and fling her tiny body into the ground, an explosion of dust and debris erupting from the impact. But not as cute as my Imouto. The audience roared, half out of anger, half out of wild excitement. How could he be so rough with a girl? Funny, seeing as they had nothing to say when she used his face as a trampoline earlier. In any case, he knew something like that wasn't going to keep her down for long. Izuku backed off and wiped the blood out of his eyes to the best of his abilities, using the 10 million point headband as a makeshift bandage to stem the bleeding. Yui was a cute girl, but to face her with anything less than all of his effort would be a disservice to her. It was something Nana mentioned during his training. He would probably face a female opponent or two in the festival, and that one should respect their opponent regardless of gender or he'd get his ass handed to him. He had finally made peace with the fact and accepted it after the older woman had yelled at him a dozen times. It was why he had little trouble fighting her. A member of the opposite sex. The lesson that he should never underestimate someone because of their gender was also drilled into his head. He'd seen far too many cases of heroes biting the dust because of mistakes like that. He didn't think about how he was a guy and she was a girl. For now, it was just one versus the other. That was the respect he would show to her. Unfortunately, his efforts seemed to have the opposite effect when Yui emerged from the dust cloud, holding a trembling hand to her injured side. Her pupils were narrowed to pinpricks, but not in pain. He knew that look in her eyes, having seen it on Bakugo one too many times, the first of which being that fateful day on the riverbank. Only now did he have an inkling of what it truly meant. She rushed at him, turning giant mid-stride by striking her fingertips together. A whip-like kick punted him into the air, the boy barely managing to guard against the heavy attack. His forearms and shins throbbed, having shielded him from most of the impact when he curled up to tank the blow. Yui didn't waste any time, leaping high like a volleyball player, her giant hands clasping together and preparing for a spike. Her eyes held the same expression as earlier, and Izuku subconsciously made a mental note to talk to her after this. He hated seeing that look, much less on someone he wanted to be friends with. He wanted her to know that was never his intention. Those lovely blue sapphires flashed with anger just before the impact. "Stop looking down on me." Her hands came down like a gargantuan sledgehammer, shattering his guard and spiking him with a thunderous crack. Izuku bounced off the ground, an agonized cry escaping his lips involuntarily. Pain knifed in his side, and something broke. He ignored it and got right back up again, finding Yui diving down at him from above in her regular size. "Killer move," Yui whispered. Izuku braced himself, feet apart. His fist lanced out with the speed of a thrown javelin, but the girl shrank, twisting midair to dodge and break line of sight again, causing him to miss his jab and the follow-up cross. Tiny dancer. Yui cut through his defenses like a razor through flesh. Her minute form ricocheted off his arm and snapped it back with a kick, following up with a crushing blow into his kneecap to immobilize him. It didn't matter how strong or durable he was. She was small and quick enough to slip through his attacks and hit him where it hurt. Nerve clusters. Temples. Joints. Solar plexus. Each miniature punch from her felt like a bullet, which equated to Izuku getting torn to shreds by her rapid, machine gun strikes. She darted in and out of his guard, bouncing across every part of his body with inhuman speed and striking a vicious blow wherever she landed. White-hot agony blossomed across his form like dozens of bloodied flowers, Izuku gritting his teeth and taking it all. He made sure to guard his throat and jaw. A good hit there would be catastrophic. If it hadn't been for Chen's resistance training, he'd be unconscious by now. Full cowl. Thunder crashed. Green lightning filled the air as Izuku somehow managed to focus through the pain, bringing 3% of one for all to the forefront. Izuku clapped and a shockwave of wind pressure blasted Yui off him. She quickly recovered mid-air, shifting back to normal size and bringing her fingertips together. Giant steps. Yui turned 6 meters tall, towering over him like an impassable wall. An enormous shoe stomped down on Izuku, the boy barely catching the attack in time. A horrific grinding noise filled the air when the ground beneath him cracked, spider webbing and cratering around his feet as Yui started putting more of her weight atop him. It was like trying to lift a truck, and Izuku felt his back howl with pain. Muscles clenched and tendons threatened to snap under that immense force. Lift with your legs, not your back. Johnny's advice came back to him in a flash of clarity, Izuku focusing on his calves and thighs instead. Though the two struggled, like the myth of David and Goliath made manifest. A brief moment of hysteria entered his mind and he was back in middle school. Somebody was stepping on him once more and he was surrounded by mocking laughter, disgusted sneers. No, he wouldn't let it happen again. Things were different now. He was no longer Izuku the weakling, Izuku the doormat, no longer just Deku. What can you even do? Yui pushed down, gradually putting her entire weight on him. Bones creaked and teeth rattled. The cloth on Izuku's torso began to rip from One for All's power, the zipper snapping open and exposing his bare chest. Full cowl was somehow breaking past 3% now. He was Midoriya Izuku, son of Midoriya Inko, brother of Midoriya Karimi and Izumi. Ninth wielder of One for All and All Might's successor. Friend to Uraraka Ochako and Iida Tenya, he wasn't a nobody anymore. Without power, can one become a hero? No, I should think not. The earth beneath his feet ruptured, deep cracks spreading across the entire platform. Yui kept forcing him down, her giant body trembling from the effort. Izuku held the weight of the world on his shoulders. He never wanted to let anyone walk all over him ever again. Deku, his Deku, meant, you can do it. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof? He never wanted to feel that way ever again. Every man, woman and child in the audience watched with bated breath as the green-haired boy pushed against the unstoppable force of a titan. The cameras rolled, broadcasting the scene nationwide, even worldwide in some cases. Lightning crackled around him and the boy growled with effort. Present Mike was screaming into the microphone. Come on, Izuku. The weight was unbearable. It stopped being comparable to a truck long ago. Now it was like trying to hold up a collapsing building. Sweat rolled down his chest, a high-pitched ringing rushing through his ears. He tasted iron in his mouth. Vision blurring as his eyes stopped focusing. Waves of agony pulsed along his ribs. Ragged breaths hissing through clenched teeth. Lightning raced up his spine from the Herculean effort. He could do this. Push it. Overcome it. Go beyond his limits. Come on, Izuku. Yui was breathing harder too. He could hear her panting heavily. Probably because she couldn't hold the giant form for too long, a part of his mind told him. The other remaining parts were too busy screaming at him. He thought of the people who supported him, believed in him. Uraraka. Iida. Hatsume. Tokoyami. All Might. Kiri, Mimi, Mom. Come on, Izuku. You better, he snarled, raw power surging through him. Yui's eyes widened as Izuku did the impossible. Step off. With a great effort he pushed, throwing Yui off him with a mighty roar. She landed on her back with an enormous crash, the Goliath clutching the back of her head in pain when it hit the ground. Present Mike's screaming reached a crescendo, barely audible over the audience's excited howling. Izuku didn't let up. He worked with the momentum he'd gotten, launching himself at Yui's face with his entire body. One good strike to the temple or jaw was all he needed to take her down, or disorient her at the very least. Without her chasing him, he could retreat off the platform to his hopefully waiting team. The giant girl swiped at him and he twisted mid-air to copy her earlier movement, the attack glancing off him but sending his body spinning chaotically. Izuku's vision swam, dizziness clouding his thoughts as he spun through the air. Still, he managed to remember the lesson he'd been taught, focusing on his right leg. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Was this how Mimi did it? Working with the rotation instead of against it? Close enough. At this range, he wouldn't miss. 3% Manchester Smash. His lightning-clad heel raced down towards Yui's nose and aimed to stun her, but instead of hitting soft cartilage it stopped with a resounding thump. Izuku tried to understand what he was looking at, only seeing two disembodied hands that had somehow stopped his attack. Nothing made sense anymore. Oi, geek boy, a shiver ran down his spine. Before he could react, 6 uneven shapes smashed into him from every direction, forcing him away from Yui. Izuku's fingers dug into the ground to slow the knockback, leaving a trail of 5 deep gouges in the space between them. Setsuna Tokage entered the fray, shark-like teeth bared and glinting in the light. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" she declared. Uraraka Ochako was panicking. How could she not, when the situation was currently going belly up in the sea of chaos that was the cavalry battle? Above her, Deku was being cornered by 2 opponents, outnumbered and alone. The more pressing concern was the team below that tethered them down, stopping them from reaching their beloved leader. Dark Shadow lashed out, his ethereal claws striking and parrying against whip-like emerald vines. Both Tokoyami and Shiozaki wore looks of pained concentration, focusing on wearing each other down. The air around them was filled with energy beams and speeding keratin, Mei dogfighting with Pony via their proxy weapons. Pony's horns were faster, but Mei countered with that ranged beam attack, which was in turn countered by the revelation that the blonde could grow her horns back. No matter how many the Tinker shot down, Pony always seemed to have more, adamant on continuing their aerial battle until Mei ran out of power. The enemy was aiming to exhaust all of Team Midoriya. Ochako looked around helplessly. What could she do to help? Her quirk required physical contact, but there was no way the opposing team was going to let her touch them. Then they still needed to disengage and make their way back to Deku. Or they could do both at the same time. Her thoughts were interrupted when one of Shiozaki's vines cracked like a whip only inches away from her head, the brunette already formulating a plan in response. "Koroiro-kun!" Shiozaki cried. "Gotcha!" The teen with jet black skin managed to raise his hand to catch Dark Shadow's fist, and Ochako's eyes narrowed. No, his hand was sinking into Dark Shadow, the projection suddenly stiffening. "Can't move," Dark Shadow managed. Was Kuroiro's quirk the power to manipulate darkness? It didn't matter, not when a spiraling spear of tangled vines was headed right at Tokoyami. Ochako reached forward and slapped the vines, curving them away from their intended target when they were no longer bound by gravity. She wouldn't just sit there and do nothing while everyone was doing their best. Ochako felt the effects of her zero gravity traveling down those vines, and into Shiozaki. She had the pleasure of watching the other girl's eyes widen in panic, her entire team also floating off the ground. Full power. The hover boots on Ochako's feet rumbled with activity and roared like a runaway diesel, the gadget pushed beyond its default settings by Mei's overclocking. Team Midoriya shot into the air, dragging Team Setsuna behind them while they ascended. "Tsunotori-san," Kuroiro yelled. "I know, fly, my pretties." Shiozaki herself seemed to be frozen with terror, Ochako quickly realizing that the serious girl had a fear of heights. To her shock, Shiozaki simply closed her eyes for a second before glaring at them with a newfound determination, a sort of bravado having ignited within that defiant gaze. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," the thorn-haired girl declared with trembling lips, an array of vines fanning out behind her, "I shall fear no evil." "That's 'cause you're the baddest bitch in the goddamn valley," Kuroiro whooped, slamming his skull against Tokoyami's when the two Chunibayas butted heads. "Go get him, sister." The vines increased their speed twofold, a few even interrupting the dogfight between Pony and Mei. A horn blurred with speed, aiming right at Mei through the distraction. The Tinker shifted just in time for the projectile to graze the side of her head, shearing off the right side of her goggles but leaving the pink-haired girl unharmed. Mei was wearing half her goggles now, her furious right eye exposed for all to see. "My baby," she shrieked, knuckles widening around Tokoyami's shoulder. "That's it, I've had enough. Zenith, roll out Killbox 1 Alpha." Killbox 1 Alpha, preparing for takeoff, takeoff. Her little robot chirped. Steam hissed from shifting metal as her chest armor started to transform. Please confirm activation phrase. Laserbeak, eject. Mei howled. X. Izuku's mind disassembled the situation before him into its simplest components, compartmentalizing the sheer screw-up he found himself in. 10 million points. 2 opponents. Keep away. Delay. Retreat unavailable. Await reinforcements. Hold your ground. His heart hammered in his chest, a quick analysis revealing what he was up against. On one side was Yui, who had returned to normal size. The girl taking slow, heavy breaths to calm herself. Super strength in both forms. Super speed when she's small, super durability when she's big. No noticeable change when in normal size so far. His eyes flickered over Setsuna, remembering those floating hands that stopped his attack earlier. What was that? A projection or a copy of her body? No, it had something to do with her body parts. Was her quirk like Shoji's, allowing her to grow extra limbs? Look at what we have here. Setsuna smirked as Yui got up and dusted herself off. Her eyes flickered over Izuku's bare torso. Looks like Broccoli Boy ain't just a string bean. Izuku's only response was to swirl the blood in his mouth before spitting it out at his feet, in too much pain to notice his open shirt or whatever she was talking about. The girl's grin grew even wider. Ready to give up? Setsuna crowed, her posture confident and unafraid. Just hand over the headband and this'll all be over soon. Unless you want another beating, but perhaps you'd like that, hey. The boy rolled his shoulders, ignoring the sharp pain in his side when he brought his arms up. He couldn't afford to lose here, not when the hopes and dreams of 3 others rested on his shoulders. The 10 million point headband felt wet, dyed a deep red by the wound it was keeping pressure on. I can do this all day. Izuku breathed, arms held close like a boxer. Yui's eyes flashed with something different than the anger from before. A quiet respect for a fellow warrior. She flexed her fingers, preparing to engage once again. Look what we have here, Kodai-san. A stallion, a real stud. Setsuna laughed, putting a hand on her hip. Let's see how long you can last against the 2 of us. Izuku increased his guard, teeth gritting. He would be ready for whatever they did next. Yui and Setsuna took off their jackets, revealing a white t-shirt and a black tank top respectively. Okay, he had not been ready for that. He vaguely understood what they were doing. Yui's jacket was soaked with sweat, so she wanted to lose some weight, while Setsuna probably wanted more freedom of movement with her quirk. So why did it feel so wrong? Look all you want, geek boy. The green-haired girl smirked, catching him staring. Cause, we're the last thing you'll see today before we knock your damn lights out. Wide emerald eyes were inadvertently drawn to the creamy, sweat-slicked skin of his 2 opponents and even an exposed midriff in Setsuna's case. Even after everything, Izuku was still a young, hormonal teenager, the boy blushing helplessly in response. In fact, he was the type of guy who would get hot and bothered by just seeing a girl's bare shoulders. A part of him chastised him for not taking this seriously, but he couldn't help but want to look. They were, after all, very attractive girls that were his age. A fair bit of shame welled up in him as well, for finding Yui attractive despite her being a doppelganger of his younger sister. That, and he was pretty sure the words, really pretty, weren't supposed to be the first thing that came to mind about someone who had just brutalized him a minute ago. He supposed it was a result of his acknowledgement that she was a completely different person. Aight, Setsuna announced, tying her jacket around her waist. Yui simply held hers. Get ready for a pounding, broccoli boy. Izuku said the first thing that came to his delirious mind, still shaking himself out of that hormone-induced stupor and remembering Nana's teachings to hide fear with humor. The only ones who'll be getting a pounding are the 2 of you. Oh God, was that the best comeback he could think of? Yui's expressionless face turned a warm pink, and even Setsuna wore an embarrassed scowl. Yeah, I bet you'd like that. The long-haired girl grumbled. Izuku didn't get a chance to contemplate further when she flung out both arms, each limb segmenting into 3 different parts. At first he didn't quite understand what he was looking at, watching her disembodied fists float into the air. It clicked when one of them slugged him across the face, sending him reeling back and clutching his nose. Setsuna's quirk allowed her to detach and remotely control her body parts, turning herself into a whirlwind that descended on Izuku like a murder of crows. Full cowl sparked and shuddered. The boy leaping backward until a flash of blue at the corner of his eye made him turn to face the new threat. A giant blanket of cloth was thrown over him. Where the hell did they get that? Blocking his vision. The girl's gambit worked. Izuku too distracted to notice the 3 different lumps of flesh slamming into him. A giant fist hammered into him next, knocking him away. Adrenaline raced through his veins, dulling the pain. His opponents advanced. One fast and light, the other slow and heavy. Their teamwork was remarkable. He had to keep one eye on Setsuna's rapid movements, but the moment he did, Yui's attack would come down on him like the fist of an angry god. If he focused too much on Yui, Setsuna would tear him to pieces with her pieces. That giant cloth is Kodai-san's jacket. Is her quirk the power to change the size of whatever she touches? Wait, she can probably only change the size of other things when she's in her regular form. Now she's smaller than before, that giant form has its own limits. A knee, elbow, and fist smashed into Izuku from 3 different directions. His head dipped just in time for her other fist to miss his headband, snatching at empty air. The floating torso that was Setsuna Tokage growled, her pretty face scrunching up in frustration. Tokage-san's quirk allows her to split and control her body. Each blow isn't that painful, but they add up. Instead of a meaty cross-section, there's only a black void in those floating parts. It might be some sort of space warping quirk. Fascinating. Unlimited angles of attack, perfect as a distraction. Her shin smashed into his, causing him to wince and nearly tripping him. He barely managed to dodge another ground pound from Yui, the shockwave throwing up a cloud of dust, case in point. But Izuku wasn't just going to stand there and take it. He stuck his right arm around his back and a 3% Delaware smash exploded from his hand in an unexpected angle, nailing Yui in the gut. Momentum and recoil spun him, his left elbow wheeling about and crashing into Setsuna's cheek to stun both girls simultaneously. The sharp-toothed girl let out a grunt of pain, but he knew it wasn't enough, so he flipped her over his shoulder in a judo throw that Misha had taught him. Setsuna split in 2 at the apex of his throw. Her torso went left, legs skidding right. A foot and fist hammered into his guard from 2 opposite angles. Fighting her was like fighting multiple people. Yui stomped, driving her heel into the ground. The resulting tremor was enough for Izuku to lose his footing, enough for 2 massive hands to clamp around his entire body. Setsuna's hands and feet had been knocked away, but one part of her could still grab her objective. The girl headbutted him with her floating head, sharp teeth biting down on the headband. 10 million points were torn off with a victorious grunt. The audience howled. No, hold him, Kodai-san. Setsuna made to retreat, only to stop in her tracks when something darted through the air and nearly crashed into her. Laserbeak opened fire. A thin line of purple energy from its mouth striking Setsuna in the neck and causing her to cry out in pain, dropping the headband off the platform. Midoriya-kun. Mei's voice squawked from the mechanical falcon. Docking mode. Setsuna dived after the headband, and Izuku knew there was no time to waste. One for All thundered through his limbs, forcing Yui's hands apart as he reached for a button on the jetpack. This was the hidden function that Mei had mentioned earlier. He could dock with Laserbeak and divert all his power to fly in the event that the jetpack malfunctioned. She'd been saving it for an emergency, but he supposed this qualified. The boy leapt off the platform and there was a click atop his back and the vibration of shifting gears. A pair of metallic wings spreading out with a glorious clang. Izuku soared downward, rocketing after the lizard girl. They crashed midair, Setsuna letting out a scream of fury at the untimely return of her opponent. He snarled and reached for the headband wrapped around her neck. She bared her teeth and detached her hands to target his fragile, hollow wings, twisting and pulling. They were truly a sight to behold. 2 teenagers fighting tooth and nail over a piece of cloth with some numbers on it. Team Midoriya appeared from nowhere, dragging Team Setsuna behind them as they headed straight at the pair. Mei no longer had both her funnels, holding the one remaining, barely functional device like a handgun. Both leaders called out to their teams. Pony-chan, get up here and get this asshole off me. Shoot her, Hatsume-san. Shoot her. Speeding Karadan sprang from Pony like striking vipers, but Mei was ready, sniping them out of the air before they could get to Izuku. Setsuna split herself again, swirling around Izuku and smashing into him from every direction. Targeting system malfunction, malfunction. Zenith announced. The Tinker's hand trembled, her weapon's barrel shifting while she tried to get a bead on her target. I've only got 1 round left, Mei yelled at the rapidly distancing struggle. I can't get a clear shot. Then hit me if you have to, Izuku roared. Golden reticles for pupils widened. Mei took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. A purple streak of energy hissed through the air, exotic particles compressed together into a beam that carried kinetic energy. Punching through Izuku's fluffy hair and straight into Setsuna's chest. The green-haired girl let out a pained cry, but not before wrenching her hands backward and snapping Izuku's lightweight robotic wings. Izuku snatched the headband off her neck as he fell and screaming erupted in the stands. He fell like an angel cast out of heaven, broken wings fluttering behind him. Deku-kun! Uraraka Ochako cried out, her hand reaching out for him. The memories of his brother echoed in a melancholic whisper. Take my hand. Izuku reached out, fingertips brushing against Ochako's, not enough for her to grab onto him, but enough for her to use her quirk. Zero gravity raced across the boy's body in a pink glow, Ochako managing to drag her friend back into her arms. Dark Shadow managed to sever the vines binding them with a screech of victory. "I've got you," Ochako wailed, holding him tight. "I've got you." The audience exploded with cheers and whoops. Team Midoriya was back in action. They landed, seeking to get as far away as possible from Team Setsuna, especially considering how pissed off she seemed at the moment. Luckily for them, the other team was stranded in the air, or at least until Pony could regrow her horns and guide them back onto solid ground. "You shot me in the boob. Why, you little," Izuku pretended he didn't hear that, instead glancing at all three of his teammates. "Thank you, Uraraka-san, Hatsume-san, Tokoyami-san," Izuku choked, wrapping the headband around him once more. I can't, thank you enough." "We're not out of the woods yet," Tokoyami said curtly when they landed. They weren't. A glacial wall erupted from the ground around them, forcing the team to back off. On their left, Team Todoroki appeared, their rider's breath cold with frost. An ice-covered headband with low-point values were clutched in his right hand. Fire and smoke boomed on their right. Team Bakugo emerged from shattered ice and strewn debris, the blonde rider snarling like a mad dog while he tied a new headband around his neck. Behind them a third team landed, Izuku's eyes widening at the realization that they were surrounded. This was why Mei had been so adamant on saving up Laserbeak as an emergency. Now they had no way to fly as the hoverboots had run out of power. Team Kendo landed with a thump, their rider glancing at the headbands Todoroki and Bakugo were fiddling with. "Hiryu-kun, Monoma-kun, your sacrifices will not be in vain," Kendo said through clenched teeth. That seemed to be the signal as all three opposing teams moved in, all at once. Team Midoriya braced themselves. Dark Shadow roared a challenge. Ochako brought up a hand, and Mei detached one of Laserbeak's wings to use as a sword, handing the other to Izuku for the same. Full Cowl failed to activate for Izuku and he felt his heart drop before quickly deciding it didn't matter. He would fight with his bare hands if he had to. Fucking Deku. An explosion sheared Dark Shadow away, the projection letting out a scream of pain from the blinding light. Bakugo was fast, too fast, but Kaminari's electricity was faster. It raced across the field and up their bodies, thousands of volts causing muscles to lock up and spasm. The inside of Izuku's mouth filled with the taste of metal. Team Kendo had backed off just out of range, not falling for the same trap twice. Ice rushed up the stunned team's legs, Todoroki ripping the bloodied headband off a wheezing Izuku. 7 seconds left. Bakugo recovered almost immediately, a string of curses escaping his throat. Izuku tried to move, but the beating that Yui and Setsuna had left him weak, injured. Darkness crept along the edge of his vision and the boy felt like he was about to collapse. Dark Shadow reached down and smashed the ice, his fingers working like pickaxes. A fourth team exploded from the ice wall, its rider's arms spinning like drills. Kaibara-kun, left side, even side, Kendo pointed a giant finger at Team Todoroki. "Now, handle it." Gra! Sen charged, his whirling fists slamming into Yaoyorozu's ice-covered kite shield. Overdrive. Kaminari. We? 5. The flames of an explosion surged against unyielding frost on Team Todoroki's right. Bakugo carved away at the ice, but more kept springing up from nowhere. The heterochromatic teen's face twisted with effort, pinched between two opponents and sinking into the ground from somebody's quirk. Something had to break and eventually, it did. The ice gave way, and Bakugo snatched up the 10 million points with a victorious roar. "Hand it over, that thing." A member of Team Kendo commanded. "Your 10 million points. In your dreams, loser, go fuck yourself," Bakugo began and froze mid-sentence. 4. Toss that headband onto the ground, the purple-haired boy ordered, and to their shock Bakugo did so. "Reiko-san, would you do the honors?" "Gladly." Reiko smiled devilishly. The headband and a cleanly cut chunk of ground it was on floated into the air towards Team Kendo. Reiko's quirk too risky to use on a precision target. "No," Izuku cried, his team skidding as they struggled against their own momentum to reorient themselves towards Team Kendo. 3. Yes. It's all ours. The purple-haired boy, the Gen Ed student who had stood in front of the 1A classroom, smirked with glee as Kendo claimed the headband. "All your efforts, wasted. How does it feel, I wonder?" The world slowed, Izuku blanking out. He could vaguely feel his team rushing out and see Dark Shadow surging forward, but everything was moving in slow motion. He couldn't budge an inch, petrified by the other boy's power. They were going to lose. In the Garden of Paradise, The wielders of One for All just had their barbecue party interrupted by an unwelcome guest. 7 pairs of eyes stared up at the massive hole that had opened up in the sky, hamburger patties temporarily forgotten. A gigantic purple serpent slithered through, 6 slitted pupils gazing down at the tree that represented Izuku's soul. "What is that?" Johnny asked, his eyes disbelieving. He ripped off his "kiss the cook" apron in one smooth motion. "What the hell is that? What is that, Private Mutt?" "Juan, I dunno, Juan," Coco barked from beside him, before shifting into human form and clashing her fists together. "But it looks like a big snakey. And that means it's bad, right?" "Wait," someone yelled. Coco halted her charge, leaving a trail of claw marks in the cobblestone path. "Beat big monster. Don't attack it yet, we have no idea what will happen to Midoriya-kun if," Nana began. The serpent coiled around Izuku's tree and sank its fangs into it. Nana's eyes burned with anger. "Get that motherfucker," she declared. Everyone sprang into action. Guns and quirks fired, the phantoms defending their new home and host with all of their power. "You," Coco snarled, red lightning crackling along her arm as she closed in and prepared to punch the serpent. "You're huge. That means you have huge guts. Rip and tear your guts." X. 2. Translucent images of the 8 remaining One for All members appeared in Izuku's sight, overlapping across his vision. They looked around in confusion until Coco noticed him, waving happily. "Masta there was a big snakey in your head but I punched it really hard, and so did everyone else and it went away, and—" "We've got your back, young Midoriya," Nana interrupted, getting right up in his face. "Go get him, kid." The ghostly phantoms faded and Izuku was back in reality again, finding his team charging directly at Team Kendo. He could hear Bakugo behind him, the crack of his explosions only a few meters away from them. Ice erupted around them like frozen spears. Izuku's hand lashed out at Kendo's neck at 10 million points. 1, and missed. Kendo deflected his wild swing effortlessly, but his fingers caught cloth, the headbands of other teams, but not the one he wanted. He pulled anyway, right before Kendo could follow up with a jab that would break his face. A part of him marveled at the movements she was using. Chen's water-stream rock-smashing fist had survived even after all these years. "Time's up," the ice stopped, and there was a heavy thud as Bakugo fell flat on his face. Izuku didn't even turn to look, his mind numbed from failure. He failed. He couldn't hear what Midnight, present Mike, or what his team said next as he dismounted. Glancing at his shaking hand he counted the points from the headbands he'd taken. It was so little, so very little compared to the 10 million point lead they held throughout the battle. They had managed to hold that lead only to trip at the finish line. In first place, Team Kendo; in second place, Team Todoroki; in third place, Team Bakugo. The bottom of Izuku's heart just dropped. He'd failed, not only himself, but everyone. The hopes and dreams of 3 other people had been resting on his shoulders and he'd let them down. All Might wanted him to show the world what he could do and he'd let him down. Everyone from One for All had put in the time and effort to train him, and he had failed. Kiri and Mimi wanted to see him win, and he failed, he let them down. Pathetic little creature. You're an inferior defect, a mistake. A failure. That's all you were, that's all you will ever be. Weak and unwanted. The sobs threatened to escape through clenched teeth, but Izuku pushed them back. "Do not cry," he told himself. "Crying won't solve anything." It was time to face the music. He turned to his team, an apology already on his lips. "Everyone, I'm so sorry," Izuku said weakly. "It's okay, you did your best." Ochako smiled. "Besides, I think that someone's got a little surprise for you." Mei looked up from the piece of laserbeak she was holding. "Don't look at me. The only surprise I've got is how much time it'll take to repair my baby. Yeah, look what she did to it." Repair. Zenith squeaked helpfully. Izuku turned to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. "You fought well, Midoriya-kun. For that I must commend you. It is no easy feat to hold your ground against 2 opponents, no matter how inexperienced they might be. Nevertheless, this has been quite the eye-opening experience." The crowboy tilted his head at Dark Shadow, who held something in his mouth. "I was able to get one. I took the one on her head, where her guard had been weakest in the opening you had created in that last final spurt. It couldn't be, could it? In fourth place, Team Midoriya." A single tear. That much was allowed, right? Okay, maybe more than just a single one. Izuku smiled with relief, feeling a weight lift off his heart. Leaning forward, he patted both Dark Shadow and Tokoyami on their shoulders. "Thank you," he choked. "All of you." Izuku turned back to Ochako and Mei, his expression one of pure gratefulness. "Thank you." His eyes rolled up to the back of his head, and the last thing he saw before he fainted was his 3 teammates moving to catch him. 3 pairs of hands held him up, a warmth he'd never felt before surging through his chest. Ah, he realized, so this is what camaraderie feels like. Chapter 11 End. 1566 Chapter 12. Tribulations Trigger Warning. Slight mentions of child abuse in this chapter. Chapter 12. It was one of those days where he didn't want to get up. Dull, throbbing pain rippled in waves across a bruised and battered body. A green-haired boy shaking himself awake through the blurred fog of red and white. Midoriya Izuku groaned, wincing at how blindingly bright everything was. He only noticed that he was leaning on somebody when there was a shift in weight, his arm draped over that same somebody's back. How? Izuku croaked. How long was I out? Tokoyami glanced down at him and raised an eyebrow. 30 seconds. Don't. You can barely stand right now, the crow boy said gently. I was about to bring you to recovery, girl. Not yet. I want to hear what's next. With a combined grunt, the two made their way over to the gathered crowd, Ochako and Maid trailing behind them. The gravity girl had originally wanted to use her quirk on the injured boy to make him easier to carry, but held back in fear of hurting him further. His tongue tasted blood again, and Izuku reasoned that he'd probably bitten the inside of his cheek by accident earlier. That, or it'd be internal bleeding. He hoped it was the former. Deku-kun, Ochako whispered, her voice full of worry. I'll be fine. Just need to, Izuku rasped, catch my breath. Damn. You're one tough cookie, my dude. Want me to fix you up? Mei held out Zenith, a trio of tentacles with needle-fine cilia sprouting from the spherical machine's body. Warning, warning. Major fracture detected. Minor laceration detected. The miniature robot beeped. Recommend morphine administration. No thank you, he said quickly, limping away with Tokoyami. The quartet finally reached the stage, Izuku looking around to see how his classmates were doing. His tired gaze was met with horrified looks, winces, and gasps. It was only after a second that he realized they were reacting to him. Why are they looking at me like that? Tokoyami sighed. Well, how'd I put this? You look like hammered shit, little prince, Dark Shadow cackled. What he said? Mei shrugged casually. See? Should've let me administer some first aid, you need some rest. Later, he coughed and instantly regretted it. Something was definitely broken in his side and it hurt to breathe. His face felt sticky, eyelids weighed down by exhaustion. Deku-kun, Ochako sniffed, her gaze roaming over his battered state. If only I'd been quicker, then you wouldn't have been beaten black and blue. It's fine. Izuku managed to send her a warm smile, only causing tears to bead at her eyes. Hey, really. It's fine. You're great out there, all of you. Midoriya-kun, Tokoyami began. Let's give it up for all our wonderful participants, present Mike announced, and thunderous applause greeted their ears. And now, for our highlight reel. The Jumbotron flashed and showed what everyone else was up to while Izuku was up there on the floating platform. There were some impressive plays from both classes, with Class 1A using the experience they gained while Class 1B competed with their teamwork. Some highlights caught his eye. A large boy with a glue quirk immobilized many 1A teams. Tsuyu dueled with Jiro while standing atop Shoji's back. Another duel, this one with Pony holding one horn like a sword while Mei parried with a blade of energy from her funnel. Todoroki annihilated 5 whole teams that got in his way after Kendo stole his headband. Monoma and 2 other teams put up a great effort but got blown to smithereens by Bakugo's explosions. Lastly, there was Izuku brawling with Yui and Setsuna on the platform. He blinked. Wow, they really had given him quite the beating. Yui was terrifyingly strong despite how she looked, and Setsuna was, well, herself. He was surprised he actually lasted so long against such formidable opponents, wincing at the slow-mo playback of him throwing Yui's giant form off him. Hopefully she didn't hit her head too hard. Glancing over, he found that his stoic opponent too wasn't looking so good either, clutching an arm and clearly favoring one side of her body to the other. Strangely enough, her face still remained neutral and expressionless despite the pain she was in. A few nearby Class A students backed away from her warily. Most of his classmates were looking at him now, and Izuku dipped his head in shame. Had I really been too rough with her? He thought. What he didn't notice was that they were looking at him with a sort of awe, not disgust or anger. Disgust and anger was all he was used to. Todoroki's jaw tightened at the highlights that displayed Izuku fighting, his fingers curling into fists. The battle with the giant girl, followed by facing off 2 opponents at once, and then by that mid-air skirmish with the girl who could split herself. Even after all that, he still managed to hold his ground against 4 other teams that were aiming for the headband. Heterochromatic eyes narrowed. A little talk would be needed before the next match. Right after the green-haired boy got healed by Recovery Girl, of course. The next event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you then, everyone. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling his consciousness sink into a swelling sea of shadows. Voices whispered in the dark. Look, look, I did it, I did it. Blurred colors focused into a shape. A little boy covered in soot was standing before him, a wide smile on his face. He held out a hand with something small and shiny in his palm. Light. Izuku opened his eyes and he found himself in Recovery Girl's infirmary, the feeling of a warm, soft bed underneath him. However, it wasn't Recovery Girl that was leaning over him. Woo, woo. Here you go, shroom. An X-shaped pupil gazed into his cheerfully. Say, aw. You, Izuku groaned, only to be cut short when the girl sitting beside his bed shoved a spoon into his mouth. It was warm and delicious, the heavenly taste of creamy mushroom soup soaking into his taste buds. Too hot? Or not hot enough? She asked. Just right. Izuku answered reflexively before closing his eyes once more. Oh god, not again. Hey, what did I ever do to you, shroom? It's not you, Komori-san. I mean, the boy gazed up only to find her blowing on another spoonful of soup. You know what, never mind. I'm just gonna accept that the universe hates me. You remembered me, also, don't say that. Kanoko Komori smiled brightly and waggled her spoon at him. You were getting all physical with two cute girls up there in your little playground, and now you've woken up to somebody feeding you, aren't you a lucky boy? I got the crap beaten out of me by those cute girls. Aha. So you do find them cute, shroom. You. He cracked one eye open to see Kanoko still blowing on the hot spoon. What are you doing here, Komori-san? The hat, look at my awesome hat. Kanoko pointed at her awesome hat. What do you see, and how many fingers am I holding? 2. Izuku slurred, a dull pain running up his back. It's a nurse hat thing. Exactly, I'm helping out Recovery Girl as part of the health committee, Komori cheered. I'm nursing all of you back to health and keeping an eye out, shroom. All of us? Izuku turned his head to the side. 2 of the other infirmary beds had been filled with students from Class B. A boy with a braided ponytail sent him a respectful nod after looking up from his newspaper, his entire body covered in bandages. An empty bowl of soup was on his table. Beside Izuku was the blonde boy that he had confronted outside his classroom before the festival started. Monoma Nato snored peacefully, sound asleep and gift-wrapped while 3 of his limbs were held in casts. Izuku winced, noticing how most of the other students' injuries were burns. It was apparent that Bakugo had completely steamrolled him. Ah, Kanoko said again, angling the utensil at Izuku once more. Don't be shy, come on, eat up, you'll need your strength. Thanks. He reluctantly let her spoon-feed him, and to his horror found that a part of him actually liked the experience. I've gotta hand it to you. Kanoko smiled and kicked up both feet onto his bed to lean back in her chair. You put on quite the show out there, the audience was going nuts. I'm glad at least some people enjoyed it. Izuku quickly turned away so as to not look up her skirt, wincing a little from the resulting pain in his neck. I hope everyone else got some of the spotlight too, I'd hate to draw their attention away. Believe me, they did. But you were the highlight, shroom. Look, look. Komori-san, your skirt. I'm wearing spats, silly. Kanoko laughed. He peeked and oh god she really was and they looked great on her, emphasizing her soft thighs. Besides, that's not what I want you to look at. Look at this Twitter feed. Izuku cracked both eyes open and was met with the girl shoving her phone at him, displaying her social media feed. On it was pictures of him. Dozens of them, and some were even animated. His bloodied, bruised, bare torsoed form was on the internet for all to see. WWH. Emerald eyes bulged comically. 150,000 requotes? That's one of the lower ones. You're trending, Kanoko grinned, her pearly white teeth gleaming. #BroccoliBoy. Izuku moaned, sinking back into his pillow. What are you so moody about? Most people would love to be trending, shroom. All of Japan just watched me get beat up, and hit girls. This is horrible. Have you read the comments? They loved it. Most of them, anyways. Here, I'll read some. The green-haired boy winced, thinking of all the nasty accusations and insults that were sure to be there. Woman beater. Brute. Freak. Weirdo. Creep. I don't think that's a good idea. Ooh, here are some good ones. Soft, baby-faced dude that can take a hit and dish it out. Totes awesome. Whoa, he looked like such a sweet, innocent-looking guy too. Even sweet guys can be bad boys. Yes, Planses. Kanoko read out innocently, Rin glancing over his newspaper with a lazy smirk. Cute, mild-mannered boy with a hidden dark side. Me likey. I want to lick that bloody face. Izuku was now hoping for the ground to open and swallow him whole. His cheeks flushed with warm color. Lips trembling in shame and embarrassment. 3/4 of those comments were probably trolling, that had to be it. Lol, so much sexual tension. OMG, the part where he got atop her and growled, I thought he was going to ravish her. I would have loved to be in that girl's position, she continued, ignoring his appalled, crimson expression. I wonder if he would snarl like that atop me, ooh-wah. That mid-air grappling. I want him to manhandle me like that. What a bunch of thoughts, shroom. Are they really saying that kind of lewd stuff? Izuku stammered. You're just making that up, alright? Nope. Kanoko smiled, popping the P, here, take a look. He held her phone with trembling hands and sure enough the comments were there, along with many other lewd things that left him sweating. There were also 500,000 re-quotes of a gif featuring him, shirt splayed open and exposing his lean, sweat-slicked torso. The moment of him spitting that glob of blood on the ground was looped over and over again, a caption in edgy dark green text plastered upon the animated file. I could do this all day, it read. They turned you into a meme, shroom. Her musical laughter tinkled through the infirmary. Ha. Uck. Izuku's warm blush reached all the way to his ears. Not even the hands that were cupped across his face was enough to hide it. What about everyone else? My team, are they safe? Are they alright? Don't worry too much, everyone's gonna be fine. Also, I was only feeding you 'cause you needed some energy for the next event. Kanoko said happily, her bangs falling across her eyes and covering them. Shame, she looked much cuter when they could be seen. Stop that, hormones. I see. Thanks, Komori-san. Don't thank me, thank Recovery Girl. The short girl handed the bowl over to him, allowing Izuku the dignity to feed himself. You should have seen the state you were in. 3 cracked ribs, minor fracture on both legs, multiple contusions, a dislocation on your middle finger of all things. Oof. Good thing the adrenaline numbed his pain. That 3% Delaware smash probably hadn't been 3%, he still needed more training and control. Most of it was Kodai-chan. Goodness, the things she did to you. Recovery Girl was afraid that she'd given you a hernia when she stomped on you, but it looks like you're fine. Excellent squatting form, by the way. Kanoko cleared her throat. To be fair, you did shatter her collarbone and fracture her forearm in 2 different places earlier. Izuku looked horrified, his spoon swan diving into the soup with a splash. What? Is she alright? Oh no. Hey, calm down, she shushed, gently guiding his back against the bed. Kodai-chan's fine, shroom. Better than fine, she went back to the cafeteria for lunch already. Good. Izuku took a spoonful of soup. Hey, Komori-san. Can I ask you a question? Sorry, I already like someone else. Not that type of question, the boy blushed, stirring his mushroom soup idly. Was I too rough on Kodai-san and Tokage-san? Why it doesn't feel right to hit a girl. So it feels right to hit a guy, shroom? Yes. No. Look, Midoriya-kun. I'm pretty certain you've thought about this already. They were giving it their all. Kanoko shrugged. And so were you. What's there to feel bad about? If anything, you're showing them your respect by going all out, just as they are. Gender didn't matter. To hold back when they are putting in their best effort is akin to looking down on them. You're not that type of person, are you, shroom? And no. There we go. Kanoko giggled, holding out her arms. Boom, problem solved. Stop overthinking things, take a chill pill. Even better, have some magic mushroom powder. Pain, go away. She rubbed her fingers together and sprinkled a light dusting of something into Izuku's soup. The boy squinted at the bowl, then at the still smiling girl. What? Izuku said flatly. It's magic mushroom powder, shroom. It'll help you recover faster. Magic mush. Is this stuff coming out of you? You'll feel much better after eating it. Light doses only though, I'm still living it down after Koroiro-kun started hallucinating pink unicorns and reciting poetry. It's psychedelic? Izuku asked, examining the bowl with wide but interested eyes. Amazing. To think that such a quirk exists, the power to create fungal spores. Life itself from nothing. Basic building blocks that house a cocktail of chemicals that when ingested, accelerates natural healing and… There he goes again. Recovery Girl slid the door open, letting out a tired sigh at Izuku's trademark muttering. Hello, young Midoriya. Feeling better? Hello, sensei. The boy murmured sheepishly. Yes, much better now. But, drink the soup. Komori-chan knows what she's doing. The old woman's wrinkled hand landed on Kanoko's shoulder. Run along now, my dear assistant. Go get some lunch for yourself. Okay, The schoolgirl giggled, making an exit while giving Izuku a grin before she left. Talk to you later, Midoriya-kun. Good luck in the final event, Geek Boy. Thanks. Izuku waved sheepishly. Goodbye, Komori-san. Recovery Girl waited a few seconds before turning back to Izuku with a sigh, the boy already expecting some sort of lecture from her. Instead, she smiled and offered him some gummy candies. Good work. It's good to see that your control has improved. Wouldn't want to break anything before the next event, would we? Izuku's thoughts flashed back to the first day of school and Aizawa's lesson. You can't save someone when you can't even save yourself first. The sensation of his fingers shattering wasn't exactly easy to forget. No, the boy answered slowly, taking another spoonful of delicious calorie-rich soup. We wouldn't. What is the next event anyways? Beats me. From my experience it'll be a big, flashy competition that will leave the audience stunned. Probably some sort of one-on-one fight. Perhaps. You youngins love that kind of thing in your, what was it called? Shonen manga? Recovery Girl smiled. Eat up, young Midoriya. You'll need those calories. Alright, sensei, and, thanks for healing me. Bah, don't worry about it. But keep in mind that my quirk isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just because you have healing on standby. The older woman's eyes hardened. Doesn't mean you can get reckless and hurt yourself needlessly, do you understand? Why yes. Her gaze softened, twinkling like how wizened old witches would. Good. Izuku considered what to say next but was interrupted by the infirmary door sliding open with a sharp clack, revealing none other than his classmate Todoroki Shoto. The frosty teenager's eyes roamed across the room until they finally landed on Izuku, trapping him within that cold gaze. Midoriya-kun. Are you feeling better? Hi, Todoroki-san, I guess? I see. Let's go. The boy tilted his chin down the corridor. We need to talk. Young man, I do believe this talk of yours can wait until young Midoriya is. It's fine, sensei. Izuku finished the last of his soup and got up, keeping his expression neutral to hide the dull aching he felt all over his body. I'm feeling better already. Good enough to go for another round, actually. Recovery Girl gave both boys a skeptical look before sighing, shrugging her frail shoulders. Fine, whatever. It's not like I can stop a hot-blooded conversation between two main characters. Just remember to rehydrate, young Midoriya. I will. Izuku smiled and gave her a deep bow. Thank you, sensei. Don't mention it. Together, the two teenagers began their journey down a long hallway. Todoroki said nothing throughout the entire trip, leaving Izuku confused and slightly nervous as to what all this was about. The heterochromatic teen had made a public declaration of war against him before the festival started. Did he really dislike him that much? Izuku wondered what he had done wrong this time, and hoped he could make it up to the other boy. All Might was the ever-smiling, ever-friendly symbol of peace. The man was practically known for his trademark, unfaltering smile. A beacon of light against the darkness. That same radiant smile was now directed at twisting orange flames, a pair of cyan eyes visible through the inferno. Why, if it isn't Endeavor-san? It's been quite a while. All Might laughed, hands on his hips. Let's have some tea. All Might, Endeavor scowled. The tight hallway they were in was brightly illuminated by the hero's flames, the surrounding air temperature rising by several degrees when both the number 1 and number 2 locked gazes. Glad to see that you're doing all right. The blonde's grin was met by an infuriated growl. Your son, young Todoroki, did an excellent job even without using half his power. You must have taught him well. What are you getting at? Why, I'm just curious as to what kind of training and advice you had for the next generation. You think I'll teach you anything? Forget it. Endeavor scoffed. But knowing you, you'll never quit with that breezy little attitude of yours. How annoying. Well, I tried. In other news, the number 1's voice took on a more serious note. How's the arm? I'm fine. For the last time, that bastard got lucky and caught me off guard. That's all. There's more to it, isn't there? Endeavor stopped in his tracks, not even turning around to face All Might. His fingers curled into fists. I know you, Endeavor-san. You're always 5 steps ahead of your opponent, but when you fought Searcher, something was off. Even the recordings showed it. All Might lowered his voice so as to not anger the other hero. The man was using your moves and mine. Do you? You think I don't know that? The flame hero snapped. I don't need you of all people to tell me that. At first I thought he was some lame copycat of you, but his moves, my moves that I taught too. Endeavor's fingers unfurled. To ya. Though heat roiled off those burning flames, the air was cold and heavy. It doesn't matter. Shoto will surpass you. An inferno was contained within Endeavor's glare. That's the entire reason I made that boy. All Might paused. What? That little brat is going through a rebellious phase right now, but he will surpass you, All Might. Endeavor turned and walked away, never once looking back. I'll make sure of that. Two teenagers reached one of the exits of the stadium, Todoroki stopping to lean against the far wall with his back. Izuku stood opposite him, still confused as ever. You wanted to speak to me? Izuku asked. What is it? Todoroki said nothing, still observing him with that arctic stare. Izuku felt like a specimen under a microscope. As much as I hate to admit it, Todoroki began, hands still in his pockets. You blindsided me. Throughout the cavalry battle most of the spotlight was on you. Well done. Thanks, Izuku said. He carefully decided not to retort that Yui and Setsuna had ambushed him. Ironically, he had actually hoped that all attention would have gone to the other teams so he could get away with the 10 million points. Green eyes flicked down to Todoroki's left side. He hadn't used his flames, even when it would have benefited him. Some sort of drawback or perhaps an ace he kept in reserve. When the highlight reel played, I was focusing on you, or more specifically, your power. You've improved by a wide margin since the first day of school. And those attacks of yours, smashes, your costume. The other boy said coolly. It's obvious that your inspiration is All Might. I think he's an inspiration to everyone, actually. But you're different. Todoroki interrupted. That feeling when I saw you fight. It's similar to All Might, too similar. I don't really get what you're trying to say here, Izuku said. Some interesting rumors have begun to spring up on the internet. Have you heard about Valkyrie? There was a slight tremor that ran down his spine, but Izuku made sure to keep his expression neutral. I've heard of her, yeah. A vigilante, right? He said carefully. Now with a new partner? Correct. However, the rumors concern the relationship between All Might and Valkyrie. The smashed eyes met confused green ones. They're saying that she is his daughter. It's why he refuses to fight or arrest her. Izuku blinked. Once. Twice. 3 times. The word, what, bounced around his skull like a pinball. Okay, the boy said slowly. He wasn't sure if he should feel offended or annoyed by that. Kiri was his daughter, actually. Sister-daughter. Family, besides. All Might probably refrained from fighting Valkyrie due to the vast amount of effort it would require to take her down, not to mention the bad publicity from doing so. It simply wasn't worth it, especially with all the good she brought to the world. They've begun looking into Valkyrie's interactions with others. They're practically non-existent save for the few vigilantes she works alongside with from time to time, but one interaction in particular has me perturbed. Todoroki pulled out his phone and showed Izuku an article. The green-haired boy's heart skipped a beat. All Might defeats notorious sludge villain. 2 middle schoolers rescued by Valkyrie. Tag team justice. This is you, isn't it? Todoroki pointed to Izuku's blurred-out form. The puffy green hair easily recognizable even through a mosaic sensor. She rescued you. And look. He swiped the screen, displaying multiple images of Valkyrie, Kiri, running her fingers through his hair in concern, followed by the light chop to the head she had given him. Valkyrie has never interacted with anyone like that, not even her fellow vigilantes. Todoroki continued. You're somehow special to her. Not a friend. Family. My older sister used to check on me just like that after my training as well, looking for any bruises, broken bones. Nobody else has connected the dots yet. I suppose only someone who has felt that familial love would guess the connection. Izuku stammered, the feeling of panic like a geyser threatening to explode. She's your older sister, isn't she? It's why she arrived at USJ. To save you. Todoroki finished calmly. And I guess that makes the both of you All Might's illegitimate children. Izuku was stunned, feet rooted to the floor. Todoroki was actually right in one aspect. Kiri was his sister. But the way he had come to that conclusion was entirely ridiculous. And that nonsense about him and Kiri being All Might's illegitimate children. It was as if he was accusing All Might himself of something so despicable, of abandoning his family. Then there was the indirect implication. Fury bubbled under his skin, boiling just beneath the surface. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Todoroki-san. I am not All Might's illegitimate love child. Please do not come to such conclusions. Izuku ground his teeth together, gaze burning. Do you know what that implies about me? About my mother? Todoroki suddenly looked uncomfortable. I did not mean that. I hope you didn't. You can trash talk me all you want, but the moment you involve my family is where I draw the line. Family, huh? Izuku paused, his anger dissipating. There was just a way in which the other boy said the words that stopped him for a moment, a pained look that he almost managed to hide, almost. What are you trying to say? Todoroki told him. A sordid tale of a man who was overcome with ambition, leading his own family to ruin, quirk marriages, Eugenics. A missing older brother. The goal to create an heir that would surpass All Might. The boiling water that had been dumped on his face by his own mother. Izuku paled. The things that Todoroki had been through, a tragedy, years of suffering and injustice, all for the banal goal of surpassing All Might. Not his goal, but his father's. The sins of the parent laid bare upon the child. The reason I'm aiming to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't be using my shitty old man's quirk, or rather, Todoroki met his gaze, ice cold. I'll become number one without ever needing to. This is my total disavowal of him. Izuku said nothing, fists clenched while he watched his classmate walk away. How could he? He felt like he had no right to judge Todoroki on what path to take. He didn't go through the hellish experiences the other boy had faced, but still, it didn't feel right. Todoroki was using half his power, not even taking things seriously when everyone was giving it their all. Would he be like that when he became a pro-hero, only using his right side even though his left could help fight villains, save lives? The cost of his pride would be the lives of others. Kanoko's words drifted past his ears. To hold back when they are putting in their best effort is akin to looking down on them. Despite everything, Izuku opened his mouth. Todoroki-san. Todoroki stopped but didn't turn to look at him. I know it's not really my place to say this, but, everyone's doing their best. Why, you should too. Izuku stammered, squeezing his hands together. I'm only here because everyone helped me. The reason I'm here is because someone always offered to help. It was true. The training with One for All. His family's encouragement. Ochako, with how she readily agreed to team up with him. Tokoyami, who he suspected would be a valuable ally in the future. Mei, with her positive attitude and magnificent gadgets. All Might, who inspired him with only his words. Everyone's efforts had led him here. I know my motive may be selfish compared to yours, but I can't fail now. Not only for myself, but for all the people who helped me along the way, Izuku declared. Besides, you don't have to think of it as your father's power, it's yours, not his. Except it is. Todoroki breathed, and Izuku could see mist forming. He reached up and touched the scarred portion of his face. You wouldn't understand. I refuse to acknowledge or accept him as my father. You've never known a piece of shit like him. Izuku's vision shifted and blurred into a whirlpool of colors. He was crying, curling his tiny body into a ball in a vain effort to protect himself. I'm sorry, Daddy, please, stop, you're hurting me. Goddamn useless brat. Can't even do anything right, it's all your fault. The soul-tearing sound of a belt unbuckling met his ears. He screamed like a newborn baby, begging for mercy before he was flogged. An ear-splitting roar followed and the door burst open, his brother rushing in with fists flying. Don't you fucking touch him, piece of shit. A wet crunch. Flesh meeting flesh. The sound of droplets hitting the wall. Reality dragged Izuku back like a fisherman with a catch, reeling him back into the suffocating real world. He lost his balance and leaned against the wall, bile already building up on his throat. An overwhelming urge to throw up hit him hard, but somehow he held it in, his legs turning to wet noodles and threatening to collapse. Todoroki didn't even notice his distress, already walking away without looking back. I'll beat you with only my right side, sorry I took your time. Wait, he wanted to say. Todoroki was gone, having disappeared around a corner. Izuku was left alone with the memories he'd just seen. Those weren't his memories, were they? He thought for a moment. No, they weren't. He didn't have a brother. And his father was an utter bastard, but not to that extent. What was that? Droplets of crimson trailed behind Izuku as he staggered back into the building. His mind was spinning, the world around him blurring into an incoherent mess. Before Izuku knew it, he was back at the cafeteria, gulping down a glass of water shakily. He originally wanted to find Ochako and Iida, but now he didn't exactly know what to do. After a few seconds of contemplation, he decided he would meet up with them later. Besides, he didn't really feel that hungry after Kanoko's soup. Turning his attention back to what just happened, the boy began to think. The memories were burned into his brain, embers still smoldering. The analytical part of him took over and pushed down the emotional part, the boy muttering to himself about the memory bleeding and how it was starting to affect him more frequently. This wasn't good, not at all. Now wasn't the time for emotion, only logic. Those lingering memories were still there, floating atop the surface of his mind like debris from a sunken ship. He reached for the pieces, slowly, tentatively. He was packing ice into a little plastic bag, looking up to see his brother biting down on a length of cloth. The older boy closed his eyes and wrapped one hand around his crooked fingers. Okay. Phew, okay. Snap. The rag tensed when clenched teeth bit down, stifling what must have been a growl of pain. Flexing his newly relocated fingers, His brother scooted over and lifted the ice pack to his swollen eye. Thanks, Pipsqueak. He smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair. Looks like I won't be strumming for a while, hey. Izuku wanted to cry. His brother, his poor brother, his handsome face had been shattered. He knew how the local girls liked the older boy for his charm, his wit, his looks. Now, looking at him broke his heart. Then there were the bruises, the black eye, the split lip. He had barely managed to fight off their father. A small sob escaped from Izuku's tiny lungs. Where does it hurt? His brother asked. I'll rub some ointment on you. My heart, your heart? A look of panic crossed the older boy's features. No, it's, Izuku sobbed. Big brother, because of me, it's all my fault. He leaned into the older boy, fat tears rolling down his soft cheeks. Two strong arms wrapped around him, patting him on the back. It's always my fault. Don't listen to that piece of shit. You broke a plate, so fucking what, lazy bastard was just looking for an excuse to beat your ass. He snorted. It was the same for me. Don't worry, I'll be good as new in no time. I hate this. I hate it, I hate it, I hate him. Small fingers clutched a bloodied shirt. I know. Just a little more, I promise. Then I'm taking you with me. Where? Away from here, wherever the road takes us. His brother smiled, perfect teeth stained with blood. Just imagine. Just the two of us. You can even go to school, I'll make sure of that. But I don't want to go to school, I want to stay with you. You need an education so you don't end up like that piece of shit. His rough, calloused fingers ran through his hair again. So you don't end up like me. His brother took a moment to meet his gaze. He had their mother's eyes, but hers had never looked so sad. Never end up like me. The two brothers embraced and held each other for what seemed like an eternity. I love you, no matter what. I love you too, Pipsqueak. Something ran down Izuku's face and onto the cafeteria table. Midnight's announcement for the participants to start preparing for the next event echoed vaguely. The boy staggered and got up, quickly wiping at his eyes. His hands came away wet. Stop it. He told himself. Those were someone else's memories. Not his brother. Not his father. Not his life. So why? Why did it hurt so much? Izuku opened his locker with shaking hands, fingers trembling as he picked up his phone. It took him a few tries before he was able to dial the correct number. The emotional side of him was starting to break through the bulwark. Iniki? There was this massive surge of. His two siblings stared at him from the dimly lit screen of his phone. The light from the tiny device playing long shadows across the boys' locker room. Kiri, Mimi. He gasped. I need your help. His two sisters watched, childish features creased with worry. They waited for him to catch his breath and explain for what felt like an eternity. My emotions, they're so much stronger than before. And just now, when I talked to Todoroki, the memories bled over again. Someone's brother? I don't know, Izuku stammered, one hand pulling at his hair. It's okay. Breathe, Nii-chan. Kiri said softly. Inhale, count to 4. That's right, just follow us. Mimi nodded quickly. Exhale, count to 4. He followed their instructions, taking deep breaths. Inhale, exhale. Step by step. It took him a few long minutes before he stopped shaking, the jackhammer in his chest slowing to a steady drumbeat. After a moment he was standing on his own 2 feet again, no longer needing to lean against the wall. The twins' eyes still shimmered with worry. Thank you, Kiri-chan, Mimi-chan. Izuku breathed. I really needed that. You said your emotions and memories have been going haywire? Fudge. Mimi bit her lip, stopping herself from cursing just in time. This may be an unintended side effect of one for all getting stronger and mixing together with your quirk. None of us ever had something like this. Amplifying your emotions, memories bleeding over. Oni-chan, Kiri mumbled. We'll help drain the bad feelings if it's too much. There was just so much of it before. Izuku's lip trembled. How could he make his younger siblings worry about him? A big brother had to be strong, a rock within a stormy ocean. There was also a painful sting he felt on his sense of pride. He quietly vowed to take them someplace nice after the festival to make up for his incompetence. I'm gonna be fine, you too. I promise. He reassured them, putting on a wobbly smile and attempting to switch topics. Hey, where's mom? The sisters exchanged glances, then pointed the phone's camera at Inko. The poor woman was taking a nap on the couch, clearly exhausted from worry. Izuku's heart clenched again, imagining the look on her face if he hurt himself again. She's, taking a break, sleeping. I see, Izuku said, feeling his breathing returning to normal. Look, don't overexert yourself. Okay, just, focus on the tournament for now. We'll try to sort things out on our end to prevent any more memory bleeding. Yeah, Nii-chan. There's gotta be a way to slow or stop the bad memories. Alright. I hope so. Izuku paused, remembering what else he wanted to say. Something else happened earlier, during the cavalry battle. There was this purple-haired boy with some sort of master-type power? He said something and I was frozen. But the others, one for all, freed me from his control. You were there too, Mimi. Well, Aftermath was. Mimi winced and looked away. Yeah, about that. Unbeknownst to Izuku, she thought of what transpired within his mind earlier. The two sisters were watching the final bout of the cavalry battle excitedly when it happened. Just as Izuku moved to attack the opposing team holding 10 million points, a wave of cold rushed over their minds, freezing them in place. Their childish expressions turned to alarm, finding themselves unable to move. Kiri managed to send her sister a look which she reciprocated, and the albino girl closed her eyes. Time moved at a fraction of normal speed in the mindscape when needed, even stretching seconds into hours on occasion. Though her physical body was paralyzed, she reached inward and sent Aftermath back into Izuku's mind. The projection manifested in a whirlwind of emerald flames, towering, burning, and mad as hell. She opened her eyes and saw that a gargantuan serpent was attacking her home, writhing, screaming and thrashing while trapped in a triangle of guns and quirk effects. Its tail end was still connected to the massive portal that had opened up in the sky. What in the goddamn? Aftermath began in Mimi's high-pitched little girl voice, swapping to a deep, enraged roar a moment later. What the fuck is going on in here, huh? Young Izumi, All Might called, a weighty fist uppercutting the beast. Glad to see that you're alright. Welcome to the party, Nana shouted, launching a kick into the monster's jaw. Let's get this big-ass danger noodle the hell out of here. Pow! Misha bellowed, his fist crashing into the snake's other cheek. His quad-barreled shotgun came up a moment later, spitting fire and metal into ethereal flesh. Nisi Dingla, Chen yelled, pulling the lanyard of an artillery emplacement and sending a massive shell into the serpent's side. Mimi immediately knew what she had to do next, rocketing upward as Hiro surrounded the intruder with a cage of white lightning and prepared to banish it. She cut the jets once high enough, free-falling for a second before the afterburners beneath her boots screamed with power. She couldn't use her big stick here due to the danger of collateral damage. It was time to bring out Swayback Maru instead. Spiraling flames gathered in her clenched fist as she descended from the heavens like a comet. Salt Lake City, brace brace brace, somebody warned. Smash! In the waking world, Kiri's right index finger twitched. Hundreds of kilometers away, so did Izuku's. We'll give you the full report later, Mimi said sheepishly. At least we now know one for all can resist mind control. Mind control. Kiri repeated, wiggling both fingers on her temples. It seems we'll have to be careful about that. And big snakies. I'll keep that in mind, he said, feeling much better after seeing their smiles. So. An announcement from midnight blared over the speakers, requesting for all participants to return to the stadium for the next event. It was time. I'll talk to the both of you later, alright? Take care of mom? Gay, we still wanted to talk about that girl who kicked your ass and that weird snake thingy. Alright, fine. Just stay safe, okay? Mimi bit her lip. Call us if you need anything. That's right, Nii-chan. We'll be here for you. Kiri's wobbly little smile was just like his. No matter what. Izuku nodded, getting back on his feet. He had to be strong, now more than ever. In the face of adversity, one had to smile. The ones who smile are the strongest. NN. Thank you, both of you. The boy smiled back. I'll do my best. His siblings exchanged glances before sending him a united nod. They were the ones he was thinking of now. Good luck, Izuku-nii-chan, Kiri exclaimed. After exchanging goodbyes, Izuku jogged back to the stadium, just in time for the next event to be announced. Before that, there was also a little mishap where the class of girls were wearing cute cheerleader outfits, Izuku blushing wildly upon seeing them. The Jumbotron's slot machine graphics spun around and around, finally landing on a one-on-one tournament, Midnight shouted, riling up the crowd with another crack of her whip. The rules are simple. If you go out of bounds, you are eliminated. If you're immobilized, knocked out or deemed unfit to battle in any way, you are eliminated. It was a relatively simple rule set that didn't really need explaining. As long as nobody tried anything life-threatening or permanently damaging, things would be fine. However, Izuku knew from watching the previous few sports festivals on TV that UA students tended to be overzealous, for lack of a better term. Now then, we'll determine who fights who through this lottery. Midnight picked up a box, shaking it to show the balls within. Once the matchups are decided, we'll have a fun bit of recreation and then we'll commence. Whether or not the 16 of you who will be competing want to join in on the recreational activities is up to you. though I'm sure many of you will want to take a breather or preserve your strength. Let's start with the first team. Excuse me, Midnight Sensei. Heads turned towards the speaker, finding a head of bright orange hair alongside locks of silver arranged in a bob cut. Kendo Itsuka and Yanagi Reiko stepped forward, expressions full of resolve. We would like to withdraw from the tournament. A ripple of shock ran throughout the gathered crowd, the audience reacting in a similar fashion. Prez, Reiko-san. Why? A boy with spiky alabaster hair asked. This is the time to show yourself off to the pros, you know. From what I've heard about Present Mike's commentary earlier, I've already gotten enough of the spotlight. Kendo closed her eyes and nodded. I want the underappreciated ones who put in tons of work but didn't get through to get noticed this time. It's only fair, after all. And that's why. Kendo raised a finger and pointed at someone, her wide smile brilliant as the morning sun. I nominate Monoma Nato as my replacement. More hushed whispers rippled through the audience, Monoma looking stunned as the redhead marched up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kendo-san, are you? He began. I'm sure, we wouldn't have all made it through the first event if not for you. She grinned and held out an open hand. Go get him, Tiger. Monoma waited a moment before he took it, and the two shook hands firmly with a sort of mutual understanding. Izuku felt his respect for Kendo rise by a significant margin. Ho, such foolishness. Such idealism. Midnight crooned from the stage, whip cracking through the air again. Such youth. I'll allow it. What about your reason, Yanagi-san? Let's hear it. Reiko's response was to raise her hand and flick it gently. A chunk of ground in front of her was torn off, a clean gouge in the shape of a semi-sphere left in the space where she had applied her quirk. Another flick of her hand and the chunk squeezed itself into a small sphere, the earth compacting itself denser than what should have been scientifically possible. Izuku suspected that she could turn coal into diamonds if enough pressure was applied. My quirk is too dangerous to use on a human being. For example, if I tried to use it to take someone's headband earlier, Poltergeist would have cut their head off. I don't have enough control to use it in direct combat without the possibility of grievously injuring someone. Reiko answered simply, ignoring how nearby students instinctively took a step away from her. Besides, I don't feel like I did much throughout the match, so I want to give this chance to someone else who tried their hardest. Reiko glanced up at Midnight. I nominate Kodai Yui as my replacement. A dozen eyes turned to the mentioned girl, only to find her staring off into blank space while she munched on an energy bar. A moment of silence passed and the girl finally noticed that she was being stared at. Yui stopped chewing. She looked around, the mild confusion clear in her eyes. The girl looked left, right, and finally behind her before she pointed a finger at herself. Izuku realized she hadn't been paying attention at all and held back a giggle. She really was like Kiri. Oh oi, Kodai-san. Setsuna leaned over and whispered in the stoic girl's ear, updating her of the situation. Now that Yui finally understood what was going on, she turned to Reiko, the two stoic girls pausing to look at one another. Yui tilted her head when her silver-haired classmate held out her hand but ultimately shook it. Though everyone seemed to not notice it, Izuku caught the glimmer of suspicion in her gaze. Oh ho! Well, isn't this a twist? The power of friendship and camaraderie. Midnight swooned dramatically, putting a hand to her forehead. I love it. I hereby recognize Kendo Itsuka and Yanagi Reiko pulling out of the third event. Now that the two replacements have accepted their positions, the tournament was back up to 16 participants. Midnight drew lots and keyed in the data, the results flashing on the giant screen in a colorful graphic. Izuku's eyes shot towards his name, nervous and excited all at once. There he was, located on the bottom right. Though they wouldn't face off against each other in the first match, Todoroki's name was parallel to his. That meant that he would face off against the half-hot, half-cold user in round 2 if he won. However, the name next to him was, oh dear. Monoma Nato vs Midoriya Izuku. Izuku looked down just in time to catch the tail end of a long stare from the Class B blonde, the other boy turning away with a scowl once he noticed. Crap, he still hadn't apologized to Monoma. That would be another thing he had to scratch off his bucket list. Ah! The tiny sound caught his attention and Izuku turned to find Ochako staring at the Jumbotron with wide eyes. He followed her gaze and soon understood the reason for her nervous exclamation. Kodai Yui vs Uraraka Ochako. The blood drained from Izuku's face. Ochako was great, but he winced when he imagined her going up against Yui. The size-changing girl clearly had some fighting experience, and Izuku feared that she would tear his friend limb from limb the moment the match started. Ochako turned to look at him, her eyes full of uncertainty. Ooh-wah. Looks like I'm in a bit of a spot, Deku-kun? Ochako smiled, lip wobbling. Her gaze shot downward soon after. Izuku gulped and paused to take a breath. No, Ochako had her own strengths, too. She was brave, tenacious, resourceful, and never gave up no matter what. Even during the cavalry battle selection she had believed in him. He chose to believe in her. You can do it, Uraraka-san, he exclaimed, prompting her to look up with wide, confused eyes. I believe in you. Me, but what about, I'll be cheering for you. Izuku took a deep breath. I promise. You're the only one who I'll be looking at when you're on that stage, so, do your best. She blinked, finally letting out a giggle that cut through that split second of awkwardness. Thank you, Deku-kun. Ochako smiled warmly. I really needed that. You're welcome. Izuku blushed, her smile melting his heart. Then there was the cute outfit she had on. This may be a bad time, but what's with the cheerleader costume? Y'all Momo sort of got tricked by Mineta-kun and ended up making these for all of us. She twirled around, Izuku turning even redder as she did. I bet it looks weird, huh? You look really pretty, he said absent-mindedly, immediately clamping a hand over his mouth afterwards. This time it was Ochako's turn to blush, her already rosy cheeks turning a bright red. Thanks. Her eyes alternated between the ground and her feet before finally flicking to him for the briefest moment. You, look really pretty too. He did. Several bandages were still wrapped around his body. It's time for the recreational activities to start. Tournament participants, feel free to join. The rest of you, it's time to rock and roll. Present Mike's jubilant voice echoed over the speakers. Ochako took the opportunity to run away. When Izuku turned back to look, she was already gone, hurrying over to gather with the rest of the girls who were actually putting on some sort of cheerleading routine. Izuku groaned and smacked himself in the forehead, cursing at his incompetence. Stupid, he sighed, walking away and starting to plan for his match against Monoma. If he had just stayed behind to watch the girls' cheerleading routine, he would have caught that big, soppy smile on Ochako's face. The light sound of footsteps echoed down an empty hallway. A silver-haired girl stopped in her tracks, noticing that she was being followed. Era, what's this now? Reiko asked. There's no need to sneak up on me. She turned, hands still in her pockets while she addressed her follower. Kodai-chan. Yui stepped out of the shadows, her expression stoic as always. She tilted her head, conveying her curiosity though her gaze. Why? Really now, I already gave everyone a reason, didn't I? Reiko sighed. The brunette's eyes narrowed by a tiny fraction, lying. Yui didn't want to admit it, but there was always something off about Reiko whenever they talked alone. The platinum blonde was a quiet, diligent girl that got along well with everyone, but when the two of them talked she seemed different somehow. A strange feeling of wrongness but familiarity was always present whenever Yui looked at Reiko while they were alone. It was like her brain was seeing a fogged funhouse mirror and failing to understand what she was looking at. Like there was something behind the glass staring at her, evaluating Yui like she was a particularly interesting beetle. Reiko made her feel small. It frustrated her. Why? She just wanted to be friends. Sometimes Reiko would have an uncanny expression on her face, too. Yui knew that look, that bored, mildly amused look that belonged on those with enough power to get away with anything and everything. Her instincts told her that the other girl was dangerous, the very same feeling one got when they stared into the depths of a dark forest. She didn't doubt for a moment that Reiko could destroy anyone from both classes if she really wanted to, even the mighty Todoroki. This national stage was an opportunity to showcase her power to the pros by annihilating all her opponents. Why would she forsake such a chance? Now where would be the fun in that? Yui's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. How? Let's not beat around the bush. You and I are the same, you know. Reiko smiled. Though her posture was relaxed, the air around them seemed to shift and harden. I never cared about placing high, or the glory that comes with it. I just want to be entertained. The surrounding air pressure increased, and so did the ringing in Yui's ears. The brunette automatically prepared to defend herself, survival instincts screaming in warning. I know you're not one to talk, Kodai-chan. But fine, if you're really that curious, I can tell you. Reiko somehow crossed the wide distance between them faster than she could blink, leaning in for a whisper. Let's just say I wanted to see something interesting. Pale fingers played past Yui's shoulders while Reiko circled her, tip-tapping their way along her back and sending an icy shiver rippling down her spine. A breath from the ghost-like girl brushed against Yui's cheek and she felt like a spider had crawled across her face. The air pressure reached an unbearable high for a painful second before suddenly returning to normal. Do put up a good show. Reiko's single eye seemed to glow in the dark, a light, breathy giggle echoing in Yui's ear as she circled around her. I know you won't disappoint, and neither will our dear little Uraraka-chan. Yui spun about to face her, but she was gone, despite having been behind her a moment ago. They had been meters away from any side path or door, and yet Reiko had simply vanished, like a ghost in the night. The long hallway was empty, leaving the stoic girl alone with her thoughts. Here we go. First match STARRRRTTTTT. Present mic howled, the audience roaring in excitement. Two battering rams surged forward, one ironclad, the other rock-hard. Tetsu met Kirishima's charge in the middle of the battlefield, a resounding clang echoing through the stadium when the two headstrong boys clashed. Izuku observed with interest, scribbling down every facet of their encounter in his beloved notebook. There was still some time before his match, and he'd already worked out a basic strategy to go against Monoma, so for now he decided to calm himself by doing the thing he loved most, thinking. And he was trying to come up with a strategy for Ochako's match. Another clang drew his attention back to the arena. A battle between two hardening users would be interesting. It would all come down to endurance and stamina. Did Tetsu's quirk work in the same way as Kirishima's, a layer of metal over his skin? Or did his entire body turn to metal, both inside and out? Then there was the question of tensile strength and heat resistance. Organic metal. Certain species of sea slugs in the deep ocean could produce something similar by consuming the chemical soup from underwater geothermal vents. Did Tetsu have to eat metal to achieve the same effect? Fascinating. You really do love that notebook, Midoriya-kun. Iida-kun. Izuku caught himself just before he apologized automatically. Was I muttering again? You were. Iida smiled. Don't worry about it, I just think it shows how much dedication you have for your craft. Tokoyami agreed, sitting down beside Iida. It's clear that the book has been through as much as you have. Izuku glanced down at his notebook again, his fingers running across burnt, crumpled pages. He tried not to think of how it got that way in the first place. A cross-counter RR, Kirishima follows up with a left jab, but HHH. Present mic screamed. Tetsu counters with a knee to the liver. What an astounding turn of events. Who will come out on top in this battle of hardness? Present mic's yelling continued, ramping up the audience's excitement with every passing minute. In contrast, Aizawa added little tidbits of information now and then, his flat explanations somehow melding perfectly with the blonde's eager excitement. Watch out, watch out, watch out. The crowd erupted with cheers alongside the announcement. HHH, Kirishima's taking his opponent for a ride. Kirishima arched his heels, a victorious howl exploding from his throat as he suplexed Tetsu into oblivion. The winner was declared soon after, and the redhead made his way back into the stands to receive a delighted victory hug from his pink-haired horn buddy. Izuku smiled at the sight while the two blushed and separated soon after. Up next was Ishido Mina vs Iida Tenya. Izuku had to bear Kirishima's excited cheering while the match progressed, trying to block out the other boy while scribbling in his notebook. The jaw, Mina-chan. The JAWWW. Oh, outspeed her, Iida-kun. Izuku tried nervously, having never actually cheered on anyone before. See, come on. Go, Iida-kun, fight. Ochako cheered beside him. Mina flung her arms outward and built a moat of acid around her, but Iida simply leapt over the corrosive obstacle in a magnificent standing long jump. If Iida could be compared to an Olympic athlete, then Mina was a pro dancer. It was a battle of speed versus dexterity. Iida's foot narrowly missed her head when Mina backstepped. No, she slid backwards, Izuku realizing she could make both acids and bases. The pink schoolgirl started skating around the arena, circling around Iida with her superior maneuverability and leaving pools of slippery lubricant wherever she stepped. The crowd let out a collective cry of shock when Iida slipped while chasing her, barreling towards the arena's edge with his own speed. It was only with a well-timed kick into the ground that anchored and stopped him from getting out of bounds, the tall boy letting out a huff of effort while he got up. Mina didn't let the sight discourage her. She swung her legs in a series of stunning breakdancing flares, waves of acid exploding from the holes in her shoes. Mina was a tornado of pink, rings of acid lacing out and forcing Iida back. The danger wasn't just in the corrosive effects of the acid, there were also the fumes. Clouds of billowing pink smoke surrounded Mina like a shield, a toxic barrier that she was immune to. Just when it appeared that Iida was doomed, the boy crouched and took a deep breath, taking a runner's position in the face of the acidic hurricane. Recipro burst. Iida moved. He was a flash of blue and white, his sheer speed managing to thread the needle between Mina's defenses. It was all over in a moment, with Mina finding herself upside down with one ankle held in Iida's grip. He gently set the stunned girl down outside the arena and she pouted at him before letting out a laugh. The winner is Iida Tenya. What a fantastic showdown, President Mike declared. Let's give it up for our two combatants, everybody. Applause rippled through the stadium, accompanied by cheers and whistles. Izuku allowed himself to catch a breath before scribbling in his notebook again, marveling at Iida's wondrous comeback. Everyone here was absolutely amazing. The next match was actually one that Izuku was looking forward to since one of his previous teammates was going on stage. Hatsume Mei's smile was wide and delighted when she stepped into the arena, fiddling with her devices and completely ignoring her opponent. "Hey, cutie," Kaminari said from the opposite end of the arena, slicking his hair back in an attempt to be suave. "Remember me?" "Oh, I remember you, alright." Mei smirked, reaching for something behind her. "That's why I brought this." Kaminari's lightning flared, but Mei's device opened like an inverted umbrella, a thin rod within conducting the arcs of electricity that rushed towards her. A full 3 seconds passed before Kaminari stopped, eyes widening in horror to see Mei completely unharmed. The device retreated into Mei's backpack and a shroud of purple-pink lightning soon enveloped her like a shield, ironically powered by Kaminari's attack. A pair of mechanical gauntlets slid over her hands and the girl smashed her fists together, voice amplified by a microphone she had brought. "This ass whooping is sponsored by Hatsume Heavy Engineering," Mei announced happily, a bolt of pink light erupting from her hand and slamming into Kaminari. "Building the future, today." "Gya!" the blonde boy screamed. "Stings, doesn't it? Now you have an inkling of how everyone else felt." Mei smirked and turned to the crowd. "With our new top-of-the-line Lightning Rod X9, electrical and environmental problems caused by the weather become a thing of the past. Our conversion rod technology converts the absorbed energy to be used for your own home devices. In fact, I'm charging my phone right now." Kaminari sent out another pulse of lightning but yelped and doubled over when Mei pulled out another device that unfolded and shot him in the gut, not even turning to look. A conversion rate of 98% ensures that no power is wasted whatsoever. Even the ambient heat energy can be recycled for other uses, such as to fuel this Westinghouse M25 40-watt plasma rifle that comes with the package. That's right folks, with every purchase of the X9 we'll throw in a free plasma rifle. Now available at local retailers. Batteries not included, terms and conditions apply. Please seek permission from your parents or guardian before purchase if you are under 18. "Mom, I want a plasma rifle," a young boy's voice called out from the odd crowd. "But I'm not done yet, buy now and save yourself." Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts, Kaminari yelled. H-field. Mei snapped her fingers. Izuku rose from his seat in shock, terrified that his pink-haired friend would be fried to a crisp. What happened instead stunned everyone watching. A purple-pink hexagonal shield sprung into existence around Mei, Kaminari's overwhelming lightning failing to breach the energy barrier. The support student grinned in triumph. "Performance issues, battery boy? Don't worry, it happens to everyone. As for me," Mei let out a hearty laugh. "I've got 99 problems but a breach ain't one." The match continued as such, with Mei demonstrating her shiny new inventions and stunning Kaminari whenever he got up again. It was finally over when Kaminari exhausted himself much to Mei's disappointment. She still wanted to test more gadgets out on him. Izuku winced, feeling bad for the other boy. It had been a bad matchup for the blonde. No, knowing Mei, she would be a bad matchup for anyone. As long as she had enough information and prep time she would be able to find or even create a gadget to counter her opponent. Izuku felt his respect for her grow again with the realization that she'd made it this far not using her quirk, but with her mind. A smile curled its way onto his lips. She really was amazing, wasn't she? Beside him Ochako watched, not knowing why her chest suddenly felt tighter. A rumble in his pocket snapped him out of his thoughts, the boy pulling out his phone to find someone calling him. He answered, bringing the device to his ear. "Hello, Mimi?" Izuku asked, before rising from his chair. "Sorry, I've got to take this." "Sure, Midoriya-kun." Iida nodded. Ochako blinked, heart squeezing in her chest. Who was this Mimi person? Wasn't he already dating the Ice Queen? No wait, they had a big fight earlier. Did they break up? This is so complicated. Wait, why'd I care anyway? "Hey, Aniki." Mimi's voice echoed from his phone as Izuku made his way down the corridor. "About Mei, Hatsume-san. Something weird is going on." "Really? Yeah. Mei's devices aren't supposed to be that advanced. I've seen her using drones in the X9 before, but that shield, the one she called the H-field, that thing is made using charged H particles, scattered into the air so that their repulsive forces spontaneously align into a regular cubic lattice structure." She paused, and Izuku could hear a small smack as she palmed her cheeks. "Right. Point is, her tech's way too advanced for her age. Dues and particle shielding? She's smart, but not that smart. At least, not yet. Did she mention any helpers or benefactors of any kind? No, I don't think so. She has her own company though, and those little Haro units that help her out. Izuku listed. That's the thing. She didn't have a company on my world, at least not until she's 18. What changed? Is she smarter here, stronger? She didn't field so many drones, either. In fact, she always preferred to do things herself. Mimi hummed. What was her main drone called again? The Haro unit. Zenith. He's harmless. Zenith? His sister paused. That can't be right. Zenith was supposed to be her hero name. Why did she name one of her drones after it? It doesn't make sense. Did I really change things that much? Or perhaps it's just one of the variables. I'll have to do more thinking. Oh, Kiri wants to talk to you. She passed the phone, and Kiri's sweet little voice echoed over the speaker. Hello, Nii-chan. Hello, Kiri. What is it? Nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice again, she said innocently. Izuku was stunned for a bit before he smiled again, reminded of how she was still a child in some aspects. I'm fine, dear. Thanks for checking up on me, Izuku said. How's mom? She's getting some snacks for us now. Ba-chan isn't crying anymore, so that's good. Kiri answered. Maybe she'll cry again when it's your time to fight, but we'll be here to dry her tears. You do that. Izuku chuckled, making his way back to the stands. I hope she doesn't worry too much. Tell her I love her, okay? Oh, and I love the two of you too. Ehehe. Kiri giggled, her light laughter making him smile once more. Love you, Nii-chan. I've said it once, and now I'll say it again. He could hear her take a deep breath. Good luck, Izuku-nii-chan. Hey. Thanks, Kiri. He rounded the corner after that last sentence, about to end the call. Bye, sweetheart. Bye-bye. He slid the phone back into his pocket and sat down beside Ochako and Tokoyami again, feeling refreshed. Iida was watching Tokoyami's match with great focus, but Ochako had her eyes wide as dinner plates, having caught the last part of Izuku's call. SS sweetheart? A roar from the crowd drew their attention. Momo was struggling against Tokoyami, dark shadows claws raking away at her defenses with each passing second. The ponytailed girl tanked another heavy punch, skidding backward from the impact. Just when she produced a quarterstaff to attack Midnight's whip cracked, signaling the end of the match. Yayorozu Momo is out of bounds. The winner is Tokoyami Fumikage. Izuku sighed when he watched Momo's head dip in disappointment, the girl shuffling towards the exit sadly. On one hand he was glad to see Tokoyami win as his teammate, but there was also an undeniable feeling of something as he watched Momo go. For there to be a winner, there had to be a loser. That was the cruel reality of how things were. What followed next was a matchup everyone had been anticipating. Todoroki stepped up to the plate, and Shiro cracked his knuckles evaluating his opponent. Izuku frowned. There was an air of cold fury around the heterochromatic boy. Did something happen before the match? And in the blue corner, Todoroki Shoto. It's a battle of classmates once more, now let's see who'll come out on top. STAARRT. A massive glacier pierced the heavens. The words had barely even left Present Mike's mouth before it happened, the match not even spanning a single second before Todoroki obliterated his opponent. Shiro was half frozen within the ice, completely immobilized. It didn't take a genius to see that he was completely outmatched. There was a chorus of "don't minds" floating through the stadium at Shiro's defeat, a weak effort to cheer up a bruised ego. Todoroki was a powerhouse, that was for sure. Izuku simply stared at the scene, burning it into his memory. The image of Todoroki melting the ice with his right hand, with the right side he despised so much. It just seemed so infinitely sad. It took quite a while for the giant glacier to melt, some of the staff helping to speed up the process by breaking it down. After the arena was restored, it was time for a new match, the audience eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Many cheered when Bakugo Katsuki stepped into the arena, scowling all the way. Izuku could understand. Bakugo was very entertaining, after all. Even with that declaration that drew all the attention to himself instead of Class A, the audience still loved him. It had been that way ever since they were children. He had everything Izuku didn't. Bakugo was talented, popular, and had a great quirk. He had a future. He had potential. He had a loving FA. Izuku bit down on his lip, trying to ignore that last part. He turned his attention to Bakugo's opponent just as Present Mike announced his name. In the blue corner, hailing from UA's premier general studies department, Shinso Hitoshi. More cheers and clapping, especially from the general studies students. Just as the support department students had cheered for Hatsume, people cheered for Shinso simply because he was one of them. Izuku couldn't exactly fault them for that. Besides, it was nice to cheer for the underdog. Shinso was that in their eyes, especially when they saw the raw power Bakugo could output. But they didn't know about Shinso's quirk. Well, most of them didn't. By now Izuku had figured out that the purple-haired boy had some sort of master-type quirk. Its activation parameters probably required some sort of connection between him and his target. Izuku thought back to when he'd gotten frozen during the cavalry battle. Was the control quirk activated via concentration, or perhaps line of sight? Shinso had his attention on Bakugo back when he stole the 10 million points. Izuku continued pondering to himself. No, if it were based on either of those factors, Shinso would have taken the headband at the very start. He had waited for an opportunity. For when Bakugo had been certain of his victory before he acted. There had to be some sort of limitation, some requirement that had to be fulfilled before he could take control of someone. The last thing he remembered Shinso doing before he took control was talking to him. A question? His quirk was sound activated, traveling along the sound waves his mouth produced and into his target's mind? Izuku's pen danced across paper furiously. No, it was more than that. If it was simply that, he could have controlled anyone who heard his voice. A connection needed to be established. In answer to the question, a verbal response. Izuku's eyes widened. Shinso could control anyone who responded to him verbally. It was an incredible quirk, one that had Izuku squealing with excitement on the inside at the sheer possibilities one could do with it. He put away those thoughts for now, wondering how Shinso would get Bakugo to respond. Judging by the look on his face, he'd already figured out a way. Shinso opened his mouth, and Bakugo's features twisted with rage. It was too far away for Izuku to hear the words Shinso said, but judging by the look on the blonde's face it had stung. However, there wasn't an angry roar or a scathing reply. Bakugo began advancing forward, jaw clenched and hands crackling. The purple-haired boy said something again, but Bakugo declined to respond once more despite the obvious anger he was in. Izuku could hear Kaminari and Kirishima mumbling amongst themselves about what was going on and that it wasn't like Bakugo to just stand there and take an insult. Izuku knew better. Bakugo had already figured out how Shinso activated his quirk, just like he did. An explosion swept across the battlefield, sound and fury following in its wake. What should have flung Shinso out of bounds flew over his head when the boy dodged, his quick thinking saving him from an early loss. By now the purple boy had figured the jig was up and was clearly starting to revert to a fight or flight approach. Flight. Evade. Izuku tried to tell him, going up against Bakugo in close combat was suicide. Whether it was pride or some other form of defiance was questioned when Shinso charged forward, arms brought up to shield his face. Izuku flinched. Here it comes. Shinso's body was flung backwards with a thunderous boom, but he got back up again and dodged another blast. Many assumed most of the power from Bakugo's explosion came from the heat. It was more than just that. There was also the shockwave, which shook the insides. The flash, which blinded the eyes. The smoke, which choked the lungs. Izuku knew from experience. It is 6 years ago. 2 boys are holding back his arms. Tears are running down his cheeks. Bakugo's crimson eyes were alight with a malicious glee. An explosion sweeps across Izuku's childish face. His soft cheeks burn and he cries. His tormentors laugh. That's what you get for thinking you can be a hero, Deku. Just give up. Laughing, laughing, laughing. His face is pushed into the dirt and mud fills his mouth. Stop. Izuku got his wish and the memory shifted to something worse. Much, much worse. It is decades ago. The sound of rain and thunder interrupts his meal. No, not thunder. Artillery. The taste of mud is in his mouth as he scoops up another bit of canned tuna, using the can's lid as a spoon. It is not the first time he has come face to face with death. If he's going to die here, he will not die hungry. He feels tired, apathetic. He has felt that way for the last decade. Maybe this is it. Maybe he can finally rest and stop fighting. The young soldier beside him is getting antsy, covering his ears and shaking. Izuku offers him the remainder of his tuna. He accepts with a wobbly hand, and Izuku gets a full magazine for his rifle in exchange. Not that it would do him any good. More troopers behind them huddle closer, praying that the cavern roof does not collapse and bury them all alive. Stony fingers tighten around his weapon. A tiny bit of hysteria sets in and he realizes that he has slept more times holding his rifle than he has holding his children. He decides to live, just to be able to see them again. We never should have come here. The young man trembles. Korea belongs to the Jinsoyan. The storm of shells and quirks was above their head, with only a layer of rock between them and certain death. Flashes of light bursting through the gaps in the makeshift barrier. When there was no thunder, there was the sound of lives ending. The angry rattle of machine guns. The sharp snap of rifles. Shellfire and quirk effects shaking the earth. And the screams. Stop! Izuku snapped back to reality. A streak of red ran down his nose and he quickly brought up a hand, hoping nobody noticed. Thankfully for him they didn't see the blood, but the shaking, that was something he couldn't hide. Iida was the first to notice it, taking his eyes off the match and gazing at Izuku worriedly. Midoriya-kun, is everything alright? I'm okay. Izuku coughed, quickly excusing himself. Just feeling a little cold. The memories were still crystal clear in his mind, but this time the emotions that were associated with them had quickly faded away. Izuku thanked his lucky stars for that. The last thing he needed was a memory-induced breakdown. The old memories still lingered, mixing with his knowledge of history. A seven-nation army marched into its doom. The Russian Federation's refusal to intervene. The Jinsoyan, a new empress of the United Korean Republic. China torn to pieces by the Great Divide. An economic bubble that burst like a balloon, the ramifications of which could still be felt. Quirks of world-shaking magnitudes already existed nearly a century ago, but back then those were outliers. As quirks mixed together over the years they would only get stronger and stronger. Izuku now understood that there would one day be another Jinsoyan, another Destro, another tyrant that would break the world. Then there were the underlying social issues that still plagued humanity. Quirkism against mutant types. Discrimination against villainous quirks like Shinso's. The unheard suffering of the Quirkless. Even All Might couldn't save everyone. The pillar was beginning to crack under the weight of the world's problems. Society had become complacent under the safety of All Might and swept those problems under the rug, but they were still there, just ready to trip someone up at the worst possible time. Were the hero schools for preparation of things to come? Or were they the catalyst that would eventually lead to society's destruction? Another boom drew everyone's attention back to the arena below, allowing Izuku to quickly wipe the blood off his face with a tissue. Bakugo was standing over a crumpled Shinso, the taller boy clutching his smoking thigh. He was crawling away to retreat. But Bakugo raised a hand before wrenching it downward in a scooping motion. The very nature of the blonde's power was flashy and destructive, but it was the ways that Bakugo used it that showed just how dangerous it could be. The explosions carved a path into the ground and lifted Shinso into the air, sending the boy crashing down out of bounds in a broken heap. Many in the audience let out cries of dismay. Many others cheered. Shinso Hitoshi is out, the match is over, Midnight announced with a snap of her whip. The winner is Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku groaned, feeling just a tiny bit bitter. He didn't deny that he wanted to see Shinso win. But Bakugo was just too smart, strong and talented. Of course he would figure out the mechanics of the mind control quirk. The cameras zoomed into Shinso's defeated form as he slowly began to stir, sitting up to find Bakugo moving towards him. Perhaps the camera operators expected Bakugo to pick him up, shake his hand or show some other form of competitive honor. The audio turned on, and Izuku wished it hadn't. A fucking joke. Worthless loser. The crowd silenced itself and Izuku stiffened. Iida looked uncomfortable, bringing a hand to his forehead at Bakugo's words. The blonde noticed the silence but he was too angry to care. Good match. Don't kid yourself. You're a nobody extra who thinks he can be a hero. Keep on dreaming, because it's never going to happen. Bakugo leaned over Shinso, that hate-filled sneer that Izuku was so familiar with now directed at someone else. It's annoying. It's annoying to see a talentless weakling like you even try. Just go back to Gen Ed where you belong, trash. Several Gen Ed students in the crowd stood and booed. Angry protests erupted from them and Bakugo's only response was to raise both middle fingers in their general direction before turning back to Shinso. You fucking losers should know your place, beneath me. You're nothing but stepping stones. Bakugo roared, spittle flying in Shinso's face. A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of sheep, and I'm gonna be the #1 hero. Cut the feed. Present Mike's voice interrupted, a colorful graphic showing the next matchups appearing to distract the audience. Well folks, that's all for this match. Let's take a short break before the next one. Feel free to take a break or purchase a snack at one of our premium food stalls, manned by the one and only Lunch Rush. With the confrontation between them finally ended, Bakugo simply turned and walked away. Izuku watched as Shinso got up and limped down the corridor alone, still holding on to his wounded side. Even from his seat he could see the expression on the other boy's face, twisted into an impotent rage that he knew all too well. Poor guy, Ochako said sadly, shaking her head. Before he knew it Izuku was standing, making his way down the stairs. He was running, hoping that he'd make it in time. Time seemed to blur as he raced through the hallways, the green-haired boy finding himself standing before what seemed like a reflection of himself. Shinso Hitoshi was putting all his weight on one foot, a hand pressed against the wall for support. TTCH. What do you want? Shinso asked bitterly upon seeing him, the two of them alone in the dimly lit corridor. Have you come to gloat? No, Izuku winced. Do you remember me? Of course I do. You're that guy that confronted the Class B blonde. Shinso grunted through clenched teeth, shifting his weight to lean against the wall. I get it. What, you're gonna me that I should know my place too? Save your breath, I've heard it all before. And no, I would never. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof? I wasn't going to say anything like that, Izuku said. I came here because. The green-haired boy closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I thought you were amazing. The silence seemed to stretch on for an infinity until Shinso coughed, his face scrunched up in confusion. What? Izuku reached into himself and found the courage to speak again. You were amazing out there. Dodging those explosions, trying to come up with a way to get him to respond. You know how my quirk works. Shinso narrowed his eyes. It's a really strong one, too. I can already see the applications for it, Izuku said excitedly, the nervousness from before long forgotten. It's a pity you're not in the hero course, especially with such a wonderful quirk like that. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei or some other teacher has already noticed your potential. Peeved. Izuku stopped, finding a weird look on Shinso's face. It was apprehension mixed with a smile, mixed with the confusion of someone who didn't quite understand what they were looking at. Shit, is that your attempt at making me feel better? I guess. Don't bother. Like I've said before, I've heard it plenty of times, don't worry about it. Shinso coughed again. How my quirk is villainous, that people are wary of what I can do, but this. Purple eyes met Izuku's, still tinged with a hint of bitterness. Perhaps this is the first time where someone called me amazing, dangerous, yeah, but amazing. First time for everything, Izuku said, offering the other boy a hand. Come on, I'll help. Shinso looked at his outstretched hand suspiciously before finally taking it, and Izuku slung the boy's arm over his shoulder. Together they headed towards Recovery Girl's infirmary, the journey still plagued with an awkward silence. Hey, Shinso said. Why help me? Because I know what it feels like. Izuku quietly decided not to say that. Why not? I stole those 10 million points from you, remember? I thought you'd be glad to see me in pain. I'm not that kind of person. I confronted your class. I taunted you. The taller boy tried. I mind-controlled you. So why do you still offer your help? Because that's what heroes do, Izuku replied. Shinso tilted his head, wild purple hair waving as he did. Ah, so you're one of those goody two-shoes types, so unlike your friend. It took a moment to say the words, just my classmate. Though Izuku tried, he could not hide the look of sadness on his face. The good times of his youth were spent with Bakugo, when they were both young and innocent. What had changed? He wished for those times to return, but deep down he knew it was over. People had to move on. Bakugo certainly had. It was time for him to move forward as well. What was your name again? Midoriya Izuku. Hey, nice to meet you, Midoriya-san, Shinso said. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Nice to meet you. Together the two made their way to the infirmary, Izuku supporting his newfound comrade. That should have been the end of it, with them making it there after a short, boring journey. Unfortunately for him, fate refused to leave Midoriya Izuku alone. It took a while before Izuku noticed it. It had been at the corner of his eye, just above Shinso's shoulder. He didn't see it until it moved. A large purple serpent slithered over Shinso's neck and stared at Izuku. It was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped down his back, and the boy suddenly stopped in his tracks, the breath catching in his throat. The creature sniffed the air curiously, nostrils flaring. Its body was covered in a thin sheen of scales, but it was also segmented, jutting ridges along its back making it resemble a human spine. What's wrong? Tired already? Shinso coughed. I thought you Hero Corps students were made of sterner stuff. And no, it's nothing, Izuku said quickly, heart racing. He refused to make eye contact with the creature, observing it out of the corner of his eye while he continued helping Shinso. The purple-haired boy didn't seem to notice anything. He couldn't see it, Izuku realized with a bit of confusion mixed with horror. What was this thing? An attack from someone's quirk? No, the long corridor they were in was empty. Sweat beaded on Izuku's forehead. Hearing the snake's low hiss, it was getting closer. Maybe if I ignore it, it will go away. It didn't go away. Izuku's legs shook when a second and third serpent appeared, their elongated snouts turning toward him. Though he couldn't see the finer details, he noted that each had 6 eyes, 3 on each side. One opened its maw and yawned, displaying a set of razor-sharp fangs. Izuku leaned a bit further from Shinso in fear but refused to let it show on his face. One stuck its head out too far just as they were walking past a corner, but the head phased through the corner instead of bumping into it. It was intangible? An illusion? The serpents leaned in closer and Izuku noticed how they all shared one body. Multiple heads branching out from a single point. It wasn't a serpent, it was a hydra. The hydra hissed once more, 3 tongues flicking out in unison. Izuku somehow got the sense that it was impatient. Annoyed. This thing, was it a part of Shinso's quirk? Some sort of hallucination? His mind raced with questions, but the fear in his heart held them back. It was an agonizing minute later when they finally made it to the infirmary. Izuku quickly bid farewell to Shinso, practically sprinting out of the room when he was out of the other boy's field of vision. He let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, hands clenched tight into fists. What was that thing? Why was it on Shinso? Wait, his sisters did mention a snake earlier in their call, but he brushed it off as their overactive imaginations. Was the Hydra part of Shinso's quirk, one of the delivery vectors of his control visualized? Even so, why did he not see it? Why didn't anyone see it? Another hiss drew his attention, and the boy steeled himself. Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. He looked back and instantly regretted it. One of the Hydra's heads had stretched out impossibly from inside the infirmary and all the way into the corridor, clinging on from the ceiling to get a better look at him. They locked eyes, and Izuku took a step backward in alarm. Then the rest of its eyes opened. A dozen of them were staring at him, 2 regal purple pupils on each side of every segment of its body like some grotesque ocular centipede. The snake head moved its jaw up and down repeatedly in a disturbingly human motion, never taking its gaze off him for a second. He only understood what it was doing a moment later. It was laughing. Presented with the unnerving sight, Izuku did what any normal teenager would have done. He simply turned away and pretended that it never happened, promising himself that he would investigate more later. The fear and alarm he felt was already seeping out of him, no doubt being absorbed by his siblings. The thought of them caused him to pause. Was that Hydra creature the same as them? Some sort of projection? His mind sparked with interest, fear forgotten. Ultimately he shook his head and shoved the thoughts away, filing them for further study later. There was something more important that he had to do now. After helping Shinso, Izuku made his way back down the corridors until he met Iida. His friend sent him a knowing smile, his eyes already indicating that he knew what had transpired. Izuku looked away sheepishly while the taller boy patted him on the shoulder. Uraraka-san's match is next, right? Izuku asked shakily, the 2 teenagers making their way to their friend's waiting room. Correct. She's already preparing. Iida paused. Midoriya-kun, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost? I'm fine. It's just nerves. A certain ominous aura radiated from the waiting room's door. Izuku looked to Iida, but the other boy simply made a go-ahead gesture, inviting him to be the one to proceed first. Izuku gulped, bringing his hand up to sharply knock 3 times. Come in. Hi, Uraraka-san, Izuku began. Whoa. Ochako was squeezing her hands atop the table, her brows pinched together. Is that you, Uraraka-kun? Your brow, it's so wrinkled, Iida exclaimed. I'm just so nervous, Ochako sighed. My opponent is that girl, after all. Oh, you mean Kodai-san? Izuku said softly. The girl who beat the crap out of me. Again, Izuku wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. Yeah, I won't lie, I'm super scared. Ochako began playing with her fingers. She's strong, fast, and smart. And I'm just me. Everyone's giving it their all here, so there's no doubt that she's gonna go all out, too. She's amazing. So are you. Izuku blurted out. Ochako looked up. Huh? Kodai-san might be strong, but you have your own strengths too, Uraraka-san. The green-haired boy nodded. You've saved me so many times. I thought I'd help you out in my own way, even if it's just a little. Izuku pulled out a notebook from his back pocket, this one fresh and new compared to the burnt, tattered mess he was known for carrying around. This is a strategy that I drafted for you. It's based on Kodai-san's quirk and yours. Izuku said, it's super hasty last-minute stuff, but this is what I came up with. Oh ho, you must be pleased, Uraraka-kun. Now there's another way to fight back, Iida nodded excitedly. Thank you, Deku-kun. Ochako smiled, but it's fine. Huh? You were awesome out there, Deku-kun. You entered the spotlight so incredibly quickly. For the cavalry battle I said I'd team up with friends, but, the brunette touched her fingertips together sheepishly. If I'm being truly honest with myself, I realize that I may have been counting on you to pull through once again. It's like I'm riding on your coattails. Ochako rose from her chair. That's why when Iida said he was challenging you, I grew a little ashamed of myself. The 2 boys said nothing, allowing her to let out those repressed feelings. So I think it's all right, everyone's doing their best with their own futures in mind, so in a way, everybody's each other's rivals. The brunette turned to them, a wobbly little smile on her face. Let's meet up at the final match. Izuku and Iida exchanged glances before slowly smiling themselves. Let's. The next few minutes were spent in some agonizing contemplation when Izuku tried not to think about Shinso's snakes and instead focused on Ochako's upcoming match. He had to watch this. Back to our regularly scheduled program, ladies and gents, boys and girls, are you ready? Let's make some noisses. The roar of the crowd was deafening, a wave of sound circling around the stadium as President Mike waved his hand and hyped them up. The girls of Class 1A watched in nervous anticipation as their friend and classmate readied herself for battle. That's right, it's the match you have all been waiting for, the one and only girl-on-girl match we have in this tournament so far. More cheering erupted in the crowd. Hold your horses, and horses hold your breaths because we are about to go for a reality. It's the second last match of the first round. Ah, it's that match, Suyu said from behind Izuku. The match that's bound to be the most exciting. Or upsetting, Jiro remarked from beside her. I feel like I might look away the entire time. You can do it, Uraraka-san, Izuku thought, fingers curling into fists in his lap. I'm curious, Midoriya-kun. What was the counter-strategy you came up with for her against Kodai-san? Iida asked. Oh, that? It's nothing brilliant or anything. Izuku put a hand to his chin. The strength of Kodai-san's quirk lies in its simplicity. She has the ability to change the size of whatever she touches, including herself. This doesn't seem to apply to living beings. Or at least, organic matter with the exception of her own body. If it were, she could have shrunk me during the cavalry battle and had me wrapped around her finger. Iida nodded, listening intently. The power to shrink and grow may not seem all that powerful, but when she changes size she retains the strength she had in her regular form. Energy seems to be compressed so she has the force of a regular person behind a fist the size of a ball bearing. It's like she's a bullet. Izuku's hand hovered over some of the still healing bruises he'd received. She's got speed and maneuverability up close, but what really interests me is the giant form. I just can't figure it out. How does her body withstand all that mass, and where does she draw it from? How is she able to have super strength in that form when the tiny form's strength is based on her regular ones? There has to be an explanation? Midoriya-kun, most quirks can't be explained by conventional science. Izuku steepled his hands together, deep in thought. I know, but I'm willing to try for Uraraka-san's sake. Kodai-san's tough, but she's not invincible. Uraraka-san's zero gravity has a weight limit that outmatches the giant form. If she can get her to float, she can gain the initiative from there. The main problem is that she needs to get close enough to touch her, Iida said nervously. Yeah, and Kodai-san knows how to fight. All Uraraka-san needs is a single touch, but her opponent excels in close-quarters combat. Their quirks are both touch-based, too. Izuku grit his teeth. Ochako was smart and had most likely already thought of a similar strategy, but Yui wasn't a fool either. Tiny Dancer would tear the poor girl to shreds, just like it had done with him. Then she still had to consider Yui's counter-strategy. Ochako stepped into the arena, a confident frown on her face. Her petite hands were clenched tight in an effort to stop herself from trembling. In the red corner, hailing from Mie Prefecture and the Hero Department, Uraraka Ochako. The crowd cheered for Ochako, Izuku and Iida among them. The girls of 1A went one step further and stood, yelling out their dear friend's name in a show of support. Even the timid Momo had joined in. Fight! Show her what you're made of. Yeah, kick her butt, Ochako-chan. Revenge for the cinnamon roll. Do your best, Daisua. At the opposite end of the arena Ochako's opponent stepped in, her features cold and expressionless as usual. In the blue corner, hailing from Shimane Prefecture and also in the Hero Department, Kodai Yui. Thunderous cheers and whoops erupted from the stands. Some of Yui's classmates stood and cheered as well, a mirrored echo of what the 1A girls had done for Ochako. Izuku gulped, thinking of who he should support. Definitely Ochako. In this battle of two cuties only one can come out on top, only one will walk away to continue to the next round. Your next potential champion could be one of them, vote now on your phones. Ignore that last part. Aizawa said curtly. Without further ado, let's get ready to RUMMMBBBLLLEEEE. President Mike screamed. Match STARRRTTTT. Uraraka Ochako took a deep breath while her opponent stared at her from across the arena. Let's have a good match, Ochako called. Yui nodded. The moment the pre-fight greetings were over there was movement. Yui brought her hands together and shifted into maximum size, her 6-meter form towering over a stunned Ochako. The Class 1A brunette took an involuntary step back in fear, and Izuku didn't blame her. Most people would have been terrified if a giant suddenly appeared before them. The sheer intimidation factor of that massive form was a psychological attack that froze Ochako on the spot. Yui moved and was much faster than a being of that size should have been capable of, crossing the long stretch of ground between them in the span of a few seconds. She'd been injured during the cavalry battle, slowing her down the already glacier-like giant form greatly. Now, she had a full tank of gas for an engine of destruction. The giant reached down and swiped at Ochako, but the gravity girl did something completely unexpected. She charged instead of retreating, ducking under Yui's swing that would have slapped her out of the arena. Pivoting on her heel, she dodged another attack by running between the giant's legs, barely getting away from being stomped on. Good, disorient her, tangle her limbs. Ochako darted back and forth, utilizing a cat and mouse approach to stretch out the encounter. She reached out to tag Yui on one of her legs. Yui jumped. An earthquake rocked the stadium when she landed, throwing up a cloud of dust and cratering her landing zone. The shockwave washed past the safety shields protecting the audience, sending hair and snacks billowing. Ochako was thrown back, tumbling across the shattered ground painfully. To her credit, the brunette got right back up again, flexing her fingers for another attack run. Ochako kicked off the ground, floating herself into the dust cloud and bravely venturing into the unknown. Only to have a giant hand surge through the cloud and grab her entire body. The audience cried out, and so did Izuku. Ochako struggled against her captor, but she simply wasn't strong enough to break free. Yui started walking towards the arena's edge, preparing to gently drop Ochako out of bounds. That was when the tide turned. A pink glow raced across the giant girl's body, the strange energy field originating from her hand. Ochako had managed to apply her quirk. Yui's eyes widened in alarm. Izuku expected her to suddenly start floating, but something completely different happened instead. There was a resounding crack like a giant rubber band snapping, and Yui shrunk back down to regular size. Ochako was released, landing after releasing her quirk. Yui, however, looked to be nauseous. Her usual empty expression was now replaced with a grimace, the brunette clutching her body painfully. What? Why didn't she float instead? Ochako looked just as confused as Izuku felt, but decided to capitalize on the opportunity. She charged and Yui responded by shrinking, winding up a fist. It crashed into Ochako's soft cheek, but the gravity girl's fingers just barely managed to skim her opponent, and Izuku was surprised to see the size shifter returning back to normal size once more. Yui landed on her side with a loud crash, recovering with a quick kip up. It didn't make sense. Why did Yui return to regular size when she had the advantage in her tiny form? She could clearly hold it much longer than her giant one. The gears spun in Izuku's head. She wouldn't change back unless it wasn't voluntary. He took another look at Yui and found her clutching her body again, clearly in some sort of pain. She was forced to return to normal size? Ochako was beginning to realize what happened. She surged forward, now on the offensive. Yui dodged and backpedaled, her eyes laser-focused on Ochako's hands, avoiding her touch. Avoiding her quirk. It's zero gravity. Izuku whispered, eyes wide with realization. Uraraka-san's quirk interferes with Kodai-san's. It forces her to change back to normal. Huh? What does gravity have to do with size changing? Mina asked from behind him, rocking his seat back and forth. Size changing. Emitter. Striker-type quirk. Both quirks applied via hands. Touch-based. Physical contact required. Contact implies application. Application implies localized effect on target, and only target. Effect is field, similar to Uraraka's. Izuku thought, the world around him slowing down. Zero gravity negates gravitational force, negates air resistance, inertia. Entrance exam rescue and Aizawa-sensei's test supports hypothesis. Changes, alters target. Similar, size alters target in what way? Mass, weight. Inconsistent with enhanced strength shown. Reducing, enlarging, makes attacks against her smaller when giant, makes her own attacks bigger when tiny. Interferes, disrupted by gravity? Gravity effects? It's not size changing. Izuku answered, finally connecting the dots with the missing piece he'd found. It's space. I think that Kodai-san's quirk applies a field that alters the space around whatever she touches, thereby changing its size. It's why her clothes don't rip when she turns giant, and why she can turn tiny and still be able to breathe normally. It's how she bypasses the square-cube law. A quirk that alters space. And gravity is the curvature of space and time, Hagakure said, her voice lighting up with hope and excitement. I don't think it's as simple as that, Momo began. Kick her space warping butt, Ochako-chan, Mina yelled. Ochako lunged forward, spurred on by the supportive cheers of her friends. 3 consecutive swipes lashed out at Yui, but she backstepped each time, her legs braced in a heavy, angular stance that seemed somewhat familiar to Izuku. It was some kind of martial art. Yui still had that pained expression in her eyes, Izuku realizing that whatever Ochako's quirk had done to her was lingering. The size-changing girl stumbled before catching herself, taking another wide step back just before Ochako's palm could slap her across the face. She narrowly dodged the blow and Izuku noticed her chest rising and falling erratically with each strained breath. He could see her trying to change sizes, but something was wrong, wincing every time she tried. Ochako had the advantage now. The arcs of Ochako's attacks were much too wide, leaving her open for multiple counterattacks. Luckily for her, Yui was too disoriented from the earlier quirk backlash to exploit those openings, focusing on keeping herself upright and balanced. If one were to judge by quirks, then both girls were close combat types, needing to get in close to apply the effect of their quirks on objects. However, they could also apply their quirks on themselves. While Ochako could float, Yui could turn herself big for height and reach advantage or small for maneuverability and speed. Unfortunately, Ochako's quirk directly countered that aspect. The moment she got her hands on Yui, she would be forced back to normal, hurting her in the process. The Class B brunette decided to rely on her fighting skills instead, seemingly aiming to end the match before she succumbed to whatever Ochako's quirk was doing to her. Though she was clearly disoriented, slowed and off balance from the devastating effect zero gravity had unleashed upon her body, Yui was still able to fight. She slipped under Ochako's swipe and trapped her arm, hooking a leg behind her opponent's and pushing for a classic takedown. Ochako fell with a crash, gasping from the impact. Yui took a mounted position. She could have gone for a choke but knew she'd be vulnerable to Ochako's touch, so she opted to go for this to keep the other girl's hands occupied. "Arms up, keep your arms up," Izuku cried, nails digging into his palms while he watched his friend get pinned down. "Get out of there." Ochako kept enough of her senses to protect her head, forearms shielding the haymakers that rained down on her like hammer strikes. Many gasped at the sheer brutality of their match and Izuku couldn't help but grit his teeth. While he wasn't exactly sure how specialized Yui was in close combat, he could be sure of one thing. She was far more specialized than Ochako. Her bare knuckles were pummeling her opponent relentlessly. When Ochako tried to twist herself out of the pin, Yui simply grabbed hold and raised her in the air before slamming her back down with a horrific crash. The assault continued, Ochako's guard rapidly deteriorating from each one of those heavy strikes. And Kodai is just beating Uraraka like she's a side of beef. That savagery sure doesn't match that stoic expression of hers. "What have you been teaching these kids, Vlad-sensei?" Present Mike yelled. "Good God, you do that to someone on the street, they'd lock you up and call you a villain." It was clear that the audience hadn't been expecting to see this kind of battle. When the Jumbotron first displayed the pictures of the two pretty girls who would be fighting, they had probably thought of a cute catfight, with hair pulling and disheveled outfits at the end of it. What was happening on the arena floor was the complete opposite. It looked more like a brutal MMA match. A sudden snap and a flash of pink light ended the engagement, Yui's body thrown backwards and sent tumbling over broken earth when Ochako finally managed to apply her quirk. The other girl was forced to size shift and cancel the floating effect before she got flung out of bounds. Yui got up on shaking legs, a trail of bright red streaking down her nose. She didn't seem to be as badly affected compared to the first backlash, Izuku noted. Diminishing returns, perhaps. Sorry, NN. The stoic girl nodded and closed in, carefully managing her spacing. Yui's explosive jab connected and Ochako's head snapped backward while the audience cried out, present Mike yelling something into the mic. Izuku bit his lip. There was an audible click when Ochako retaliated and slammed her counterpart's jaw shut with an upward swing. A collective oohh of shock and awe ran through the crowd when Yui leapt onto Ochako, body twisting to use her momentum to swing around her like a gymnast in a series of mind-numbing spins. Ochako was thrown to the ground with a devastating crash while Yui landed, having used the other girl's body weight against her. Ochako staggered as she got up painfully, looking almost ready to faint. Almost, she refused to go down and caught her footing with a rattling breath, standing strong and defiant against all odds. Slender hands wrapped around the back of Ochako's neck before a sharp knee was driven into her ribs. Ochako landed a liver shot in exchange, but it was far too light, her opponent simply tanking it. The gravity girl retreated, clutching her side and breathing heavily. She was still standing on trembling legs, bringing her arms up in a rough imitation of what Izuku had done in the cavalry battle. Her ferocious attacks lost out but missed by a hair's breadth each time. There was a moment where she got close, but Yui's jacket exploded with massive chunks of stone and sent the two flying apart, The size-changing girl having hidden a handful of rocks that were tagged with size under the fabric like a suicide vest. Either the debuff from zero gravity was starting to wear off, or Yui was starting to adapt to it. Ochako huffed and pushed herself back up once more. Yui tossed her torn jacket into the wind, loading her fists. It was revealed to be a complete feint when she flung a pebble at Ochako's feet and caused it to bounce, the tiny projectile suddenly turning into a basketball-sized chunk that still retained its thrown speed and crashed into her stomach. Ochako staggered, racked with pain. The green-haired boy's mind spun, shifting into gear and analyzing the situation. Something was wrong. Yui could have easily won if she just sat back and threw enlarged rocks at Ochako, or perhaps she knew she'd be countered when Ochako threw them right back. She could have opened with Tiny Dancer and cut Ochako down, but instead she chose to go giant and tried to gently place her out of bounds. Yui only started to ramp up when Ochako began putting up a fight, and that gleam in her eyes afterwards. It was just like the battle she had with him. Respect, admiration, and excitement mixed as one. She was enjoying the thrill of battle. She doesn't care if she wins or loses, Izuku realized. She just wants a good fight. Come on, Uraraka-san, Izuku shouted, not caring what others nearby thought of him. If you can't go over her, go under her, close the gap, you can do it. There had to be a way. Use the environment, the surroundings, anything. There had to be a way. His thoughts were drowned out by the cheers from most of Class A. Even Iida was taking part, and Izuku barely noticed that both he and the taller boy were standing. It was almost as if Ochako heard his thoughts, sweeping her hand along the broken ground. A makeshift barrier of debris floated between the two girls, and Izuku hoped that it would slow Yui down. Instead of forcing her way through the obstacle, the opposing brunette slipped through it, shrinking down and bouncing from rock to rock like a pinball. Izuku watched, mind racing. Yui looked to be in pain and was definitely slower than before thanks to zero gravity's debilitating effect. Much slower than she had been in the cavalry battle. She could be beaten. What Ochako did next was nothing short of ingenious. She gathered a handful of stones around her and held them in both hands, fingers flicking to shoot the makeshift projectiles with high speed. As her fingers flicked out, the tips rubbed against each other, deactivating her quirk a split second later. Within that split second, the rocks had already left her hand and gained speed, the air resistance around them negated from her quirk. When it deactivated, those projectiles still retained their earlier momentum. A scattering of projectiles now speeding towards a still tiny Yui. The shotgun blast of rock and debris smacked Yui out of the air, the girl changing back to normal size. Ochako released another scatter blast, but Yui responded with an attack of her own, tossing two baseball-sized chunks of rock at her. An unearthly cyan glow surrounded the projectiles and they grew into boulders 20 times their original size, blocking Ochako's shot and forcing her to leap to the side. Ochako made herself weightless and surged forward with a battle cry while her fingers skimmed the ground, Yui meeting her charge in the middle of the battlefield. Their hands crashed, fingers interlocking. Pink and cyan auras flared and crackled as both girls tried to apply their quirks on each other. Esoteric energies clashing and roiling off them in waves. Yui was not thrown backwards this time, and Izuku knew she figured it out. Her quirk couldn't be applied to living things, but it affected Ochako's. If one could interfere with the other, the opposite was true as well. There was a high-pitched whine when zero gravity and size screamed with power, ethereal pink and cyan light flashing within clasped hands. The air around them rippled as space shuddered and flexed when the two quirks struggled against each other, the laws of physics twisted by human thought. Rocks around the two started floating and stuttering, shrinking and growing erratically, all without either girl touching them. A piercing snap split the air and the fighters were forced apart roughly. Ochako doubled over in pain from the quirk backlash that cancelled her floating, and Yui moved in for the kill despite the same backlash that she also received. The size-changing girl spear tackled Ochako and brought her opponent to the ground once more, this time wrapping her legs around the other girl's torso and catching her in an armbar. Ochako let out a pained scream when Yui pulled, attempting to force her into submission. "Goddamn, I can't watch this," Jiro exclaimed, covering her eyes. "Come on, Kiro," Tsuyu said nervously. "Get her out of there, she's gonna kill her," Hagakure cried. Present Mike's commentary was mixing together with the audience's voices to form a deafening howl. Ochako struggled, managing to bring her fingertips together despite the armlock. Our release. Yui finally looked up. Countless chunks of stone rained down around them, forcing her to go giant to protect both herself and Ochako from the reckless, self-destructive attack. A particularly large chunk of rock shattered over the giant girl's shoulder blade and still healing collarbone. The camera is capturing how Yui cried out in pain. Another large chunk impacted the back of her head, jerking it downward. With the distraction in place, Ochako managed to free herself only for the rain of fragments to end soon after. Her opponent shrunk back to normal, visibly dazed. This was it. She could win. Ochako lunged. A speeding knee drove the air from Ochako's body. The backspin elbow to the cheek stunned her, stars exploding in her vision. One heel arched off the ground, hips twisting and preparing to cut through the air. Izuku gasped. Yui's roundhouse kick smashed into Ochako's temple with a sickening crack that resonated through the stadium, and the brunette knew no more. When I grow up, I want to be a hero. I'll earn lots of money for you and mommy. A hero, Being a hero is tough, perilous. Do you have what it takes, honey? I do, mommy said that. Ochako's tiny face scrunched up as she remembered the words. All I gotta do is believe in myself. That's the spirit. You have to believe. If you believe you can do it, anything is possible. Never let uncertainty hold you back. Yeah, now, my sweet little Ochako, her father smiled, her tiny hand held in his as he began to float. Do you believe in gravity? Ochako's eyes fluttered open, mildly confused as to why her face was pressed against the ground. Then the pain hit like a wave, a red-hot spike that hammered itself into her nervous system. She trembled from it, instinctively curling up into a fetal position. Midnight was counting in the background, her words muffled and incoherent. A metallic taste mixed with dirt was in her mouth. The roar of the audience was still audible through the ringing in her ears, fading in and out. Her eyelids felt like they were being tugged by lead weights, the comforting lure of unconsciousness at the edge of her mind. She wanted to cry, despair seeping into her thoughts. It was hopeless. Yui was just too strong, and she was just plain old Ochako. Don't give up, a single voice cut through the haze of noise, stirring Ochako from the allure of darkness. Soft brown eyes started to focus. Deku-kun? You can do it. Uraraka-san? Midoriya Izuku screamed from the crowd, his cheering the loudest amongst her classmates. I believe in you. Soft finger pads dug into the dirt. Her friends were cheering for her. The girls of Class 1A cried out again, their voices blending together in a stream of support. She couldn't give up. Not here. Not now. They still believed in her. Slowly but surely, Ochako pushed herself up. The roar of the audience grew to an ear-splitting crescendo with each passing second and every step. Wherever her hands roamed, things began to float. The gravity-defying girl stood unsteadily, first on one leg, then the other. Step by step. She stumbled, barely managing to stand on her own 2 feet and looking like she was about to collapse. But she still moved forward. It's not over, I repeat, it's not over. Uraraka Ochako has gotten back up. She's not going down without a fight. The absolute tenacity of this girl is astounding. President Mike started shaking Aizawa wildly in the announcer's booth. Where are you and Vlad teaching these kids? Yui wiped the blood from her nose and Ochako replicated the motion with a shaking hand. Her opponent looked around, knowing that the majority were cheering for Ochako. Her gaze shot toward Ochako and her friends, a twinge of jealousy in her heart. Ochako's lungs were on fire, her body just begging, screaming for her to stop. Amidst the chaos and hysteria, a singular image resurfaced in her head. The picture of her friend Deku smiling while on a date with this other girl before her. She didn't understand why, but she didn't want to lose to her again. Both combatants stared at each other from where they stood, knowing that it was now or never. Fingers flexed and prepared to touch, and the two girls said the exact same words, at the exact same time. Release. Rocks fell from the sky like a meteor shower. Giant steps shook the earth. Twin hammerfists smashed into where Ochako stood while heavy stone rained down on the two combatants, throwing up a massive cloud of choking dust and sending tremors reverberating through the entire stadium. Nearly everyone in the audience rose from their seats. Dark blue cloth was flattened under one of Yui's gargantuan fists. Iida gasped in horror and Momo fainted into Jiro's arms. Izuku's eyes were wide, burning the scene into his memory. The giant girl lifted her hands only to reveal that she had missed. All she managed to catch was Ochako's gym jacket, which now fluttered in the wind. Yui looked around in confusion, her disoriented state apparent in her rapidly weakening posture. It was clear that she couldn't hold the giant form much longer. My daddy once told me. Yui's gaze shot upward, her eyes turning wide. The air above her was filled with hundreds of rocks, and in the middle of it all stood Uraraka Ochako. She had somehow gathered that much ammunition under the cover of the dust cloud. That the best way to understand gravity is when you hit the ground, Ochako said, shakily making her way up the floating field of stone like she was walking up a spiral staircase. If you fall, just get back up again. You have to believe you can do it. Ochako and Yui locked gazes. The giant girl tensed her legs, readying to jump. And I believe in my gravity. The earth split open from the force of Yui's legs. The Goliath leapt, hand drawn back into a fist. Stairway to heaven. Trembling fingertips touched and the floating spiral staircase turned into an avalanche that smashed into Yui a moment later, sending her crashing into the ground. The relentless assault of stone and debris lasted for a full 3 seconds, burying Ochako's opponent in a pile of rubble. The gravity-defying girl landed unsteadily to the cries of an amazed audience. She's done it, Uraraka has made a massive counterattack. Kodai has been immobilized under that rockslide of DOOMMM. Present Mike yelled, shaking Aizawa hysterically. Midnight's starting to count, is this really it? A hand burst from the pile of rock and the blood drained from Ochako's face while the audience collectively drew a sharp breath. Yui pulled herself out from the rubble, bruised and limping. One of her arms hung loosely at her side while she brought her gaze up to Ochako. No way, even after all that. Yui took a few steps forward but went down on one knee, fully aware of how Midnight continued her countdown once she did so. Ochako's eyes widened in realization. 3. The Class B brunette tilted her head and gave her counterpart a contemplative look, and Ochako seemed to feel a sort of satisfaction in Yui's gaze. For the first time, she saw the other girl smile. Just a tiny, barely noticeable smile. 2. Yui nodded and leaned backward, collapsing to the ground. Just before the final count she raised a hand to show that she was okay, directing a tired thumbs up at Ochako. 1. Zir RROOO, Midnight declared, her whip snapping through the air. Kodai Yui is unable to continue. The winner is Uraraka OCHACOOO. A tidal wave of sound rocked the entire stadium when the crowd exploded with cheers and whistles, the girls of Class 1A hugging each other and screaming with joy. Izuku and Iida roared, their victorious cheers reaching into the skies above. She's done it. Behold, Uraraka Ochako has made a glorious comeback, rising from the ashes, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Present Mike howled. What a match, ladies and gents, what a match. In the stands of Class 1B, Kendo sighed and smiled while applauding with the rest of the class, and Reiko had a satisfied smirk on her face like a cat who'd caught a canary. The pale girl fiddled with the tiny device on her shoulder discreetly. Ochako basked in the glory for a moment, sniffling before quickly remembering where she was. She wiped the joyous tears from her eyes and limped over to Yui's form, the prone brunette shooting her a confused glance. Yui's confusion increased when Ochako offered her a hand. The audience watched and held their breaths until she took it and the gravity girl helped her up, a second round of cheers and applause resounding through the stadium. The deafening cacophony only got louder when Yui raised Ochako's arm, declaring her as the winner. A beautiful display of sportsmanship, just beautiful, Present Mike sniffed, blowing his nose into a handkerchief. I take it all back, Aizawa, Vlad. You two have done a wonderful job teaching them. Let's give a round of applause to both combatants. There was a moment where both girls simply stood in the midst of those cheers, sharing a moment of calm after the vicious battle. Ochako found that she didn't resent her opponent at all. Not one bit, she admired her strength. Yui held out her hand respectfully, and Ochako shook it. Several camera flashes blinded them before they parted ways, with the stoic girl giving her a light wave before shakily making her way to the other end of the arena. Uraraka-san. Ochako turned her head to see Izuku and Iida barreling down the corridor once she'd reached the edge of the arena. She limped towards them and met Izuku in a tight hug, causing the green-haired boy to freeze in place. Whoa, you Uraraka-san. Thank you, Deku-kun. She smiled, leaning into his shoulder and breathing heavily. For believing in me. I heard you, loud and clear. Izuku's hands came up to pat her on the back awkwardly. I'm glad you did. Congratulations, Uraraka-kun, Iida exclaimed, catching both Izuku and Ochako in a big hug and squeezing them closer together. A truly magnificent battle worthy of the UA records. Thanks, Ochako said, feeling the warmth creep up Izuku's body as he blushed. Uraraka-chan. Ochako-chan. The girls of 1A streamed in a moment later, allowing Izuku to finally get some reprieve while they congratulated their friend's victory. Ochako's tears began streaming down her face as the other girls swept her up into a big hug, celebrating her victory. She let herself fall into their arms, finally allowing the comforting call of darkness to take over. Here, she was safe and among friends. Today, she had believed in herself. Chapter 12 End. 1566 Chapter 13. Love Thyself, Chapter 13. A lonely, defeated girl limped away while she watched her opponent get swarmed by a group of loving friends and classmates. Her chest tightened for a moment. A longing sapphire gaze fixed on them for a few seconds before she continued making her way to the infirmary. Friends. How nice it would be to have that many. Although Yui felt that it had been a satisfying match, there was that undeniable jealousy that overcame her when she thought of Ochako. The Gravity Girl was cute, popular, and had a ton of friends. She on the other hand, well, she was used to people being afraid or wary of her. It was hard to open up even when all of the 1B girls had accepted her. There still needed more time before they could be as close as Ochako's circle. A soft blue glow down the corridor caught her attention and she stopped. Yui tilted her head, like an owl trying to get a better look. It was a single point of light, floating towards her like a will-o-wisp. Somebody was headed her way, but what was that? A lantern. Impressive work, Kodai-chan. Yui felt the blood in her veins ran cold, a familiar sense of wrongness permeating the air once more. Yanagi Reiko stepped out of the darkness, a demure smile plastered on her features. Her expression was warm, but her face, it looked like it was made of porcelain. She was an inverted shadow, an unnaturally pale shape that somehow blended in with the surroundings. Most impressive. The audience was positively stunned by your performances, I'm sure. As for me, I was delighted to see all that. Reiko edged closer, her single eye reflecting the dim light of the corridor. Potential. From both you and Uraraka-chan. Ah, poor little Kodai-chan. All that effort and training just to lose to a girl whose quirk coincidentally counters yours. Leave her out of this. Yui thought, carefully watching the platinum blonde. She winced the next moment, feeling another jolt of pain running up her arm. Let's fix that, shall we? Reiko blinked slowly and there was a sudden tug on her arm. Yui letting out a sharp gasp when she felt the dislocated joint shifting back into place. The stoic girl immediately took a step back in alarm, getting into a defensive stance even in her injured and exhausted state. Don't be such a baby, it didn't hurt that much. I do it all the time. There's no need to be so cautious, Kodai-chan. Reiko huffed. Consider this one on the house. Yui's mind raced despite the exhaustion she was in. Reiko had just displayed her ability to bypass the telekinetics dilemma, the observation that most quirks couldn't affect living things from the inside unless they were meant to, like Recovery Girl's quirk. The sheer precision and control she had over her quirk. This person could kill someone from the inside out without even lifting a finger and make it look like an accident. She had been lying when she said she couldn't control it. What's her goal? Why reveal all this to me? Why the sudden interest in Uraraka-san as well? You're an interesting person. That makes you an asset. Reiko continued smiling. That makes you valuable. I'm not one to squander my investments. Yui's only response to those ominous words was a cold, permafrost look that could have frozen a raging river. The message to the other girl was clear, almost taunting her to try something if she dared. I am not afraid of you. The two girls faced off against each other, one with a sickeningly saccharine smile, the other with a stoic stare. Thundering footfalls soon interrupted them when Kendo rounded the corner, running towards her childhood friend with a concerned look. Yui-chan. Are you okay, damn girl? You look like you've been through the ringer, Kendo gasped, quickly looking over her friend's injuries before she noticed the third party. Whoa, Reiko-san? How did you get here so fast? I could have sworn you were still in your seat when I came rushing down here. Trade secret. Reiko said curtly, never once breaking eye contact with Yui until her phone buzzed. Take care of yourself, Kodai-chan. She left them without another word, turning down the corridor and answering the call. Kendo huffed as she gently slung Yui's good arm over her back, guiding them both to Recovery Girl. Sheesh, you'd think she could have at least offered to help, Kendo said. What did you guys even talk about anyway? NN. You got that right, can hardly understand her sometimes. Between you and me, she kinda gives me the creeps. X. Ah. Say, shroom, you I don't think this is appropriate, ULP. Ochako gulped down the spoonful of soup hesitantly despite its delicious flavor, a little embarrassed at how someone was feeding her. She hadn't been spoon-fed since she was a child, after all. Then there were the looks that her friends gave her. Iida looked mildly amused, while Izuku sighed and gave her a tired smile. How is she? Izuku asked. There were a few major fractures here and there, but there's nothing we can't fix with some healing kisses and magic mushroom soup. Kanoko reported happily while she carelessly shoved another spoonful into Ochako's mouth. She'll be good as new in no time, shroom. You hear that, Uraraka-kun? You're going to be alright, Iida cheered. Phew. I'm glad you won, Uraraka-san, Izuku said. Hope you didn't get too much of a lecture from Recovery Girl. I still remember my first one. Tell me about it. She was particularly upset about the reckless attacks I was using. Ochako admitted bashfully. In hindsight, she's probably right. Besides, it looks like I'm not the only one. The trio looked across the room to see Recovery Girl lecturing someone else while badgering them. the recipient clearly not paying attention to the older woman's words until a sloppy kiss landed on her cheek. Yui looked extremely unamused while the healer's quirk worked its magic, her lips drawn into a thin line. Ochako gave a nervous chuckle at that, still trying to process her own glorious victory. An announcement from Midnight drawled over the intercom, signaling that it was time to prepare for the final match of the first round. Izuku and Iida nodded, glancing over at Ochako one last time to make sure she was okay. "Stay here until you get better, Uraraka-san." Izuku sent her a wobbly smile before they left, his nervous green eyes meeting hers. "I'll see you in the finals." "Good luck, Deku-kun." Ochako replied with a warm smile of her own. "I'll be waiting." Just before he left, Izuku gave Yui a quick look as well, and she responded with a polite nod. He hesitated for a moment before returning the gesture. Then he and Iida were gone, leaving Ochako and Yui alone in the infirmary while Recovery Girl stepped outside for a quick snack break while Kanoko went to answer her phone. Ochako looked at her counterpart from across the room and began playing with her fingers nervously. "So, Ochako began in a painfully awkward stammer. "Do you have a favorite hero, Kodai-san?" "Mine's 13. NN. Yui said flatly before she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Cool. In waiting room number 1, Izuku was scouring over his notebook for the strategy he'd drafted up against Monoma. From what little information he'd managed to gather, it was apparent that the other boy was some sort of power copier, able to replicate the quirk of whomever he touched. In this case, he would be more inclined to use the quirks that he's most familiar with in his match against me. The quirks of his classmates, no doubt. "How can you be so sure of that?" Iida asked. "Because it's what I would do." Izuku drummed his fingers along the steel table. "I know what you're thinking. That he may try to copy and use my own quirk against me. But there's little to no tactical advantage to that. For one, he knows I'm physically stronger than him in close combat. The battle on the platform is proof enough. The highlight reel earlier also showed how I broke my own finger with the backlash from my quirk. He surely noticed that. It simply isn't worth it to copy a self-destructive quirk that he knows little about, and he knows I'll overpower him in close combat, so he'll probably stick to ranged quirks. Well, or I could be wrong and he could be proficient in close range, which means I'll have to retreat. Plans within plans, within plans." Iida smiled. "You thought of everything, haven't you, Midoriya-kun?" "Not everything," Izuku said quietly. The lesson with Koko echoed in his mind. "Expect the unexpected. Anything could happen, especially with a quirk like his. There's a multitude of factors that I simply don't have time to take into account. How many quirks can he copy at once? How long can he hold them? Can he copy heteromorphic types? Is the activation parameter limited to just his hands? Is it a lingering effect? Who among our class has he touched? Has he touched anyone in the crowd? Pro heroes in particular? Well, the list goes on and on." A green light winked on above the door, signaling that it was time to go. "I'm sure you find a way, Midoriya-kun," Iida said, patting him on the shoulder. "Now get out there, and show them what you've got." Yeah." Izuku stood from his chair. Thanks, Iida-kun." "Anytime, my friend." "Friend." The word lit a fire under his heart. The two boys exchanged a fist bump before Iida returned to the stands, leaving Izuku to walk down the corridor alone. He stepped into the light, the thunderous roar of countless voices reaching his ears. President Mike's voice was reverberating all around from speakers circling the stadium and giving it a slight echo. "Now, for our final match of the first round. Let's hear some appreciation for our two fighters, AMPPPITUUPPP." Izuku clenched his fists, trying not to think of how many people were watching. Thousands of people in the stands. Millions watching their screens, all across the country. Cool, no pressure. He began climbing the steps into the arena. In the red corner, it's our fan-favorite dark horse from the first event, from our esteemed hero department, Midoriya Izuku. I want you to show the world that I am here. In the blue corner, it's the crafty strategist and Class 1B's last chance to get someone into the next round, Monoma Nato. Monona stepped into the arena, his eyes narrowed and calculating. Balled fists were clenched tight at his sides. The smug aura he had when talking to Bakugo was missing, instead replaced by a quiet, simmering anger. Izuku met his smoldering gaze with one of his own. It's a battle between two classes, a test of will and skill. A tale of rivalry and struggle, folks. This is truly one for the records. I'm going to make good what I said back then, Monoma said quietly, just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Are you ready? It's time for a class versus class showdown. So am I, Izuku replied, readying himself. Match STAARRRTTT. The ground beneath Izuku immediately softened. Green lightning crackled in his wake as Izuku tore himself out of the quicksand, distancing himself from the affected area. A high-pitched whistling cut through the air and the green-haired boy leapt backward just in time for a pair of floating horns to slash at where he'd been mere moments ago. Izuku analyzed the situation. Horn. Soften. 2 quirks, both range. Maybe that's his limit in terms of number. He didn't use them in tandem. Horns to control spacing, soften ground for a trap. He can't use both simultaneously. Or does he just want me to think that so he can catch me off guard? Just as Izuku was probing at his opponent, so was Monoma. The blonde boy watched his movement carefully, the 2 fighters circling around in a wide arc. He kept his distance, having specifically selected the ranged quirks to fight at a distance Izuku couldn't reach. The green-haired boy didn't give him time to think. Izuku rocketed forward and Monoma's eyes widened just before he took a deep breath. He exhaled and there was suddenly a translucent wall of air between them, Izuku slamming into it unceremoniously. A 3rd quirk he had copied. Huh? Monoma grinned. Izuku wanted to say a cool, slightly cheesy one-liner. A hero will never be stopped. Or perhaps, nothing stands in the way of justice. What came out of his mouth instead was, "Do you really think this is going to stop me?" A fist shrouded in emerald lightning smashed through the barrier like it was made of wet paper. Solidified shards of broken air spun into the air lazily, thrown up further from the shockwave Izuku caused when he smashed the ground where Monoma had stood into 1,000 pieces. The ground melted and solidified around the brunette's lightning-clad fist, but it didn't impede him one bit. Izuku ripping the earth apart with his bare hands and cutting a great gaping scar into the arena. "TCH. Horns," Monoma ordered. The constructs obeyed, shooting forward. It was laughably easy for Izuku to smash them into smithereens with 2 light jabs. Monoma was inexperienced with the horns, making them go forward in a straight line instead of zigzagging them through the air like Pony had. He didn't repeat his mistake as he sent a second volley, but it was already too late as Izuku had figured out their speed by then. The green-haired boy advanced, slipping and weaving under incoming attacks. All he had to do was close in, and it'd be all over for Monoma once he threw him out of bounds. That was the most efficient plan he had. "You know, it's funny. Here I am fighting you, when I suspected you wouldn't even make it through the cavalry battle," Monoma declared, backstepping while he made sure the horns kept Izuku occupied. "I thought you were all talk and no action." Taunting me. A psychological tactic. Is he trying to get me angry? It won't work. Either way it'd be best if I don't respond. I don't know if he has Shinso's mind control quirk. I need to watch the ground and the air. The softening quirk's effects are lifted immediately, hardening the ground once he swaps quirks. The aerokinetic quirk's barriers still remain after swapping. I would have preferred fighting the blonde guy instead, you know the one, the spiky-haired guy with the explosions. Izuku paused. Bakugo? That moment of hesitation was enough for Monoma to know he'd hit the jackpot. He made sure to capitalize on the opportunity he'd found, putting on his best shit-eating grin. At least he's an interesting one. You, no style, no substance. He's so much better than you that it's not even funny, Monoma crowed, skillfully swapping from the horns to the softening quirk as he laid out traps all across the arena. Frankly, I'm disappointed. In fact, I think anyone would be disappointed when they're with you. How did a lame-looking loser like you even get into this school? It seems that they're lowering the standards every year, but phew. Really scraping the bottom of the barrel this time? Izuku quickly realized what was happening to him the moment he felt it. Rage. It rose from a low simmer to a furious boil, dark green anger starting to bubble over the cauldron of his mind. He pulled at it, reining it in. Not now, he told himself, calm down. Memories flashed in his mind. His notebook, nibbled at by carp. His mother's face while treating his burns. All Might's skeletal back as he told him to give up. His old classmates from Aldera Junior High, laughing, laughing, laughing. Bakugo's taunting smile as he told him to. No, not now. Monoma knew his words were working. Izuku was becoming distracted, slower. He just had to push him a little more. Why are you even here? You're nothing compared to him, you know that. Monoma laughed. Look around you. The people love a bombastic personality like his. He's great, but you're so boring, worthless. What was that he called you again? Yes. The blonde twisted his lips into a mocking grin. Deku, wasn't it? I suppose it means useless, the blonde laughed. How fitting. Izuku crashed through 3 layers of solidified air like they weren't there. He felt his fury being pulled back in 2 distinct tugs, his sisters reining him in. My Deku means. You can do it, Izuku said. Nothing you say will ever change that. Is that so? Monoma scoffed. Why don't you? Monoma's real words went unheard as that hated sentence resurfaced in Izuku's mind. All of a sudden he was back in that classroom. Helpless and worthless little Deku. The laughter of his bullies was echoing down the hallway as they left him standing there in his own misery and shame. 10 years of loneliness and humiliation were compressed and flashed within that infinitesimal split second where he heard those words again, stunning him momentarily. The blonde made his move, softening the ground beneath and slamming Izuku downwards with both horns. He sank waist deep from the sudden impact, letting out a gasp of pain when the ground suddenly solidified around his lower body with the deactivation of the softening quirk. Monoma didn't let up, sending layer after layer of solidified air over his exposed torso and enveloping him in an invisible cage. Monoma raised his hands as the crowd cheered, reveling in their applause and whistles. He turned to Izuku, taunting him. "These are some nice quirks, aren't they?" The world flashed and suddenly it wasn't Monoma standing there. They were in a different time, a different place. Stars dotted the blackness of space, the metal surface beneath him illuminated by the radiant sun at his back. Standing before him yes, very nice. It's ironic, isn't it? The quirks of your precious little guild will now be used to further my own goals. The man in black smiled, his crisp suit undamaged by the vacuum of space nor the heat of atmospheric re-entry. A dense black fog shrouded his eyes and nose, obscuring his face. "I'll be sure to treat them well, unlike your friends." Izuku roared, fury filling his heart. Star erupted to life, curling from his back and around his left arm to form a longsword. Stripe responded in kind, sliding over his right hand and taking the form of a kite shield. All for one laughed. Izuku charged. He exploded out of the trap Monoma had created, sending chunks of rock skidding across the safety shields protecting the audience. Then it wasn't Monoma standing there anymore and it was all for one, and he had to kill him before he broke the world. Green lightning carved snaking lines into the ground. Izuku smashed through the barriers Monoma had put up, lunging at him like a mad dog. "Struck a nerve, did I? What's the matter? Can't handle that Bakugo-san is better than you, URK." The blonde's sentence was cut short when Izuku launched a sidekick into his stomach, sending him skipping across the arena. Monoma rolled aside just in time to avoid Izuku's hammerfist, the attack rupturing the ground upwards and sending him into the air. "TCH, don't be such a sore loser," Monoma yelled, creating a platform of air to gain the high ground. It lingered after he swapped to another quirk, horns. Izuku jumped, one for all screaming with power. He grabbed and launched himself off one of the horns, uppercutting the solidified air platform into pieces and snatching the blonde boy out of the air. They fell together, Izuku's fist cutting across Monoma's face with a heavy swing and barely restraining himself from wrapping his hands around the other boy's throat. Monoma twisted and created a slide, a tilted panel of air to send them tumbling back down onto the battlefield instead of resulting in a crushing fall. In the present, another air panel manifested out of nowhere but Izuku slid under it, shooting up to grab the back of Monoma's head and slamming his face through the solid air. The air shattered like a windowpane, the sound of breaking glass accompanying the blonde's pained cry. Izuku snarled and grabbed Monoma's shirt collar, this time throwing his opponent's entire body through the barrier. Broken air crunched beneath Izuku's shoes while he advanced. In the past, his shrieking sword cleaves through a series of eel-like tendrils, each new quirk displayed by All for One only making him angrier and angrier. The bastard was using the stolen quirks of his friends. He closes in to grab the back of the villain's head and slams it through a solar panel, sending reflective shards spinning into the blackness of space. All for One somehow laughs in the airless vacuum even as he is picked up and thrown through a wall of glittering circuitry. Solid titanium groans beneath Izuku's boots while he advances. He knew what was happening, felt it in his head but couldn't stop it. The rage pulsed over him in waves, each one stronger than the last. He was a green speck in a sea of red memories, amplified emotions washing over him and trapping him in a whirlpool of his own anger. It is not now, he is not here, it is 3 years ago and Izuku is 12 years old. He throws up as Bakugo sends a fist into his stomach. It is not child versus child. Bakugo has grown bigger sooner than his peers and is dishing out the kind of damage a man can do to a boy. The students surrounding them simply watch. Some of them like seeing Izuku, the loser nobody nerd, get hurt. They laugh. Some are mesmerized by Bakugo's strength. They stare. Some are scared of what's happening, they look away. Izuku's face shatters and no one does a single thing. No one. Izuku blinked back into reality, struggling to regain his senses. No, this wasn't his middle school courtyard. No, he wasn't fighting All for One aboard a crashing space station. He was fighting Monoma Nato, they were in a friendly UA tournament. Ravager screeches, his inhuman form blurring with speed. Izuku dodges sideways, drawing his sidearm and firing 6 clean shots into the monster's torso. The bullets didn't even scratch the monster's skin. Rainwater slides off its pale, sickly hide while 3 poisonous green eyes stare with murderous intent. "Kill, you," the proto-Nomu gurgles. "Help, me," in the waking world. Izuku cocked a finger back and snarled. Delaware smash. The blast scattered Monoma's incoming horns like leaves in the wind, the blonde flying backwards from the impact and barely saving himself from a ring out by a well-timed air barrier. Izuku clutched at his head, not sure what was real and what wasn't. Dream and day were mixing as one, a turbulent maelstrom of thoughts and feelings that left him staggering. "What the are you?" Monoma was interrupted when Izuku's fists and kicks lanced forward, his sheer power tearing the land to pieces. But he was attacking in the wrong direction, facing away from Monoma. Almost like he was fighting an invisible enemy that only he could see. In the stands Ochako and Iida watched with worried eyes, knowing that something was wrong. A few meters away Kendo nearly stood up, recognizing the traditional style he used. Zabanya's robot army advances like a mechanical tide, a wave of silver bodies that crash down on him in a blur of shifting gears and plasma fire. The machine god himself was there on the front lines, an eerie pink glow radiating from his terrified Z-shaped eyes. The metal man screams, his voice oscillating in an uneven pitch. Izuku's vision flickered between the past and the present. Attacks from 3 different directions thunder towards him. Zabanya's dagger-shaped drones descend from the skies like falling stalactites and spat pink lightning. Ravager's fist split the ground and opened a chasm in the wet asphalt. All for One's black flames incinerate space itself. Dreams of war, dreams of liars, dreams of dragon's fire. Izuku howled, Detroit smash cratering the earth which he stood with an ear-splitting roar. The ground beneath his feet cracked and ruptured, old memories amplified by a decade of bottled emotions that he'd kept to himself spilling out uncontrollably. The threshold had been reached, and a boundary had been crossed. His frustration lashed out in the form of kicks and punches. Burning rage blinded him in a haze of red and green, pushing. Stop, there was that distinct tugging again and Izuku snapped back into reality, dragged out of the memories. His siblings were helping out. He could feel their presence dragging him back and helping to focus. The disjointed memories lingered but it wasn't as bad as before, now they were only being seen by his left eye and overlapping in his vision. One for All's lightning slowed to a low hum and the rage melted away. "Kiri. Mimi." Izuku gasped between ragged breaths, "Thanks." Monoma was getting up now, the expression on his face somewhere mixed between caution and fury. Izuku tried to bring up both fists but realized he couldn't. His left arm had been pulverized by Detroit smash, jagged shards of broken bone pressing on the insides. Pain ran up the limb like it was on fire. He then winced at the old memories that were still replaying on his left eye, warped together into a blurry mess. There was a very real possibility that he would lose if he wasn't careful. But he wouldn't give up. Not when he'd already told Ochako not to earlier. The boy steadied himself, legs bracing. He brought up his good arm and closed the afflicted eye. Izuku would have to fight with one eye and one arm. Monoma growled, taking up his own combat stance. Twin horns orbited his head, poised to strike like a pair of drawn arrows. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" Monoma spat. "I guess I don't." Izuku smiled bitterly. They moved at the same time. One for All surged into Izuku's right leg and dug into the earth before the boy leapt forward, sending his knee through a trifecta of solidified air panels. His opponent backed away in a panic while Izuku darted from left to right with inhuman speed, his broken arm flopping around like a doll's. With only one eye the boy's depth perception was wrecked, causing him to miss an easy swipe at Monoma while he retreated to create some distance. Focus. Feel. Grip the ground and push off it. This was something Koko's taught him. Movement from point to point in an instant by temporarily surging a higher percentage one for all into his legs for a sort of blink. It was nothing compared to All Might's speed but Izuku needed something that he could realistically reach. The dog girl had used every part of herself to fight. Even her tail had been used to help balance and shift her weight for near instantaneous directional changes. Izuku mimicked her movements to the best of his abilities, avoiding the pools of softened ground that had opened up in his path. Monoma sent the horns forward and swapped quirks with a loud exhale, but Izuku was already moving and feeling it all. The crunch of dirt beneath his feet. The crackle of lightning around his arm. There was a roar of howling wind as every air molecule in Izuku's general vicinity got the hell out of his way. His hand pierced through a half-dozen air shields, finding its way around Monoma's neck and slamming him into the ground. A cloud of dust and broken ground was left in his wake from the sharp, sudden movement. If anyone in the audience blinked, they would have missed it the entire thing. Yield. Izuku coughed, his fingers trembling on Monoma's neck. It's over. No, Monoma spat. It's not over until I say it's over. The blonde grabbed his arm and twisted, throwing Izuku over him in a classic judo throw while they both got up. However, what really caught Izuku's attention was the triumphant look on the other boy's face. Ha! Now I've copied your quirk, Monoma declared victoriously. Let's see how you like a taste of your own. Monoma froze on the spot, his entire body stiffening. His eyes went wide, skin paling as the blood suddenly drained from his face. Frightened blue eyes met confused green ones. What is this? I don't. The blonde stiffened again, this time going down on his knees. A sense of alarm came over Izuku. One for all? His body isn't strong enough to handle the recoil. He rushed towards Monoma in an effort to aid him and… It wasn't one for all. He wished it was, because nearly anything would have been better than what happened next. Monoma began to scream. He trashed and howled, his fingers digging into the dirt while making sounds that no human should have been able to make. The blonde boy's body was shaking unnaturally, shivering and shuddering on the spot. A long, writhing tentacle emerged from Monoma's back, glowing with a dim light. The tip split off into 5 points to form fingers, then a hand. Oh! Izuku's blood turned to ice. Oh my god! Monoma screamed again and so did the wind. The sound like a horsehair bow drawn across a damaged violin in a single, ugly swipe. The bow was his lungs, the violin his vocal cords. A piercing shriek echoing through the arena and sending most of the audience scrambling to cover their ears. The sound stabbed into Izuku's eardrums and wrenched at his brain, an inhuman frequency that couldn't have been produced by Monoma's voice alone. Izuku surged forward, wanting to do something, anything to stop the other boy's pain, but a whirling dome of air stopped him. He smashed into it with full cowl, but it was nothing like the flimsy shields from before, withstanding his blows like some sort of protective cocoon. He could still see Monoma within, now shaking on all fours like he was having a seizure. Izuku kept beating on the dome shield relentlessly, ignoring how the razor-sharp air cut his skin every time he tried. He was bleeding now, all thoughts of winning thrown out the window. Monoma's eyes had rolled up to the back of his head. Izuku feared that Monoma wouldn't survive the process. He suspected the blonde only copied quirks, but not the inherent mechanisms that prevented them from hurting him. The glowing hand turned into an arm, and the entity within Monoma started pulling itself out. Stop the match. Izuku started, his voice shaking. I said, stop the match. It was useless. The arena was surrounded by a second sphere of solid, whirling air, drowning out all incoming and outgoing sound. Midnight couldn't hear him, her gas quirk dispelled by the spinning wind. He could see her yelling orders to the security bots while Cementos pounded on the outer dome shield with his quirk. Why didn't he just control the concrete on the inside? Because he couldn't, Izuku realized. The arena itself was liquefying, the amplified softening quirk ripping away Cementos's control. Shearing wind swept and tossed the liquid ground, creating a whirlpool around the two boys. Izuku turned to the jumbotron and saw only him and Monoma. The cameras couldn't see what was happening, and judging by the confused looks on the teachers' faces, neither could they. They must have assumed Monoma's quirk was going out of control, not aware of the entity that was being born. Eraserhead could stop it. Then he looked at the dust swirling around them, obscuring them from the teacher's line of sight. It wasn't going to work. The horns on Monoma's head elongated to become monstrously long, curving and branching outward in an ornate pattern reminiscent of a stag's. His right eye glowed with an unearthly yellow light, the completed visage making the shaking boy look like something out of a pagan myth. Horns. Wind. Earth. Light. The nature spirit from myths of old brought to life in the Age of Heroes. The Valkyrie on Monoma's back was emerging, pulling herself upward like a dragonfly nymph escaping from its shell. Flowing, illuminated hair bloomed from her head like an opening flower. The first thing Izuku noticed about her was the eyes. Green and gray, one from each parent. It was female, featureless and incomplete. Unlike Kiri, she had freckles. Panic was in the stands as the audience could do nothing but watch with horror. To them, it looked as if Monoma had lost control of his quirk. None of them could see what was actually happening except for a few specific individuals. No, Dark Shadow screamed, clawing at himself while he watched Midnight's security bots and Cementos attempted to breach the dome of solidified air. No, don't hurt. Dark Shadow, what's wrong? Don't hurt newborn. A few rows away May pulled a pair of tech goggles over her eyes for a scan and gasped. Warning, warning. Psionic wavelength detected. Zenith reported. Unknown Class 9 cognitio hazard identified. Recommend reinforcing audience safety shields. Do it, May snapped. Get me an analysis on that thing. I want thermal, infrared, psychovision, everything." Amongst the panic and confusion in the audience, a platinum blonde frowned. She raised a hand to her shoulder and tapped on a tiny device no larger than her fingernail, all discretion temporarily tossed aside. "All units, code blue in progress. Repeat, code blue. Brace for ascension." Mismatched heterochromatic eyes stared into Izuku's. The newborn's torso was fully formed now, her pale, glowing top half sticking out of Monoma's back. The blonde boy started making wet, wretched sounds, choking and gasping. "Ah, Monoma-kun," Izuku cried, his hands slamming against the shield. He had to get him out of there, stop the process before. Izuku turned to the newborn, his gaze pleading, "You need to stop, you're hurting him." The projection's only reaction was to stare at him blankly, looking around in confusion. Of course she didn't understand him, having only been born only moments ago. Izuku's mind raced, a plethora of options spinning into his brain in the span of a second and doing absolutely nothing as each and every solution he came up with evaporated into nothingness. He didn't know anything about this situation. His sisters couldn't advise him either. In his panic, he wrenched his good arm back and prepared one for all. "Hang on!" Detroit Smash hit the shield of air with a thunderous boom, sending cracks running in every direction of the impact. Monoma stirred when Izuku's arm managed to punch through it, the green-haired boy extending a helping hand. The blonde and his construct were in the eye of the hurricane, violent wind sweeping around them. "I'm gonna get you out of there, Monoma-kun," Izuku shouted, only to let out a howl of pain when several long gashes appeared on his broken right arm. The air within the dome swirled, cutting across his skin like 1,000 knives. Most of the cuts were tiny, barely even breaking the epidermis. Others carved into his flesh and sent spurts of his blood whirling around Monoma. The simulacrum within let out a silent scream of dismay, understanding that she was hurting her creators. Izuku realized it almost immediately. She couldn't control what was happening either. At this distance, he couldn't reach Monoma. He angled his arm towards the newborn instead and reached for her, hoping that the haywire effects of copy would stop once the two were separated. "Take my hand." US security robots were pounding on the shield with no effect. Vlad King had leapt down from the stands to aid the breaching effort, his blood solidified into massive gauntlets that slammed into the barrier. There was a flash of yellow in the air above, preparing to come down like a missile. All Might? The newborn reached for him with a trembling hand, her light fingers almost touching Izuku's blood-soaked ones until another low groan from Monoma caused her to stop. She looked down and saw her creator's face racked with pain, her expression twisting with sorrow at the sight. Time seemed to slow while Izuku watched her looking between him and Monoma. She was making a choice. Those lovely eyes came up to meet Izuku's, looking infinitely sad as she decided what she was going to do. A crack ran down her face, the sound of breaking glass accompanying the horrifying sight. Her lips mouthed a single word before she started flaking away, her body beginning to scatter into countless pale yellow particles. "Izuku." He reached for her hand in desperation, but it was too late. The newborn disintegrated and shattered into a million pieces, her form fading away in the violent wind. The spherical dome shield that separated them from the outside world popped like a soap bubble, All Might abruptly canceling California's smash and landing beside the two boys. He hurried to their side, the worry clear in his voice. "Young Midoriya. Your arm." Izuku couldn't hear him, his mind numb with shock. He understood. She had given up her chance to be born to stop Monoma's pain, and his. Izuku's trembling, broken arms wrapped around the unconscious blonde, the last reminder that the girl had once existed in this world. Though a part of him was relieved that Monoma was all right, there was a terrible wave of grief that washed over him like an incoming tsunami. He knew that he shouldn't have been sad, he didn't even know what was happening, he didn't know a thing about that poor child. And yet, Izuku couldn't stop the tears from rolling down his face. When Izuku awoke, he found himself in the infirmary. No soup this time, just the blank ceiling with a spinning fan. He felt numb and empty despite the two distinct tugs he felt in his mind. His sisters were still eating away at his negativity. "Hey, you're awake." He slowly turned his head to the side and saw a shock of bright orange hair. The girl it belonged to leaning back in her chair tiredly. Kendo Itsuka sighed, unfolding her arms. Beside her was Monoma, still unconscious but serenely asleep. Izuku's cheeks felt wet. Whoa, hey," Kendo said quickly, flustered. "There's no need to cry, dude. Everything turned out alright in the end. Before you ask, there were no permanent injuries to the doofus here. Both of you are gonna be okay." "I'm sorry." Izuku choked. "I didn't mean to, relax." Kendo shrugged. "Don't worry about it. What really matters is that both of you are safe and sound. Well, relatively." Her eyes flicked down to Izuku's arm and looked away. Izuku pulled the blanket back and soon understood the reason for her discretion. "Oh," he whispered. There were several stitches across his right forearm, closing up the long, gruesome cuts that had been inflicted from when he'd punched through the shield Monoma was in. Kendo raised her hands hurriedly in an effort to cheer him up. It's all right. Recovery girl told me that there's no permanent damage and probably minimal scarring, 'cause the cuts were so clean. Even if there were scars, some girls find that cool. It's okay," Izuku said softly. "I deserve it." "Wah. No you don't, dude. What happened was an accident," Kendo huffed, going into big sister mode. "That's all it was. A freak accident caused by an unforeseen side effect of two quirks interacting." Don't call her an accident. Those words had been said with such venom that Izuku hadn't realized they'd come from him at first. A nearby window pane cracked, a long line snaking across its formerly pristine surface. Izuku held his head in his hands, quickly stifling a sniff. Kendo looked bewildered, not sure how and if she should respond. The tomboyish girl didn't actually know what he was talking about but opted to hold her tongue. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't, Izuku's words were muffled by his hands. I just can't handle that word." Kendo stayed quiet, knowing she had to let the other boy vent or he'd keep it bottled up within him forever. Izuku sniffed, feeling his nails raking into his scalp. "It's my fault. I was so stupid, I should have considered something like this would happen." He spat. One hand closed around the blanket on his legs. "I should have tried warning him, or something but Izuku brought his knees up into his chest. "It's all my fault. I'm pathetic. People were hurt because of my arrogance and hubris." "No, it's not. Nobody could have expected anything like this." Izuku turned to her, eyes bloodshot. "I could. It was an out-of-control quirk effect caused by an unknown factor. Not even you could have predicted that." Kendo began, sighing and flicking on a TV that hung on a wall. "Just get some rest. Okay. I'll go tell recovery girl you woke up. Here, just calm down and watch the rest of the matches." "Calm down? How can I be fucking calm when I just watched someone die?" Izuku took a deep breath, letting the anger fade away. Inhale. Exhale. When he opened his eyes again, Kendo was staring at him inquisitively, so he gave her a light bow. "Right. I'm sorry you had to see that. Thank you, Kendo-san." "It's alright. Could you do me a favor and keep an eye on Monoma-kun till recovery girl comes back?" Kendo said tiredly. "He's an idiot, but he's our idiot." "I will." The very fact that she'd left him alone with Monoma was a sign of her trust. She exited the room and Izuku was left with the sounds of the blonde's light breathing and the quiet hum of the fans above. The green-haired boy clenched his hands together, fingers shaking. Those scars still remained and Monoma had successfully taunted him with them. Even now, all the things that hurt him still left marks on his heart, carving themselves into his psyche. 10 years of humiliation, of physical and mental abuse, of being ignored, of being friendless, of dream-crushing, of everything. He ignored those feelings in the past, but this time they'd been amplified tenfold. If only he'd been strong enough to stop him, smart enough to predict that something like this would happen. If only he wasn't blinded by selfish ambition. If he could change just by wishing to, he would have done so already. People had gotten hurt because he let those things anchor him down, let the bad times of his youth poison his mind with anger. He hated it, all of it. He hated how he was so incompetent, how those words spoken so long ago still cut into him like knives. He hated how he hadn't realized what a toxic situation he'd been in. He hated how he still wasn't able to get over what happened and move on with his life. But most of all, he hated himself. Izuku let out a gasp, quickly realizing that his emotions were being amplified again. Taking a quick look at his bedside, he found his school bag, reasoning that either Iida or Ochako must have gotten permission and brought it over for him. He reached into it, fishing out his phone after a few seconds of searching. There were a dozen missed calls, half from his mother, the other half from his sister's shared phone. He dialed the first one and selected the video call function. Izuku, my baby, are you alright?" "I'm fine, Mom. It's all my fault," Izuku said softly, putting on a brave facade. "Don't worry, it was just a few light scratches. Why am I so stupid?" "Scratches, Izuku. It was like I was watching your arm get flayed on live TV. There was the blood and the wind and I was so scared," Inko wailed. "The arm's fine as well, no biggie. I'm sorry, little one." He sent her a thin smile. "Sorry you had to see that. I'll try not to let it happen again. Must have given you quite the scare, huh? You didn't even get the chance to be born." "I'm alright, Izuku. Are you sure you're okay?" I'm so sorry, newborn." Izuku let out a soft breath. "I'm okay, I'm not okay." If you say so." "The twins want to speak with you." Unlike Inko, his sisters weren't as easily fooled. Kiri had a sad look on her face while Mimi wore a grim expression on hers. He gave them a weak smile, mustering it up from the bottom of his heart. A big brother had to be strong and set a good example for his younger siblings. "Hey, you two," Izuku began, his voice trembling slightly. "I wish I could just reach through the screen and give you both a big hug right about now." "It's not your fault, Nii-chan," Kiri whispered. "Yeah," Mimi nodded. "Why, you two know what happened? We got the basic gist of it," his blonde little sister said sympathetically. "For what it's worth, she's not dead." Izuku's heart skipped a beat, a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. What? The newborn. That's what you called her, right? Kiri piped up. "Don't worry, Nii-chan. Ba-chan went to get some water so she isn't listening now." Oh, but what do you mean? I saw her disintegrate." "Papa, you see us go poof all the time when we return to your mind. I suspect the same thing has happened with the girl. She's not dead, she's just," Mimi grimaced and made a few wavy hand motions. "In a stasis, of sorts. Something similar to our hibernation, maybe." "She's still alive," Izuku whispered, looking over at Monoma's unconscious form. "In a way. Though I'm not certain if," Mimi bit her lip, "if she'll ever be able to wake up again. But that could be fixed if the dude decides to copy your power again. Nothing's for certain, after all." "Oh, I see," Izuku said. "But my emotional outburst, why was I so attached to her? I was grieving." "That just means you're a good Oni-chan," Kiri said. "What Oni-chan wouldn't be sad that their sister disappeared?" "I suppose so," Izuku whispered, holding back a cough. "That makes me feel a little better." There was a gentle squeak as the infirmary door opened, revealing none other than All Might in his hero form. The giant man cleared his throat. "I am. Shush." Kanoko huffed from behind the number one hero, putting a finger to her lips. "I'll be back in 5 minutes." Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might whispered, announcing his arrival. "Gotta go. Love you, Kiri, Mimi," Izuku said quickly. "Tell Mom I love her." "Okay," his sisters said together before he hung up. Young Midoriya. All Might's massive frame looked comically out of place when he sat on the tiny chair that was beside Izuku's bed. What a shocking turn of events that was. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, sensei." "No," Izuku said glumly. "What happened?" "You don't remember?" All Might replied. "Young Monoma lost control of his quirk when he tried to copy yours. There was this big dome of air that prevented anyone else from getting though. So his suspicions were correct, after all. Nobody else had managed to see what was really happening and his secret was still safe for the moment. Still, that didn't stop the pang of bitter guilt that wrapped around his heart. Newborn. He'd accidentally given her life, only to have it ripped away from her the very next moment. Now she would slumber forever within Monoma's heart, never to awaken again. She wasn't just a construct. If Dark Shadow and Kiri were anything to go by, they were people. He just caused someone to fall into a coma. Izuku wanted to vomit, self-hatred and guilt surging through him. Why did he ruin everything he touched? First his friendship with Bakugo, now this. "You won, my boy," All Might said softly, snapping him out of his trance. "By default," Izuku replied. He glanced at Monoma's unconscious form again. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone." "I know you didn't." They were silent for a while before Izuku spoke up again, not daring to look up at his mentor. Shame flooded through his heart and into his shaking hands. "Sensei, could I ask you a question?" "Of course, young Midoriya, I am here." "Have you ever gotten really angry before?" The number one hero was quiet for a moment, and when Izuku glanced up he could see the man looking into the past. "Once. It was a long time ago. How did you deal with it?" "I didn't." "Oh." All Might paused, letting the tension seep out of his shoulders. Izuku remained tense. "Do you want to talk about it, my boy? I find that the talking helps." The green-haired boy stared down at his hand. His hand, which could have saved poor newborn. The very same one he'd offered to his best friend that fateful day on the riverbank. "Some bad things happened to me when I was young," Izuku began, pushing down the humiliation he felt. "I never gave them any thought, but now, it's all coming back to me. I'm scared, angry." Izuku looked up at his mentor. "I don't know how to move on." All Might look sympathetic for once, his usual smile now replaced with the thin line of his lips. The large man looked behind him to make sure Monoma was still unconscious and sighed before he returned to his true form. The gaunt, skeletal appearance of Yagi Toshinori met Izuku's eyes. The all-encompassing rage. "Is that what happened? I lost myself to it, too. That's how I got this." He raised his dress shirt and showed Izuku the mass of scar tissue in his side. "At moments like these, you have to remember what you're really fighting for. Remember your origin." My origin? Remember why you wanted to be a hero? Izuku sniffed. A hero was someone like All Might. A hero always wins, always saves, win and save. Then the thoughts of Bakugo rushed into his head and bile climbed its way up Izuku's throat. Look where winning got him. Winning the match had hurt Monoma, forcefully splitting his soul into two. Condemning newborn to an eternal sleep after giving her a taste of life, imprisoning her forevermore. Izuku held back the sobs. He wasn't angry at Bakugo at the moment. But whenever he thought of the other boy, a decade of humiliation seemed to rush into his mind, and that was when he realized. He was angry at himself. He used to look up to the other boy as a symbol of sorts. Of winning. But that, win and save, rhetoric was garbage that infected their youth, and would continue doing so to the new generation. It poisoned Bakugo's mind, clouding it with pride and snatching his best friend away from him. Izuku thought back to heroes of old. Back then they had been called vigilantes. History looked down on them and called them losers just because they weren't known for winning their battles, but they didn't need to. The original vigilantes were never focused on winning but rather saving lives, unsung heroes that fought and died unremembered. All they wanted to do was help. What kind of hero do I want to be? He wanted to save others, no matter what. Inspire them to be better, just like All Might. Izuku looked down at his hand once more. This hand had reached for Bakugo during the sludge villain's attack. The very same hand that had sent a Delaware smash into the water to save Tsuyu and Mineta back at USJ. A hero was someone who saved others, inspired them. A memory of his 4-year-old self surfaced in his mind. Izuku looked up at All Might. I want to save people and show them a brighter future. All Might, just Toshinori now, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. I know you do. He pulled Izuku into a gentle hug, the boy stiffening at his touch. It had been a long, long time since he'd been held by an older male figure. Truth be told, Izuku didn't feel very reassured at all. Get some rest, young Midoriya, Toshinori said, parting the hug, and if you don't feel up to competing in the rest of the tournament, that's fine too. But what about telling them, I am here, Toshinori chuckled. Don't worry about it. Take things one step at a time. Remember, your safety's the most important thing here. What kind of teacher would I be if I let you put yourself in constant danger? Yeah. Izuku declined to tell him about the altercation at USJ and the forest battle with Aftermath, I guess. A phone call is here, pardon me, I'll have to take this. Toshinori said sheepishly as he made his way to the exit. See you later, my boy. Hello, S-sensei. See you. Izuku waved weakly, then stared at his hands. These hands could be used to hurt or to help, win and save. But if winning meant hurting others, was it really worth it? He thought of Momo's retreating back, her form slumped in sad disappointment. Yui struggling to stand and collapsing into a broken heap, knowing that she would only destroy herself if she continued to pursue victory. Monoma's screaming ringing in his head, the boy's prone form now lying beside him. Izuku didn't know what he wanted to be. Yes sensei, I'll keep that in mind, good. The line was cut before Toshinori could finish his sentence. A tired exhale escaped from his lips, the blonde letting his shoulders fall. Gran Torino was still the grumpy old man from his youth. Perhaps some things never change. His thoughts drifted back to his young apprentice. Young Midoriya had improved by great leaps and bounds, excelling in both the first and second events. Toshinori felt a pang of guilt in his heart but dismissed it just as easily as it came, rather proud that the boy managed to come this far even without his guidance. But now, well, it seemed like he needed it more than ever. That look in his eyes when he was up against Monoma was familiar, painfully so. All Might had felt it once, in that fateful battle where he'd punched All for One's face off and thought him dead. The fury. The rage. What could have possibly happened to his student in the past to trigger that sort of response? Toshinori continued walking, hands clasped behind his back. In all honesty, he knew very little about his young ward. There simply wasn't enough time for them to know each other more. The job of number one hero was a constant demand that kept him busy throughout his days. His very presence as All Might lowered the crime rate to single digits. As much as he regretted it, he felt like he didn't have time to spend with the boy. Idiot. He's your apprentice. You should spend more time with him, train him. Leave the hero work to the others from time to time. You don't have to do everything yourself. Gran Torino was right. The old man was actually rather pissed off when he realized All Might hadn't actually taught Izuku those moves, yelling at him through the phone lines at how a teacher had to be there for his student. When Toshinori tried to explain his status as the number one, Gran Torino simply shot him down, reminding him of how long he had left. 3 hours of hero work. The rest were spent on paperwork, write-ups, analysis, advisory roles, his duties as a teacher, so on and so forth. Couldn't he even spare an hour for young Midoriya? Toshinori sighed. Some teacher he was. Still, he didn't want to give the boy the harsh training that Gran Torino had given him. It was a different time of desperation and pain back then. Nana. The man closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. What would you have done? Strolling out into the light, he found himself in the midst of the howling audience once again, Present Mike's trademark voice hyping them up. Vendors were strolling up and down the stands, trays of food and drink in their hands and stacked upon their backs. Hot dogs, get hot dogs here, relish with ketchup and mustard. Takoyaki here, fresh off the grill, come and get it. Try some bubble tea, now in 6 different flavors. Toshinori smiled, watching a parent buy some takoyaki for their child. Just as he was about to return to the teacher's stands, a cold, familiar voice caught his ears. We'll take one. Certainly, ma'am, sir, how much? Oh, that'll be. The blonde turned to see an androgynous railed thin man in an immaculate suit. His salmon pink hair cascading down to reach his shoulders. Blue eyes met a pair of heterochromatic ones. One pupil a beautiful rose pink. The other murky white. The man was clearly blind in one eye. The zigzag scar carved into the right side of his pretty face being more than enough evidence to support the theory. Representative Zenkichi from the Hero Public Safety Commission stared at the deflated form of All Might, a large cup of bubble tea in his hand. Can we help you, Yagi-san? No, Toshinori said quickly once he noted the other man had caught him staring. Wait, you know me? Yagi Toshinori. Ex-employee of Might Tower, age, Zenkichi recited mechanically. Right, forget I asked. Toshinori held up a hand. Zenkichi-san, right? You're the commission's representative. Pleasure to meet you, I've heard, many great things. Crap. Now he had no choice but to make conversation since he technically had opened with an introduction. Even so, he couldn't exactly forget that meeting the other day. Zenkichi himself stood out quite a bit as well, just because of his general appearance. If it was the first time he'd met this person, he would have assumed they were a woman in a suit from the way they looked. He was clearly of biracial descent. His soft features a pleasing mix of European and Asian aesthetics. The pleasure is all ours, Yagi-san. The thin man said coolly, turning his attention to the crowd. Quite the turnout this year. UA has truly raised the bar again, and we have you teachers to thank for that. Toshinori's eyes narrowed. Zenkichi knew something that he shouldn't have known yet again, about how he, Toshinori Yagi, was now working as a teacher at UA, the same school All Might had started working as a teacher in. Back then he had already implied that he knew about All Might's hero form time limit. Was the timing too suspicious? Did he already know? Even UA and its autonomy guaranteed by Nezu wasn't completely safe from the Commission's eyes and ears? Indeed, Toshinori said slowly, playing along in an effort to see how much the other man knew. Are you enjoying the festival? We are. Immensely so. Zenkichi sipped at his bubble tea loudly. Like an asshole. Plenty of promising young heroes, don't you agree? Especially the ones from Class 1A. We find them to be simply fascinating. Who in this day and age still used the royal, we? Annoyance prickled at the edge of Toshinori's mind. Then there was what he said about Class 1A. Having the Commission's attention was never a good thing, and the number one hero felt his hands clenching. What was their representative even here for? Recruitment? God, he hoped not. Pardon me, but you don't strike me as the type of person to attend these kinds of events, Zenkichi-san. Toshinori said carefully. What is the HPSC's very own representative doing here? Security. A delicate task that we have taken into our own hands. Toshinori eyed the surroundings. No other black-suited spooks with the exception of the prick before him. No plainclothes agents either, to the best that he could recognize. Just Zenkichi himself for security detail? I see. Usually the Commission would have sent a bunch of low-level agents for muscle. Toshinori responded, probing for more information. You must have quite the strong quirk for such an important assignment, huh? Quite the contrary, actually. Zenkichi looked him right in the eye, leaning against a nearby railing while continuing to slurp at his beverage noisily between sentences. Well, we suppose you wouldn't have known. We don't act like it, do we? Toshinori raised an eyebrow. We are quirkless. Zenkichi explained nonchalantly, ignoring the blonde's stunned expression. Born without a quirk. Never had one, and never will. Toshinori managed to say. I'm sorry, I didn't know, but what about? Security? Do not worry, we have our ways. Zenkichi's face remained in that bored, unchanging expression. We know what you're thinking. How did someone like us make it as a representative? How discriminatory. That's a story for another time, symbol of peace. A wave of cold rushed over Toshinori's mind alongside the realization. Time seemed to stop around them, the thin man's voice still echoing in his head with that unnatural, robotic cadence. Toshinori failed to keep the shock from showing on his features while Zenkichi continued to drink his bubble tea. He knows. He knew since the meeting. I don't know what you're talking about. No need to play the fool. If it makes you feel better, the commission is not aware of the fact. Toshinori's gaunt eyes narrowed. Then how? Personal analysis, a hobby of ours. Statistics. Take all the males in Japan and isolate those aged 20 to 55. Reduce the number in that group by analyzing their income returns, their jobs, criminal records. Find out which ones among them are graduates of UA or any of the elite hero schools. Sift through the names by doing a background check on their residential and flight data, specifically looking out for any who have spent a significant time in North America. Zenkichi took another sip of his beverage, chewing the tapioca pearls slowly. Finally, identify Shimura Nana's and Gran Torino's associates and investigate further. All publicly available data, before you ask. The answer was obvious if one knows where to look. Huh, you're a real piece of work, you know that? Toshinori scoffed, his voice shifting to the number ones for a split second. Well, Zenkichi's glassy stare didn't falter. They do call us the Demon Lord. They simply stood there for a moment, with Toshinori not sure what to do in the face of a threat like this. Was this even a threat? He could break the man in two with a single finger. So why was he so wary of him? Imagine our surprise when we saw your records. Listed Quirkless until the age of 14. Right before you entered UA Strange. Here's a question. Aside from a few relief funds and charities, we don't recall you ever standing up for the Quirkless. We'd thought someone like you would understand and be an advocate for Quirkless rights. For your own people. And yet, nothing has changed under you. Where were you when they did this? The thin man's fingers traced the jagged scar over his eye. Toshinori stiffened. We were born in Sokovia, but even their people like us were treated no different. Our Quirkless status was only seen as an unfortunate disability, nothing more, nothing less. We only received this when we were living in Japan. Z for zero. A painful reminder that the Quirkless are nothing. Did you forget about them, too? Was this what it was all about? Was that why Zenkichi had revealed he knew about the symbol of peace's secret? Revenge? Some sort of karmic retribution? Even with the roaring crowd at his back and President Mike's voice echoing through the air, the world was quiet for Toshinori, and in that world that was only him and the other man. What would the world think if they knew the symbol of peace was once Quirkless? What would the Quirkless think? This was a problem that he couldn't just punch away. His fists clenched while Zenkichi shrugged. Either way, it matters not. All that matters is your role as the symbol of peace. He turned back to the arena, watching the match below. Keep up the good work. Toshinori's frustration was reaching a boiling point. If he knew about his true identity as All Might, could this man know about One for All as well? What about young Midoriya? The thousand questions that were spinning about in his head were interrupted by a single statement from Zenkichi. Do you believe in fate, Yagi-san? I do. Toshinori said, teeth grit. Does this have anything to do with why you're here? In part. At first we had no intention of calling you out, but you of all people appeared before us by pure chance. We had a question we desired to have answered. Now an answer we are left unsatisfied with. Forgive us for the transgression, but we simply had to see your reaction. Zenkichi sipped at his bubble tea again. At the very least, it would be most entertaining to see this supposed fate at work if and when our young wards clash later. Our wards? Toshinori's chest tightened. Young Midoriya? Zenkichi titled his head down at the arena where two girls were locked in combat. Like I said before, we are here for security. After all, that's our niece down there. Toshinori moved forward to look, and there she was. A girl with distinct pink hair was fighting against one of his students, the crowd cheering as they dueled. Be seeing you, All Might. The symbol of peace turned back, but the representative was gone, having melted into the crowd in a matter of seconds. All that remained was a strange feeling of unease in Toshinori's heart. Iida Tenya watched as his friend Ochako struggled against her new opponent. Hatsume Mei was floating from zero gravity's effect but negated it using vernier thrusters all over her body, her beam weaponry cutting a swath of destruction into the arena. Ochako dodged and weaved through the incoming fire, desperately trying to close in. Ever since Izuku's match, both he and Ochako had been worried, off their game from the deep concern they felt for their meek friend. The brunette was noticeably slower than before, too distracted by a combination of her worry, prior injuries, and new wounds to notice Mei shouldering a giant cylindrical device. Proton cannon. A pillar of pink light erupted from Mei's weapon, rushing downwards at her opponent. Ochako shielded herself with a barrier of floating debris, but it wasn't enough, her frail body flying backwards from the impact. She let out a cry as she crash-landed, struggling to rise with trembling legs. "Come on, Uraraka-san. When I said I wasn't gonna use you to market my devices I meant it," Mei said, the giant weapon folding itself into her backpack while she hovered a few feet above Ochako. "I respect you too much for that. I saw how serious you were during your match with Kodai-san, but now, you're off. Distracted. Still healing, perhaps? What a shame." Ochako said nothing, bringing her fingertips together. A rain of stone fell from the sky, but Mei simply sighed, pulling out another device from her backpack and aiming up. Ochako rushed towards her, one hand outstretched while the other tossed more weightless rocks at her opponent. Rippling shockwaves erupted from the large handheld weapon and sent a crackling multicolored fireball into the air. Branches of pink lightning surging from the burning sphere and vaporizing every falling rock while it traveled upwards. By the time the energy blast dissipated, not a single trace of Ochako's meteor shower was left, leaving the air clear and devoid of dust. "How?" Ochako whispered, stunned and knocked onto her back from the blast. Not even Kodai-san could have. "Bio-force gun." Mei gestured to the smoking device, letting it hang loosely at her side. Enough firepower to kill an elephant. Could kill a small herd of them, really. "And Power Loader Sensei just let you bring that onto the field?" Ochako coughed bitterly. "If you want to achieve greatness, stop asking for permission. Besides, I made it non-lethal just for you." Mei smiled, angling her wrist at Ochako. A blade of pink light sprang from her gauntlet. "Yield." The brunette eyed the humming energy blade nervously, its tip only inches away from her throat. "I know what you're thinking. You'll try to float yourself backwards, or perhaps that rock you're standing on. You're fast, I'll give you that." The pink-haired girl tilted her head, and two funnels hovered behind her with their barrels glowing. "But I've got two little friends, and they're both faster than you." Ochako gulped, brows pinched together while she considered her options. Ultimately she sighed after a moment. Then she moved, surging at Mei with a battle cry while floating herself with her other hand. She kicked off the ground, air resistance and gravitational force negated so she could launch herself forward like a rocket and dodging the blade. Mei's funnels fired. Twin beams lanced into Ochako and she crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, falling where she stood. It was over just like that, an inglorious end to an underdog's tale. The girls of Class 1A let out a collective cry of defeat. Half the audience did the same, the other half cheered. Iida groaned before he joined the round of applause. He watched as the support student retracted her blade and lifted Ochako in a bridal carry, gently placing her on a stretcher carried by two UA support bots. Between the worry she had for Izuku and the still healing injuries she had suffered in her previous match, things hadn't been looking good for the brunette at all. Ochako had done a wonderful job despite how Mei countered her at every avenue, but it wasn't nearly enough. The Tinker would be one he had to watch out for. With the completion of Ochako's match, the arena was being prepped once again. Iida took the opportunity to go see his friends, only to be turned away from the primary infirmary room where Izuku and Monoma were being held by a pouting Kanoko. They needed rest and were not to be disturbed, she had said, under orders from Recovery Girl herself. Was his green-haired friend and his opponent really hurt that badly in their fight? Iida felt worry clench around his heart like a tangle of weeds. It dissipated slightly when Ochako came into view from the secondary infirmary, rubbing at her eyes gently. He pretended not to notice the slight redness. "Hey, Iida-kun," Ochako said with false cheer. "What a match, huh? Darn, I was so close, too." "You were, Uraraka-kun. Good work." It was the least he could do. "So how is Deku-kun?" Ochako said curiously, edging towards the door. "Has he woken up?" "Well, sorry, but the patients are not to be disturbed. Shroom?" Recovery Girl herself requested it. Kanoko folded her arms, head shaking. "Midoriya-kun has woken and is recovering fine. But Monoma-kun is still under surveillance and has yet to recover from his ordeal. Please try again later." "You let us and Kendo-san in earlier," Ochako pointed out. "That was then, this is now. You know how it is, Shroom. Under surveillance? And you're putting them in the same room together in close proximity despite how the interaction of their quirks might have triggered what happened earlier," Iida said suspiciously, eyes narrowed. "Hey, I don't make the orders, I just follow them." Kanoko huffed. "Isn't that right, Archimedes?" Right. A white basketball-sized Haro announced from beside the short girl, a red cross symbol painted onto both of its flapping ears. "No visitors. Visitors. Thank you for your kind understanding." Both Iida and Ochako eyed the assistant nurse and her little robot helper before they exchanged a look, shrugging. If Recovery Girl gave the instruction, there was nothing they could do about it. Besides, the old healer probably knew what was best for them. The two friends simply decided to depart for now, walking back to the arena in a quiet silence. Iida could practically feel Ochako's worry for Izuku radiating off her. He'd be lying if he didn't feel the same way. Back at the stadium, the next match was already in progress. Loud clanging filled the air as ethereal claws struck hardened skin, sparks skittering in their wake. Dark Shadow was dueling with Kirishima, their fists blurring in a merciless exchange of blows. It seemed that the projection had taken a page out of Shiozaki's book and was shouting the word, useless, over and over again while bearing down on the redhead. "Hey, Iida-kun," Ochako began, "can I ask you about something?" "Of course. What is it? Did Deku-kun seem different during his match with Monoma-kun?" The brunette fiddled with her fingers. "I don't know how to describe it, but it felt like he was so angry. Then he attacked in the wrong direction, but the look on his face." Iida suppressed a shudder. Izuku's expression had been downright murderous, looking as if Monoma had shot his dog or something. Those attacks of his had been ruthless, fueled by an unseen rage. He held back a sigh, not knowing whether he should tell Ochako what she wanted to hear or what he truly felt. In the end, he decided to go with the latter. She was strong enough to handle it. "I know. I felt that way, too. There was something off about him, but I don't know what. He did have that confrontation with Monoma-kun the other day, remember? Perhaps there's some bad blood between them," Iida said quietly. It was kinda scary. I've never seen him so upset before." Ochako looked into her lap, ignoring the battle below. It was almost as if he was a different person. She was right. Izuku had been a berserker on the field in his match, seemingly unstoppable no matter how many barriers, horns, or softened ground traps Monoma had sent his way. Watching him in action had been beautiful, but terrifying. "Everyone has their reasons, Uraraka-kun. I, for one, made the mistake of judging Midoriya-kun by his appearance when we first met." Iida nodded, thinking back to the day of the UA entrance exam. "I thought him a coward, but I was wrong. He alone ventured back into the chaos to save you." He watched Ochako clench her fists, allowing the girl a moment to remember. "The trouble he faces may be his alone, but the least we can do as his friends is offer a helping hand if and when he needs it." Iida leaned back in his chair and echoed his brother's words. "A hero would save everyone, as fast as he can." That's right, he's our friend, so we have to help him," Ochako said, a renewed fire in her eyes. "No matter how scary it might be, friends have to stick together." "I suppose that's one way of putting it," Iida nodded. One of President Mike's signature screams drew their attention to the battle below. Kirishima stood strong and did not fall, his body a barricade that halted Dark Shadow's advance. Tokoyami simply stood behind his projection some distance away, playing it safe while his partner worked his magic. There was a change in his stance as the crowboy brought a hand to his face. "Oh, you're approaching me, Kirishima-kun?" Tokoyami said. "Even in that condition you're coming right to me instead of running away?" "I can't beat the crap out of you without coming closer," Kirishima replied, breathing heavily. "Good grief. Dark Shadow, let's end this charade." Dark Shadow complied, rising up into the air and leaving Tokoyami wide open. Kirishima fell for the bait and shot forward, his fist drawn back. The projection dived down from above, a warcry on his lips. "I'm gonna roll all over you." The ground shook as Dark Shadow impacted, his fists a pair of shadowy bludgeons that pummeled Kirishima from all sides. A cloud of dust was thrown up from the punishing assault, tremors shaking the audience in their seats. Then it was over. Kirishima lay in a shallow crater, rendered unconscious by the Shadow Person's attacks. Dark Shadow roared to the skies in victory, the audience doing the same. "The winner is Tokoyami Fumikage, great work, both of you, let's give a round of applause to both our brave fighters." Iida rose from his seat. It was time. Good luck, Iida-kun, fight," Ochako cheered. "Thanks," Iida said quietly. "I'll need it." Izuku stared at the ceiling, his mind still numb with contemplation. Monoma still hadn't woken up, his light breathing accompanied by the low, irritating hum of the fluorescent lights above. He had watched the matches and felt saddened when poor Ochako was defeated by Mei, but something stopped him from leaving the bed. It was as if he was trapped in a funk, feeling too useless to do anything. Was this all he had left in him? Pathetic. He hadn't paid attention to the next match at all, the words drifting past his ears. It was only when President Mike's voice mentioned something familiar did he blink back into reality. And now, for the second last match of round 2, in the blue corner, it's Class 1A's very own straight-laced class president, the Hero Department's resident speedster, Iida Tenya. Iida-kun. Izuku pushed himself up, clarity rushing into his head. What had he been doing all this time? He should have been out there cheering for Ochako, and now Iida. In the red corner, it's our local firecracker with a foul mouth. The audience can't seem to get enough of him. Also from the hero department, Bakugo Katsuki. The noise of the audience was audible even from the infirmary. Izuku felt his fists clench unconsciously, tightening around his blanket. Iida was about to do battle with Bakugo. The new friend versus the old. Izuku moved from his bed, making for the exit. He had to see it with his own two eyes. The first thing Iida thought of was the noise. There was so much of it, echoing all around and from all directions. He could tell that most of it was for Bakugo. The audience simply loved the crazy reactions he made, no matter what kind of person he actually was. This was all just a show to them, of course. He was entertaining. That's all that mattered. Iida took a deep breath, doing a few stretches to get himself warmed up. On the opposite end of the arena, Bakugo cracked his knuckles, a dark expression crossing his features. I've been waiting for this, 4 eyes. The blonde snarled. An elite mook is still a mook. What can a loser like you do against me? Time to find out, Iida replied. Match STARRRRTTT. Bakugo rocketed upward just as Iida took off. Smart move. He had the range, the mobility, the aerial supremacy to rain down explosions onto the arena like a carpet bombing. But Iida had the speed. His feet were a blur, engine calves roaring while he ran. Explosions peppered his path, but the tall boy dodged past them, bobbing and weaving through choking black smoke and evading flashes of orange light. Bakugo continued to hover in the air, keeping his distance. Iida marveled at the sheer versatility of the other boy's quirk. Bakugo had been born lucky, talented. That talent had then been refined by years of training and hard work, easily identifiable from the way he moved. He almost admired the boy if not for. Eat shit, 4 eyes, that. Bakugo could use some work on his attitude. Iida decided to make him eat some humble pie. More explosions ravaged the arena, but Iida had managed to get right under Bakugo, hoping for a sort of blind spot. Bakugo had already come up with a countermeasure. With Iida directly under him, the explosions actually lifted him higher while also raining down attacks, the blonde sneering as he underestimated Iida's range. Iida focused on his calves and jumped, rocketing upward with a loud crack. He watched Bakugo's eyes widen for a fraction of a second before his opponent reacted almost instantly, sending a wave of explosive force downward. Right as he did, Iida braced, raising his arms to shield himself while he popped the clutch and shifted into 4th gear. The blowback spun him, sending his heel spinning through the smoke in a scything axe kick. Get down from there. His kick cleaved through the explosion and made a full rotation before it impacted with Bakugo's head, sending the blonde spiraling back down into the arena. The audience howled with excitement even while the two boys landed. Bakugo reorienting himself with several explosions while Iida tucked and rolled. Lucky hit, fuck munch. Bakugo spat, it won't happen again. We shall see. Iida didn't give a chance for the other boy to take off again. Between being bombed from range or a close-up brawl, he'd prefer the latter. At least then he had a fighting chance. Bakugo's combat senses and reaction time was excellent, horrifyingly so. Desperate times called for desperate measures. His heavy, engine-equipped leg swept the ground in a low arc, Bakugo leaping over it easily. What the blonde didn't anticipate was the follow-up shoulder charge that winded him, stunning him for a brief moment. That short pause was all Iida needed to grab Bakugo by the collar and fling him towards the arena's edge. The audience gasped as Bakugo tumbled towards the boundary line and stopped. He'd been inches away from a ring out if not for the explosions that blossomed from his palms, the recoil canceling out his momentum just in time. Hey, not bad, but you're still weak, Bakugo snarled. Just like that shitty nerd Deku. You should know your place like him. A twinge of anger surged through Iida. What was this guy's problem? Why was he always so mad? I don't think I like the way you're talking about my friend, Iida said, digging his feet into the ground. What did Midoriya-kun ever do to you? It's not what he did. Bakugo cracked his neck menacingly. It's what he is. He's a useless, worthless piece of trash that shouldn't even be here. A pebble in my path to greatness. Bakugo grunted. I should have been the only one from that shitty school to get into UA. That spineless little fuck had the audacity to share the same stage as me. Hell, even share the same class as me. It makes me sick. It's disgusting to see a loser like him try to be something he's not. Iida's eyes widened. What are you? Is that what you really think of him? Even if you don't like him, there's no need to. Blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up, 4 eyes. You don't know shit. That fucking twerp thinks he's better than me when in reality he's just trash. An enraged look was in the blonde's crimson eyes. Human garbage like him shouldn't even be associated with someone like me. 'Cause he's nothing and I'm the best, you hear? I'm gonna win this tournament and become the #1 hero. Is that all that matters to you, winning? Iida asked, a righteous anger boiling up within him. And don't you dare say that about Midoriya-kun. He's not the type of person who would hold that sort of better-than-you attitude, if you just got to know him. I've known him for over 12 years, shithead. Once a weakling, Bakugo's palms crackled. Always a weakling. Iida-kun. Izuku's faint voice echoed down from the stands, a clear warning to what was coming. Iida already knew it was something big from the look on Bakugo's face. It began on his palms, sparkling like firecrackers. The blonde leapt upwards again, his explosion spinning him about like a drill bit. No, like a fiery tornado. Arcs of luminous orange light swirled around Bakugo along with hazy smoke, a maelstrom of destruction. Iida readied to move towards it in his blind fury instead of wisely retreating, hearing the audience gasp. Now or never, he launched forward, shifting down on gears 1 through 4 until he reached the 5th gear, the maximum his engines could take. They howled and bucked, and for a single, beautiful moment Iida Tenya was velocity made manifest. Ingenuity and momentum. Speed in the shape of a man. Recipro burst. Howitzer impact. The arena exploded in a flash of blinding light. Iida felt as if his entire body was on fire, his leg kicking against the sun. Then there was a hiss and he landed painfully while Flash blinded and deafened, sucking in wet, agonizing breaths. Something had shattered inside him, his engine sputtering and failing. Though adrenaline had numbed the pain, he looked down to find one leg broken, the limb bent at an awkward angle. He was struggling to get up when it happened. A heavy boot crashed into his chin, spraying blood and spit into the ground beside him. A tooth loosened in his mouth. Bakugo strode out of the smoke, a dark smirk on his features. The audience roared while midnight began the count. Iida grunted, pushing himself up until that very same boot landed on the back of his head. Bakugo kicked him in the stomach this time, flipping him over onto his back. The taller boy's vision swam, images doubling and blurry. His glasses, where were his glasses? They'd somehow fallen off his face in the final clash, only inches away from where he lay. Iida reached for them, but right as his fingers were about to reach, one of Bakugo's boots stomped down, shattering the fragile glass and crumpling the thin metal frame. The blonde ground his heel, making sure Iida witnessed his act of superiority. Was that really necessary? The taller boy asked tiredly. I want you to remember. Bakugo grabbed his collar with one arm while the other wrenched back, heat and power building up in his palm. That I'm better than you. I beat you and I stand above you. I win and you lose, and a fucking loser like you should. Iida-kun. No, young Bakugo, that's enough. I declare the match to be OV. The excited roar of the audience reached his ears. Bakugo's palm swooped towards him like an excavator's scoop. Place. Iida closed his eyes and the smell of burnt caramel filled his lungs. Swimming had never really been his thing. Whenever he entered the water, it was always a mix of contradicting feelings. Freedom, yet everything felt so heavy. The sensation of floating, counterbalanced by the weight of water pressing in around him. That was how he felt now, sailing through the air. Free floating, yet heavy. Bakugo's explosions were fire, weren't they? So why did everything feel so cold? His blurry vision flickered between light and dark. His chest felt cold, so cold that he shivered. Two uneven shapes were before him. He could see them talking, but he couldn't hear. Couldn't see, couldn't feel. He was so tired. Another blink and it was his friends that were above him. Bars of fluorescent light passing over him while they ran alongside him. He was on some sort of stretcher. Ochako was crying, fat tears streaming down her soft cheeks. Izuku was beside her, talking to one of the medical robots. Was it his imagination, or was the other boy's left eye glowing faintly? He was too tired to think. When the lure of sleep came, he embraced it. Izuku wanted to pace around, his feet fidgeting anxiously while they waited outside Recovery Girl's infirmary. But if he did so, then there'd be nobody left to hold Ochako's hand. She was trembling, not out of fear but out of worry. He could understand the reaction. Iida looked like raw beef when he'd landed outside the arena from Bakugo's final swing, the jacket on his torso completely incinerated by the heat and blast wave. A swirling mix of emotions were spinning within him. Why had Bakugo gone so far? Did Iida say something to trigger him? Why did Iida suddenly rush in head-on when he could have kept his advantage and dodged with his superior speed? His thoughts were interrupted by Ochako's hand squeezing his again. Deku-kun, Iida-kun's gonna be okay, alright? I'm sure he will. He's not going to let something like that stop him, Izuku answered. It's scary, Ochako said quietly, trying to keep the tremor from reaching her voice. All of this. I hate seeing my friends get hurt. When you were out there I was so scared, and now it's happening again, but She stopped and grit her teeth. I know I have to be strong. Heroes don't cry. Ochako was strong. He admired her for that. But even the strong had their moments of weakness. This was undoubtedly one of hers. Do you need a hug? Ochako blinked at him, her lovely eyes still red and wet. Then she barreled into him in a tight hug, careful to avoid his still healing arms. Izuku patted her on the back slowly, gently calming her down. The stress was still escaping from her in small shudders, but he knew the hug was helping the way her breathing started to slow. It's going to be all right, yeah, Ochako sniffed. Sometimes he felt as though the purpose of the hero schools were to create child soldiers in their endless war against villainy instead of actual heroes. But if the schools were the source of heroes, what was the source of villains? The infirmary door opened with a squeak, and the pair immediately separated. Recovery girl strode though, wiping the sweat off her brow with a huff. Good news and bad news, you two. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news? Izuku said hesitantly, and Ochako nodded. Good news is, no permanent damage was done to young Iida. Oh, Izuku breathed. That's great. Bad news is, he'll have to wear a leg brace for like, a month, tops. Recovery girl sighed. That means he'll need to take it easy for the next month. Hero work is still possible, but he won't be able to push it to the limit, if you know what I mean. Why don't you two go and see him yourself? They burst into the room, the same words already on their lips. Iida-kun. The taller boy smiled at their entrance, looking a little different without his glasses. Hello, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka-kun, Iida said cheerfully, his hand chopping through the air like usual. A spectacular match, was it not? It's a shame, but I wasn't able to beat Bakugo-kun. It only goes to show that I have room to improve. They rushed towards him for a hug but were quickly stopped by Recovery Girl's walking stick, explaining that Iida had his sternum broken and that it was still healing, so no hugs. Either way, the three of them sat down and chatted, Ochako now visibly brighter at the return of both her friends. It was only when she left for a quick snack break did Izuku ask the question. What made you do it? You could have outsped him and dodged howitzer impact, then strike him with the follow-up while he was open. Iida was quiet for a while until he looked him right in the eyes with a tired smile. I was angry, Midoriya-kun, at the things he said about you. About me? Izuku asked, bewildered. I wanted to know the story between the two of you and why he hated you so much. Iida said quietly. So I tried talking to Bakugo-kun about you. Izuku paled. So that was why Bakugo had been so aggravated. Any mention of him was sure to tick the blonde off straight away. What would Iida think of him now? What if he knew how weak he was? What a coward he was back then. Had Bakugo already tarnished his image and reputation? The things he said were unpleasant and untrue. I wanted to understand him. Iida looked him right in the eye. But he didn't want to understand you. He thinks you look down on him, Midoriya-kun. Wah. That's not true. I thought he was amazing. I know it wasn't, but the more I learned about Bakugo-kun, the more upset I became. I think, Iida's gaze drew downward. I think I wanted to teach him a lesson, for bad-mouthing my friend. Friend. The word caused tears to form at the corner of Izuku's eyes, and before he knew it he was in a deep bow. I'm sorry, Iida-kun. Because of me, you, don't be. Look up, Midoriya-kun. Iida was smiling. Now, I don't expect you to avenge me or whatever silly thing you have in mind. Just get out there and do your best. Ochako barreled into the infirmary again, her arms full of snacks. Soft brown eyes grew confused at the sight of Izuku still in mid-bow. What did I miss? Nothing much, both boys said simultaneously before looking at each other and sharing a weak smile. All right. I got some snacks for both of you, Ochako said cheerfully. Here, Iida-kun. Juice, Deku-kun. Take this, I hope it helps. The three friends simply munched down on the snacks, sharing a moment of quiet peace. How long had it been since he'd experienced something like this, Izuku thought. Years. A decade. He was grateful for what he had now, two precious friends that he cared for. Like all good things, this one came to pass. An announcement played over the speakers and it was time for Izuku's match. With Todoroki. Good luck, Deku-kun. Do your best, Ochako cheered, giving him a pat on the back. Izuku turned to Iida. They shared a glance before the taller boy's hands came up, and so did his. Their palms collided with a satisfying smack, looking almost as if they were arm wrestling. Ha wah wah, Ochako stammered in confusion at the sudden manly display. This is your path to walk, Midoriya-kun. You decide for yourself what you want to do. Iida smiled, his grip tight. Forge your own path. All right, Izuku nodded, his voice still trembling slightly, just watch me. Then he was gone, making his way to the stage. Ochako glanced after the shadow of his back, and Iida closed his eyes. He knew what it was like, to chase after the back of someone great, to want to stand as their equal. Go, Iida said, causing Ochako to flinch, go after him. But what about, I'll be fine, Uraraka-san. Go and cheer for him. Be smart. The tall boy leaned back into his pillow with a quiet smile. Follow your heart. It took a moment of trepidation before Ochako stood, nodding with a fiery resolve. She bowed before she left, and Iida found the corners of his lips tugging upwards again once she departed. Ah, to be young. Recovery girl said from the corner, making Iida's eyes snap open. How many cheesy quotes was that? 3, 4. It was 2. Iida said, thank you for not ruining the moment. Hey. I do what I do best. Izuku strode down the hallway, nails digging into his palms. There was so much he wanted to think about, but he pushed it all to the back of his mind, knowing that now wasn't the time. His old memories of being bullied. Newborns, death, Ochako and Iida's defeat. All of them weighed heavily on his conscience, but now he had to focus on something else. His match with Todoroki. The heterochromatic teen was one of, if not the strongest student among both hero classes. It was clear that he'd been given professional training, most likely from his father. The number 2 hero, Endeavor. Though the man was nothing like All Might, he was still a key member of the hero association that upheld society. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Izuku felt him before he saw him, the temperature of the corridor rising by several degrees when Endeavor rounded the corner. Izuku gulped but did not take a step back, a slight tremor running down his back while the large, literally burning man glanced down at him. Oh, you're the boy who'll be up against my Shoto. Hello, Endeavor-san. Izuku said. You made quite the impression. Such power contained in just a single finger. A wonderful quirk. Endeavor rumbled. In terms of pure power, it's a quirk that rivals All Might's strength. Thank you, Endeavor-san. Izuku nodded nervously, starting to power walk away from the intimidating hero. Please excuse me, I have to go now. My Shoto has a duty to surpass All Might, Endeavor said, stopping Izuku in his tracks. His match against you will no doubt prove to be an excellent test bed. So do your best and try not to be a punching bag. Izuku felt the heat on his back, remembering Todoroki's words. I won't be using my shitty old man's quirk, or rather, I'll become number 1 without needing to. This is my total disavowal of him. Izuku began slowly. I am not All Might, of course. Endeavor scoffed. That's obvious. Right. It's obvious, right? Izuku turned back to look the number 2 hero right in the eyes. And your son is not you. The green-haired boy walked away, leaving the burning man to contemplate his words. It wasn't until he rounded 2 corners when a light sound reached his ears, the strange placement of it breaking him out of his stupor. After all, who would be clapping in a dark corridor? A pair of green eyes met a single sapphire one. Yanagi Reiko smiled, stopping her slow clap once she knew she had his attention. Here I was, thinking that I had to intervene on your behalf. Reiko said, slowly walking over to him. Clearly there's more than meets the eye when it comes to you, Midoriya-kun. Hi, Reiko-san. Izuku said, what are you doing here? Nothing much. I made a bet on you, actually. The platinum blonde smirked, her voice silky and saccharine. I guess you could say that I'm checking on my investment. Izuku let out a nervous laugh. Reiko's demure smile was still there, the very same one that she had presented to him when they first met. However, it looked awfully out of place here in the dim corridor. Almost uncanny in a way that he couldn't explain. He took an involuntary step back when she stepped closer, and a strange realization crossed his mind. He was subconsciously more wary of Reiko than he was of Endeavor. Are you ready, Midoriya-kun? As ready as I'll ever be. Thanks for the encouragement, haha. He said stiffly, and, for betting on me, I guess. You're welcome. She giggled mischievously, her light laughter bouncing off the walls. Here's to hoping you put on a good show. So far you have been most entertaining. Though I have to admit you gave us all quite the scare earlier. I'll do my best. Izuku nodded and started to make his way past her when a hand landed on his shoulder. One last piece of advice, Midoriya-kun. She pulled herself closer to him and Izuku blushed at her proximity. Reiko's light touch sent a shiver down his spine, not seeming to care about his clear embarrassment when she pressed herself against him to position her mouth next to his ear. Izuku tried not to think of how soft she felt or how nice she smelled, his face stony while panicking inside. What was she doing? Be more confident, boya. Reiko whispered, her breath tickling his ear. Know thy enemy. Know thyself. You thanks. She pulled away, and Izuku found himself staring at her. There was something off about her. An odd sense of familiarity plagued him, nostalgia tugging at his psyche. He knew he hadn't met her before. How could he forget someone like this? And yet, a feeling in his gut told him otherwise. "Reiko-san." Izuku began. "Who are you?" "Me?" Reiko smiled, leaning in much too close for comfort. "I'm just a crooked girl." Izuku had shut his eyes in embarrassment, but when he opened them Reiko was gone. Disappeared around the corner, perhaps. His heart began to calm down from the encounter. Having a girl whisper in one's ear was a rather exciting experience. But still, one part of what happened stood out. Reiko's breath, it had been ice cold instead of hot. The strangeness of it all was soon forgotten when he stepped out into the light, the overwhelming sound of the crowd cheering flooding the stadium. "Here we go folks, it's the last match of round 2. Are you readdydyddy?" Excited cheers and whoops filled the air when the audience did exactly what President Mike asked of them, the blonde teacher hyping them up in the way that only a professional crowd pleaser could. He worked them over, ratcheting up their excitement with each statement that he made. Izuku, however, was solely focused on the person entering the opposite end of the arena. Todoroki Shoto simply stepped past the boundary and waited for the match to begin, not even bothering to stretch or prepare himself. Izuku rolled his shoulders, his gaze never once leaving the other boy. In the red corner, it's our resident ice-cold glacial powerhouse who left the audience frozen, from Class 1A of the Hero Department, Todoroki Shoto. Feminine screams of delight emanated from many of the outsider seats around the stadium. Of course Todoroki was popular with the ladies, especially with that handsome face of his. Izuku guessed that the guy would have his own fan club by the end of the festival, if not earlier. In the blue corner, it's our plucky green Energizer bunny that never backs down, also from Class 1A of the Hero Department, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku let the loud cheering flow past him, focusing on his plans against Todoroki. This wasn't going to be easy. It's a match of two classmates once more. This stage is not big enough for the two of them. Only one will prevail and stand at the top. Who can it be now? President Mike yelled. "Ladies and gents, it's time to find out." Match. Todoroki's right foot edged forward, so did Izuku's. Starrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr sliding over glass, crystallizing the arena floor while it rushed towards him in a wave. Izuku dodged to the right, which in turn made Todoroki adjust his position for another attack. Izuku had to keep moving towards his right, which was Todoroki's left. By observing the previous matches, a clear pattern had been made. The first was that Todoroki's ice always manifested from his right side, never his left. The second was that there was always one point of contact between him and his ice. He couldn't create ice shards mid-air and send them at Izuku. He had to touch something and have the ice erupt from its surface. The third and most important point: the ice he created also blocked his own line of sight. Izuku intended to use all three factors to his advantage. The green-haired boy shrouded himself with lightning, dodging wave after wave of icy spears that sought to freeze him in place. He tested his next hypothesis nervously, landing atop one of the glacial pillars that Todoroki had created. When no ice manifested from the existing pillar, Izuku nodded to himself, watching how the other boy sent another wave up his previous construct instead of just manipulating the existing ice Izuku had been standing on. He can create the ice, but he can't manipulate it once it's already there. It's why there's no ice golems, or any sort of construct like grasping hands or even ice rushing up my leg while I've been standing on it. He creates a new wave or attack every single time. Izuku hopped from foothold to foothold within that frozen forest, ironically looking a bit like a bunny as he did so. He bounced between jagged ice pillars and skirted around Todoroki, using everything he'd learned from both his training and past battles. Koko's instant movement, which enabled him to never stay in more than one place for more than a quarter of a second. Ida's speed, allowing him to burst forward in a straight line when needed. Yui's tiny dancer, which he mimicked to bounce against obstacles and avoid line of sight, some of them even nearing a 90-degree angle. Aspects of all those techniques incorporated into full cowl specifically for this battle against Todoroki. Both he and the other boy were running out of space, and with every attack Todoroki sent out he was obscuring his own vision with a wall of ice. Pretty soon there'd be nowhere with flat ground with the exception of where Todoroki stood, giving Izuku the high ground. Izuku darted past and kicked off 3 different icy surfaces within a second, finally finding himself behind Todoroki. The heterochromatic teen's head snapped around almost immediately, Izuku marveling at his opponent's insane reaction time. Still, it wasn't enough to stop him as the green-haired boy vaulted over a spear of ice, his fist coming about in a sharp downward arc to snap across Todoroki's left cheek. The audience gasped. Izuku followed up with an upward swing into the other boy's jaw with both hands, using that split second of disorientation he'd caused from the prior blow to avoid getting frozen. Todoroki let out a grunt of pain when a straight kick connected with his midsection, sending him sliding back. Izuku had to act fast. Every second that he wasn't winning this match he was losing it. Before Todoroki could catch his breath, Izuku was on him again, this time grabbing the cloth on the left side of his body and flinging him into the air. Without any surface to touch, he couldn't create any ice, but Izuku was still wary. What if he could supercool the air and freeze his very lungs? That wouldn't be very pleasant. Izuku braced his arm, preparing the ranged attack. Delaware Smash. Izuku's left index finger shot forward, a tremendous gust of wind slamming into Todoroki midair. It shattered much of the ice that had covered the arena, creating a frozen mist that shrouded the arena and obscuring all vision. The audience cheered, many of them rising from their seats. Midoriya fires off a massive air blast that connects. Did it work? Has Todoroki been knocked out of bounds? Alas, it was not to be. The mist cleared within seconds and Todoroki was hanging upon one of the remaining ice pillars, his hand frozen to its surface. Izuku grimaced, taking into account how the other boy could also create ice on himself, just like the first day of school with that half-body costume. Not bad, Midoriya-kun. Todoroki let the ice crumble and landed with a heavy thud, bringing his right foot down in a stomp, but not good enough. The ice rumbled towards Izuku once more. Izuku dodged again, his mind analyzing the situation. It was turning into a battle of endurance now. There had to be a limit to how much ice Todoroki could make, and Izuku knew he would last longer than the other boy. It was barely noticeable, but he noticed it all the same. The ice was slower by a tiny fraction. He was confused when a new wave of ice that rumbled towards him curved upwards inexplicably instead of hitting him. A nasty surprise came in the form of a falling Todoroki when he landed on where Izuku had been a split second before, a ring of frost radiating outward in all directions. Surrounded by ice pillars and facing a new incoming wave, Izuku could only go one direction, upwards. The narrow path of movement was what sealed his fate. Todoroki aborted his previous attack and sent a new one towards a particular ice pillar. It cracked and crumbled from the force of the speeding ice. Unfortunately for Izuku, it had been his foothold and he hadn't kicked off it hard enough while it collapsed, leaving him sailing through the air slower than usual. "Ah, got you," Todoroki said. Multiple pillars of ice manifested around Todoroki, each one slamming into Izuku midair consecutively and wrenching the air from his lungs. Whatever had been healing inside him shattered from the impact. Frost crept up his uniform and trapped his legs, freezing one of his arms until Izuku channeled one for all into his elbow for the close-range smash. He swung the joint downward and destroyed the ice holding him, backing off while wincing in pain. His left arm now hung uselessly, broken from the force of his own attack. The stitches on his right forearm had been frozen and pulled open, fresh blood dripping onto the ground. The brunette landed heavily with an agonized gasp. It wasn't just Todoroki's quirk that was amazing. His analysis, his countering, his agility, everything about his abilities. Todoroki exhaled, mist forming in his breath, strong, powerful. But not unbeatable. Izuku saw how Todoroki was trying to hide how he shivered, bits of frost clinging onto the right side of his face. A bruise was already forming on his other cheek. As I thought. Now all those pros out there can see that I'm more than just the son of the number 2. Todoroki flexed his cold fingers, gaze sliding over to the audience. Sorry about that, Midoriya-kun. But thanks to you, that guy's face says he just got knocked down a peg or two. Izuku clutched at his side with his good arm, feeling the blood from his wounds soaking into the cloth. At least one rib had been broken clean in half, and if that pain in his chest was anything to go by, it was pressing against his lung. Even taking a breath sent a sharp pain stabbing at his insides. You really shouldn't fight with your arm looking like that. From the way that you're holding yourself, it's clear you're in some serious pain. Todoroki continued nonchalantly. So let's end this. Todoroki wasn't even looking at him when he sent the ice forward, instead glancing at the crowd. He wasn't even taking this seriously, using only half his power. Todoroki was pulling his punches, not even giving Izuku the respect of facing him with all of his might. It made him angry, furious, even, but then a stray thought wandered into Izuku's head. Aren't I doing the same thing? The distraction was enough for the roaring tide of ice to envelop him in a glacial cocoon. Izuku gasped, feeling the cold snatching all heat from his body and pressing against his injured side. A white-hot lance of pain stabbed into him, causing his vision to flash and nearly sending him into shock. The pain was only magnified when he realized he couldn't breathe, the icy prison trapping only a minuscule amount of air. Muffled cheers signaled that midnight had begun her count. Beads of sweat rolled down Izuku's face only for them to be frozen nearly instantly from the cold. He was a hypocrite. He was thinking all those things about Todoroki not using his full power, when in reality he was doing the same. The boy focused one for all into his torso, ignoring another blinding flash of pain that came soon after. He took a deep breath of whatever air he had left in the glacial prison and held it, feeling it in his diaphragm. Izuku flexed, and the ice around him shattered. Deafening cheers echoed and Midnight stopped her count, Todoroki looking surprised as Izuku stepped out on wobbling legs. Ice crunched under his shoes. Why are you going this far too? Because you're pissing me off, Todoroki-kun. The heterochromatic teen stopped, confused by the sudden shift in tone. There's a limit to how much cold you can take, isn't there? If that's the case, why don't you just use the heat from your left side? Todoroki's eyes narrowed, but Izuku continued. Everyone's giving it all they got and here you are, just using half your power. You're disrespecting everyone you've faced. Izuku cried. The words directed at both himself and Todoroki. The very idea that you'll become number one without using your full power is a fucking joke. It's pathetic. Shut up. Todoroki hissed. Show me what you're made of, Izuku yelled. 1 foot digging into the ground and kicking a shotgun blast of stone at his opponent. Let's see both sides of you. Todoroki dodged to the side but the cold had slowed him down, a wayward chunk of rock slamming into his gut and leaving him gasping. Izuku was on him in an instant, droplets of blood trailing in his wake from the sudden burst and speed. A knee crashed into Todoroki's chest, sending him flying backwards. Stop screwing around and show me who you really are, Izuku howled. Enough. The ground cracked and split open from the force of Todoroki's attack. A massive glacier the size of a building manifested, catching Izuku in the torso and trapping him once again. It was slightly smaller than the one that had defeated Zero, leaving only Izuku's head free. Todoroki huffed, seemingly satisfied that his opponent wasn't breaking out anytime soon. You know nothing. So shut up, and stay down. Izuku coughed, a spray of blood coloring the ice beneath him in bits of sickly crimson. Many in the audience gasped in shock and some even called for the match to end. But he wasn't going down that easy. A pained gaze was leveled at Todoroki and Izuku made his decision. He was going to save Todoroki, no matter what. Even if it cost him the match. Izuku thought of the other half of his power, his other quirk that had been with him all this time. Valkyrie. Kiri. Kiri wasn't a tool to be used. She was his family. Her power was his, but also her own. She could easily destroy anyone who opposed him had he wished it. Deep down he knew that she was still following the original directive he'd unintentionally given her all those years ago. A dream of being a hero. A hero saved people. That was all 4-year-old Izuku knew at the time. He wanted to save Todoroki from himself, from the shackles of his heritage. But doing so meant that the other boy would be free to use his fire again, and Izuku would risk losing the match. But still he would go to such lengths, just to save someone right in front of him. Because that's what heroes do. It's funny, Todoroki-kun. Izuku coughed again, ignoring how Midnight started her count. I called you pathetic when in reality, it's me. What are you? That's right, I'm pathetic. I'm a hypocrite. Izuku laughed, every breath taking a bit more out of him. I was so angry about you using only half your power and that you were holding back. But guess what? Izuku smiled sadly. So have I. Todoroki recognized the clear and present danger immediately, sending out a wave of ice to reinforce Izuku's prison. Izuku led him, closing his eyes and feeling his heart fill with emotion. His anger at his past self, for letting those things happen to him. What a coward he'd been. His hypocrisy and arrogance. Had he been so blind that he hadn't even realized it until now? He must have looked so pretentious. How could he ask Todoroki to go all out when he wasn't doing the same? Time seemed to slow, the ice still skittering towards him with that odd glass-over-glass noise. Midnight's countdown continued. Izuku accepted it, all of his flaws and strengths. All this time, he'd only been using half his power. Kiri was his other half. She was all the good in him made manifest, a miracle born from his soul. He hated himself at times, but he could never hate her. Izuku thought of her power to teleport, to relocate herself to any place she held a memory of. An odd ability he hadn't given any concern about, but now he understood. Memories. It was always memories. That was how she had managed to channel Nana's power. The thoughts of his friends and family came back to him. Everyone who had ever helped him and cared for him had been right there. They were the ones he should have been caring about, not some old memories of days gone by. He had to move on. He had to change. Win and save. No, he would not be held down by such arbitrary concepts. Izuku would forge his own path through what he believed in and the good he would do. I am no one's punching bag, no one's stepping stone. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." Izuku took a breath and said the words that would change everything, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "To me, my Valkyrie. X." The stadium was bathed in a sudden flash of light, the sound of ice crashing and breaking apart reaching the audience's ears while they were blinded. It faded as soon as it started, and the spectators gasped and pointed down at the arena where the two boys still stood. Midoriya Izuku had been freed from the massive glacier, broken chunks of ice raining down around him. The boy stood tall, his right eye a murky white while glowing with strange, ethereal wisps of green. 9 orbs of multicolored light formed above Izuku's head, orbiting in a lazy arc. A crown fit for a king. The halo of a celestial being. Izuku stepped forward, the audience stunned into silence from the unearthly sight. He was, smiling, small tears running down his cheeks. In the crowd, someone asked a question with a reverent breath. What is that?" A crooked girl smiled a crooked smile. "It's an angel. X, I love you." It wasn't clear who had said the words, him or her. Perhaps it was both. Izuku felt the warmth of his soul within him, a quiet resolve that allowed him to stand and fight. Kiri's love for him washed over his body, ridding him of the blinding pain and replacing it with soft melancholy. He could hear her voice, whispering into his ear. He heard himself whispering back. "All this time I kept thinking of everything that hurt me. The things people said to me, the things people did to me. But that's all in the past now. Heroes must look to the future. I never wanted you to experience what I felt growing up, so I promised myself that I'd change. I wanted to be a better person for you, for both of us." Izuku smiled. "I love you, Kiri. You're me, and I am you." Todoroki snarled and stomped, frost thundering across the broken ground towards him. It raced up Izuku's body but didn't slow him down at all, the boy walking through it as if it hadn't been there at all. "In loving you, maybe, just maybe," hot tears ran down Izuku's face. The misery and humiliation he felt were gone. Years of self-hatred and shame suppressed by the love he had for her. "Maybe I can finally learn how to love myself." He could sense Kiri smiling, feeling her tiny arms as she wrapped them around his neck. She nuzzled against him, momentarily visible only to him in this moment they shared. Being with her, loving her, he could be better. She made him want to be better. He wanted to show her a better world. He would start by saving Todoroki. 3 consecutive waves of frost burst forward from Todoroki, and Izuku walked through them without encountering any resistance. An ice pillar as tall as a tower rose and collapsed on Izuku, but his fist lanced upwards and shattered it with a single punch. This was the power boost that Kiri received from One for All. The legendary Quirk was still here, surging through his body. It was accompanied by Valkyrie's invulnerability, or rather a fraction of it. It was a force field that was microns thin or perhaps even smaller, coating Izuku's entire body with a weaker version of Kiri's barrier. It soaked up the recoil from One for All, allowing Izuku to do what he did next without breaking his good arm. Smash! The air pressure from the resulting punch sheared Todoroki's ice wall apart, sending him sprawling to the side to avoid a ring out. Izuku stared at him, one eye still glowing and emanating wisps like Valkyrie's had. He could feel Todoroki's anger, his frustration. All of it was bottled up within him like a coiled snake, trashing around in his heart and poisoning him from within. Izuku saw how similar it was to his own rage. "Use your quirk, Todoroki-kun. Face me with everything you have." "You don't understand," Todoroki shouted, "my father's." Izuku cut him off with a look, a sad, somber look that silenced the other boy. When he spoke, it was with the voice of an angel. "It's yours," Izuku said softly. "It's your power, isn't it?" For a moment Todoroki just stood there, stunned by Izuku's words. It started with a trail of smoke, then a tiny ember that lifted off his left cheek. Todoroki was looking into the past, hearing the voice of someone he loved. "It's okay for you to become who you want to be." Todoroki took a breath. An inferno manifested on his skin. A pulse of overwhelming heat splashed harmlessly off Izuku's barrier. He used it. Todoroki had used his right side, his own power that he'd kept suppressed just as how his father's chains had shackled him. Now it was here, in all its glory. Half hot, half cold. Present Mike and the crowd screamed with excitement. The two boys paid them no heed, knowing that it was time for their final clash. "Even though you want to win, damn it. To help your enemy, which one of us is screwing around now?" Dancing flames parted to reveal Todoroki standing within, half of him in flames, the other half covered in rapidly melting ice. "I want to be a hero, too," Todoroki declared. Izuku smiled, and so did his opponent. It was just them, one versus the other. This was their moment. SHOOTOOTOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO Have you finally accepted yourself? That's it, good, it all starts from here for you, Endeavor roared. With my blood, you will surpass me, you will fulfill my desire. They ignored him, still facing down against each other. Izuku felt Kiri getting ready, and he did the same. Todoroki's flames were burning bright, the light of his soul flaring outwards and dancing in the wind. Wow, why are you smiling? Todoroki asked. With those injuries, in this situation, you're crazy, you know that. I prefer the word, stubborn, Izuku replied. Don't blame me for what happens next. Ice crystallized around Todoroki's right foot. Flames leapt from his left shoulder. Heat and cold radiated from his body in pulsing waves of orange and blue. Jagged arcs of emerald lightning shrouded Izuku like a cowl, violent winds swirling around him. He could feel Kiri's barrier flexing, ready to face whatever came next. Let's do this, little sis. Together. Midnight, Cementos shouted, if they keep going. Grip the ground. Izuku launched forward with the power of One for All, Valkyrie's invulnerability tanking the immense recoil effortlessly while the concrete shattered in his wake. A tidal wave of ice erupted from Todoroki's position. He had to close in and finish it right here, right now. White-hot heat sparked around Todoroki in a series of glittering stars, flash melting the ice around him in an instant. Superheated and supercooled air met in an impossible moment, creating an explosion of force, flame and howling wind. One for All roared, and so did Izuku. The accumulated might of a century gone by tore his sleeve into shreds. Lightning and thunder surged down his arm and into his fist, Kiri's power and his combining to launch a gargantuan blast of air at his target. They clashed. The shockwave was immense, sending the energy shields protecting the audience flaring and activating the emergency backups. Snacks and food were thrown about from the sheer power of the blow. Even the barriers that Cementos had placed between the two attacks hardly did anything to nullify them. Humongous chunks of concrete were flung outward, climbing into the air and bouncing off the safety shields. The resulting dust cloud covered the arena, leaving the results unclear. Once the audience had regained their senses, they were standing, attempting to get a better look at who was still standing. President Mike coughed and grabbed his microphone, yelling to the referee down below. What was that just now? That was insane. Hey, Midnight, who won the match? Ow, alright, give me a moment. I can't see a damn thing. Midnight groaned. The winner is. The audience held their collective breath. A pin could drop, and all of them would hear it. The winner, two lone figures were within the rapidly clearing smoke. One stood tall but the other was sitting, his head bowed and clearly unconscious. Izuku stared down at his opponent, one arm hanging limply by his side. He wavered slightly, but that was to be expected after everything he'd been through. Todoroki was down, his eyes closed and back pressed against a broken block of ice. The W winner is Midoriya Izuku. The crowd roared and applauded in a cacophony of thunderous noise, so loud that he could feel the tremors in his chest. He hoped that was them and not another broken bone pressing against his insides. He waited for the UA support bots to pick Todoroki up before he started limping towards the exits, ignoring how Midnight called out to him. He couldn't hold it any longer. When he finally reached the dim corridor, he let go. The halo faded and his eye returned to normal. There was a flash of light and Kiri phased out of him, blinking as she gently caught his falling body. Izu wanted to faint again but stopped himself this time. After all, it wouldn't do to look uncool in front of his little sister. Kiri, I did it. Izuku breathed. We did it, we won. The small girl gently supported him so he could stand, sending him that wobbly little smile she was known for. She also looked a bit tired, drained from the battle and their combined power. They probably couldn't do that again. Probably. Congrats, Oni-chan. Kiri nodded happily. I knew you could do it. He hugged her, still in slight disbelief from his own victory. But that didn't seem all that important to him anymore. What was important was that he'd helped save someone and make a difference. He'd done it for Todoroki. For himself. For her. Even if it was just a tiny bit, he had made the world a better place. Chapter 13 End.